He actually set up a fried chicken stall right at the entrance of the largest gym in the city, with a clear price of 268 yuan per serving, leaving all the surrounding vendors stunned. Passers-by couldn't help but mock him for his lack of intelligence, not knowing that the next moment, the gym's coach personally brought a group of muscular men to buy the fried chicken. Even the rich second-generation kids in the circle rushed over in their supercars to line up after hearing the news, and even stray cats from a few streets away came running, drooling at the smell. All of this happened because he was bound to a random food stall system. The aroma of the fried chicken he made could waft several streets away, and as long as he set up his stall in a location designated by the system and completed tasks at the prices set by the system, he would receive very generous rewards. Today was his first day setting up a stall, and the system sent him to sell fried chicken at the entrance of a muscular men's club gym. As soon as he arranged the fried items on the stall, it caught the attention of the surrounding vendors. At that moment, an uncle selling grain pancakes, Uncle Jiang, curiously walked over and said, "Young man, judging by your movements, this must be your first time setting up a stall, right? What are you selling?" "Uncle, I'm selling fried chicken, it's my first day out." "Young man, you have guts to sell fried chicken at the gym entrance. However, I still advise you, either change your location or sell something else. This fried chicken is high in calories, and it won't sell well at the entrance of this gym." At that moment, Mo-chan understood that the uncle meant well, but he had no choice. After all, the system required him to take on this challenge. He could only smile and say, "Let's see how it goes." Just then, a few muscular men walked over, took a look at Mo-chan's large pot of oil, and kept their distance from him. This was something Mo-chan had anticipated, but he wasn't in a hurry. He believed that the products from the system were all top-notch, and he wanted to sell the city's most popular crispy fried chicken. At that moment, he started frying the chicken on site, skillfully coating it in batter, and then placing the chicken into the pot of oil, which immediately sizzled like a beautiful and passionate waltz. Soon, a domineering aroma swept in all directions. Nearby, a few muscular men eating fitness meals caught a whiff of the smell and suddenly found their fitness meals unappetizing. "What is that? It smells so good. It seems to be the aroma coming from that new fried chicken stall. Is he out of his mind? Selling fried chicken right in front of the gym, testing us muscular men? I won't fall for it." However, a few of the craving muscular men, lacking willpower, walked towards the direction of the enticing smell. "Boss, how much is your fried chicken per serving?" "It's 60 for a serving, and each serving is about a pound." "60 for a serving? That's so expensive. Why don't you go rob someone?" "Boss, you're asking for an outrageous price." In fact, Mo-chan wasn't asking for an outrageous price. The ingredients sold to him by the system were all top tier. The cost of the chicken alone was 40 yuan per pound, plus a bunch of marinade and other costs, including labor. So 60 yuan per pound was already a fair price, and this was also the price set by the system, which he couldn't change. After hearing the price, a few muscular men still chose to leave, as fried chicken wasn't healthy for them. Uncle Jiang, who sells grain pancakes next door, couldn't help but advise again, "Your price of 60 yuan per pound is too expensive. Don't say it's for people who come to work out, even for those foodies. I doubt there will be many buyers." Mo-chan found it somewhat amusing but explained that his fried chicken ingredients were different, and he was selling it at a fair price. Uncle Jiang looked skeptical. "It's all fried chicken, how different can it be?" Mo-chan thought for a moment that it was useless to say more, so he decided to fry a portion for himself to eat for breakfast and let Uncle Jiang taste it, which would be better than any explanation. Just as he finished frying a portion, a chubby young man around 20 rushed over. "Fried chicken! Quickly give me a portion of fried chicken." Mo-chan was startled by his impatient tone and quickly bagged the freshly fried chicken and handed it over. 60 yuan. Zhang Wenquan's eyes widened in shock. Am I encountering a fried chicken scammer? 60 yuan for a portion of fried chicken. Isn't that a scam? As a freshman, he ultimately felt too shy to refuse and could only grit his teeth and pay Mo-chan the 60 yuan. Looking at the fried chicken in the oil paper bag still emitting an enticing aroma, Zhang Wenquan, having lost 60 yuan, had already lost his appetite. Mo-chan noticed that he was slow to eat, so she kindly reminded him, "You should eat the fried chicken as soon as it comes out of the fryer, otherwise, it won't be crispy if left out for too long." Zhang Wenquan, being a foodie, couldn't help but want to eat despite his sorrow, picking up a piece of golden fried chicken and putting it in his mouth. As he took a bite, the pleasant and crispy crunch echoed in Zhang Wenquan's ears, followed by the tender and juicy chicken meat. Zhang Wenquan's eyes widened in amazement, and he didn't even have time to comment, just continuously eating until he finished the entire portion. Only then did he lick his lips and say, "Boss, this fried chicken is really too delicious. Quick, give me another portion. Make it two." Just then, a male college student named Lian happened to pass by and saw the exaggerated scene with Zhang Wenquan, which immediately piqued his interest. "Boss, how much is your fried chicken?" 60 per serving. One serving is £1. Lian reacted just like Zhang Wenquan did at first. 60 for a pound. That's so expensive. Zhang Wenquan, understanding the boy's feelings at that moment, hurried over to explain, the ingredients for this fried chicken are different. 60 for a pound is definitely worth it. Lian was successfully tempted by Zhang Wenquan and immediately agreed to try a serving. At this moment, Mo Chen took out the 2 servings of fried chicken that Zhang Wenquan had ordered. My fried chicken. Zhang Wenquan tore open the oil paper bag, ready to indulge. Just then, a stern voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Wenquan, what are you eating? Stop it right now. Zhang Wenquan turned around and saw that it was his coach Lu, and he was instantly shocked. Coach Lu glared. Zhang Wenquan, how can you sneakily eat fried chicken? I'm really disappointed in you. Didn't you say that you wouldn't touch fried food until you lost 30 pounds? Zhang Wenquan, looking guilty, explained that he hadn't eaten yet while desperately signaling to Mo Chen. Mo Chen also cooperatively said that Zhang Wenquan hadn't eaten yet. Coach Lu suspiciously walked up, first staring at the fried chicken in the oil paper bag, and only after confirming that there wasn't a single bite taken from the whole serving did he agree not to report Zhang Wenquan's parents. However, the fried chicken in his hand had to be confiscated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenquan panicked. Coach Lu, you can't eat it anyway, so just don't confiscate it. I'll return it to the boss and let those who are fated to eat it have it. He then frantically signaled to Mo Chen. Coach Lu, who had been in the fitness industry for decades, had seen all kinds of students and could easily see through his little tricks. I'll take it back for Aunt Lee's grandson to eat. That kid really likes fried chicken. Tears of sadness uncontrollably streamed down Zhang Wenquan's face as he begged the coach for a piece. Coach Lu didn't care about Zhang Wenquan's request and strode towards the gym with fried chicken in hand. After the two left, college student Lian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This brother really cracks me up. It's just 2 servings of fried chicken. Look at how he looks like he wants to cry from craving it. So funny. At that moment, Mo Chen quickly took the fried chicken out of the fryer and packed it. Classmate, your fried chicken is ready too. After Lian quickly scanned the payment, he leisurely picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it in his mouth. He was instantly amazed. This is way too delicious. The meat juice is indeed abundant, and there's no fishy taste at all. This flavor is even better than what I had at a 5-star hotel. And the crispy shell is top-notch. How can it be fried so perfectly? Then he finished the whole serving in one go. Give me 2 more servings. I want to take them back to let my girlfriend try. At this moment, Zhang Wenquan was at the muscle club, pedaling on a stationary bike while complaining that Coach Lu wouldn't let him eat fried chicken. Coach Lu found it amusing. Look at your little ambition. It's just fried chicken, craving like a little kid. But was that just ordinary fried chicken? That was the best fried chicken ever. Seeing Zhang Wenquan's face full of resentment, Coach Lu couldn't take it anymore and hid in his private lounge. Soon, an exceptionally tempting aroma of fried chicken wafted in. It turned out this kid wasn't lying. This fried chicken really is top-notch. Coach Lu scoffed with disdain and took out his phone to watch his favorite beauty streamer show. However, after a short while, he despairingly realized that under the temptation of the fried chicken aroma, he had lost interest in his favorite beauty streamer. Coach Lu endured and endured, but ultimately couldn't hold back, saying, I swear, I'll just eat 1 piece. As soon as he took a bite, he exclaimed, oh my god, how can there be such delicious fried chicken in this world? But before long, he had finished both servings of fried chicken. Coach Lu smacked his lips a couple of times, still feeling unsatisfied. If only I could have 2 more servings. No, 3 servings. He practically wished he could run downstairs immediately to buy 3 servings of fried chicken. Coach Lu secretly glanced at Zhang Wenquan, who still had a face full of resentment, feeling a bit guilty for the rare occasion. If this kid knew he had eaten his fried chicken, it would definitely be a big deal. But when he thought of the taste of fried chicken, he couldn't help but glance downstairs a few more times. Coach Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. This kid only had 2 classes today, so he would wait until he finished and left before going to buy some. At this moment, Zhang Wenquan was also pondering outside the lounge about whether to buy fried chicken after Coach Lu left. In any case, he must not miss this exquisite fried chicken. Today, Coach Lu only has me as a student. After my class ends, he will get off work on time at 3 in the afternoon. I can definitely wait until Coach Lu finishes work before going to buy it. The male college student who had just bought fried chicken from Mobi's stall also finally handed over the fried chicken he had bought to his beloved girlfriend. Tangwan looked at the fried chicken in her hand. Her heart was both sweet and bitter. She was naturally happy that her boyfriend didn't forget to bring her a serving of fried chicken. Hey, I happen to be on a diet these days, and fried chicken is so high in calories. Once I eat it, won't all the weight loss I've achieved in the past few days be scrapped? But it's something my boyfriend went through a lot of trouble to buy, and I can't bear to waste it, so why don't you help me eat it? Meng Meng? Meng Meng is Tangwan's best friend from the same dormitory. Usually there was no shortage of helping Tangwan with the loving meals sent by her boyfriend. She pinched her little tummy and flatly refused. Every time your boyfriend brings me high-calorie food, you feed me all of it, causing me to eat out my little tummy. No more food. This time say nothing. Tangwan was pitiful. Meng Meng, just help me. Mo was merciless. I'm not your boyfriend. It's useless to pout. Tangwan, damn it, I'll help you with the group work this time. Okay. Mo finally hemmed and hawed and took the fried chicken from Tangwan. This fried chicken smells pretty good, but at the end of the day, fried chicken is just that, and we've all eaten it. Mo wasn't expecting much. However, it was just one bite, and Mo's eyes lit up with mischief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wan, the fried chicken your boyfriend sent this time is so delicious. You try it. Tangwan looked skeptical. It couldn't be that it's particularly hard to eat and you're trying to trick me into falling for it, right? Mo rolled her eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her, just lowered her head and ate the chicken. Tangwan saw that she didn't seem to be faking, so she half-heartedly picked up a piece and haughtily took a small bite. Then, asterisk 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 asterisk. Tangwan, you're an animal, aren't you? This fried chicken you said was for me to eat. How come you ate more than me? This was originally given to me by my boyfriend. Aren't you trying to lose weight? I'm not cutting back. I want to be Princess Yang. Soon there was only one piece of fried chicken left in the bag. In the face of this last piece of fried chicken, two people who are not willing to let go. See, the atmosphere is more and more tense. Just return to the dormitory of another roommate. People are confused. It's just a piece of fried chicken. Do you guys have to? Just go buy it again if you want to eat it. A word to the wise. Tangwan and Meng Meng finished the fried chicken in one bite and ran outside with their bags. Howl as you run. Fried chicken. I want fried chicken. I want fried chicken right away. The students in the hallway were all confused when they heard this. What's wrong with these two? Possessed by walkers? Weird. Go, follow and see. 2 hours later, the entrance to the Sluggers Club. Imobai's fried chicken stall has been surrounded by female college students. Boss, your fried chicken is also too good. Fry me 2 more. I'll take 2 more too. We'll take 5 on our side. Mobai. What else could Mobai say? He could only transform into a relentless fried chicken machine and fry like crazy. In between waiting for the fried chicken, a few girls curiously struck up a conversation with Mobai. Boss, you look pretty young. Why are you thinking of coming out to set up a stall? Mobai, life forces us to do it. Boss, what's your last name? Can you add a WeChat? This fried chicken of yours is so delicious. When you come out of your stall later, will you send us a WeChat? Mobai was very easygoing and told them his last name. Just adding microblogging. He refused very ruthlessly. After all, the reason he quit his job was that he was fed up with the life of a social animal and didn't want to set up a stall now and also be rushed out every day. And the system tasks are randomly refreshed, so maybe he won't be here next week, and adding WeChat won't help. The girls were rejected and the disappointment was palpable. Alright, if you don't add it, then Boss Missouri, why don't you help us fry one more today? Mobai took a look at the fried chicken inventory and proclaimed the unfortunate news. I didn't bring much fried chicken with me today, and now I'm out, so I can't add more. What? That's gone. Boss, you're kidding us. Sold out so early? I don't care. I want fried chicken. Because it was selling fried chicken in front of the gym, Mobai had expected that the business would not be very good on the first day. So in total, I only brought 35 servings of fried chicken. He had thought that the 35 servings might not even sell out, but to his surprise, his fried chicken had made its way out of the circle in a miraculous way in a nearby college girls' dormitory. Not only are they sold out, they're not even sold enough. Facing the wailing of the female college students, Mobai was helpless. We've run out of chicken, and I don't have the ingredients even if I wanted to fry it for you. So if you want to eat it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mobai finished frying the last of the fried chicken and simply cleaned up, then rode the small food cart and left the Slugger Club. Almost as soon as Mobai's front foot left, Zhang Wenchuan and Coach Lu sneaked up at the same time. Chapter 5, Spurious Tasks. First to arrive at the fried chicken stand was the tall and leggy slugger Coach Lu. He looked at the empty field and was dumbfounded. Where's the fried chicken stand? I'm such a big fried chicken stand. It was still there this morning. Who stole my fried chicken stand? Uncle Jiang, who sells mixed grain cakes next door to Mobai, has not yet closed his stall. Hearing Coach Lu's miserable growl, he smiled back. Who could steal away from a fried chicken stand? Boss Missouri was selling out the fried chicken and closing up early to leave. What? Leave early? Coach Lu's mammoth heart instantly shattered all over the place. I didn't even eat lunch to get a few more bites of fried chicken, and I hungered on until now, and you ended up telling me the owner ran out early. You're not killing me. Is there anyone in the world worse off than me? Of course I did. A voice that sounded even more sorrowful than Coach Lu's rang out. You just didn't eat lunch. I didn't even dare drink more water so I could spare more stomach for fried chicken. After a day of training and almost dying of thirst, I'm counting on this bite of fried chicken to renew my life. The result: the owner ran away early. My sky is falling. Uncle Jiang silently corrected the two. Boss Missouri didn't run away. He just closed his stall early. But both Coach Lu and Zhang Wenquan ignored it. Both of them are immersed in the pain of losing their fried chicken, and at the same time have a feeling of sympathy for people who are at the same end of the world. Zhang Wenquan, brother, were really hard to get along with. Coach Lu nodded his head. Who says it's not? Since it's all so miserable, let's turn in a. Zhang Wenquan. Coach Lu turned his head and almost didn't die of shock. Zhang Wenquan looked up and was also almost not scared to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Coach Lu. Muscle memory made him subconsciously turn and run. Coach Lu, you misunderstood. I didn't want to eat fried chicken. I just came to see if was wrong. Halfway through the run, he suddenly reacted to what was wrong. A Thomas pirouette ran back. A pair of small fat eyes looked at Coach Lu suspiciously. Coach Lu, what brings you here to buy a high-fat food like fried chicken? Coach Lu sheepishly took 2 steps back. I just had a whim and suddenly wanted to eat. Zhang Wenquan, it can't be. When you were pressing me to train this morning, you were also explaining to me that fried chicken is junk food, saying that you would never eat it in your life. And judging by your reaction just now, you obviously know exactly how delicious the fried chicken that Boss Missouri sells is. Say, did you steal my fried chicken? For a while, Zhang Wenquan looked at Coach Lu with a torch-like gaze, as if he was possessed by Conan. Coach Lu was so nervous that he gulped furiously, his mouth hard. I didn't. I'm not that kind of person. I just wanted to try it because I heard Auntie Lee's grandson say it was especially delicious. Zhang Wenquan immediately turned around. Then I'll go ask him now. Coach Lu completely knelt. Courier Khan pulled Zhang Wenquan by the hand. Don't you if you ask like this, then where is my face in the Fierce Men's Club? Zhang Wenquan was about to die of anger. I told you, it must be you who stole my fried chicken. My fried chicken I paid 120 just to get 2 servings of fried chicken awa. Coach Lu also knows that this matter is indeed what he did not do properly, and hurriedly said, stop howling now. It's not just 120. I'll turn you. Zhang Wenquan, no way. Just 120 isn't even enough to soothe my sad heart that I didn't get any fried chicken. Coach Lu, then I'll never report you to your parents for stealing food again. Zhang Wenquan, what kind of coach would steal someone's fried chicken to eat? This society is too dark. Coach Lu, and I'll never stop you from buying fried chicken again. Zhang Wenquan immediately put it away and smiled evilly. Harm, if you had obeyed me earlier, would I have to howl for so long? Coach Lu, Imobai is an orphan, living in the huge city of A without a place to stay. In order to be able to save money to buy a suite, usually scrimp and save, even rent is the cheapest suburban bungalow. Despite the remoteness of the suburbs, the long commute to and from work, and the fact that you have to ride a long way to set up a stall, but the suburbs have their benefits. It's less crowded and clean, and the house is still big. Imobai's landlord has bought a house in the city. A family of 5 moved to the city. A whole building of small cottages are randomly immo by one person to make. There is also a large yard in front of the bungalow built with cement blocks. Imobai rode the food cart into the courtyard, and as soon as he closed the big iron gate, the system prompt immediately jumped out. Is it necessary to include food trucks in the system? The food trucks will be cleaned and recharged automatically after the revenue system. There is such a good thing. Who doesn't want to steal if you can be lazy? Imobai immediately and instantly clicked on the need. In an instant, the food truck disappeared. Imobai looked at the current progress of the quest. 34 out of 200. There were still 6 days to go, and all he had to do next was to sell enough 28 fried chicken a day to complete the task. However, thinking about how hot the fried chicken stand was today, Imobai still took 70 pounds of fresh chicken out of the system, together with the marinade and breading. These 70 pounds of chicken will yield roughly 75 servings of fried chicken. Why not sell more and make more money, and also complete the system tasks ahead of time? Next comes the tedious marinating part. Imobai first cleaned the chicken legs one by one and carefully cut off the fat and lymph. Then while you're controlling the water for the chicken thighs, start mixing the marinade. Imobai's method of mixing the marinade was very casual, just using a spoon to scoop up a spoonful here and 2 there. It seems to be no rules, but in fact, through the systematic training of Imobai has long been familiar with the marinade ratios. Every spoonful of marinade he scooped was precise to the milligram. 2 hours later, looking at the large pot full of marinated chicken, Imobai suddenly made a mistake. The bungalow he now lives in has only a small 200-liter refrigerator. It simply won't fit 70 pounds of marinated chicken. Look at the bank card balance. Imobai can only helplessly go to the nearby home appliance city. With today's sale of fried chicken just earned 2,000 yuan. Bought a performance size or very good refrigerator. After discussing the delivery time with the owner of the home appliance city, Imobai turned around and went to the next door vegetable market. He had originally planned to buy some dinner ingredients, but as soon as he entered the door, his attention was drawn to a basket of white radishes. The pineapple was tender, like it had just been dug up. I think making sweet and sour radish chunks with fried chicken would be a great relief. Almost the instant Mobai ventured this thought, the system voice sounded again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest and unlocking the recipe sweet and sour carrot chunks. Ask the host to make sweet and sour radish cubes to sell with the fried chicken and sell at least 200 copies. If you complete the side mission, you can increase the cash reward by $200,000 this week. Does the host accept the side quest? Chapter 6 Sweet and Sour Pickled Radish. Is that even a question? Of course I'll take it. Not to mention whether or not you'll end up selling enough 200 copies to get the reward. It's not a bad idea to unlock a recipe for free. Mission accepted successfully. Current mission progress 0/200. The host can choose for himself whether to buy the ingredients in the system mall or in the market. Mobai was a bit surprised. Can ingredients purchased inside a normal market also work? Yes, but the prerequisite is that the ingredient grade must meet the standard. And the current market radish has already reached the system's selling standard. The host can use the system to check the grade of the ingredients. At this time, Mobai went to look at the basket of radishes again. Just above the radish's upper air, there floats a green square root. For the rest of the ingredients, it's red times. It seemed that the system had forced him to buy ingredients in the mall before just because there were no system-approved ingredients nearby. Although it's easy to buy ingredients from the system, one click and they appear out of thin air, eliminating the need to carry them. But in the end, Mobai chose the white radish inside the market. After all, the radishes in the market only sold for $1 a caddy, while the radishes in the system mall sold for $8 a caddy. Refuse to be a systemic ingrate. Start with him. The stall owner selling radishes is an older man. The uncle saw that Mobai bought a lot of, but also special enthusiasm to ride a three-wheel to help Mobai even with the radish to the home. That's when the crew delivering the cooler arrived. Hygiene and safety of food is important. Mobai first cleaned the freezer carefully before sending the sealed marinated chicken legs into it. Then it was time to start making sweet and sour pickled radishes according to the recipe. Sweet and sour pickled radish is quite simply an appetizer that is quite easy to make. Peel and cut the radish into pieces and add salt and sugar to kill the water. After the water is killed out, add the right amount of garlic slices, millet chili, rice vinegar, sugar, and cold white water and mix well, and marinate overnight. When all is done, Mobai's own dinner is also ready. He made a pot of turnip and big bone soup in a casserole. The pineapple is sweet and crunchy and melts in your mouth. The big bone is Mobai carefully selected, fat and thin with meat tendons, dipped in garlic water, nibbled on a bite, and then shivered a mouthful of bone marrow, and then finally drank a mouthful of sweet and unctuous radish soup. The taste, not to mention how beautiful. After a beautiful meal, Mobai fell into dreamland. In his dream, he had gone through the system and was already living a life of luxury with a Maserati in his left hand and a Maybach in his right. However, when he woke up, the only thing that followed him was still the small food cart he bought from the system. Alas, it is better to work hard in order to be able to live the dream soon. Really sleepy though. Mobai yawned, tearfully opened the refrigerator, took out the pickled radish inside, and tasted a piece. It wasn't great. The flavor was great, but it probably didn't have enough time for the radish cores to marinate. Substandard products like these should never be taken for sale. So, for the sake of the quality of the pickled radish, Mobai begrudgingly collapsed again and slept. Mobai's side was sleeping comfortably. The diners, however, are getting antsy. Why hasn't Boss Missouri come yet? Fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken. If Boss Missouri doesn't come, I'm going to turn into a repeater. Uncle, didn't you say that Boss Missouri leaves his stall at 9:30 in the morning? Why isn't he here at 10 o'clock? Uncle Jiang scratched his head. Yesterday he did come at 9:30. Today I don't know why he hasn't come yet. There was a lot of wailing. Everyone wants fried chicken, but waiting around here is not an option. Eventually, after some deliberation, we simply built a group together, with the group leader staying here to keep an eye on everyone. Group Master, you sent a message as soon as Boss Missouri arrived. Whether or not everyone gets fried chicken depends on you. Coach Lu immediately patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, with me here, I'll make sure that everyone can eat fried chicken. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mobai finally rode the food truck slowly and arrived at the Slugger Club. Boss Missouri, you're finally here. Mobai had only just parked the food truck when he heard a ferocious growl from behind him. He turned his head and saw the bald, fierce man who had come to arrest little Tubby yesterday, glaring at him menacingly. Is this trainer saying that he won't allow him to set up a stall here because he's fattening up his trainees? Mobai took a look at Coach Lu's beefy pectoral abdominal biceps and took 2 steps back without a trace. So what? Calm down. I can't calm down at all. Coach Lu ferociously walked up to Mobai. itching to directly kneel down for him. Boss Missouri, count on me to beg you. Hurry up and fry the chicken. Ever since I stole Cadet's fried chicken yesterday, all I can think about is fried chicken, and I feel like I'm going to die with a grudge if I don't get some more of your fried chicken. Bye? How is this development completely different from what he imagined? And isn't there something wrong with you, as a coach, stealing fried chicken from your trainees? Why are you still saying it so loud? Mabai simply grooved more than he could chew, but it's good that business is coming. He numbly began to pour the oil, reminding Coach Lu in the process. It takes a while for the oil to warm up, but if you can't wait, but come back later. I can't wait too long. I've been waiting all morning for this. I'm not going anywhere. In between waiting for the fried chicken, Coach Lu took a picture of the fried chicken stand and dutifully posted it to the group. Then another voice. Boss Missouri is here. Everyone rush. Imobai heard the voice and asked curiously, are there others waiting? That's for sure. Besides me, there are over 20 other groupies all here this morning to watch for you. More than 20. Hearing this number, Imobai was really taken aback. After all, he had only sold a total of 34 servings of fried chicken yesterday and ended up with more than 20 repeat customers. This was far beyond his expectations. Zhang Wenchuan, who was training in the Fierce Men's Club, was one of the fastest group members to arrive. As soon as he came down he couldn't wait. Boss Missouri, fry me 2 portions of. No, surely it's better to fry me 3 portions of fried chicken. Coach Lu, who was still exceptionally angry at Zhang Wenchuan's behavior of eating fried chicken yesterday, not only did he not put a stop to this behavior at this moment, but also nodded his head quite approvingly. Yeah, it has to be at least 3 servings. If you hadn't reminded me, I almost forgot to order the number of servings. Boss Missouri, I want 3 too. After ordering, the two of them also quite tacitly asked questions of Imobai. Boss Missouri, why are you so late today? You're not delayed at home sleeping, are you? Imobai inexplicably had the illusion that if he dared to say that he was really delayed by sleeping, he would be eaten by them as fried chicken together to vent his anger. He laughed dryly twice. Ha 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 ha, how can that be? I'm late today, all because I'm making new products. Chapter 7 The Last Dignity of a Fitness Instructor. Zhang Wenchuan and Coach Lu immediately became interested. New product? Is it a new flavor of fried chicken? The original flavor is so delicious. I can't even imagine how delicious it will be if you develop new flavors. Boss Missouri, the two simply did a double take. Mobai's reply, however, caused the two to be incredibly disappointed. It's not the new flavor of fried chicken. It's radishes. Sweet and sour pickled radishes I soaked last night. Eating it with fried chicken is especially relieving. He raised his hand and pointed to the 2 men to the right front of the food truck. The 2 men looked along, only to realize that there was an extra stack of already packed pickled radishes in the right front of the food cart. Why pickled radishes? I hate eating radishes. And Boss Missouri, your fried chicken is so delicious. It doesn't even need to be unctuous, okay? The loss of the 2 men was overwhelming, to the point of renewed skepticism. I hate radishes, but I know how to make pickled radishes. It's not just killing the water and then putting seasonings in to soak it. It doesn't take much effort at all. So, Boss Missouri, you're really still delayed in getting out of the stall because you were sleeping, aren't you? Facing the duo's eyes that had once again become fierce, Mobai's cold sweat was coming down. It's times like these that should never be acknowledged. He put on a serious face. How can you underestimate my sweet and sour pickled radishes? Although sweet and sour pickled radish is just a small dish, it's as important to me as fried chicken. Whether it's the selection of the radishes, the ratio of the seasonings, and the soaking time of the radishes, that's all extremely strict. Mobai spoke too seriously, and the two of them were really bluffed for a moment. Is it that strict? Boss Missouri really lives up to his name? Zhang Wenchuan twisted his head to look at Coach Lu. Coach, why don't we both try pickled radishes today? Coach Lu waved his hand. If you want to try, you try. I hate eating radishes, and pickled carrots are a high-salt food. They cause water retention, and as a strict trainer, how can I eat such an unhealthy food? He righteously said. I'm going to preserve my last vestige of dignity as a fitness instructor. Zhang Wenchuan was speechless. Your dignity as a coach was shattered into crumbs long ago when you stole my fried chicken. Okay. He twisted his head to look at Mobai. Boss Missouri, how much for a pickled radish? Pickled radishes are $10 a pop. What? $10 a serving? Zhang Wenchuan stared in astonishment. You know, a lot of Korean fried chicken restaurants are just giving away pickled radishes as freebies. Although Boss Mo's pickled radish is definitely more than a giveaway, it's not much more than that, and it's surprising that such a small box is going to be sold for $10. It's just sky high, okay? But then he thought about 60 servings of fried chicken, and then suddenly thought that, given Boss Mo's craftsmanship, $10 a serving might not really be too expensive. I've spent 180 anyway, so another $10 for a taste won't hurt. Zhang Wenchuan gritted his teeth. Alright, then give me one to try. Good. It just so happened that the fried chicken had been fried in the interval of talking. Imobai handed Zhang Wenquan the packaged fried chicken, along with a box of pickled radishes. Coach Lu also got his 3 servings of fried chicken at the same time. Both of them can't wait to unwrap the package at the same time and bring the fried chicken into their mouths. Then there was another simultaneous exclamation. Ah, that's the flavor. The fried chicken I've been longing for. Ah, I knew it. It really tastes better fresh out of the pan. This crispy skin. How on earth did you manage to get it so light and crispy? The two were literally eating one piece of fried chicken after another. The pace slowed down a bit until 2 servings had been eaten. Coach Lu smacked his lips. Goo. Eating too much feels a little dry mouth. If there is a bottle of soda or beer at this time it would be good. Uncle Jiang next door sniffed and hurried to greet him warmly. I've got sodas and beers in every flavor. See what you want to drink. Yesterday, after Uncle Jiang tasted the 2 pieces of fried chicken Imobai gave him, he immediately realized, with this guy's craftsmanship, this fried chicken is definitely going to sell out. Then when there were more people in the back, he saw that a lot of people who had eaten fried chicken were feeling thirsty, and teamed up to go to a nearby supermarket to buy sodas and beers. Uncle Jiang is a very business-minded uncle, immediately found a business opportunity from it, and after going home, overnight into a few large boxes of soda beer. Since it is close to have, Coach Lu does not go far to the supermarket to buy. Immediately, he picked out a bottle of sugar-free soda and clunked it up. Zhang Wenyuan originally did not have a dry mouth, but after seeing him drink so refreshingly, he also felt a little dry. He got up and was going to get a soda as well, but as soon as he stood up, he noticed the pickled radish that he had placed in the corner. By the way, he hasn't eaten his pickled radish yet. Since Mr. Mock said it's especially good with fried chicken, why don't we try it first? Zhang Wenquan opened the box and twisted a piece of pickled radish into his mouth. Click dash. The first thing Zhang Wenquan felt was the crisp texture of the pickled radish. Immediately afterward, a rich, sour flavor blooms on the tongue. The rice vinegar that Imobai used to pickle the radish was provided by the system, so he didn't need to think about it to know that it was definitely the most suitable rice vinegar in the world for pickling radishes. The radish pickled in this way has no trace of spiciness or sharpness, but is full of fresh and soft acidity. Before the sourness dissipates, a hint of sweetness and spiciness creeps in. The sweetness balances out the sharpness of the acid, and the spiciness adds a touch of fire to the mix. A composite of flavors that is mouth-watering and easily eliminates the greasiness and dryness of the mouth that comes with eating too much fried chicken. Frozen. Zhang Wenquan's eyes widened and he couldn't help but eat one piece after another. In no time at all, half the box of pickled radishes was devoured by him. Coach Lu, who finished the soda, took a look and was a little surprised. You kid, why do you love radishes so much? Zhang Wenquan simply couldn't stop, slurring his reply as he dazzled in a mouthful of fried chicken and a mouthful of pickled radish. Boss Mo's pickled radish with fried chicken is a perfect match. I just never had pickled radishes this good. Having said that, he didn't forget to add additional orders. Boss Missouri, bring me 2 more portions of pickled radish. No, make it 3. It's so good, and it doesn't get soft after sitting for a long time like fried chicken. I'll have to buy more to go back with my rice. The more Coach Lu heard, the rarer it became. Is it really that good? Give me a taste. No, if you want it you buy it yourself. Zhang Wenquan was a chubby little man who protected his food, and immediately reached out to try to protect his pickled radish. But Coach Lu had already reached out and twisted a piece with his quick eyes. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect that. I have fast hands. Under Zhang Wenquan's huffing and puffing gaze, Coach Lu joyfully brought the pickled radish into his mouth. Then Coach Lu was shocked. He looked at Imobai with the eyes of a monster. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss Missouri, you're definitely not a human being. How else could you even make such evil food as radish so delicious? Hurry up and get me 3 orders of pickled radishes too. Thus, when the other group members arrived, what they saw was the image of Zhang Wenquan showing off the pickled radish wildly with Coach Lu. Chapter 8, The Club's No. One slugger. Didn't we agree that we'd all eat fried chicken together? Why are you guys holding several boxes of radish dazzle? Foodies always sympathize with each other. Zhang Wenquan and Coach Lu sniffed and hurriedly took advantage of the break in chewing to frantically amass. This pickled radish is super yummy. It goes perfectly with fried chicken. We've never had pickled radishes this good. You guys try it too. You'll be sorry if you miss it. After hearing the 2 men's recommendations, many people were impressed, asking questions in between purchases of fried chicken. Boss, how do you sell pickled radishes? $10 a pop. Ha! How come radishes are sold at such a high price too? At $10 a serving. It instantly scared off a lot of diners, but some of them, with a sense of curiosity, bought one to try. The reaction to this meal was basically the same as Coach Lu's. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss Missouri, you are definitely not human. How could anyone even make radishes this good? Wha? This is truly the best pickled radish I've ever had. And the fried chicken tastes straight up another level with the pickled radish. Diners who can afford to splurge on 60 servings of fried chicken are basically people who aren't short of money or who are particularly generous when it comes to food. Diners who originally thought $10 a serving was expensive were interested. Boss, give me a pickled radish too. I'll have one here to try. I'll add 3 more here. As word of mouth fermented about the pickled radishes, they sold out faster than fried chicken. Surprisingly, by the end of the sale, diners who decided to place additional orders after getting addicted to a serving of pickled radish wailed when they learned of the news. How come they sold out so fast? I was going to buy 2 more to go back with my meal. It was the number of people who took that idea, plus the fact that at $10 a serving, it wasn't particularly expensive compared to 60 a serving of fried chicken, and the number of people who bought it. That's why the pickled radishes sold out so quickly. Emobai also didn't expect that the pickled radish would sell like this on only the first day on the shelves. You know, he could have prepared 100 copies. Seeing that the progress bar for the side quest was already halfway through, Emobai's heart was happy at the thought of getting 200,000 for nothing. In the face of wailing diners, all he could do was reassure. The first day I sold pickled radishes, I didn't know people loved them so much, so I'll prepare more when tomorrow comes. The diners were still upset, but when it's sold out, it's sold out, and when it's all said and done, they can only fill their sad hearts with more fried chicken. Then I'll have 2 more fried chicken. I want another one too. We have a whole dorm. Let's go straight to 5. Emobai took a look at the fried chicken inventory and then announced to them an even more horrifying piece of bad news. The fried chicken is down to the last 5 servings. 2. What? The fried chicken is sold out too. The diners are now completely devastated. The pickled radish is delicious, but it's just a small dish to relieve the fatigue, and the main purpose of their visit today is still the fried chicken. As soon as I heard that the fried chicken was also gone, the wailing became more prevalent all of a sudden. Fried chicken, my fried chicken. Boss Missouri, you pay for my fried chicken. Boss Missouri, can't you make more fried chicken tomorrow? Selling so little every day is enough to feed anyone. There were also inquiries about the time he was out of the booth. Boss Missouri, what time do you leave your stall tomorrow? Boss Missouri, we've built a group just for you, or else you can join the group too. And then when you're out of the stall, just give us a word. Light looked at the hungry, zombie-like diners in front of him. Emobai can imagine, if he really into the group, I'm afraid that a day at least be urged 800 times. Maybe they won't even be spared in their sleep. Inexplicably disillusioned with the leader who unreasonably demanded that he return messages in the middle of the night, Emobai's back went cold and he decisively refused. Nah, I don't like to play with Twitter. Still, to avoid diners running out of time, he gave the next regular time out of the stall. If nothing else, it will be out at 10:30 a.m. All through the week. Yeah, it's just as well I don't have any classes tomorrow morning, so I'll sneak out for fried chicken at 10:30. Me too. Let's team up together. I've decided that from now on my wake-up time will be 10:30 a.m. I'm going to come over for fried chicken every day. The diners, immersed in their joy, didn't notice that Emobai was only talking about this week. After frying the last 5 fried chicken, Emobai left in style, leaving a group of diners who hadn't eaten enough to continue wailing. Damn it, I'm late, and instead of the pickled radishes you guys were talking about, I got a serving of fried chicken. I'm worse off than you, not to mention the pickled carrots. I got here late and didn't even get a sniff of the fried chicken. Hearing the patrons' miserable exchanges, Coach Lu's heart was immensely pleased. Hey, he's the big winner of 3 orders of fried chicken, 3 orders of pickled carrots, and 2 more orders of pickled carrots packed in. He enters the Sluggers Club with his head held high like a victorious rooster, carrying the spoils of war, pickled carrots. As soon as I ended up inside, I heard an underhanded voice. TSK, Old Lu, you're really degrading yourself. Even if you allow your trainees to go eat fried chicken, how dare you run off and eat it yourself? What's this in your hand? A pickled radish? Damn, how dare you eat it with such a high salt content? Where's your dignity as a fitness instructor? The person speaking was Coach Lu's nemesis, Coach Lin. Technically, it's not really a dead heat. The two are pretty close and usually love to work out and play games together. But, right, Coach Lin is a competitive and mouthy guy. He's always fighting him for the title of Clubber 1, often saying girly things to undermine him. Coach Lu is also a powerful mouth. The two of them every time they face each other, that can be a tit for tat. No one loses. But this time, Coach Lu really couldn't dislike him anymore because he clearly knew that under Boss Mo's poison, his dignity as a fitness instructor had shattered into crumbs. Coach Lin saw that he couldn't say anything with a taut face, and he was very pleased in his heart, and he immediately let out harsh words. For a fitness instructor, you are so uncouth. As the #1 slugger in our club, I can tell you unequivocally that I, Lin Ji Gang, would never eat junk food indiscriminately without any sense of propriety like you. Before he met Boss Missouri, Coach Lu could let out similar harsh words without hesitation, but after meeting Boss Missouri, he knew how vain these harsh words really were. He simply didn't believe that anyone could resist Boss Mo's fried chicken with pickled radish. His dignity as a fitness instructor had been shattered into crumbs anyway, so he might as well drag a few more people down with him. Coach Lu slowly revealed an evil and sinister smile. Chapter 9 Boss Mo's Fried Chicken Trap. Coach Lin looked at the smile on Coach Lu's face and inexplicably got a chill down his back. Asterisk 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 me. Why are you smiling so sinisterly? You're not thinking of a dirty trick to get under my skin, are you? How come? We've been friends for years. I can't shade anyone but you. Coach Lu changed to a kind expression. I did have a great idea that would increase my paycheck and I wanted to share it with you. Coach Lin had a hell of a look on his face. He didn't believe that Coach Lu would be so kind. Coach Lu didn't care how his face looked, and spoke to himself. Do you think I take my trainees to get fried chicken because I'm greedy? Big mistake. I take trainees to get fried chicken for a paycheck. Old Lin, think carefully. Where do we get our paycheck commission from? It's coming from the trainees. The more classes the trainees buy, the more we get paid. Most of our students come to our classes to lose weight, and once the fat is off, they don't buy classes anymore and our paychecks go down. But as coaches, our work ethic, again, doesn't allow us to be negative when we're working. So in order to get the students to buy more classes, I came up with a great way to get them to eat fat. Students need to continue to lose weight when they gain weight, and while the classes keep coming, we are able to fulfill our duties as instructors. Old Lin, you say, is this a good way to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? That's a lot of pedal to the metal. I really didn't think that old Lu, this elm brain, could come up with such a good idea. Coach Lin was inwardly ecstatic, but his face remained taut as he loudly rebuked. Good, what good? How can we, as instructors, do the unethical thing of feeding our students fat? I'm not the kind of person who's lacking. With that, he turned and walked away. Coach Lu looked at his back and laughed coldly. Ha, obviously already heartbroken. Little boy, still want to hide it from me. Just wait until you fall into Boss Mo's fried chicken trap. Coach Lin has indeed had his heart set on it. The next morning, he asked someone to help him stand in line for 2 orders of fried chicken, along with 2 orders of pickled radishes. How much is it? I'll transfer you. Fried chicken is 60 apiece. Pickled radishes are $10 apiece. And with the $10 for errands, that's 150. What? That expensive? Coach Lin was also shocked by the expensive price. But when he thought of the constant stream of lessons after he had fattened up his trainees, he gritted his teeth and paid the money. Then carrying fried chicken and radishes, he trotted all the way upstairs and started greeting the trainees. Stop practicing, come here all of you, I've bought you some goodies. Coach Lu has a total of 3 students taking private lessons today. When they came over to take a look, they were all a bit dumbfounded. Fried chicken, pickled radishes? Ha, Coach, you've got to be kidding me to make us eat these fattening things. Coach Lin followed Coach Lu's example and showed a kind expression. Ha 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 ha, how can you get fat if you eat it occasionally? Didn't I see that you guys have been working extra hard to lose weight lately, so I thought I'd treat you for once? This fried chicken is a recent addition downstairs, but it's only been a few days, and there are so many people lining up, and I hear it's exceptionally good. People who can grow fat and come to the gym to lose weight are basically big eaters. Upon hearing Coach Lin's words, the 3 trainees were instantly moved. Well, why don't we have some today? Okay, have some together. The 3 of them picked up a piece of fried chicken. Click 3 times. The gym suddenly sounded in unison 3 exclamations. Holy, this chicken, how can it be so delicious? Coach Lin smiled as if he had seen his family's annual pig. It's delicious, you guys just eat more. By the way, here are some pickled radishes. You guys try them too. 3 more clicks later, the gasps resounded again. Holy, this radish, how in the world can there be such a delicious pickled radish that is so tart, sweet, spicy and crunchy that it goes perfectly with fried chicken? Someone invited Coach Lin. Coach Lin, it's really good. You bought this? Try it too. As the one slugger in the club, how could Coach Lin eat such easily fattening food? He was just about to politely decline when Coach Lu's voice appeared out of nowhere. Old Lin, your trainee has handed it to you, so give it a taste. Coach Lin frowned and was just about to say it's none of your business when Coach Lu scurried to his side and quietly spat out a sentence. If you don't eat it, I'll tell them about your machinations to fatten them up. Coach Lin's pupils quake. You, despicable and shameless. This plotting and scheming was clearly your idea. Coach Lu hemmed and hawed. Available but you use. You just say you eat it or not. Coach Lin. He swept his eyes at the 3 trainees who were looking at him with puzzled gazes, and could only clench his teeth. I'll eat it. It's not just a piece of fried chicken. Just eat it. He, Lin Jigang, was the #1 fierce man in the club. He still didn't believe that he could be defeated by a piece of fried chicken. Coach Lin took the fried chicken and took an indignant bite. The crispy noodle coating mixed with the savory and juicy chicken instantly exploded in Coach Lin's mouth. The wonderful taste that Coach Lin had never felt before kept spreading on the tip of his tongue. What the hell is going on here? How can this piece of fried chicken be so good? Coach Lin stared incredulously. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. How is this fried chicken so small? Only 3 bites are gone. Coach Lin subconsciously reached out for more fried chicken. Coach Lu's devilish voice sounded again. Old Lu, you as a coach, eat a piece of it, eat too much to affect the figure. After all, you're our club's #1 slugger. Our face, how can you be as self-indulgent as me? Binging on junk food with no sense of propriety. These eerie words instantly made Coach Lin understand. Old Lu, this animal, asked him to buy fried chicken, not at all to feed the fat trainee. Instead, it was to get in his face, to make him degrade himself by eating fried chicken too. Damn it, he could never let this animal get away with this. It's just fried chicken. Oh, it's nothing, big deal. He'll just have someone go help him buy 2 more. No, buy 3. When the time comes, he'll be eating all by himself. Who cares about the 2 portions of fried chicken that are already pretty much eaten? The corner of Coach Lin's mouth immediately pulled out a disdainful arc as he nobly and coldly said, "Of course, I, Lin Ji Gang, am very temperate. I wouldn't degrade myself like you. This fried chicken, I promise I won't eat another piece." He's going to eat at least a case of it. Coach Lu was not in a hurry when he heard this, and just pretended that he didn't hear his heart, revealed a mysterious smile, and then turned to leave. Chapter 10, Sneaky Plan Succeeds. As soon as Coach Lu walked away, Coach Lin could no longer maintain her noble and cold appearance. He hungrily pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number on the fly. "Little Chen, quick, go get me 3 more orders of fried chicken." "No, just make it 5. He eats 3 portions and takes the remaining 2 home to his daughter-in-law. Such delicious fried chicken must be tasted by his daughter-in-law as well." Chen is the guy who just ran an errand for Coach Lin for fried chicken. He was a student at a nearby university and had come to the club to work before because his family was poor. He has now left his job, but still gets paid to run errands for the club's coaches in order to make money. Usually, including this morning, Chen received the running orders from Coach Lin and were all giddy with good replies. But at this point, Xiao Chen's reply was a bit strange. "I refuse. I'm never going to go in front of a club to get you fried chicken again." Coach Lin was wondering what was wrong with Xiao Chen when he heard Xiao Chen follow up. That fried chicken just smells so good. After I brought you the fried chicken, I couldn't help but get one for dinner as well. And then I was so overwhelmed that I ate 3 servings in one sitting. I only make $10 for running an errand for you. And now, well, it's 170 straight backward. I'll never buy fried chicken for you again. Don't you ever try to seduce me into committing another crime." After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone angrily. Coach Lin was dumbfounded. "I thought to myself that this is clearly your own craving. How can you blame him for seducing? There's no excuse for wanting to do that. And how on earth is he going to eat fried chicken when Chan won't run errands for him? Is it hard for him to buy it himself?" Just as this thought popped up in his mind, Coach Lin saw Coach Lu standing not far away, staring at him with a meaningful look on his face. Coach Lin was instantly jolted. No way, he could never get it on his own. Old Lu, this animal, is clearly waiting for him to make a fool of himself. No matter what, he can't let old Lu have his way. But the fried chicken was really good and flavorful again. Does he want to save face? Or does he want fried chicken? Just as Coach Lin was getting tangled up, the conversation between Coach Lu and the students came faintly from the front. "Coach Lu, what time do you get off today?" 3 points. Boss Missouri of the fried chicken stand at the entrance said that today's fried chicken is estimated to be sold until 4 o'clock, so you'll get off work at 3, and leave just in time to get in line for 2 more servings of fried chicken. What? Old Lu gets off work at 3, but the fried chicken stand is open until 4. Coach Lin's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. Ha 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 ha. As an adult, of course he wants them all. Face and fried chicken he won't give up. He's going to get fried chicken at 3:30. It's a beautiful time to avoid old Lu and get some fried chicken at the same time. It's just that the wait is really torturous. Throughout the day, Coach Lin felt like he had looked at his watch at least 100 times. Finally, as he looked at his watch for the 101st time, the hands went to 3:30. Coach Lin instantly had 2 eyes, rushed down the stairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, then pushed aside the crowd and rushed to the most central fried chicken stand to loudly point, and so on. "Where's the fried chicken stand?" Looking at the empty field, Coach Lin couldn't help but let out a mournful wail. "I'm such a big fried chicken stand," a kind person in the crowd answered. "Big brother, you're 1 step late. Boss Missouri just closed his stall and left. You're way out of time here." When Boss Missouri first arrived this morning, he said he'd close the stall after selling at about 3:30. Boss Missouri himself had said that the stalls would close at about 3:30, but old Lou had put a smokescreen of a 4 o'clock closing time on him. At this moment, what else did Coach Lin not understand? He, Lin Ji-gang, was again undermined by that old Lou animal. Damn it. Usually, it was fine if he was punked, but this time, he couldn't even eat Boss Mo's fried chicken. It was an unpardonable sin. Even more aggravating, Coach Lin had just returned to the club in a huff when Coach Lou appeared in front of him with 3 large bags of fried chicken and a dejected face. Hey, old Lin. I was talking to Boss Missouri this morning and asked him to save some fried chicken for me this afternoon. I originally just wanted to have 1 serving to satisfy my craving, but who knew that Boss Missouri would be so enthusiastic as to directly leave me 3 servings. It's causing me to carry so much fried chicken now that I don't know what to do with it. Show off. It's clearly a blatant display of bragging rights. Coach Lin could no longer maintain his apparent calmness and gritted his teeth. If you really don't know what to do, just give me the fried chicken. Coach Lou covered his mouth in feigned surprise, his tone extraordinarily contrived. Didn't you say, as the #1 slugger in our club, that you were so decent that you would never eat another piece of fried chicken? Don't tell me you're going to abandon your modesty as the club's #1 slugger. Coach Lin took a deep breath, trying to resist the urge to beat him to death, and hardened a fake smile. How can that be? It's my cadets who love it. I was trying to take it to them. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I won't trouble you. I'll take it over to them myself. With that, Coach Lou made a gesture to turn around. Seeing that the fried chicken that was about to reach his mouth was about to fly away again, Coach Lin was so enraged that he didn't pretend to be anything else. You stop right there. You didn't get all this up just to get me to drop the knuckleheads. Okay, you listen to me now. I, Lin Ji-gang, am no longer the #1 club slugger. I'm just a gluttonous, feckless fitness instructor. That's always good now. You can leave the fried chicken for me now. The treachery was successful. Coach Lou closed the recording button. He smiled. You admit it early is not good. Come on. I directly generous share you a fried chicken. What? It's only 1 serving. You're too stingy. At least 2. I haven't eaten a bite of fried chicken today just to spite you, so I'll give you 1 at the most. The 2 men had a good bargain, and in the end, no one could compete with anyone. So they simply bought 2 bottles of sugarless sodas, and directly ate them with a bite of you and a bite of me. The 2 were already on good terms, and within a few moments of eating, the relationship broke the ice again. This fried chicken is so delicious. For such delicious fried chicken, it's not wrong for me to fall for you. That's not true. I can't be considered to be shady. I'm clearly opening the door to a new world for you. And this pickled radish, try it too. It's superb too. It just doesn't go well with fried chicken. Just as the atmosphere of the 2 of them became more and more harmonious, a voice rang out abruptly. What's going on? Old Lin, how come you're as self-indulgent as old Lou now? Netting junk food. Where are you two's modesty as fitness instructors? The man who spoke was also a coach the duo knew well from the club. Coach Lou and Coach Lin looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Neither of them had any explanation or rebuttal for this. They just waved at this coach who was also about to lose his modesty. Old Lee, come here. We both found a great idea that will increase our paychecks and wanted to share it with you. Chapter 11, Zombie-like Diners. Yu Bojian is a student at a nearby university and, at the same time, an unabashed foodie. Recently, he had noticed a number of alumni that were very addicted to the fried chicken in front of the Sluggers Club. It got his attention. The heart of a foodie can't be stopped, so he ran over just after class at noon today, intending to buy a fried chicken for lunch. But I didn't realize that this little fried chicken stand was packed with people. He had managed to wait in line for almost an hour before it was finally almost his turn. But Yu Bojian doesn't feel the loss, because he could tell just from the aroma emanating from the fried chicken and the exaggerated reactions of the diners. The fried chicken at this little fried chicken stand is absolutely soul-crushingly delicious. As I watched, I got closer and closer to the fried chicken stand, and the aroma grew stronger and stronger. Yu Bojian indisputably swallowed his saliva, and was pondering whether he should just buy 2 servings. A clear male voice with an apologetic tone, however, suddenly rang out. I'm sorry, the last 10 orders of fried chicken left have been rounded up by the 3 customers in front of us. Please stop lining up behind you. There's no more fried chicken. The 3 customers in the front? Yu Bojian had an ominous feeling in his heart. He counted ahead. 1, 2, 3, Cam. He happened to be the 4th customer who couldn't get any fried chicken. Yu Bojian was suddenly in a rage, his face full of accusations. Boss Missouri, how can you say such icy words with a 37-degree mouth? I stood in line for an hour and you tell me the fried chicken is gone. I can't. I'm going to make a scene. I want fried chicken. In addition to Yu Bojian, there were quite a few diners in the back making a ruckus. Right, we'll have fried chicken. I purposely skipped class today to come out and buy fried chicken. Boss Missouri, you can't do this to me. Boss Missouri, please, just fry a few more. There was even a crooked idea. There's a supermarket right in front of us. Why don't we go buy chicken to fry now? Bai simply cried and laughed. The chicken has to be marinated overnight before frying, and the chicken I use, it's not just any meat chicken from the supermarket. Even if it's done, it's not the same flavor. There are still diners who don't want to give up. I don't care. I want to eat fried chicken. Boss Missouri, you did say that you wouldn't close until 3:30 p.m., and it's only less than 1:30 now. Based on the sales of the previous 3 days, the fried chicken prepared by Bai today was originally enough to sell until 3:30. But today, for some reason, there were suddenly a lot more fierce coaches coming to buy fried chicken. These coaches are big and strong and have big appetites, and they start with 3 servings a pop, which is how the fried chicken sold out early. The chickens are gone, and it's futile to make any more noise now. Half an hour later, with a group of people's mournful gazes, Bai hardened his head, rode a small food cart, and left the Slammin' Club at a fiery pace. You can't do it without fire. The diners who didn't get any fried chicken looked at him like a zombie seeing human flesh. Their eyes were glowing green. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, it would have been eaten by the diners as fried chicken. It wasn't until he left Yulin Road and completely got rid of the hungry eyes of the diners that Bai breathed a sigh of relief, slowed down his car, and slowly returned to the suburban bungalow he had rented. He walked into the courtyard and very skillfully put the food cart into the system, then began to check the progress of the mission. This week's task, sell at least 200 fried chicken in front of the Slugger Club. Mission progress, 259/200. In these 4 days, Bai collectively had 259 servings of fried chicken, which was 59 servings more than the 200 servings of fried chicken required by the system. But strangely, the system didn't notify him that the quest had been completed. The color of the progress bar is also always red. Where did this go wrong? Bai couldn't figure it out and simply asked the system directly. I've obviously sold enough fried chicken for 200 servings, so why hasn't the mission been completed? The system quickly replied, hint, for this week's mission, in addition to the number of sales there is a requirement for the number of days of sales. Bai understood. This means that whether or not the amount of fried chicken he sells reaches the target ahead of time, he will have to set up his stand for at least a week before he can do so. Damn, I thought I'd finally get a break. In fact, compared to 996 working as a social animal, setting up a stall is not considered too tiring for Bai. Just thinking about the zombie-like eyes of the diners, he had a chill in his back. Now his diners are growing and his purchasing power is increasing, and 75 servings of fried chicken a day was his limit. In fact, if you want to say that he should get more out of it, it's not impossible. It's just that he gave up his job and chose to set up a stall because he wanted to have an easier life. No sense putting the cart before the horse and making yourself more tired. No, he had to think of a way to cut down on his customers' enthusiasm and purchasing power. Bai walked to the courtyard while pondering. Then his attention was drawn to the small green onions in the courtyard. There is a large flower bed in the yard. Bai is not interested in planting flowers, but also think that such a large piece of land is not used. Strange waste. Planted a flower bed of small onions. He had planted these small onions so densely and well that he could not eat them all by himself, and he was agonizing over what to do about it. Suddenly, Bai had a flash of light in his head and asked the system, you only specify that it's for fried chicken, but not the category of fried chicken, right? Yes. Then you help me again to see if any of these small onions I've planted have met the system's selling standards? The current small onions have been identified as being up to standard. Bai's eyes instantly lit up and he walked over to the flower bed and started pulling small onions. 1, 2, 3. The thought of not having to face the zombie-like eyes of the diners tomorrow, Bai couldn't help but smile. Late night, in the middle of the boys' dormitory at the University of S. Ubojian is tossing and turning and can't sleep. Damn, I was so close to getting fried chicken. I'm so upset. That fried chicken that was supposed to belong to me was all bought up by the 3 animals in front of me. It's not even if they buy it afterward, but they have to eat it in front of me. Just from the sound of it, I can imagine how light and crispy the crispy skin of the fried chicken really is. No, even for this crunchy bite, I have to get another one tomorrow. I'm going to be the first to arrive in order to avoid having someone else steal it from me ever again. Just say yes, and it just so happens that there are no classes tomorrow morning either. As soon as 8 o'clock in the morning arrived, Ubojian, carrying a small chair, ran wildly toward the Mastodon Club under the astonished gazes of his housemates. Ubojian didn't sleep well last night and dozed off while waiting. I don't know how long it took, but someone behind him tapped him. Hey, bro, don't sleep, Boss Missouri is here. Ubojian opened his eyes and saw that the fried chicken stall had been branched out. He couldn't wait to run up, sounding as if he'd been starving for 3 days without eating. Boss Missouri, fried chicken, quick, hurry up and get me 2 orders of crispy fried chicken. I've been running in line at 8 o'clock for this heartfelt, soulful bite of crispy fried chicken. Chapter 12, Crispy Fried Chicken. Since Ubojian howled the loudest yesterday, So Mobai is acquainted with Yu Bojian. Know him as the unlucky guy who stood in line for an hour yesterday and didn't get his crispy fried chicken. He had also expected that Yu Bojian would definitely come back again today. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that Yu Bojian's obsession with crispy fried chicken would be so deep. Who's a good person who'd run to stand in line at 8 a.m. for a bite of fried chicken? Mobai was originally snickering at his own resourcefulness in changing the fried chicken category. Once he looked at Yu Bojian's appearance, he was inexplicably a little weak. Sorry, no crispy fried chicken today. What? Not again. Yu Bojian was suddenly enraged once again. How could there not be any when I'm here so early? Could it be that some animal, tracked straight to your house, went and bought all the fried chicken? What kind of psycho would have to be to stalk him for a bite of fried chicken? This dude has an overactive imagination. The corner of Mobai's mouth covered under his mask twitched as he explained. It's not sold out. It's that I don't sell crispy fried chicken. I sell crispy fried chicken instead. The diners were all confused. Crispy fried chicken? What's that? I've only heard of Korean fried chicken. Japanese fried chicken. What's crispy fried chicken? Crispy fried chicken is indeed a rather niche fried chicken dish. Mobai also ate it by chance when he went to H-City on a business trip before. He began to explain as he removed the spices from the inside of the food truck. Crispy fried chicken. In fact, you can understand this dish as a kind of Chinese fried chicken. The biggest difference between it and crispy fried chicken is that it's not coated in flour and the chicken is brined before it's fried. The marinated chicken is cut into large pieces and deep fried in a frying pan until crispy. And then finally the secret sauce, oil chili, peanut rice, and scallions are added and tossed together evenly. And this is the crispy fried chicken. At the end of the day, Mobai also took out the main event of the day, a chicken that's been brined to a shine. Because after brining, there is still a step of deep frying. So for the sake of good color, Mobai chose white brine. White brine does not easily evoke an appetite just by looking at it. Plus, all the diners who came to the line wanted to eat crispy fried chicken, and when they saw the uncrispy and white marinated chicken, they lost their appetite. What the heck? I stood in line for crispy fried chicken. I'm not interested in crispy fried chicken or anything else. I'm not interested in this crispy fried chicken either. I had it once before and it was dry and numb. Not as good as crispy fried chicken at all. Many diners scattered in all directions when they heard this comment. Mobai watched, and was not in a hurry, even stealing joy in his heart. It was good to leave, or else there would be more and more diners every day, and he was really afraid that he would have to be eaten by the diners. Most of the diners, though, remained in front of the fried chicken stand. After all, they've been in line for so long, how can they stop halfway? Especially Yu Bojian. You know he's been waiting in line for 2.5 hours. If you're here, whether it's crispy fried chicken or crispy fried chicken, you've got to gain something. Yu Bojian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to inquire. Boss, how do you sell crispy fried chicken? Is it also 60 a pound? Yes, 60 a pound. The same price as crispy fried chicken, but because of the special nature of the whole chicken, you have to fry at least half of it at a time. The chickens purchased from the system weren't that big. One was only 3 pounds out, and half of it was 1.5 pounds. 60 a pound, 90 for a pound and a half. Yu Bojian is from a good family and can afford to eat 900, not to mention 90, but at the end of the day, it's still the crispy fried chicken that's on his mind after all. Crispy fried chicken is just a flat replacement for the unavoidable, and it's still a flat replacement without the crunch, so Yu Bojian only wanted half of one. After weighing and paying, Mobai started cutting the pieces. The knife used to cut the pieces, also purchased from the system mall, looks mediocre and cuts up the chicken so silky smooth it's like eating dove. In only 20 seconds, half a chicken was cut into evenly sized pieces. After that, as Mobai said at the beginning, into the frying pan until the surface is crispy. Add the secret sauce, oil chili, peanuts, chopped green onions and toss evenly. Mobai handed the packaged crispy fried chicken to Yu Bojian. Yu Bojian took it with a lack of interest, bought a bottle of beer next door at Uncle John's place and sat down, and began to scrutinize the crispy fried chicken's appearance. Not to mention, it sells really well. Each piece of chicken, fried to a golden brown, is covered with a layer of slightly reddish glowing seasoning, with red peanut rice, and green onion, which is appetizing at first sight. And it's flavorful, too, and compares favorably to crispy fried chicken, especially since it had a lot of oil chili in it. You could feel the overpowering pungent aroma just by smelling it. Yu Bojian is from Province S. People there like spicy food the most. It was only then that Yu Bojian finally developed an appetite for crispy fried chicken. He picked up a piece and brought it tentatively into his mouth. Then Yu Bojian's entire body was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You chicken, how can it taste so good? Having heard what the runaway diners had to say about the crispy fried chicken, Yu Bojian was prepared for a dry chicken as he brought it to his mouth. However, the truth was nothing like what he thought. The shell of the chicken was both crispy and a little charred though, especially the skin, which had been thoroughly fried and was crunchy and oily in one bite, but the inside is not dry at all. Not like crispy fried chicken with raging gravy, but not dry at all. There's just a balance that's just right, combined with the spicy over-the-top seasoning, a bite of crunchy peanuts, a bite of crispy caramelized meat, and finally a refreshing sip of beer. Eubogian simply felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this point. Now he couldn't control his hands and mouth. One bite and another. However, in 5 minutes, a large portion full of crispy fried chicken was eaten by Eubogian, and not even half of the peanuts were left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why didn't I buy more just now? If I buy now, I'll have to wait in line again. I'm so sick of waiting in line. But having said that, Eubogian's body, still very solidly at the end of the line again. The diners were puzzled to see him eat and come back. Why are you here again? Didn't you say the crispy fried chicken was dry, numb, and not very good? Who says crispy fried chicken is dry and numb? I'm telling you, crispy fried chicken is the best fried chicken I've ever had in my life. Eubogian simply could not tolerate someone disparaging crispy fried chicken to his face. One face was red with anger, and his tone was that of vehemence. Hearing Coach Lu, who had just bought a crispy fried chicken, laugh in the back of his mind. Ha, little kid, so old, can you know what good food means? If you ask him, only the crispy fried chicken made by Boss Missouri is unbeatable. Crispy fried chicken is nothing. Chapter 13. Coach Lin gently shattered. Although Coach Lu trusted Boss Mo's cooking skills and also very generously bought a whole crispy fried chicken, but crispy fried chicken is in front of him, and Coach Lu really thinks that there won't be any fried chicken that can be comparable to crispy fried chicken. Oh, and P.S. Only the crispy fried chicken made by Mo Lao Bai. Yesterday, the fried chicken sold out so fast that he didn't get any and he was really craving it, so he went to one of the fast food chains and bought a fried chicken. He originally thought that the fried chicken from a fast food restaurant chain, even if it was not as good as Boss Mo's fried chicken, it shouldn't be any worse, and it would still be enough to satisfy his craving. Who knows, as soon as he eats. What kind of crap fried chicken is this? The crispy skin is thick and not crispy, and it is so oily that when you bite into it, it all tastes like used oil for an unknown period of time. Inside the chicken, there was no gravy either. I don't know if there was a difference in the ingredients or if it was just not marinated properly, but there was still a fishy chicken flavor when I ate it inside. It's even worse. 2 hours after downing fried chicken at a fast food chain, he transforms into a jet fighter, squatted on the toilet and pooped all night, smiley face. Until now, Coach Lu's legs are still soft. Before he came to the Sluggers Club, the doctor told him again and again, be sure to eat something easily digestible and clean today. Coach Lu promised well on his face, but as soon as he arrived at the Slugger Club, he didn't hesitate to start lining up in front of the fried chicken stand. For him, the damage brought to him by fried chicken is only made up for by fried chicken, and he trusts Boss Mo's food hygiene. After all, he had eaten it so many times, not to mention diarrhea, and not once had he had an upset stomach. As for the oil used for frying chicken, it is all clarified and the slightest turbidity will be replaced by Boss Missouri. It is not like some black-hearted stalls, frying oil to pitch black and still use, or even worse, never change the oil, only when the oil is really cannot be used, and then add some new oil. It's just that he hadn't counted on it, but he hadn't counted on the fact that today's Boss Missouri didn't sell crispy fried chicken. He sold crispy fried chicken instead. Coach Lu has also had crispy fried chicken. He wasn't as unlucky as the previous diner who got dry, numb, crispy fried chicken. Even the crispy fried chicken he'd eaten earlier had tasted good, perfect for a drink, but it's a far cry from crispy fried chicken. Coach Lu had little appetite because of last night's diarrhea, and when he heard that he was selling crispy fried chicken, he instantly lost interest. Like Eubogian, he bought a whole crispy fried chicken in a hot-headed manner because he had waited in line for so long and was not willing to wait in vain. He regretted buying it. It was supposed to be a bad day for my appetite, and I'm not a big fan of crispy fried chicken, so I'm sure I won't be able to finish this 3 pounds or so. What can be done about it? Coach Lu was agonizing when he turned his head and saw Coach Lin resting in the lounge. He immediately waved at Coach Lin. Old Lin, come here. I bought too much fried chicken. I'll treat you to Boss Mo's fried chicken today. Coach Lin had a lot of classes today and was worried about finding the time to go out and buy fried chicken. His eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he immediately rushed over. Old Lu, you're really righteous. Since you are so generous, I won't be polite to you. Wait, what is this? I thought you said it was Boss Mo's fried chicken. This is Boss Mo's fried chicken. Boss Missouri is not selling crispy fried chicken from today. He's selling crispy fried chicken instead. Coach Lin crumbled gently. He had managed to leave his modesty as a fitness instructor behind for the crispy fried chicken, only to be told now that Mr. Mock is surprisingly not selling crispy fried chicken anymore. Coach Lin simply wanted to freak out. Then wouldn't he have discarded his modesty for nothing? How could Coach Lu not understand Coach Lin's breakdown? He patted Coach Lin's robust shoulder and spoke in the same tone. Come on, you don't have to say it. I get it. How my knuckleheads are not already in pieces. But I heard someone say that Boss Mo's crispy fried chicken tastes good as well. So anyway, I've already lost my modesty, so I might as well have one more meal. I had diarrhea all night last night and my stomach isn't feeling too good, so I'm sure I won't be able to finish this whole gotta fried chicken. So consider yourself helping me out. Coach Lin had a difficult look on his face, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Okay, for the sake of you introducing me to Boss Mo's crispy fried chicken earlier, I'll help you out a little. The two sat side by side with sullen expressions and together they took a piece of crispy fried chicken into their mouths. Then the two men's expressions, in an instant, changed from sullen to shocked. The two men spoke almost in unison. Asterisk 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 this chicken. It's too good. The meat was dinky and not dry like I thought it would be. The skin of the chicken was fried and crispy, but the meat inside was still tender. There's also a marinade flavor. The seasoning is also fantastic. It's so flavorful and spicy that you can't stop eating it at all. Both men came to the conclusion at the same time. Crispy fried chicken is totally another top-notch fried chicken comparable to crispy fried chicken. Soon, the two went from neither being very willing to eat at first, to grabbing the food. Old Lou, you don't have an upset stomach, so stop eating. Let me help you. I don't need your help. With crispy fried chicken, my stomach is an iron stomach. Why don't you keep your word? I promise to let me help you eat. You've got to stop eating. You're almost done with my crispy fried chicken. You animal, who told you to buy so little? One is not enough to eat. At least two okay. The same scene, too, kept happening in front of the club. Any diner who has eaten the crispy fried chicken will go from disdain to a look of infatuation and line up to buy it again. Boss Missouri, I haven't had enough. Fry me another one. Boss Missouri, I'll take half another one and bring it back for my righteous son. Boss Missouri, here, give me two. It's my birthday today. M.O. Bai. Looking at the popular diners in front of him, M.O. Bai's entire body went numb. I said I didn't like crispy fried chicken. Why do you guys keep buying it? He was trying to make it easier on himself by switching to the fried chicken category, but he didn't realize that he was lifting a rock and hitting his own foot. He actually only had about 70 pounds of chicken ready today, but crispy fried chicken is a lot trickier to make than crispy fried chicken. Not only is there an additional process of brining, but when setting up the stand you have to cut and fry and mix at the same time. This is a physical work. This just engaged in not a moment. M.O. Bai feels sore all over the body. If diners' enthusiasm doesn't wane, come for the crispy fried chicken like it's crispy fried chicken. M.O. Bai was about to faint just thinking about that image. A customer came and asked M.O. Bai curiously, Boss Missouri, are you selling crispy fried chicken tomorrow too? He's crazy to keep selling crispy fried chicken. M.O. Bai was about to shake his head when a system voice suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations to the host. The enthusiastic demand for crispy fried chicken from diners has been detected, successfully triggering the side quest. If you sell more than 200 pounds of crispy fried chicken this week, you will receive a system-produced strengthening pill X1. Do you accept the mission? Chapter 14, Strengthening Pills. M.O. Bai's mind moved and asked the system in his mind, what's a strong medicine? As the name suggests, it can be eaten to strengthen the body and even be able to completely repair the host's bodily functions. In M.O. Bai's eyes, a huge bright light violently erupted. This mission reward was simply more attractive to him than giving him $2 million. No, even if he was given $20 million, I'm afraid he would still choose the fitness and bodybuilding pills. The reason why M.O. Bai was abandoned and orphaned by his parents was because of his poor health. He suffers from an incurable congenital heart condition. Normally it can look fine, but as soon as it is overworked, it can flare up. And once you get a cold and fever, you are prone to die young. That's why he wanted to switch fried chicken categories to be lazy. It's not that he's really lazy, but for the sake of his body, which is, after all, the capital of the revolution. But if he labors these days, he can get a medicine that improves his bodily functions, even to the point of completely letting him recover. M.O. Bai felt it was worth it anymore. The biggest dream of his life was that he could have a healthy body. He flew through his mind and clicked the button to accept the mission. The diners who came over to inquire were a bit puzzled when they saw that M.O. Bai didn't say anything. Mr. M.O., are you actually selling crispy fried chicken or crunchy fried chicken tomorrow? M.O. Bai came back to his senses and replied in a good mood. Unsurprisingly, the crispy fried chicken should be sold for the next few days. The diners were both grateful and disappointed to hear that. Crispy fried chicken is great, but so is crispy fried chicken. And it was only yesterday that he learned about Boss Mo's fried chicken stand on a friend's recommendation. And collectively, he had just one serving of crispy fried chicken. He didn't eat enough at all. The diner reluctantly pressed on. So will you be selling crispy fried chicken again? Mr. M.O., What he sells in the future and where he sells it is up to the system. Imobai didn't dare to say too sure, and was vague. If there's a chance, I'll probably sell it again. Will sell again. Those were the only 4 words in the diner's ears for a moment, and he left rejoicing. Didn't even notice that before Imobai said those 4 words, there was a premise that there is a chance. Moreover, before Imobai said that he would sell crispy fried chicken in the next few days, he also added a premise that it would be limited to the next few days, to be able to sell enough 200 pounds of crispy fried chicken as soon as possible. For the next 2 days, Imobai prepared over 100 pounds of chicken every day. It was exhausting, but just the thought of strong medicine kept him energized. It just doesn't matter if it's 70 pounds, or 100 pounds, that's not enough to sell. Except for the first day, some diners were persuaded to leave by the crispy fried chicken. On the second and third days afterward, as the reputation of crispy fried chicken exploded, the number of people who came to line up for the chicken, that was more and more, and the people who come to buy chickens are buying more and more. Boss, give me 10 pounds of crispy fried chicken. 10 pounds. This poundage took Imobai by surprise. He looked up and surveyed the thin young woman in front of him with some puzzlement. Can you eat all 10 pounds? The young woman shook her head. I can't eat it all, but isn't it too tough to stand in line? And your fried chicken is too good, boss. So I'm going to buy more to get home to portion and freeze in the freezer. Then when I want to eat them, I'll take them out and warm them up in the oven. This way you don't have to run and stand in line every day. Imobai straight up called out the good guys. This is going to take his handmade, ready-made dishes and turn them right into pre-made dishes. But it does seem like a good idea to cut down on the lines. Many of the diners standing in front of them all lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that idea? It might taste a little worse this way, but you wouldn't have to come and stand in line every day. Boss Missouri, I'll take 10 pounds later too. Hey, my fridge is big, just give me 20 pounds. For Imobai, he could fulfill his mission as long as he could sell all the chicken today. As for how many people he sells to and how many pounds a person sells, it has no effect on him. The diners still in line behind them were not happy to hear this. Imobai didn't prepare many chickens in total. You guys buy them in 10 and 20 pounds. So what else are we going to buy for the people behind us? Yeah, how can you do that? If everyone buys like this from now on, the vast majority of people won't have anything to eat. Boss Missouri, you have to think about the people behind us as well. We've been waiting in line for so long, we can't go without a bite. When Imobai thought about it carefully, it was indeed the truth. The customers in the back of the line are so long, you can't leave people without food, and counting on it. Today was also his last day to set up his stall. He didn't want these diners who had been supporting him to leave with regrets. He thought for a moment and spoke. Then limit your purchases today. 1 person at a time is limited to 1 fried chicken. What does everyone think? A few diners at the front of the line disagreed, but most of the diners at the back of the line agreed, and in the end, the minority was in favor of the majority, and the restriction became official. A 3-pound fried chicken, plus at least half a pound of crispy peanuts and rice, is more than enough to fill most people up, even to the point of bursting at the seams. But nah, Imobai's fried chicken is too good. People feel like they haven't eaten enough even if they are full, or if they are full. Many people were holding their stomachs and looking at the fried chicken stand with regret. Alas, Boss Mo's cooking is just too good. I want another pound so badly. Yo-Yo Man is a food scouting blogger. At the moment, she was wandering the streets, looking for restaurants where she could do some scouting. Happening to pass in front of the Sluggers Club, she had planned to go in and get her fill, but only as soon as he reached the door. He was amused by the scene of the rows of people holding their stomachs. She was cheerful and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Brothers and sisters, can I ask what's for sale over there? Why are there so many people? Turning toward the diners, she gestured toward the fried chicken stand that had been surrounded to the point where it was impossible to see because of the overcrowding. When Yu was born with a cute little round face, and usually loves to eat with some baby fat, which made her look delightful, an enthusiastic diner soon responded. It's a fried chicken vendor, crispy fried chicken. When Yu heard that, he was even happier. Hey yo, this boss even sells fried chicken in front of the gym. It's got personality. Seeing as there are so many people, this fried chicken must taste good, right? Upon hearing this, the diners got excited. It's more than good, it's simply absolutely delicious. If it wasn't for Boss Mo's rule that one person can only buy 1 fried chicken, I would have sold out all the fried chicken in his fried chicken cart. When Yu originally just asked casually, selling fried chicken in front of the gym and selling it for a limited time. Such an interesting stall, just perfect for a store scouting video. Chapter 15. What kind of man is it to run away halfway? When Yu immediately followed the end of the line and lined up, but just as she was about to turn on the camera and start filming, a piece of bad news came from the front. Sorry, we're almost out of fried chicken for today, so customers in the back of the line should stop lining up. Oh, this business is even hotter than she thought. This is a subject that she, has slapped down. The news of the sellout not only didn't fail to dampen Yo-Yo Win's motivation to shoot, but on the contrary, it inspired her to do so. By the time she went live in the evening, she even shared the news with her fans. I found a peculiarly interesting roadside stand today. The owner of this roadside stand is selling fried chicken in front of the gym, and it's doing so well that it's restricted. I was going to try it, but just as I got in line, that owner said it was sold out. Business is booming to such an extent that it's either marketing or the owner is really good at what he does. I'm going to go shoot a store scouting video tomorrow and give you all a peek. Such a hunted sale immediately aroused the interest of fans. Selling fried chicken in front of a gym. This owner is a real rebel. Want to see it? Tomoyo, go shoot it. This fried chicken stall that Tomoyo is talking about. It's not in front of the Slugger Club, is it? I live in the neighborhood and I've heard about it lately. I also heard about this fried chicken stall, which is said to be very good, and I originally wanted to try it, but I was dissuaded by the price of 60 TVT. When you did not expect that a small roadside stall, there is such a big popularity. Her interest in filming was, at once, heightened. She had a hunch. If only she could photograph this fried chicken stand, she might be able to make a name for herself online. Yo-Yo Man has already inquired. Knowing that the owner of the fried chicken stall is named Mo and is addressed as Boss Missouri, he leaves the stall at 10:30 a.m. every day and closes it at 3:30 p.m. to be able to make sure that tomorrow's shoot is foolproof. Yo-Yo Man was only on the air for an hour tonight. The next morning, with her chaotic routine, she was up even earlier than ever. Up at 9, out the door at 9:30, and by the time she got to the door of the Sluggers Club, it was exactly 10:35. A number of regular diners who had come to buy fried chicken were standing in front of the club by now, but the fried chicken stand, which should have been surrounded by diners right in the center, was slow to appear. When Yu was a bit puzzled. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't you say that Boss Missouri left the stall at 10:30? Other veteran diners were in two minds about it. Yeah, why isn't Boss Missouri coming yet? I've been coming to buy for 5 days in a row, and every day Boss Missouri arrives at 10:30 sharp. Boss Missouri couldn't have overslept today, could he? I think so. Let's wait. The diners waited another half hour with a fluke. However, the little food truck that had haunted them never did show up. Finally, someone started to feel something was wrong and asked Uncle Jiang, who had a stall next door. Uncle Jiang, do you know why Boss Missouri didn't come today? Regarding this, Uncle Jiang really knew. Yesterday, when Mr. Mo closed his stall, he suddenly gave me a fried chicken, and I asked him why he was so polite. He said he won't be setting up a stall here after today, and that it's fate to know each other. So he ended up giving me a fried chicken to try. His fried chicken business was doing so well, it didn't make sense that he would suddenly quit, so I just assumed at the time that he was playing a joke on me. But I didn't expect him to come today. Uncle John's expression was a bit melancholy. In the past few days, because Mo-Bai's business is good, driving the flow of people, so that his business is also a lot better. Together with selling a lot of beer sodas, he was able to make a small profit by relying on Mo-Bai as the god of wealth. Now that the god of wealth has run away, can he not be despondent? And he also genuinely quite liked the lad Mo-Bai. Great personality, generous people, and most importantly, good looking. He had originally planned to introduce his family's daughter, who was working in the entertainment industry, to Mo-Bai. Don't look at his appearance, but he is still just a stall. But his daughter looks like her mother, and she was born so beautiful. The appearance with Mo-Bai is quite a match. It's just a pity. Before he even had a chance to say anything, Mo-Bai ran away. When the old diners heard Uncle Jung's words, they were all even more enraged and their livers were broken. In front of the Sluggers Club, there was a constant wail of agony. No, Boss Missouri, you can't leave. Boss Missouri, how can I live without your fried chicken? Boss Missouri, if you have the ability to take away my rhythm, you have to have the ability to be responsible for me. What kind of man is running away halfway? Achoo-choo-dash. In the middle of a suburban bungalow, Mo-Bai had just woken up from a lazy sleep and sneezed 3 huge sneezes. He rubbed his nose. Could it be some cold from the recent cooling? For the average person, a cold is just a small, harmless thing that doesn't even require medication. But for Mo-Bai, who has a heart condition, it is a big deal that could kill him. He subconsciously picked up the medicine for preventing colds and was just about to take it when the system's voice was heard in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the main quest X1. Side quest X2. Receive a cash prize of $2 million and a fitness and health pill X1. Will you receive the reward? Of course you have to claim it. He's been working his ass off all week, not just for today. Mo-Bai quickly clicked to collect it, and almost instantly, he had a thumb-sized pitch black pill in his hand. At the same time, his cell phone received a text message from his bank. indicating that the bank card in his name, 2 million was credited. 2 million, that's $2 million. Before getting the system, this was money that Mobai would never be able to earn as a social animal for the rest of his life. But now, in just 1 week, he's made so much money. And you also get a fitness and health pill that can be used to improve your body. Mobai's heart was on fire as he swallowed the body strengthening pill without any hesitation. Then, Mobai fainted magnificently. Mobai didn't know how long he had been passed out for. He was woken up by the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! The 2-day break has ended, and this week's quests have been refreshed. The location of this week's mission is in front of the University A Anorectal Hospital. The prescribed dish is a large intestine. Please ask the host to sell at least 300 copies of dishes made from large intestines within a week. And there must be more than 2 types of sausage dishes sold. Complete the mission and you'll get a set of high-class residents worth $10 million. Mobai sat up from the ground in a daze. The first thought that comes to mind is this system even good anymore? Fried chicken is sold in front of gyms and large sausages are sold in front of anal hospitals. The system isn't afraid of any quirks. Chapter 16 Eaters After Your Door? Do you accept the mission? Although Mobai really felt that the system should have some kind of quirk to release such a tricky quest, the difficulty of the task has also been significantly increased. But once the mission is completed, you will be awarded a set of high-class residents worth $10 million. Cootie! No way! Congratulations to the host. Mission accepted successfully. Progress of current number of dishes for sale 0/300. Progress of current types of dishes for sale 0/2. Hint, the host can purchase recipes as well as ingredients through the system mall. Compared to last week's fried chicken task, this week's sausage task is, obviously, much more flexible. The system only specifies that more than 3 sausage-containing dishes should be sold, but does not specify how the sausage should be prepared. In other words, he can sell anything he wants as long as it contains a large intestine. In that case, there's no rush to buy ingredients. Buy the recipes first. Once he's familiarized himself with the colon-related dishes and has determined the specific dishes he wants to sell, congratulations to the host on the successful purchase of colon-related recipes. In a flash, Mobai's mind was filled with countless recipes related to the large intestine. What marinated large intestine? Roasted large intestine? Smoked large intestine? 9-turned large intestine? Large intestine over small intestine? Anyway, as long as the recipes were related to the large intestine, even if it was the ice sugar fatty intestine, they were all presented in Mobai's mind. And it's not just a simple presentation. Just like the fried chicken before, in just a few seconds, Mobai went from a novice sausage maker to a top master sausage maker. At the same time, Mobai also noticed the changes in his current body. It was the first time in his 24 years of living that he had ever felt so relaxed in his body. Not only did all the muscle aches and pains from the previous day's stalls disappear, even the discomfort in the heart caused by heart disease is completely relieved. Mobai covered his chest, feeling the regular and vigorous beating of his heart, and couldn't help but stand in front of the mirror, surveying the new and healthy self in the mirror. This is a great way to look at it. The strengthening pill not only cured his physical defects, but also made him grow a little taller. Even his already handsome face had become even more handsome. If the previous Mobai could score 80 points just by looking at his appearance, then now it's a proper 100 points. He even felt that even if he could do nothing but go to the entertainment industry and become a wooden handsome guy, he could still gain countless fans. Of course, he's certainly not going to be in show business. For one thing, he's not interested in show business. Secondly, there is a stall system. Who the hell is going to act to make money? Even the top streams in the entertainment industry can't manage to work for just 1 week and get a set of high-class residences worth tens of millions of dollars. Combined with last week's $2 million cash bonus, he's now barely in the middle of the pack. Making money is about spending money. Mobai didn't want to be harsh on himself and looked at the time. It was now 12 noon the next day. The system said that there were 2 days of rest after completing the mission. Even if you still have to set up a stall tomorrow, you don't have to be in such a hurry to get ready. He took the card and went out the door. First, he got himself a new cell phone, the most expensive on the current market, and then he bought a bunch of stuff before going home to get ready for tomorrow's stall. As for what to sell tomorrow, he'd also figured that out on the way home. The previous week of selling fried chicken, he had bought an extra 50 pounds of whole chicken in the system mall because of his inexperience. He was worried about what to do with it. Now it's good. Directly take this opportunity to make fat sausage chicken to consume. Chicken with fat intestines is a special dish from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. Mobai is not from the Sichuan and Chongqing region. He has only eaten chicken with fat intestines and has never made it. However, with the system's support, even for the first time, Mobai did it with ease. First is the selection of the large intestine, just now in the market. Mobai searched for a long time, but did not find any fat sausage that meets the system's selling standards. so he chose to buy it from the System Mall. The System Mall gave him two options in a very humane way. One is an untreated raw colon. One is a cooked sausage that has been cleaned and has been blanched. Raw sausage is 40 pounds and cooked sausage is 80 pounds. Although it was half as expensive straight away, Mobai still chose the cooked large intestine without hesitation. Only those who have handled raw colon at home themselves realize how difficult it really is to handle. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the large sausage gives off a strong odor when blanched. Mobai is now rich and posh, and is not willing to toss himself around to save so little money. The cooked sausage purchased from the System Mall looked fairly white. However, out of conscience, Mobai still cleaned it twice more before brining the large intestine. Similar to how crispy fried chicken is made. Before you can make it official, you have to flavor the fat sausage, because just into a bottom flavor. So Mobai did not brine too thoroughly, using only green onions and ginger, spices, dried red chili, cooking wine, dark soy sauce and light soy sauce. It was brined on high heat for 35 minutes and then fished out. At this point, the sausage is still tough and is added to the frying pan with the fresh chicken for stir frying. After stir frying, add Sichuan and Chongqing's unique bean paste, hot pot base, various onion and ginger seasonings, and peeled and washed taro for simmering. Both bean paste and hot pot base are made with a lot of chili peppers. Before stewing, Mobai also purposely used a small fire to force out the red oil of these two. The reddish color rolls around in the pan, making the otherwise dirty sausage extra enticing. The stench of the sausage itself is also transformed into a tantalizing aroma by the amount of spices that cover it. Looking at the time almost, Mobai used a spatula to serve a small bowl for taste testing. The chicken was tender and the fatty sausage was soft with a Q-tip. Has been thoroughly flavored taro? Is the finishing touch in the fat sausage chicken? Melt in the mouth. Do not have to teeth bite, only need to gently sip. Will melt in the mouth. As for the flavor, it's a no-brainer. Fresh and spicy with a complex of flavors. Just one bite is finger-licking good. Mobai had been shopping for half a day, and was already hungry, so when he tried this, he couldn't help it. Just in time for the rice and the rice cooker to finish cooking, he took a bowl of rice, was about to scoop up a spoonful of chicken with fat intestines to eat with rice, but suddenly there was a bang, 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 bang outside the courtyard. The sound of tapping on the door was quite urgent, and it could be heard that the person outside the door should be in quite a hurry. What's going on? It's not like he's a lone shark. It doesn't make sense that he'd get his door rapped on like that. Mobai was wondering in his mind when an urgent, fresh and playful, yet seemingly incomparably urgent female voice rang out from outside the house. Master, don't you hide in there and keep quiet. I know you're home. You're capable of cooking. How come you're not capable of opening doors? I'm telling you, if I don't open the door, I'm going to chew right through your front door. Mobai's heart was immediately startled. This tone, it's hard to believe that it's his zombie eater chasing his family. Chapter 17, The Big Beautiful Diner. To avoid the landlord's front door literally being chewed off, Mobai immediately put down his dishes and went to open the door. The person who knocked on the door was an extraordinarily innocent and beautiful-looking young woman. With just one glance, Mobai was certain that the woman in front of him was definitely not his zombie eater, because Mobai had seen her in several movies and TV dramas. This woman, after all, was Jiang Hinwan, a popular young flower in the entertainment industry today. How could Jiang Hinwan, a big star, come to tap on her door? Mobai was a bit confused. Who are you looking for? Seeing that the person who opened the door was actually Mobai, Jiang Hinwan was also a little confused. I'm here to have dinner with Master Li. Who are you? Isn't this Master Li's house in Team 12 of Dadong Village? Mobai, this is the 13th team of Dadong Village. You should be looking in the wrong place. It turned out that Jiang and Wan were recently filming a movie in the vicinity of Dadong Village. Because the boxed lunches on the set were so bad, she couldn't stand them. So she pestered her agent and asked him to find her a private chef in Dadong Village. Every afternoon when it was mealtime, she went to her personal chef's house for dinner. But I didn't realize it was only my first day here today and I was looking in the wrong place. Mobai kindly pointed the way. You go back and walk up 2 kilometers. Then turn backwards right and walk up 2 kilometers. And that's the boundary of the 12th team of Dadong Village over there. Jiang and Wan. Damn it. She hadn't even eaten lunch in order to free up her stomach for a good meal. It was hard to get here on a hungry stomach. As a result, she was now told that she was in the wrong place and would have to walk another 4 kilometers to get her meal. This is not going to kill her. And, smelling the aroma of food wafting out in the air, Jiang Hinwan indisputably swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth cheekily. Handsome, what are you cooking at home? I've just never smelled anything like it, and I don't have the energy to go any further right now, or I'll just have a meal at your place. Seeing Mo-bai's face showing hesitation, Jiang and Nguyen hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I'll never eat for free. How about $200 a meal?" It's not that Mo-bai lacks these $200. He is just used to living alone and is not used to hospitality, especially when the guest is a big star like a flower. But look at the already darkening sky. For the sake of Jiang and Nguyen's safety, he still nodded his head and agreed. "Okay, then come in with me." Good lord, I always feel like I could have eaten something better than Master Li's cooking today. Jiang Nguyen happily followed Mo-bai into the house. Then she saw the big pot of fat sausage chicken in a bright soup that was sitting in the kitchen, filling the room with flavor. First she subconsciously gulped again. Then she was stunned. Man, what a big pot. How many people are actually in your family? I'm the only one in my house. This big pot of fat sausage chicken is what I'm going to take to the stall tomorrow to sell, and it just so happens that it's almost ready now. So you wait a little while. After the braising step is completed, the fatty chicken needs another handful of peppercorn chili peppers and stirred in hot oil before it is finally served. Mo-bai eats by himself, indifferent to these small details, but since Jiang Nguyen was planning to pay, then naturally he couldn't be perfunctory. He quickly started another pot of oil, and when it burned until it was slightly smoking, he splashed it into the fatty chicken that had long been sprinkled with chili peppers. With a zip sound, a pungent aroma spread through the room. It adds a touch of dominance to the already fragrant fat sausage chicken that fills the room. Jiang Nguyen is a spicy food lover. Once he smelled this flavor, his mouth watered even more fiercely. At this point, she had completely disregarded the reserve and face of an actress and couldn't help but open her mouth to urge. "Is it ready? Is it ready?" "Okay." Mo-bai took out a large pot, and without weighing it, he directly and generously gave Jiang Nguyen a full pot. "The rice is in the kitchen. I don't know how much you eat, so you can serve yourself if you want." Jiang Nguyen nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, but in fact, she is completely deaf to what Mo-bai is saying. She is full of heart, full of eyes. Only this pot of red-colored fat intestines chicken. After receiving the basin, she didn't make any pretense and directly picked up the rice that Mo-bai had just finished serving and ate it. "Mo-bai, you nodded your head for a long time, but you didn't hear what I was saying." But it was a meal he'd just served and hadn't eaten. Since Jiang Nguyen wanted to eat, he would just go and serve another bowl. By the time he returned to the living room with a fresh bowl of rice, Jiang Nguyen had already salted almost half of the fatty chicken. One of the essences of Sichuan cuisine is chili peppers, so Mo-bai was laying chili. That was ding-dong. With half a pot going down like this, Jiang Nguyen's originally pink lips had already been spiced to a bright red color. She kept opening her mouth and inhaling softly, but even so, there was no pause in the eating of the fatty chicken. It wasn't until she saw Mo-bai come back again that she seemed to have found her reserve as an actress. Slightly slowing down his eating speed a bit, he did not mince words in praising Mo-bai. "Handsome guy, I didn't realize you were handsome and cooked so well. I just never had such good fatty chicken. It's numb, spicy and flavorful, and the fact that it's so heavily seasoned doesn't hide the original deliciousness of the food at all. This chicken is tender and flavorful, with every ounce of meat soaking up the flavors in the middle of the broth. The fat intestines are even less stinky, soft and sticky with a little chewing, or eat the briny flavor. This taro is even the best of the best, sucking up all the flavor, melting in a sip, simply better than meat." I didn't realize that Jiang Nguyen, such a big star, knew so much about food. Mo-bai smiled and nodded. "That's right, the taro does count as the finishing touch in the fatty sausage chicken. For those who like a soft texture, this is indeed better than meat." As an actress, in order to keep her body in shape, Jiang Nguyen usually just touches the food that she loves to eat again, and at most, she has eaten 8 points of fullness. But for tonight's fatty chicken, she really didn't want to waste a single bit. Not only had she skimmed off the red oil and poured half of the soup for the rice, but she didn't want to waste even the rest of the soup. "Handsome, can I pack the rest of this soup? I want to use it to cook pasta for dinner tomorrow." "The rest of this soup, Jiang and Nguyen do not want. The destination will have to be the sewer." She was happy to pack it up and take it with her, so Mo-bai naturally wouldn't have a problem with it. Soon, he found a clean plastic box and packed the soup for Jiang Nguyen. Jiang Nguyen took the soup and transferred $200 to Mo-bai with alacrity according to what he said at the beginning, then asked rather unenthusiastically, "Handsome, can I come back for more later?" "Don't worry about it. I'm definitely not ambiguous about the money I should give. It's really the boxed lunch of the crew that's too bad to eat TVT." Saying that, Jiang Nguyen also utilized his advantage of being a beautiful woman. Blinking her eyes, she stared at Mo-bai in a pitiful manner. "Spoiled, Boss Missouri, just have mercy on me." Chapter 18, Selling Large Intestines in Front of Anorectal Hospitals. Mo-bai. In the face of such a supremely great beauty's pampering, it would definitely be a lie to say that one's heart wouldn't go soft, but all he wanted to do was set up a stall and make money. Wouldn't want to have to host diners at home every day. And after this week, He'll have a system bonus house and could move at any time. Considering all of the above, Mobai finally refused heartlessly. I'm sorry, I don't want to host diners in my home every day. But he didn't talk his way past it. For the next week, I'll be setting up a stall in front of the University of A's Anal Hospital. You can get someone to get it for you if you really want it. Jiang Yinwan, who was rejected, was disappointed. But it's okay to get Mobai's stall address. She could have gotten her agent to get it for her. Good. I'll be sure to have someone get it for me when the time comes. Jiang Yinwan smiled playfully at Mobai and bounced toward the nanny car that had come to pick her up. Only after making sure that Jiang Yinwan was safely in the nanny car did Missouri Bai close the courtyard door. Start cleaning up the kitchen. He realized that the fitness and health pill did more than just fix his physical defects. It also enhanced his physical functions. In the past, he would more or less feel a little tired after handling so many ingredients. But now he didn't feel it at all. The force has gotten a lot stronger too. Over 200 pounds of ingredients were lifted without any stress at all. The whole person was so energized that it was as if they couldn't use it all. It was so worth it to do the side quests last week. Still, he didn't toss himself around too much for the sake of tomorrow's stall. After cleaning up the kitchen and playing games for a while, I lay down and went to sleep. 10 o'clock the next morning, Mobai rode the little food cart out on time. Last night he had been a little concerned that a food truck that sells fried chicken might be unsuitable for selling fatty chicken. But I didn't realize the system was very user-friendly. When he took the food truck out of the system this morning, he realized that the system had already transformed the food truck into something suitable for selling fat sausage chicken. The University A-affiliated Anal and Intestinal Hospital is a short distance from the bungalow rented by Mobai. Half an hour later, he was waddling around the hospital with a big pot of fat sausage chicken. A university-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital is the best anal and intestinal hospital in the whole city. Modern young people do less physical labor and basically sit around all day. High prevalence of anorectal diseases. It can be said that 9 out of 10 people have hemorrhoids. The entrance to the anorectal hospital was a crowded place. As good as Mobai is at cooking, he's really not that good at driving. Not wanting to avoid hitting someone, he had slowed down when he was still some distance away from the hospital entrance, moving at a snail's pace. But I didn't expect that he would be so slow and still have an accident. All that was seen was an older woman in her 50s or 60s, who stumbled and fell in front of his little food cart. Mobai was confused. He's pretty sure he definitely didn't touch the older woman for a second. Is it possible that he's a bumper sticker? Many of the passers-by around them thought the same thing. What's wrong with this big mom? She fell down when people weren't even next to her. It's not a clear-cut case of bumper stickers. The big mom who fell on the ground was not seriously injured, and as soon as she heard the passers-by's comments, she immediately raised her willow eyebrows and cursed. Yuck! What are you guys talking about? Who touched the porcelain? I just accidentally tossed it myself. Saying that, she looked at Mobai. Young man, don't worry about it. My wife has behaved properly all her life. She will never touch you. I just broke my foot for a second. Can you help me up? Without waiting for Mobai to respond, the passers-by once again murmured. A setup. It must all be a setup. It must have been to trick the lad into helping her. When the person is helped up, she will certainly change her face. I have encountered it before. I've been there before. I didn't get any money, but I feel bad. The big brother who spoke at the end was kind enough to advise Mobai twice. Young man, you mustn't believe her. You can't do harm to someone, but you can't prevent them from doing it. Big brother, thank you. Mobai knew that his big brother was being kind and thanked him, but after thinking about it, he eventually got out of the food truck and walked towards the big mom. At the same time, he turned on his cell phone camera. Auntie, I'm on camera right now. You fell on your own, right? The big mom understood what he was going to do and nodded her head busily. Yes, I fell on my own. Definitely won't blackmail anyone. Just trouble you to help me a bit. Receiving a definite answer, Mobai then helped the big mom up while filming. Goo. Young man, thank you very much. My last name is Ma. You can call me Auntie Ma. I don't know what I would have done without you today. Blame it on those old people who touch the porcelain indiscriminately. A bunch of black sheep, causing us to have no one dare to help ordinary old people who fall down on the road now. Auntie Ma didn't change her face as her kind brother had envisioned earlier. After she made a call to her son to come over and pick herself up, she sat on a chair to the side and kept thanking Mobai. Mobai smiled and shook his head. Auntie Ma, it's fine. A show of hands. I'm sure even without me, there are others who are willing to help. Yes, nowadays young people, especially college students, can be enthusiastic. Auntie Ma echoed Mobai and couldn't help but make small talk with him. My old man came in for a hemorrhoid operation, and my son and I came to stay with him, and my son had asked me to go back. I didn't come over here to help, but I didn't think I'd be helping. Ouch, am I wasting your time by being too talkative? Look at this little car of yours. You're coming over to set up a stall to sell your stuff. You don't have to mind me here soon. My son will come over to pick me up in a little while. Mo-bai looked around at the surroundings and the flow of people. It's okay, I see this place is just right for a stall, so I'm going to set it up here, Mo-bai said, getting out of the car to stump up the stall, and then serving up the fat sausage chicken placed inside the food cart. This pot of fat sausage chicken is, at least, hundreds of pounds, but Mo-bai's end was so relaxed that his face didn't even blush. Look at Ma, Auntie wondered. You look at this young man, strange thin, how the strength is so big, and this flavor, how so fragrant. After the experience of the first week of stalls, now Mo-bai has learned that in order to have a good business, you first have to attract the attention of others, and the chicken with fat intestines, which has a fresh and spicy flavor, is the best signature. He placed the fat chicken with residual heat on the stove and heated it over a low flame. It's not covered either, so you let the flavor waft out. The first to smell the scent was Auntie Ma. She wasn't hungry, but the smell made her hungry. She couldn't help but gulp twice, craning her neck to see. What are you selling here? It smells too good. Sells fat chicken. Hearing Mo-bai's reply, Auntie Ma immediately raised an eyebrow. Great guy, selling large intestines in front of an anal hospital. Boy, you're not really getting your goods inside a hospital like the internet says, are you? Chapter 19, 60 years in the large intestine realm. It was now 11 o'clock in the morning, close to mealtime. Many family members who came out of the hospital to buy food were also attracted by the overpowering and rich aroma of the fatty sausage chicken. Joke along, selling large intestines in front of anorectal hospitals. Young man, you're too much of a character. My son had his hemorrhoids cut just 2 days ago. If he really got in at the hospital, I'm afraid there's still a share for my son, ha 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 ha. And of course there is dislike. It smelled so good. I thought it was something tasty, but I didn't realize it was a large intestine. I usually don't like large sausages, not to mention my family's mouth is still. I'm getting nauseous just thinking about it. No, I've got to go. I'm leaving too. Can't eat such disgusting stuff. The crowd instantly dispersed in half. This colon thing is just like stinky tofu. People who hate it don't even talk about eating it. They are guilty of being nauseous when they get close to it. But the people who liked it were quite fond of it. Immediately, there were also a number of inquiries from sick family members. Young man, your fatty chicken smells too good. How do you sell it? 100 a serving. 1 pound a serving. This is also the pricing given by the system. Whether it was from the cost price, or from Mo-bai's current cooking skills, this price was considered a price of conscience, but compared to the neighborhood roadside stands, it's sky high. What? 100 a serving? You young man, I saw you as a good-looking man, but I didn't realize you were so black-hearted. The fat sausage chicken in the restaurant is over 100 for 3 pounds, but you're good. You sell it for 100 a pound. Forget it, let's disperse. What can't we eat with this money? Young people just can't do business. Half of the original remaining sick families were also dissuaded by the ridiculously expensive pricing. All of a sudden, the cold returned to the small food cart. With the experience of the first stall, facing this situation, Mo-bai had anticipated it. He wasn't in a hurry, just slowly heating the fatty chicken in the iron bucket. It was Auntie Ma, on the contrary, who looked a little intolerant. She couldn't say she hated or liked the fat sausage, but she's rich. For her, spending a few hundred on a dish she doesn't like is nothing. Young man, this fatty chicken of yours smells really good. It just so happens that I'm here to buy dinner, so you can serve me 3 pounds of it. Mo-bai knew that Auntie Ma was deliberately taking care of his business. He looked at Auntie Ma's rich dress and didn't refuse, but only inquired. Auntie Ma, how many of you are having lunch today? Me and my partner and my son. Just 3. That 3 pounds must be too much. Come on, 1.5 pounds would be appropriate. Benefits are current and still have diners in mind. Auntie Ma's impression of Mo-bai became a few points better and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll take your word for it and have 1.5 pounds. Mo-bai nodded and took out the plastic box to start weighing. He didn't use the soup to weigh down the scale like the shady merchants did. He first weighed a full 1.5 pounds of fat intestines and chicken, then added soup ingredients, and finally scooped a lot of taro, before packing the plastic box and handing it to Auntie Ma. After that, Mo-bai chatted with Auntie Ma for quite a while before Auntie Ma's son hurriedly arrived. Auntie Ma's son is in his 30s, wearing thin-framed glasses. He has a well-mannered, industry elite look. He was very polite, and when he learned what happened, he was grateful to Mo-bai for a good while, even tried to slip money to Mo-bai. Mo-bai save people is not for money, since the strict refusal, urging the two to leave. Don't even give money. Mom, you've really met a good person this time. Auntie Ma's son, Yan Xiao, couldn't help but feel emotional on the way back to the hospital. That's not true. This young man Mo is very nice. Auntie Ma nodded along in agreement. As they spoke, the two returned to the hospital room. Lying on the hospital bed anxiously waiting for a long time, Yen Songbei saw the two back. Finally relieved, and could not help but reproach. "You old woman, how many times have I told you? I told you not to come over here, but you didn't listen, and now you're alright. You've crippled your leg." Auntie Ma glared at him without showing any weakness. "Who's old? I'm only 56. I'm in my prime, and I don't have a limp. The doctor said I'm in good shape. I didn't have a bad fall. I'll be able to jump again in 2 days. Look at you fooling around." Yen Songbai shook his head in dismay and sat up from the bed. "Alright, since you're back, then come and eat. I just had Shi Yunxian send over the food." Shi Yunxian was a private cuisine restaurant in a city, known for its amazingly flavorful dishes. Originally, Shi Yunxian did not offer delivery service. However, Yen Songbai is a gourmand who is quite picky about the taste of food, and is not willing to compromise himself even if he is hospitalized. Just by unleashing his superpower, he hardened Shi Yunxian to make an exception and sent him over. At the mention of dinner, Auntie Ma remembered the fatty chicken that she had been carrying in her hands. "By the way, Yen, you're not the favorite sausage. M.O., the nice young man who just helped me up, is the one who set up the stall to sell the fatty chicken. I saw that his business was not good, so I took care of him and bought some fat sausage chicken. Try it and see how it tastes," Auntie Ma said, putting the fatty chicken on the table. Xiangshuan is a rather pushy private dining restaurant. Even if it's for delivery, the dishes that hold the food are quite exquisite. Mo buys fatty sausage chicken, on the other hand, was just served in a cheap plastic box. Yen Songbai took a look at it and instantly looked disgusted. "I like sausage, but I only eat high-class sausage. What do you think of this plastic box? If you want to eat, you eat. My dignity as a foodie will never allow me to touch such a cheap sausage." Auntie Ma huffed. "Nonsense. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it with shower. I don't call this blind preaching. I call it." Yen Songbai originally wanted to argue some more, but in the next instant, Auntie Ma opened the lunchbox containing the fatty sausage chicken. The overpowering and rich flavor of the fatty chicken filled every corner of the ward with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, Yen Songbai forgot the words he originally wanted to argue. He subconsciously gulped, only one thought remaining in his mind. Technology. He must have added technology. Auntie Ma had a puzzled look on her face. "What are you having a seizure about again?" Yen Songbai stared at the reddish-colored fatty sausage chicken as if he was staring at a demonic woman who would seduce him to break his fast. "I mean, you must have added technology to the fatty chicken you bought. How else could you have such flavorful, fatty chicken?" "I think I Yen Songbai, vertical and horizontal large intestine session of the whole 60 years, have eaten the fat intestines of the chicken, not 100. There are also 80. I've just never smelled a fatty chicken so good. That young man you call M.O. must have added technology into the mix." Chapter 20. Fork out the fat chicken. I Yen Songbai life pursuit of natural food has not yet from letting technology and ruthless live into the stomach. I could never let this box of fatty chicken spoil my reputation. You guys hurry up and fork out this box of fatty chicken. Auntie Ma, Yen Xiao, the mother and son both gave a simultaneous look of disbelief. Then pretending that they hadn't heard anything, each of them held up a bowl of rice and reached their chopsticks toward the fatty chicken at the same time. For them, it doesn't matter at all if it's technological or not. Flavor is king. And just in terms of aroma, the fatty intestine chicken made by Mo Bai had already won too many dishes produced by Shi Yunxian. Their first choice, naturally, is the fatty chicken. The duo's actions caused Yen Songbai to storm out. "Did you not hear what I said? I told you to fork out this box of fatty chicken." Auntie Ma raised her eyebrows. "If you dare to talk too much again, I'll just fork you out." "Oh, my God, the tigress is on the rampage." Yen Songbai was instantly silenced. Seeing that he was quiet, Auntie Ma stopped paying attention and put a chopstick of food into her mouth with Yen Xiao. Both have different hobbies and different choices. Auntie Ma eats chicken. Yen Xiao ate the fat sausage. It was clearly a different ingredient, but after chewing for a moment, the two of them stared in shock and in unison at the same time. "This chicken/fat sausage, it's too good." The duo had been working all morning and had long been hungry. After marveling at it, they immediately buried their heads in their mouths and ate it, fearing that if they ate it a second slower, they would be missing out on a piece. At that rate, it was like being hungry for 3 days without food. Looking at Yen Songbai, he was dumbfounded. "You two need to stop being so dramatic. Technology and tough talk and still eating so happily. What a dinky way to appreciate food. Let me tell you, the dishes produced by Shi Yunxian are the best cuisine in this world. This marinated beef tendon in particular is marinated to perfection. To gluttonize them." Yen Songbai made a point of baring his lips and making an extraordinarily tasty appearance as he ate. However, no one paid any attention to him. He was a little embarrassed. At the same time, curiosity rose about the box of fatty chicken that would make my wife and son eat it without lifting their heads. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, wifey, is technology and hard work really that tasty? You and Shower shouldn't be lying to me, right?" It was something he wanted to try but couldn't bring himself to do so. trying to get Auntie Ma to pass him the buck. Auntie Ma can't even wait to eat the fat sausage chicken. How can she have the time to hand him a step? Instantly, he rolled his eyes and ignored it. Yim Song back. In the end, it was Yen Xiao who couldn't bear to look at him and gave his dad a face. Dad, this box of fatty chicken is really tasty. And it doesn't taste like technology and hard work. Don't believe me? Try it. Ahem. Since you've said so, shower, then I'll taste that one piece. Yen Songbai made a begrudging face and took a piece of fat sausage into his mouth. In order to take revenge on Auntie Ma for not handing him steps on this matter, he had originally planned to severely disparage this fat sausage chicken a few times. However, as soon as the fat sausage entered his mouth, Yen Songbai was stunned. This fat sausage, it's too good. He voiced the same sentiment as Yen Xiao and slapped himself hard in the face. What technology and harsh words. I've eaten so much fatty chicken that I can tell in one bite what makes this pot of fatty chicken so flavorful. It's all about the finest ingredients and the chef's exquisite seasoning and heat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old lady, are you really not lying to me? Is the guy selling this fatty chicken really a youngster? I don't think you can make a fat sausage chicken that's so peaked without a couple of big decades worth of work. Auntie Ma didn't say anything, only burying her head in quickly chucking food. There's no way. Her family's old Yen. This animal. When he was talking, the speed of his food was not slow at all. In no time at all, he actually added a third of the fatty chicken to his bowl. She couldn't grab it even if she didn't say anything. Auntie Ma was angry again. You know, dead old man. I thought you said you were only going to take one bite. Hurry up and give me back all the fatty chicken or I'll fork you out right now. Yen Songbai, who had not dared to utter a breath in the face of Auntie Ma's fury a moment ago, was holding the fat sausage chicken as if he had been given some kind of power. I don't. It's a dish I chucked with skill. Why should I give it back to you? He even bravely turned around and puckered his hemorrhoid-ridden buttocks to save the fatty chicken, limping to avoid the scrum from Auntie Ma. One side of the dodge, and not even to the side of the food. Hey, 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 don't even think about taking any of the food away from the gourmets. At the same time, in a theater group near the Big East Village, Zhang and Nuan are cooking noodles. She had, today, originally wanted her agent to go and buy the fatty sausage chicken made by Boss Missouri on her behalf. But who knows? Before she could even open her mouth, the agent left the show for work reasons. Damn it! The thought of eating such a delicious fatty chicken yesterday and having to eat an awful boxed lunch today made Zhang Hinwan want to die. Luckily she had the foresight to pack back the leftover fatty chicken soup sauce yesterday. Soon the pasta was cooked. In order not to let a single drop of the soup go to waste, Zhang Hinwan carefully poured the fat intestines and chicken soup into the pot and heated it up. Before it was even heated, Zhang Hinwan could smell the rich flavor from the fatty sausage chicken through the plastic bag. Now it's been turned on by this and heated up again. The flavor, it was absolutely amazing. Zhang Hinwan simply felt that he was, at this moment, in a sea of fat chicken flowers, blissful to the point of intoxication, holding the heated and finished chicken noodle soup with fat intestines. She took a deep breath and was about to move her chopsticks. Instead, a few ghostly voices suddenly came from behind them. I told you how the whole crew smelled so good, so it's you who's stealing food. Warm, thinking that we were not too thin on you in the past. We shared a bite of anything delicious. You can't eat alone. Zhang Hinwan sighed a terrible sigh in his mind. It's over. It's been discovered by the other actors in the same cast. Other actors in the same cast were also lunchbox victims. The same people are at the end of the world. If the light is found by one person, she will be fine if she shares some points. But once she heard the sound, there were at least 7 or 8 people. A bowl of noodles 7 or 8 people to share. How could she end up eating something? Zhang Hinwan's heart was so sad that tears were about to fall. But it was in this gap that a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. Ha 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 ha. I'm eating chicken noodle soup with fat intestines. Do you guys want to eat it too? Come, everyone share a little bit each. In front of the University of Affiliated Anal and Intestinal Hospital, it had been an hour since Auntie Ma had left. In that hour, Mo Bai only sold 2 servings of fat sausage, thinking that the first day will not sell well. Mo Bai has deliberately made less last night, but I did not expect the fat intestines chicken than he imagined that it would not sell well. I don't know if I'll actually be able to sell out of this iron bucket of fat sausage chicken today. While Mo Bai was staring at a big bucket of fat sausage chicken and worrying, suddenly, a black stretch nanny car pulled up in front of his stall. A man in a black suit with black sunglasses on his eyes got out of the car. He first looked left and right for a while, then flew over to Mo Bai. What's going on? He doesn't remember offending the triads either? Just as Mo Bai was confused, the man in the suit opened his mouth with a serious face. Boss, 20 portions of fat sausage chicken. Chapter 21 Wailing from the Slammin' Fried Chicken Herd. The corner of Mo Bai's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. You're all dressed up just to come and buy fat chicken? The man in the suit probably felt a little amused by his appearance and embarrassed. Little brother, truth be told, I'm actually the bodyguard of a certain big star. My boss, and a few other stars, had to ask me to come over and buy 20 copies of your noodles cooked in this fatty chicken soup after they ate it on the set. When Mobai heard this, he immediately understood. It should be the leftover chicken soup with fat intestines that Zhang Yinwan brought back to pull in diners for him. I was worried about selling them all, and 20 orders came in at once. Isn't this just the right time to pass a pillow when you've dozed off? Mobai inquired in a very good mood. I sell this fatty chicken by the pound. 100 a pound. How many pounds do you want for a serving? The bouncer came to buy it for his boss and didn't dare to make a decision without authorization, and only gave the exact poundage after a phone call. 2 pounds for one serving, 20 copies, that's a total of 40 pounds. Just in time to get rid of all the fat chicken in this big metal bucket. Mobai estimated it accurately. After 22-pound portions of fatty chicken were packed, there was only a small half-pound of meat left in the bottom of the pot. Mobai just ate the fat sausage chicken last night, and he also had to do it again today when he went back. So he was not interested in the fat sausage chicken. Nor do I want to keep standing in the cold for that little half-pound. Today is the spring equinox. It's barely spring, but it's cold. What's more, a city is not a warm city, and when the cold wind blows, it is still more or less uncomfortable. To close early today, Mobai simply sent the last small half a caddy of fat sausage chicken, packed together to the Big Brother bodyguard. Big Brother bodyguards are not as rich as celebrities who can readily afford to eat hundreds of dollars a pound of fatty chicken. Seeing that Mobai was so generous in giving himself a box of fatty intestine chicken, he happily thanked Mobai. Hey, man, thanks. At this time, the big brother of the bodyguard did not anticipate how much more money he would have to spend later on because of this box of fat sausage chicken. It's okay, you're buying a lot today, so consider this little half-pound a freebie. Mobai finished, packed up the iron barrel, nimbly right away. Go home and score. Just less than 2 minutes after Mobai had just left, Yan Xiao then assisted the pouting and limping Yan Songbak. Yan Songbak twitched his nose twice. What's the matter? Obviously there's still the smell of fat sausage chicken in the air. Why don't we see the little handsome guy selling fat sausage chicken that your mom was talking about? Yan Xiao guessed. Mom said that little brother's business wasn't so good. Did he change places to sell? Why don't we go look around the neighborhood again? The older brother of the bodyguard on the side had not yet left, and at that, he opened the window and kindly reminded a word. Don't look for it. Boss Mo's fat sausage chicken is finished by me. Boss Missouri has closed his stall and left. What? A big bucket of fat sausage chicken and you sold it all? Can you eat it all by yourself? Yan Songbai's face immediately showed the same kind of eye-rolling expression as the last diners. Even Yan Xiao, who had always been civilized, was a bit anxious. Yeah, can you buy so much you can't eat it all? Why don't you share some with us? I bought it for my boss too. I can't share. After saying the last sentence, the big brother bodyguard closed the window of the car and left in the dust. Inside a rental house in a neighborhood near Yukon Road. Ouch, my ass. It hurts. I just can't hold out any longer. I must go to the anorectal hospital tomorrow. Chen Anren is a game anchor, probably because of sitting still every day. He was very unfortunate to get hemorrhoids. Because of the shame he felt, he never had the heart to go to the hospital, thinking that it would always be better to hold out. Then he managed to stretch out his hemorrhoids, and also bleeding hemorrhoids while wiping my ass. Chen Anren was having trouble even sitting down right now. He had no choice but to take a few days off from his fans, planning to go to the anorectal hospital tomorrow. The reputation of the University A-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital is like very good, so it's good to go to this hospital tomorrow. After determining the hospital he was going to tomorrow, Chen Anren plopped down on the sofa and played with his cell phone. Unintentionally, he saw a WeChat group. The group name is Slugger's Fried Chicken Stand. When did he add such a group? Chen Anren thought about it carefully before he remembered. A friend, the other day, told him that there was a really good fried chicken stand in front of the Sluggers Club and that he should definitely go. He was quite interested and added the group on the recommendation of a friend. But I never made time to go because I was too busy with follow-up. It just so happens that we don't have to be on the air for a few days. With this in mind, Chen Anren clicked on the Slammin' Fried Chicken group and sent a message to inquire. I'm craving for fried chicken, and I'd like to ask if the fried chicken stand is still there at this hour. There was silence inside the group for 3 seconds before messages sprung up. Damn it! I was about to forget about Boss Mo's fried chicken. It's all your fault. It brought me back instantly to the deliciousness of fried chicken. I hate you. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. My Boss Missouri, where are you? I miss you so much. Boss Missouri, you stomach thief. Heartless man, stealing from me and not taking responsibility for it. What kind of madness are they on? Chen Anren looked directly confused. He scratched the message upwards until he saw a message from a few days ago. It turns out that the owner of this fried chicken stand has quit. In Chen Anglin's opinion, a fried chicken stand is just a fried chicken stand. So it's gone. How many fried chicken restaurants are there in the whole world? Are you afraid of not having fried chicken? But apparently, the group didn't feel the same way, and after they wailed and wailed, they started launching photos of the fried chicken they used to eat in the group again. Look to the plum to quench your thirst. There are a couple of photos in there, and it even has the fried chicken stand owner in it. Chen Anren looked at it twice and was a bit surprised. I really didn't expect that this boss Missouri, who sells fried chicken, is quite handsome, but other than that, he didn't think about it much more than that, and watched it and forgot about it. The chicken meat bought from the middle of the system mall was still unused, so on the second day of setting up the stall, the food that Mobai was selling was still the fatty sausage chicken. 10:30. Mobai arrived on time at the entrance of the A university-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital. He found the spot where he had set up his stand yesterday and had just stopped the food truck before he even had a chance to get out. An old man, who was staggering on his feet, then tugged on his arm with a look of excitement. "M.O., your last name is M.O. right? Wasn't that you, M.O., who sold the fatty chicken? Fatty chicken, hurry up and give me fatty chicken." His dad is really something. Every time he comes across something delicious, he's so. In order to prevent scaring Mobai, Yan Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Little brother, don't be afraid. My dad, he's definitely not sick in the head. He just wanted to buy your fat chicken for dinner." Chapter 22. Did you find Boss Missouri? As soon as Mobai saw Yan Xiao, he immediately recognized him. "I remember you as Auntie Ma's son. This uncle is Auntie Ma's old partner, right?" Yan Xiao nodded, somewhat awkwardly explaining again. "There's really nothing wrong with my dad's brain. He's just obsessed with food. Every time I come across something delicious, I can't control myself. Don't let him get to you." Mobai had already seen a large group of zombie eaters. How could he be easily intimidated? He took a look at Yen Songbai's staggering footsteps, and then looked at the large 4 words anal hospital across the street. A veiled reminder. "Uncle, I put quite a lot of chili peppers in this fatty chicken." The chicken with fat intestines that he ate yesterday did make Yen Songbai suffer a lot this morning. But, what's the point of suffering compared to the food? Yen Songbai immediately waved his hand in a domineering manner. "It's okay, I'm sure my ass will hold up, and I don't have any surgery yet either. It's just a matter of eating all the things I want to eat at once before I have surgery. Boy, you don't have to care about my ass. Just give me 5 pounds of fat chicken today." 5 pounds, FFS. It's all about the food and not the ass. But see from Yan Xiao's hopeless look. This Uncle Yan, obviously a rather stubborn person, is afraid that he won't stop until he gets his hands on the fat sausage chicken today. Mobai could only take out the packing box and give Yen Songbai, father and son, a big box full of fat sausage chicken. PayPal arrived with $500. The sound of Yen Songbai's father and son paying money attracted Chen Anren's attention. What sells for so much in front of a hospital? With this curiosity, Chen Anren turned his eyes and glanced in the direction of the food cart where Mobai was. Because Yen Songbai's father and son came too quickly, Mobai hadn't had time to wear a mask. The moment he looked at Mobai's face, Chen Anren felt that it looked familiar for a few moments. Why does it look so familiar? Ah, he remembered. It seemed like he had seen that face last night inside some slammin' fried chicken group. It's that boss Missouri who sells fried chicken. Chen Anren has a good memory and would never recognize a mistake. This boss Missouri himself. Why is he more handsome than the photo? What's wrong with having this face value? You have to work so hard to come out and set up a stall. Curiosity rose in Chen Anren's heart towards Mobai and he couldn't help but approach to inquire. "Hello boss, may I ask if you've sold fried chicken in front of the Slugger Club before?" Mobai raised his eyes to Chen Anren. "Have you bought my fried chicken before?" To be sure, this is still the same boss Missouri that made a bunch of people inside the group ghosting. Chen Anren was cheerful and immediately raised a big smile. It's really you, boss Missouri. You're even more handsome than you look in the picture. I almost didn't recognize you. I haven't eaten your fried chicken, but I have been in that fried chicken group of yours. You don't know, because you don't sell fried chicken anymore, and there are over 100 people in the group, ghosting every day. Say, you weren't doing quite well in the fried chicken business. Why did you suddenly switch to selling?" Chen Anren said, glancing curiously into the iron barrel. Mobai simply opened the lid of the iron bucket directly to him. "What I'm selling right now is fat sausage chicken. As for why they don't sell fried chicken, the system demanded it. There was nothing he could do about it, but he couldn't be honest. Mobai made a random excuse. "Setting up a stall is actually my hobby. I only want to sell dishes that interest me." These words gave Chen Anren a confused ear. It was the first time he had heard that someone's hobby was actually setting up a stall. He didn't understand, but showed respect. "Then boss Missouri, your hobbies are quite niche, and you're a really good cook. This fatty sausage chicken smells really good." After tossing and turning all morning at the hospital, Chen Anren was also a bit hungry. He rubbed his stomach. "Boss Missouri, how do you sell this fatty chicken?" 100 pounds. That's a price. That's a lot of money. But Chen Onglan had known about Mo Bai's expensive pricing style long before his friend introduced him to fried chicken. He wasn't too surprised, and at that price, it was within his range of acceptance. Then why don't you give me a half a catty? I'll go to a noodle shop later and order a portion of noodles and eat this fatty chicken as a topping. Mo Bai nodded and filled Chen Anren with half a catty of fatty chicken. By the time Chen Anren had already left carrying the fat sausage chicken, it was only then that he remembered as an afterthought. No one would come to anorectal hospital for no reason. Wouldn't Chen Ongran be like Uncle Yen, who wants food but not ass? Chen Anren is also considered a foodie, but he's far from being as obsessive as Yen Songbai. He was all but buying the fatty chicken already, and that's when he remembered the doctor's orders. The doctor told him it would be best if he didn't eat spicy and stimulating foods that are hard to digest, but he couldn't afford to waste food when he bought all the fatty chicken. Or take it home and freeze it for when your ass is ready? Chen Anren thought so and walked into a noodle shop in front of the hospital, very restrainedly ordering only a bowl of noodles and clear soup. Everyone who knows anything about food in front of hospitals understands. The main one is hard to eat and expensive, especially since this is another broth that doesn't have much flavor. Chen Anan didn't take 2 bites before finding it hard to swallow. The overbearing flavor of the chicken with fat intestines, through the plastic box and the plastic bag, continued to pour into Chen Anren's nostrils. Chen Anren swallowed indisputably. It smells so good. Why don't I just have 2 pieces down there? Chen Anren opened the plastic box and picked up a piece of fat sausage and put it in his mouth. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from Chen Anren's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's up with this fatty sausage? How can it be so good? Soft and sticky with Q bouncy. Even just chewing carefully, you can't taste a hint of stinky flavor. There's just an overbearing spicy and savory flavor. And at the end of the meal, you can still taste the slightest hint of brininess. This fat sausage, when it's really great, in addition to being cheerful, this person, Chen Ongran, was also a bit talkative. With such a delicious fatty chicken and no one around to share it with, he could only turn on his cell phone. A picture of a fat sausage chicken was posted, along with a message. In the Sluggers Fried Chicken Stand group, I saw you guys talking about how good Boss Mo's fried chicken was before, and I originally thought you were exaggerating. Until today, when I personally tasted the fat intestines chicken made by Boss Missouri, I didn't know what you guys said was true. Boss Mo's cooking is so good. This is the best fatty sausage I've ever had in my life. The group was silent again for a few seconds before it instantly seemed to explode. What? You said Boss Missouri. Did you find Boss Missouri? Where the hell is Boss Missouri now? And what's with the fat sausage chicken? Boss Missouri doesn't sell fried chicken. The noodle shop where Chen Ayan ran was currently at happened to still be able to see Mo Bai's back. He then took a picture of Mo Bai's back and sent it into the group. Boss Missouri is now setting up a stall in front of the University A Anorectal Hospital, but he doesn't sell fried chicken anymore. Now he's selling fat sausage chicken, and it's really fat and delicious. Mo Bai, who was still setting up his stall, inexplicably felt a cold chill on his back. It was like suddenly being targeted by dozens of wolves, so hungry that their eyes were green. Chapter 23, Boss Missouri, you have to be responsible for us. Today happens to be Saturday. Tang Wan was lying on her dormitory bed lying down. Oh, I really miss Boss Mo's fried chicken. Without Boss Mo's fried chicken, I feel like my whole life has lost its color. It's almost worse than losing my love. Then, Tang Wan didn't hold back and clicked on the Slammin' Fried Chicken group again, getting ready to look at fried chicken photos to quench my thirst. Who knows? This look directly let Tang Wan dying in the disease sat up in shock. Asterisk 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 groove. Meng, who had just come in through the door carrying her lunch, was startled by Tang Wan's strange cry. I know you miss Boss Mo's fried chicken, but you can't eat fried chicken without. Suddenly, Meng's voice came to an abrupt end, and she let out the same strange cry as Tang Wan. Asterisk 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 groove. It turned out to be Tang Wan, who directly brought her cell phone to Mo. Let Mo see the Mo Bai that they have been longing for. Boss Missouri. I can't believe someone found Boss Missouri. I'm going to get fried chicken. I'm going to get fried chicken right now. People live to eat fried chicken. Tang Wan huffed and slapped Mo. Calm down. Don't just look at Boss Mo's picture. Look at the next sentence. Boss Missouri doesn't sell fried chicken anymore. He sells fat sausage chicken instead. Damn it. With Boss Mo's fried chicken craftsmanship, not selling fried chicken is simply the biggest loss in the fried chicken world, because Mo Bai stopped selling fried chicken. Tang Wan was really sad. Mo waited to take in the latter sentence and then lost it as well. Ugh. I was expecting to get fried chicken again today. Sad. Me too. But this fatty chicken looks delicious from the pictures too. It's the weekend anyway. Why don't we go and have a look around? Even if the fat sausage chicken isn't good, we can still find a way to convince Boss Missouri to switch back to selling fried chicken. Mo thought about it and nodded in agreement. For fried chicken, charge. there were many others who shared Tangwan's thoughts with Meng Meng. Within a few moments, there were a number of people from the university dormitories, fierce men's clubs, as well as their own neighborhoods, advancing towards the University A-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital. The first people to arrive at the University A-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital were Coach Lu and Coach Lin. If you want to say who was the most saddened by Mo Bai's departure, it would have to be the two of them. Other people pay at best money and a good body for fried chicken, but they, for the sake of Mo Bai's fried chicken, even abandoned their precious modesty as coaches. They've worked so hard for fried chicken. Mo Bai, however, said to run away. How could they not be resentful? Before they even approached, the duo had just seen Mo Bai from afar and couldn't help but raise their voices in question. Boss Missouri, how could you do this to us? You heartless man, you want to abandon us after taking away our modesty. Where in the world is that going to happen? You have to answer to both of us. What? Festivus, abandon, take charge, that's a big melon. The nearby passersby all looked at Coach Lu, Coach Lin, and Mo Bai with shocked gazes. Then the eyes of the passersby became even more shocked. Asterisk 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 I thought it was some girl looking for a scumbag to take responsibility, but I didn't realize it was a man looking for a man to take responsibility, and two such strong-looking men at that. TSK, 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 look at that young man who was approached. His figure looks mediocre, but I didn't realize it was so raw. The passersby all looked at Mo Bai with an admiring gaze. Mo Bai, he's numb. At that moment, he also saw Coach Lu and Coach Lin who were aggressively walking towards him. These two coaches buy fried chicken every day, and a buy is also a lot. So Mo Bai is to recognize these two old diners. How did you find this place? And when did I take away your modesty? Mo Bai simply cried and laughed. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. I didn't just sell fried chicken in front of your gym for a week. What does that have to do with modesty? Coach Lin straightened up and threw his weight around. Your fried chicken has robbed us of our modesty as fitness instructors. It was only then that it finally became clear to the passersby that it wasn't a dog and pony show, but a hilarious incident caused by fried chicken. Passersby withdrew their hands from filming and dispersed in disinterest. Coach Lin continues to justify his request. Boss Missouri, if you took away our fried chicken, you must answer to us. Responsible how? Of course it's back to selling fried chicken in front of the Slugger Club to take charge. If there were any other requests, Mo Bai might still consider it, but this request is. Mo Bai could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Sorry, I really don't plan on selling fried chicken anymore. Coach Lin was very puzzled. Why don't you sell it? Boss Missouri, your fried chicken business is obviously very good. Why not make money if you have it? Mo Bai still used the same excuse he used to fool Chen Anren. To tell you the truth, I'm not really short of money. Setting up a stall is just my hobby. I just want to sell dishes that interest me. Coach Lin, what kind of Versailles speech is this? And it was really the first time they had ever heard of such a hobby as setting up a stall. The two are still not willing to give up for the sake of fried chicken, and they have a good time persuading Mo Bai in the back. Listening to Mo Bai, he began to be skeptical. Are they both really fitness instructors and not reincarnated monks? Forced to do so, he could only divert the attention of the two. There's more than just fried chicken in the world. It's like fat sausage chicken. It's also a very tasty delicacy. Do you guys want to try it? A big dusty truck just passed by. In order not to dirty the fatty sausage chicken, Mo Bai took the iron bucket where the fatty sausage chicken was placed and temporarily covered it. With that, he re-lifted the lid, letting the overbearing, rich flavor of the fatty chicken waft out. Coach Lin and the two of them were preoccupied with fried chicken and were not really interested in fatty chicken. He was about to wave his hand to refuse, but the aroma of the fatty sausage chicken had already drifted unstoppably into the nostrils of the two of them. The two of them were immediately mesmerized by the aroma of the fatty chicken. They gulped, almost forgetting what they were going to say, and subconsciously nodded. Yeah, let's give it a try. Try and die. So, by the time Tangwan Meng and the other old diners arrived, the image scene was that of Coach Lu and Coach Lin sitting by the food truck, feasting on a box of fatty chicken. The old diners were a little confused for a moment. Didn't we agree to work together as one to get Boss Missouri back to selling fried chicken in front of the Slugger Club? How come they're eating fatty chicken so well now? Chapter 24. Yes, they are such easy people to buy off with food. An hour ago, after Tangwan sprouted up with Mo, she wanted to persuade Mo Bai to switch back to selling fried chicken. To increase the success rate of persuasion, they purposely took the idea and sent it into the Slammin' Fried Chicken group to try to get everyone to pitch in. The members of the group, all of whom are hardcore fans of Mo Bai's fried chicken, have all spoken out in agreement. And among them, the two who said yes the fastest and reacted the most aggressively, it's Coach Lu and Coach Lin. They just now even put out harsh words in the group. We swear, if we can't persuade Boss Missouri to come back to selling fried chicken, we'll both never be sluggers again. but everyone's brother. So, at this point, when everyone was seeing the duo who were feasting on the fatty chicken, they were all a bit confused, as well as hating it. What's wrong with you two? Didn't we agree to persuade Boss Missouri to go back to selling fried chicken again? How come he eats fat sausage chicken so well? Have you forgotten the oath you just took to be everyone's brother? And the delicious fried chicken, did you just soak and leave it behind? Fried chicken has to be really that easy to leave behind. In the beginning, Coach Lin would not have abandoned his integrity as a fitness instructor because of this. But after tasting the fatty chicken, the duo all thought, if Boss Missouri really doesn't want to sell fried chicken anymore, selling fatty sausage chicken would be fine. I just never had such good fat sausage. Boss Mo's pot of chicken with fat intestines has completely rivaled the deliciousness of fried chicken. You guys, smell this fatty chicken. Doesn't it smell great? Fragrant. Indeed. Fragrant. It simply smells so good that they can't wait to go and get a portion of the fatty chicken to feast on right now too. But everyone's mind is always on fried chicken. So, we all resisted our cravings, turned our heads away from the fatty chicken, and stood firm. Doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell good at all. Then they all turned toward Imobai. Imobai took one look at the battle and realized that they were trying to convince themselves to go back to selling fried chicken. With the experience of dealing with Coach Lin, he did not explain too much, just a demonic whisper while stirring the fat sausage chicken that was in the midst of heating over low heat. It's also dinner time now, so everyone should be hungry. You can't talk until you're full, so why don't you guys start with some fatty chicken? The old diners were furious. Boss Missouri, don't think we don't know what you're up to. Don't you just want to gag us with fatty chicken? Do you think we're such easy people to buy off with food? 10 minutes later, almost one person holds a serving of fatty chicken in the hands of regular diners who find their way over from Yukon Road. Yes, they are people who are so easily bought by food. Otherwise they wouldn't have come all this way to persuade people for a bite of fried chicken. Imobai smiled as he looked at the old diners who were feasting on the fatty sausage chicken. How's it going? Fatty chicken is good, isn't it? Older diners who had been single-mindedly devoted to fried chicken have, at this point, all but fallen by the wayside. Yummy! It was so delicious. I just never had fat sausage this good. This chicken too. I used to eat fatty chicken and the thing I hated the most was the chicken in it because it was too woodsy. But the chicken in the fatty sausage chicken that you make, Boss Missouri, is so tender and flavorful that every ounce of this meat is a treat to eat. Hey, I'm different. I like to eat the taro inside the most. Soft and sticky, a sip of melting, both very chicken spicy flavor, but also belongs to the taro's fresh aroma. However, even if they have turned their backs on the fatty chicken, fried chicken is a nostalgic presence for them. If I had to find an adjective, it would be white moonlight. Many people still don't give up and are fighting for their white moon. Although the fatty chicken is also good, the fried chicken is also good. Boss Missouri, can't you sell both fatty sausage chicken and fried chicken? Selling is possible. The system only specifies what must be sold each week, but not what can only be sold. However, in order not to tire himself out, Imobai still sternly refused. The old diners are still lost, but with the soothing of the fat sausage chicken, the heart is not so sad. The back gradually do not mention it, just concentrate on the fat sausage chicken dry rice. Inside the ward of the anorectal hospital attached to the University of A. Yen Songbai's family, too, is getting ready for a dry meal. In fact, just as soon as he bought the fatty sausage chicken and returned to the ward, Yen Songbai already wanted to dry rice. The only reason he'd held back until now was so the doctor wouldn't catch himself. Grab bag what? Naturally, it's the evil of eating fat chicken. He's not having surgery yet, but he's close to it. It is important to eat a light diet before having the surgery to ensure the results. So, Yen Songbai's attending physician, after coming over to check on him this morning, got a little angry. I've repeatedly emphasized to you many times that you can't eat spicy and stimulating foods. Why don't you listen? Yen Songbai said weakly. I didn't eat. Who are you fooling? If you didn't eat it, how come the wound is red and swollen today? The other patients told me about it too. That you weren't sure what you were eating yesterday, and that the ward smelled so bad that he didn't hold back. So he came in and asked, you said it was a fatty chicken, and you're telling me here that you haven't eaten? Yen Songbai didn't dare to speak. The attending physician remained furious and put down harsh words. Although our hospital has a rule that doctors can't take things from patients, but for the sake of your health and the outcome of your surgery, if today, I catch you continuing to eat spicy and stimulating foods, I'm going to confiscate the food. The fatty chicken he worked so hard to get was confiscated to keep him from pouting. Yen Songbai then had to endure until now. Seeing his attending physician, who had already left work for dinner, he dared to open his mouth to eat. Come on, hurry up and bring out my fat chicken. I can buy 5 pounds today, and I definitely want to eat it all in one sitting. Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao hadn't noticed anything unusual at this time, and seeing that the mealtime had arrived, they took out the rice sent by the nanny along with the chicken with fat intestines. Yen Songbai couldn't wait to unveil the box of fat sausage chicken. The moment the aroma of the fatty sausage chicken wafted out, Yen Songbai also felt himself floating. Hey, 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 fat chicken, here I come. He picked up a piece of his favorite fatty sausage and was about to send it into his mouth when a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. We're eating fatty sausage chicken today too. It looks like this fatty sausage chicken tastes really good. Hey, 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 it's not just good, it's a delicacy on earth. After answering, Yen Songbai then realized that the voice seemed a bit familiar. He turned around with a startled glance. Dr. Lee, what are you doing here? Chapter 25 God, where to eat and where to mend. How could I find out, if I didn't come, that you were stealing fatty chicken behind my back? Dr. Lee sneered, his face full of hatred. I emphasized to you at least 10 times this morning that you are not allowed to eat spicy and stimulating food. Why don't you listen to advice? Do you think I'm being so bitter for my own sake? Grandpa, I'm doing this for your sake. If you continue to eat like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to have the surgery as planned. The body is your own. You have to cherish it yourself. After scolding Yen Songbai, Dr. Lee turned his head back to Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao. How can you two, as his family members as well, indulge him so? Spoiling a child is like harming a child, and that applies to old people, too. Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao looked embarrassed and awkward. I'm sorry Dr. Lee, it's something we didn't know. When he had his checkup this morning, we left for a while with something and came back and asked him about the results. He said it was fine, and that the fatty chicken didn't have the slightest effect on his wounds. Just that wound part of him, the two of us are not good enough to peel open to see. Just believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But don't worry Dr. Lee, since we're clear now, we'll never let him touch a bite of spicy and stimulating food in the future. It's really hard for you to worry about Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee sighed as he saw the two of them with such a good attitude, and the fire in his heart subsided for the most part. I'm his primary care physician, and that's what I do as a doctor. Since you know now, it's just as well to keep an eye on him afterward. As for this fatty chicken words, Dr. Lee said that this morning, if he catches Yen Songbai stealing spicy and stimulating food again, he will have to confiscate the food. But confiscating food from patients is really not good behavior. Especially this fat sausage chicken looks like such a big one. At least it must be close to $200. How could he be so kind as to actually give it away for confiscation? So it was said, just keep an eye on you two and don't let Uncle eat again. But who knows? After Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao heard this, but they insisted on giving him the fat sausage chicken. This old man of mine is stubborn and naturally delicious. If he stays in the hospital room, he's going to have to steal food when we're both not looking. It just so happens that you haven't had lunch now, Dr. Lee, and we haven't had a chance to move this fatty sausage chicken yet. So take it back and eat it. This fatty chicken is a rare treat. It's not like Dr. Lee doesn't have a nose. Just from the overbearing aroma emanating from this fatty intestine chicken, he knew that this fatty intestine chicken was absolutely one of a kind. But it was such a big portion, he couldn't finish it even if he didn't eat at lunch today. Dr. Lee wanted to politely refuse, but Yen Songbai's reaction made him change his mind. No way, you will never give away my fat chicken. Yen Songbai, who had originally been hanging his head and obediently listening to the training since Dr. Lee came in, suddenly became unusually agitated after hearing that he might lose his fat chicken. You guys just keep the fat chicken. As the saying goes, what you eat makes up for what you get. So if I take 2 more bites of fat sausage, maybe my ass will get better on its own. Gotta eat wherever you can. This is clearly a thief's heart. Dr. Lee was pissed off enough at him. For the sake of his ass, he ended up carrying away this huge box of fatty chicken. Yen Songbai was pulled by Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao, and could only look at Dr. Lee's departing back and tearfully extend his Erkong hand. Oh, my fat sausage, my chicken, and my taro. Such a superb delicacy cannot be wasted in the slightest. Dr. Lee, promise me that if you take them, you will treat them well. You definitely can't favor one ingredient over another. You have to finish every ingredient. At the end of the voice, it even took on a trill. Dr. Lee, what is the point of this Toho-like scene? In his entire life, he had simply never seen a more obsessive eater than Yen Songbai. Against the weird stares from the other patients, Dr. Lee didn't enter the conference room until then, which was finally a relief. It says it's a conference room, but when it's not in session, it's more like a break room for their section. Usually resting, eating, all here. By now, in the conference room, there were already several healthcare workers sitting at lunch. It was strange to see him carrying such a large lunch. Dr. Lee, you bought too much for lunch today too. This big box is almost a bucket. Dr. Lee wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead. I didn't buy this. I confiscated it from a patient. He told everyone about Yen Songbai's behavior of concealing his condition and stealing food. It was a great source of laughter. Ha ha ha, laughed my ass off. This grandpa is so funny too. You can even say the words where to eat for a fatty chicken. If we could really eat everything, what would we be doctors for? We just change our profession to selling large intestines. That boss who sells fat sausage chicken is also quite amusing. It can't be that he watched the online segment and specially came to spoof in front of the anal hospital, right? There were also 2 paramedics who were curious about the fatty chicken that Dr. Lee was carrying. Just how good does this fatty chicken have to be to make a grandpa prefer not to have an ass? Dr. Lee, can you give us a taste? Dr. Lee gave a generous wave of his hand. Taste. Everybody taste it. I'm sure I won't be able to eat all of this, so I carried it over here just to share it with everyone. Yeah. The crowd all cheered in unison and reached out their chopsticks to clip the fatty chicken and bring it to their mouths. The conference room was first eerily silent for a few seconds. This was followed by a chorus of exclamations. This fatty chicken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is something so delicious in this world. I feel like my taste buds are elevated. Suddenly I can understand that grandpa. So can I. Such a delicious fatty chicken. Even if I just don't want my butt, I must have 2 more bites. In the ward, Yen Songbao was eating a light and nutritious meal delivered by Shi Yunshan while chanting unwillingly, my fat sausage, my chicken, and my taro. Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao, for the sake of Yen Songbao, did not eat today on the fat intestine chicken would have felt annoyed. Once he heard him chanting like that, his mind became even more annoyed. Auntie Ma slapped the table. You can shut the up you. Is it hard to believe you don't want your own ass for fat chicken? In case you do eat your ass off, I'll see what you do later. For the sake of the fat sausage chicken, Yen Songbao had a rare hardening of a few points today, and stalked his neck. I know my ass. It's rock solid. It's definitely not going to break because of a few pieces of fatty chicken. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen medical staff suddenly fishtailed into the room and stood in front of the ward, their gazes burning as they stared at Yen Songbao. Yen Songbao recognized one of them as the grand director of the anal hospital. His heart stuttered. Even the big director is here. He's not really eating his ass off, is he? Chapter 26, The Mountain of Shudao. Although Yen Songbao acted on his face, like he only loved food and not ass, but where in the world would anyone really not care about their body? After all, if the body is gone, even if there is more delicious food in the future, it will not be a blessing to enjoy it, but it's already happened, and there's nothing he can do to fix it if it's really bad, so he can only try his best to treat it. Yen Songbao, come on, you can do it. Yen Songbao took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to speak. Director, I'm ready, so if there's anything you guys want, just say it. The medical staff, led by the Grand Director, looked at Yen Songbao with a lustful expression. Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao on the side hadn't thought much about it originally. When they were messed up by this look of wanting to say something, their hearts suddenly began to go up and down as well. The mother and son looked at each other with an ominous feeling in their hearts. But the pines and cypresses are down, and they must now branch out. Auntie Ma also took a deep breath and gathered the courage to speak. Director, it's okay, no matter what kind of words, we can accept them. Yen Xiao also said, but you guys can say anything. The first director heard this before he finally spoke up in embarrassment. It's not really a big deal. We just wanted to ask, where exactly do you get your fat sausage chicken? Yen Songbao, Auntie Ma, Yen Xiao. It took a long time before Yen Songbao's crumbling voice could be heard from the hospital room. To sell the address of the fat sausage chicken, you guys just say it. Why do you need a bunch of people rushing in like that and all looking at me with lustful eyes? I almost thought, just now, that there was some medical disease that was going to start being named after me. The first director scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't this the first time you've asked a patient such a personal question and are a little embarrassed? The process is a bit convoluted though. A group of medics, however, managed to get the location of Mobi's stall. 5 pounds of fat chicken seems like a lot, but divided among a dozen people, it's less than half a pound per person. Everyone hadn't had enough to eat, and as soon as they got the address, they swarmed towards Mobi. Boss Missouri, give me 2 pounds of fatty chicken. I want 5 pounds. Your fatty sausage chicken is so delicious. I have to bring it back and give it to my daughter-in-law. I'll take just a pound. Mobi thought that there were not many other customers today except for the old diners who found their way here. I didn't expect another 10 or so to show up all at once. He looked at the small amount of fatty chicken left in the iron bucket, predicted the amount, and opened his mouth. There's not much fat chicken left, so if each of you wants it, you'll probably only get half a pound a person when you split it up. Ha! Only half a pound. In fact, half a pound is more than enough to eat. But everyone actually wants to buy more and take it home for the family or have another meal for dinner. So there was a lot of wailing. That's too little. Boss, you're out for business. How come you only get such a tiny bit? That's just it. Such a tiny bit. able to be eaten by several people. As word of mouth about fat chicken festers, Mobai had expected that today's business would be a lot better compared to yesterday. So for today's fatty chicken, I made a special 2-tie barrel batch. It was reasonably enough to sell anyhow, but nay, the old diners sought it out. Plus, Mobai turned his head and looked at his big brother bodyguard who was carrying a bunch of large and small lunchboxes on the side. He just bought 32 pounds all by himself, and if you guys had come earlier, you might have gotten more. But apparently, now that the money is paid and the packing has been done, there's no score. More than a dozen paramedics, who instantly gave the bodyguard's big brother a mournful look. The big brother bodyguard was shivering from the look, and hurriedly carried the fat sausage chicken to the car and left in the dust. In fact, he also felt that it was a bit exaggerated for one person to buy 32 pounds of fatty chicken. But, this fatty chicken is damn good. Yesterday he bought 20 pounds back. And goodness, those stars who say all day long that they want to lose weight. Not even half an hour before all of them were eaten. It wasn't even enough that the meat was finished. They didn't even spare the last of the soup, cooking the noodles and mixing the rice. If it wasn't for Boss Mo's generosity in giving him a small portion, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to mix his soup. In order to satisfy this group of hungry stars, he had no choice but to follow their request and buy 10 extra pounds today. As for the extra 2 pounds, hey, of course he bought it for himself. After eating Boss Mo's fatty intestine chicken, he felt that sometimes there is a reason for being expensive. That's money he's willing to spend. The medical staff, on the other hand, could only helplessly accept Mobai's suggestion that one person only buy half a caddy. Shili is a doctor at the Anal and Intestinal Hospital affiliated with the University of A. At the same time, he is also a foodie, but he's not like any other normal foodie. He prefers to share his food with his own family as opposed to eating delicious food alone. The warm and happy atmosphere will make the food more delicious for him. So, even if it has been craved to death, Chili still held back from eating the chicken with fat intestines after getting it, until he returned home in the evening. This is to offer a treasure like, in front of his daughter-in-law's face, the fat intestines chicken on the table. Dang it, daughter-in-law, look at this. Chili's daughter-in-law's name is Chi-in and she is also a doctor. She glanced at the bowl, not really caring. It's just a small portion of fatty chicken. What? This isn't just any fat chicken. It's a treasure roadkill I dug up in front of the hospital today. Although the price is a bit expensive, 100 a caddy, but that flavor is absolutely, ouch, pain. Before the words were finished, Chili's ears were grabbed by Chi-in. What did you say? 100 pounds, or a roadkill? Chili, do you have so much money that you have no place to spend it? Our old family's fat sausage chicken is just 138 at the store, and there's a 3-pound portion. Chi-in is a typical Sichuan and Chongqing girl, short, fair-skinned and pretty, but relatively short-tempered. One of her favorite songs she usually sings at home is titled Labor's Shudo Mountain. A Sichuan dish like chicken with fat intestines is very affordable in Sichuan and Chongqing. Chi-in really can't understand the price of 100 pounds. She thinks that her stupid husband must have been punked. Let Chili how to explain. She does not believe that this fat sausage chicken has anything to offer. But looking at Chili's expression of offering her a taste first, still giving face, she let go of the ear tugging and took a piece to savor. The taste instantly stunned her. As a Sichuan Chongqing person, she didn't know how many fatty sausage chicken she had eaten since she was a child. But this was the first time she had eaten such a delicious fatty sausage chicken. Her eyes widened at once. Chili heatedly smiled. Daughter-in-law, what's up? Delicious, isn't it? Chapter 27, he turns around and walks away. Chi-in nodded her head in a chicken-pecking manner. Yummy. It's the first time I've ever had such a good fatty chicken. Daring to sell 100 pounds. This boss really has some skills. Saying that, Chi-in even grumbled for a few moments. Our family isn't short of money either. Why don't you buy more when you come across such delicious fatty chicken? There's enough for anyone in this little bowl. Zilly scratched his head. I was trying to buy more, but that boss's business is just too good. Just one person in front of me bought 32 pounds. When I bought it, there was only enough for one person to even out so much as half a pound. Daughter-in-law, if you really love it, this bowl is all yours. I'll just eat the other dishes. Having said that, smelling the overbearing and rich aroma of the fatty sausage chicken, Chili still couldn't hold back and gulped. Chi-in saw his embarrassment in her eyes, and immediately glared at him. Look at you. It's not like I'm a tigress that you're not allowed to eat. I think this looks good. Go to the kitchen and put down some more pasta. We'll each split half to use as a topping. Chili's eyes lit up. Good idea. The two of them had a beautiful meal, and by the next day, Chi-in couldn't get over the wonderful taste of the fatty sausage chicken. Before leaving for work, she repeated her instructions. Remember to buy more fat chicken back today. Chili was busy nodding his head. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. As soon as it's lunch break, I'll rush out and buy it right away. Soon the time came to 12 noon. As soon as he saw the time on the cell phone screen, jumping to 12 o'clock sharp, Sheely immediately got up and rushed out towards the hospital entrance with a swift momentum. Sheely, as a champion sprinter in college, had thought that he was running fast enough, but to his surprise, when he arrived at the stall selling chicken with fat intestines, he realized that all his colleagues had arrived before him, put the line in front of him. He was a little confused. No way. How can you guys outrun me? A few co-workers, with sinister smiles. We knew we couldn't outrun you, so we didn't run at all. We borrowed the cleaning lady's little electric donkey to get here. Sheely gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, why didn't I think of this great idea? A co-worker urged him. Okay, cut the crap. Hurry up and line up, or watch out for the crowd that won't be able to eat in a while. After 2 days of sales, word of mouth has fermented for the fatty chicken. Combined with the collection of regular diners, the number of people in line today was, well, a bit alarming. Sheely roughly counted that there were as many as 30 people. And there are more diners that are coming from all directions. The hospital didn't give much time for lunch breaks, so Sheely didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly lined up at the end of the line. Bai, as the boss, was at the front, diligently packing the fat sausage chicken according to the needs of the diners. Boss Missouri, 2 pounds. I like chicken. Please give me more chicken. Boss Missouri, 3 pounds. I like the taro in it the best. Hey, can you hit me with 2 more taro? Boss Missouri, 42 pounds of fatty chicken. The previous requests were all still considered normal, and the last one, a 42-pound fat sausage chicken, violently made Bai raise his head. Sure enough, the diner standing at the front of the booth. It's the big brother of the bouncer who had come to buy the fatty chicken 2 days before. He spoke with some difficulty. Isn't 42 pounds too much? Can you guys eat it all? Bai was actually subtly reminding Big Brother bodyguard to cut down. There are so many people lining up behind you, and you're going to buy 42 pounds in one sitting. And the people behind you are worried that they won't be able to eat it, so they'll definitely have a problem with it. However, Big Brother bodyguard had a big heart and more than just didn't listen to Bai's reminder, and an extraordinarily wide smile. Ha, everyone there, we all love to eat the fatty sausage chicken you make, Boss Missouri, and every day we say we haven't eaten enough of it, let alone 42 pounds, even 52 pounds, that's still edible. Sure enough, the words came out. No need for Bai to say anything else. The diners behind him in line made a scene. What? 52 pounds? You're not stocking up here, are you? Boss Missouri didn't make much in total, and you bought more than 50 pounds in one breath. So what else are we who are at the back of the line going to eat? Ah, I remember you. I remember that too. It was because you bought too much yesterday and that's why we didn't have anything to eat. No way, Boss Missouri. You absolutely can't let him buy like that again today. We're your diners too, and we've been following in line for so long. You can't just leave us alone. For Bai, it didn't matter how many people he sold to, what mattered was how many he could sell. But Bai knows very well that some diners, especially the old ones, have really gone through a lot of trouble to come over here for the fatty intestine chicken. They support themselves that way. He couldn't bear to leave them empty-handed either. He could only move to his old rules. In order to be able to get everyone as much fat chicken as possible, it would have to be a limited purchase. Is it agreed that there is a limit of 2 pounds per day? For many, 2 pounds is not enough to eat, but if you don't agree, then you might actually lose a pound. There were nods of approval. I agree. 2 pounds each. Big Brother bodyguard naturally disagreed, but the majority rules, and there was nothing he could do if he disagreed anymore. At this moment, he really regretted beyond measure why he hadn't listened to Boss Mo's reminder just now. If he had listened just now, reduce the amount by half and you can still buy at least 20 pounds to go. Now it's better. You can only buy 2 pounds. How else was he going to deliver to his movie star? Don't look at his family's movie star face looks elegant and gentle, but in private, eat fat intestines chicken at least 3 pounds to start. 2 pounds is simply not enough to show off. Bai looked at the Big Brother bodyguard with a face of what to do. The mission will not be completed, and deeply sympathized inwardly. But the limit is set. You can only buy 2 pounds. Do you want more, Big Brother? The Big Brother bodyguard gritted his teeth. Yes, why not? Since you can't deliver anyhow, you don't deliver at all. The Big Brother bodyguard carried the packed fat sausage chicken and turned around, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Inside the theater group near the Big East Village, usually on screen, the big stars are either high-flying, elegant, cute, or untamed. At this moment, they were all standing at the entrance of the theater group with anxious faces. It's almost 1 o'clock. Why aren't you back yet? Coming. I can see the car already. The black business nanny car. Almost as soon as it pulled into the set, all the stars swarmed around it. Get the fat chicken. How many total purchases today? I'm starving already. Hand over the fatty chicken. The Big Brother of the bodyguard, who was surrounded by a group of big stars, tried to squeeze out an expression that looked natural. Not a pound of fat chicken today. Boss Mo's business is too good today. There are too many people lining up, and I got into trouble by asking for 40 pounds in one breath. That's why Boss Missouri set a limit on purchases, not permitting any more big clients like me to buy. Chapter 28 Hong Kong Style Crispy Sausage. What? Not a single pound of fatty chicken. Those diners are too much. Even if they want to eat it, they can't deprive us of the fatty sausage chicken. Due to the bodyguard's big brother, the persona he usually displays is too naive and honest. Many of the stars, although very sad, did not doubt the truth in the words of the big brother bodyguard. When they heard that there was no fat chicken, they wailed and scattered as they did so. A few stars, though, are still more than a little long in the tooth. Look at the older bodyguard brother with a skeptical gaze. Even if it's restricted, then it should still be available. Is there really not a single pound? I don't suppose you're hiding the restricted portion because you want it for yourself? Big brother bodyguard, as a person, is not good at lying in the first place. Once he heard that his lies had even been exposed, he simply panicked inside. He gulped nervously and was at a loss for what to do when a refined voice rang out from beside him. What kind of talk is this from you guys? I know my bodyguard's character very well. He's the most naive and honest person. I'll vouch for him. He would never do such a thing. The person who spoke was named LV Ling. It is a movie star who was in the hot seat of the entertainment industry and also the boss of bodyguard Big Brother. People's bosses had already given their word, and as outsiders, they couldn't say anything else, so they could only leave in dismay. The Big Brother bodyguard, on the other hand, was touched by Lu Ling's trust. Boss, you don't have to say anything, I believe you. Lu Ling smiled with a face like a spring breeze and patted him on the shoulder. Recently, I've been letting you buy fatty chicken every day, so I'm sure it's worn you out, and it's just as well that Boss Missouri is limiting his purchases. Just go get some rest and relax. After saying that, Lu Ling left. The Big Brother bodyguard was greatly touched and subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but thinking of the fat sausage chicken still hidden in the car, he eventually stopped. Only when all the people around him had dispersed did he sneakily take the fat sausage chicken, find a secluded place, and open the lunchbox. The Big Brother bodyguard took a deep breath, incredibly intoxicated. That's the flavor. It smells so good. But while intoxicated, he felt a little guilty. I can't believe I let down my boss's trust in me like that for a serving of fatty chicken. I'm such a bad bodyguard. I'll have to make it up to the boss when I find the opportunity later. Oh yeah? Do you really want to make it up to me that badly? How about giving me half of the fat chicken? The elegant voice, once again, sounded from behind the Big Brother bodyguard. The Big Brother bodyguard first subconsciously nodded, before turning back in horror as if he had finally realized something, looking at Lu Ling who, at some point, appeared behind him. Old boss, when did you get here? I followed you just as soon as you came over. Ha. I've been secretly watching you from around the corner. On Lu Ling's face, there was still a confusion smile like a spring breeze. However, a heart of the bodyguard's elder brother was instantly like falling into an ice cellar. You. Turned out that you have long seen through my stealing and hiding the fat sausage chicken, and you branched out everyone just to share my fat sausage chicken. You're so sinister. Nah, there are only 2 pounds of this fatty chicken, and even if you were my boss, I would never share it with you. LV Ling smiled and opened his mouth with a smile. Not in a hurry. Split it in half for me and add 200 to my bonus at the end of the month. The Big Brother bodyguard shook his head firmly. As the old saying goes, you can't be rich and famous. 500. This, 1000. Boss, this is the most comfortable spot for me to eat fat sausage chicken. Come and sit down. Imobai didn't know that once his fat sausage chicken changed hands, it was sold at a sky-high price of up to 900 a catty. At this time, the chicken with fat intestines in the iron barrel had already been sold almost. Imobai then made an announcement to the diners who had not yet dispersed. Starting tomorrow, I won't be selling fat chicken. This is certainly bad news for diners who love fatty chicken. There was wailing all over the place. Why don't you sell it? Boss Missouri, I'm just getting hooked and you're not selling. You can't do this to me. There are even indications of wealthy diners. Are you selling it too cheap? I'm willing to pay 500 a pound for it. As long as you're still willing to sell it. 100 pounds is outrageous enough. If he sells it for 500 pounds a pound, the price bureau people might even come to his door. Imobai simply cried and laughed and hurriedly waved his hands. It's not the money. Stalls are just my hobby. I set up stalls to sell dishes that interest me. Boss Missouri, are you saying that you are no longer interested in the fatty intestine chicken dish and are planning to sell something else? Imobai nodded. Right. Someone curious asked. So what else are you going to sell? It's not confirmed yet, but it's also a sausage-related dish. The crowd was delighted to hear that hey, it's the colon again. Once you can say it's a coincidence, twice you. Boss Missouri, You've deliberately picked the entrance of the anal hospital to sell large intestines. It's the first time I've seen a boss with such a personality. Interesting. Ha 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 ha, I think it's bad taste. But I like it. Immobile also thought it was bad taste. But it was a bad taste belonging to the system. And there was nothing he could do about it. You can only wave at the crowd of diners on your little food cart and not take a cloud with you. It's still early. Mobai went home and rested for 2 hours before he started working on the dishes. Many diners had previously complained to him that the fat sausage chicken was too spicy. Actually, Mobai thought it was okay, just a moderate spicy flavor. But one look at the sign for the anal hospital made him understand this part of the diners. So this time, he's going to make Hong Kong-style crispy sausages that don't have a spicy flavor, also known as Hong Kong-style fried large intestine. Unlike most fat sausage chickens that use the middle part of the body, for Hong Kong-style fried sausage, you have to pick the location of the head of the sausage, and before blanching, the sausage should be jacketed inward 2 to 3 times to deep fry the sausage for a better flavor. This step is quite a pain to deal with. Well, the humanization of the system once again manifested itself. Watching him determine the dish, the mall silently added a large intestine commodity that had already been set. It's just the price, which is $10 a pound more expensive than a regular large sausage. Now Mobai, long ago did not care about this kind of small money, did not hesitate to directly buy 50 pounds, began to make. After a brief blanching of the set of large intestine, add green onion, ginger, cooking wine, cinnamon, allspice, star anise, grass jelly, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, rock sugar and pepper, and brine. Chapter 29, 100,000 monthly salaries. It's not like the simple brining of the last base flavor before. This brining will directly determine the final flavor of the crispy sausage that will come out, so the seasonings are put in fairly well. The brining time is also much longer compared to before. After the brine is done, there is a drying step. Once all the water on the surface of the sausage has evaporated, it's time to start frying. Mobai had just heated up the oil when there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Mobai could only turn off the fire first and walk outside the courtyard to open his mouth. The person who knocked on the door was Jiang Yinwan, who didn't have any fat sausage chicken today. She could tell that Mobai's character was of the type that didn't like others disturbing him. However, thinking of the fat chicken that had made her soulful and haunted her, she rubbed her hands together and opened her mouth cheekily. Boss Missouri, I'm sorry to bother you, but I really want to eat fatty intestine chicken. I have a feeling I won't be able to sleep until I eat my fat chicken tonight. So can you pack me a couple pounds? I'm not going in to eat it, so you can just bring it to me. Mobai just doesn't like entertaining diners at home, but packing is still fine. I don't sell fat chicken anymore. Jiang Yinwan covered his chest and was just about to have his heart broken when he heard Mobai follow up. But I made crispy sausages separately today, so you can go in and try them if you want. Jiang Yinwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Hong Kong-style crispy sausage. I've never had it, but it sounds so good. Saliva began to secrete uncontrollably, though she maintained the last vestiges of her sanity. Would that bother you too much? It's okay. It just so happens that this is the first time I've ever made a crispy sausage, and you're here to help me try out the flavors. Mobai opened the courtyard door, led Jiang Yinwan inside, reheated the oil, and began to fry the large intestine. After drying, the surface of the bratwurst is now very dry. As soon as it is put into the hot oil, it makes a wonderful zipping sound. The originally rugged and soft surface of the sausage quickly becomes full and crispy as it is energized by the hot oil. The color has also changed from a plain saucy color to an oily reddish brown, like a gorgeous coat. Jiang and Nguyen were dying of anxiety as they watched. Boss Missouri, is it ready? Okay. Mobai fished out the fried large intestine and cut it into small pieces with bamboo skewers. Crispy sausage, under the sharp edge of the knife, makes a crisp click sound. The rich grease inside the large intestine also bursts out along the blade of the knife, giving off a briny aroma. Ow! It smells so good even after cutting it up. It's almost as tantalizing as fatty chicken. I'm going to start. Jiang Yinwan took the large intestine and couldn't wait to start eating, but he was stopped by Mobai. Don't worry, it's still got to be drizzled with dipping sauce to make it the best. He pulled 3 dips out of the kitchen. They are sweet chili sauce, sour plum sauce, and chili powder. All 3 of these dips have demulcent properties, so drizzle whichever one you like on top. Jiang and Nguyen drizzled the sweet chili sauce to their liking, both eyes glowing. Boss Missouri, can I eat now? No one dislikes cute girls, especially when they're this cute. Mobai nodded with a smile. Of course. Jiang Yinwan no longer hesitated and put the crispy sausage into his mouth. As soon as his teeth touched the fragile sausage, the crunchy texture immediately blossomed between Jiang and Nguyen's teeth. Immediately afterward, the warm grease wrapped around the mellow meat and marinade aroma and filled the mouth. The soft and tender sausage core blends perfectly with the crispy shell. and between chewing, there is both the pleasure brought by the crunch and the satisfaction given by the softness. Every chew is like a tongue twister. The sweet chili sauce that was drizzled on at the end by Mobai's reminder was the finishing touch. The sweetness and spiciness in the sweet chili sauce nicely neutralizes the greasiness that comes from too much fat. It made Jiang and Muan feel like it was never enough. Soon, a string of 5 pieces of crispy sausage was all built by Jiang Hinwan. Mobai inquired, "How does it taste? Does it still need to be improved?" "Not at all." "Okay." Jiang Hinwan didn't mince words in praising Mobai. "Although I haven't eaten the crispy large intestine made by other people, I believe the crispy sausage made by you, Boss Missouri, is definitely the best crispy sausage. Both the flavor and the texture can be called perfect. Boss Missouri, your business will definitely be great tomorrow." Mobai knew though that with his current cooking skills, what he made would definitely not be difficult to eat. But after all, the crispy sausage was a delicacy he had never made or eaten before. And there were a few unanswered questions in his mind after all. Only after hearing Jiang Hinwan's words did he completely put his heart down. Day 2. As Jiang Hinwan said, Mobai's business was simply good. The queue is growing instead of decreasing. Many diners who have a deep love for fatty chicken have expressed the same sentiment after eating the crispy sausage. "I'm such a philanderer. I thought I would only fall in love with fatty chicken for the rest of my life. But I didn't realize that crispy sausage could make me swoon." But the happiest of them all had to be Yen Songbai. Yen Songbai was really scared after the last time, and he didn't dare to eat the chicken with fat intestines again. He was wallowing in the agony of not being able to eat the fat sausage chicken. And who knows, it's only been less than 2 days. He then got the good news that Mr. Mo had switched to selling crispy sausages. Since he can't eat spicy food, he'll just drizzle it with sour plum sauce. Although compared to the sweet chili sauce and chili powder, the plum sauce is a little less pungent. But Yen Songbai is already very satisfied. He was eating 3 large skewers of crispy sausage in one hand. Ha. Fragrant. It smells so good. Boss Missouri, it's really a pity for you to set up a stall with this craft. Or why don't you go straight to my house and work for me as a personal chef? I'll give you $100,000 a month. Many diners sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this treatment. "I'll go. 100,000. This grandpa is really rich. A lot of executive chefs inside big hotels can't even get this salary." Alas, with such a good deal, Boss Missouri shouldn't really stop setting up stalls in the future and go directly to this grandpa as a personal chef, right? "I can understand if I don't go over there. After all, that's 100,000 yay." In the sight of the crowd of diners who were either envious or worried, Mobai shook his head at Yen Songbai. "Uncle, I'm sorry, but I don't have any thoughts of being a personal chef. If it were the old days, with a monthly salary of 100,000 a month, Mobai would have to crawl even if he was crawling. But now there's a reward from the system. $100,000 a month is just not attractive to him." Yen Songbai didn't expect that Mobai would still reject himself even though he had already offered such an exorbitant monthly salary. His eyes glazed over, and he tried to fight for another line. Dr. Li's devilish voice, however, came from behind him. "Master Yen, have you forgotten? I've instructed you not to eat spicy and stimulating foods in addition to greasy and poorly digested foods. How can you eat so many crispy sausages?" Chapter 30, His ass is bleeding. Damn it, how did Dr. Li catch me again? I would have lost a lot of fun by losing the fat chicken. "You'll never take the crispy sausage out of my hands again." Yen Songbai changed his look from the godly manner in which he offered a high monthly salary just now. "Grab a crispy sausage, pucker up and run in the direction of the hospital." The crowd could not help but watch. "Emma, this grandpa is so interesting too. Ha 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 ha. So rich people are the same as everyone else when it comes to doctors. But seeing that Dr. Li and you guys also came over to buy large intestines, we are relieved. Don't worry about the colon that Boss Missouri uses being stocked from your hospital." Mobai sweated. Dr. Li also sweated and hurriedly explained. "Human tissue removed after surgery is medical waste and will be destroyed centrally. People read less outrageous marketing numbers online. Slugger Fried Chicken Group. Because of the new product, crispy sausage, group messages are once again springing up. Picture. Look at this. This is Boss Mo's new crispy sausage. The flavor is amazing. I, a lover of Sichuan food, think it's on par with the fatty intestine chicken in terms of deliciousness. Coincidentally, I went to buy it today too. Boss Mo's business is getting better and better. I stood in line for 2 hours to get it, but the moment I got the crispy sausage, it was really worth everything." Chen Anren looked at the group message and his mind moved. Ever since the last time he ate the fatty sausage chicken he bought from Mobai, he had been obsessed with the ingredient of fatty sausage. It's just a shame, because his hemorrhoids worsened in the back. They had gotten to the point where they were bleeding, and it flowed quite a bit. He was so stunned for a moment that he didn't dare to go back for the spicy, fatty chicken. but he didn't dare to eat the spicy chicken with fat sausage, and he had nothing to fear from the crispy sausage, which had no spicy flavor at all. And so it was. Chen Anran arrived at the door of the University A-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital with his crippled ass the next day. He came over today, naturally, with the intention of looking at asses, but once he saw the line that was almost too close to look at his head, he decided to get in line for the crispy sausage first. Sickness can be seen at any time of the year, but a crispy sausage is not always available. In case the visit took too long, he would have to drink the northwest wind when he came over. However, even then, Chen Anran also still underestimated the fighting strength of the Mobai eater. Even though Mobai had already made a limit of 4 skewers for one person to purchase, the crispy sausage was still not quite enough to sell in the end. Sorry, there were only 40 skewers of crispy sausage left at the end, only enough for 10 people. The rest of you can disperse and get something else to eat. With trepidation, Chen Anran counted from front to back. 1, 2, 3. By the time he arrived, it was exactly the 10th from the end. Great! Looks like today's crunchy sausage is a sure thing. Chen Anran was so happy that he even felt that his ass didn't hurt that much anymore. But that was the time. An older mom pulled a young boy, 7 or 8 years old, and cut in line to stand at the front of his line. Chen Anran was confused. Chen Anran was furious. Anything else would be fine, but someone trying to rob him of his crispy sausage would never work. Chen Anran spoke out angrily. Auntie, how can you cut in line? You want a crispy sausage? Open your own store tomorrow and get in line. The older woman craned her head to look at him with a matter-of-fact look on her face. My grandson has school tomorrow, and I have things to do, and we're old and young. What's wrong with letting me go when you're such a young, strong lad? Do you know what it means to honor the old and love the young? Chen Anran's face was red with anger. It's true that you need to honor the old, but I don't see you guys as being in a situation where you need to honor the old. Don't you dare try to morally kidnap me. You go away. This is my spot. Seeing that moral abduction does not work, the big mom simply played a trick. Is it yours if you say it is? What proof do you have? The other diners couldn't look away and spoke up for Chen Anran. Auntie, we saw it all. This young man has been in line here forever. But you cut in line as soon as you arrived. The other young man has been in line for at least 2 hours, and I can see that his legs are still not right when he walks. It's not easy for people, so don't be a bully for the elderly here. Big Mom thought to herself. It's because he's not leggy enough to be bullied that he cuts in front of him. Now that the team plugs have been inserted and the colon is almost there, there's no reason to leave. Big Mama crosses her arms in battle. Do you guys say I'm cutting in line? You guys show me the proof. There's no proof. This position is mine. The colon is mine too. The tone of voice was so righteous and loud, it startled Mobai, who was still frying the large intestine in front of him. Mobai wasn't sure exactly what had happened and looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. One can only advise first. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, talk about what's going on. Don't fight. If Auntie was a person who could talk nicely, she wouldn't have come to cut in line. Chen Anran was really pissed off enough by the big mom and couldn't say it properly anymore. Simply follow the older woman's example and walk right up to her and cut in line. The older woman screamed. What are you doing? You're blatantly cutting in line. Chen angrily laughed coldly. You say I'm jumping the queue just because I'm jumping the queue? Where's your evidence? You, how dare you plagiarize me? The boomerang almost made Big Mama vomit blood. She pulled her young grandchildren along and once again moved forward to try to cut in line. But the diners in front of her couldn't stand the Big Mom style either, and clamped their positions tightly together, forbidding her to stick it in. When Mobai saw this, he could kind of see it. I know it's this Big Mom who can't cut in line and break the defense. Mobai didn't want to condone the trend of queue jumping and was just about to open his mouth to let the Big Mom leave with her little grandson. The Big Mom, however, looked like she was also furious, and even made a move to push Chen Anran. Chen Anran's buttocks were already sore, didn't stand too steadily, and without paying attention, he was really pushed by the Big Mom and fell into a big fart squat. Instantly, extreme pain hit from the ass. Chen Anran wailed out at once. Ouch, ass, my ass is not working, call a doctor, Mobai. And the crowd of diners were all startled. The older woman, however, was still arrogant and bossy. You're a young man, where you're so fragile, but you need to see a doctor for just a fall. I think you're obviously trying to blackmail me. Stand still and talk to me. The older woman reached out to yank Chen Anran. Chen Anran steps to the side to avoid it. Being this action, it made Chen Anran's ass exposed. The crowd was in a state of shock. Blood. His ass is bleeding. Someone covered their mouth and screamed. Geez, he's not going to get pushed into miscarriage by this Big Mom, is he? Chapter 31. Head can be broken. Blood can flow, and the large intestine cannot be eaten. Chen Anran's ass was already hurting, and hearing that made it hurt even more. Not in a good way. You guys watch this. I'm a ING man. How can a man miscarry? I'm a burst hemorrhoid. Many of the diners are staff members inside the University of affiliated anorectal hospital. Sniffing rushed over. The one who helped Chen Anren cover his ass covered his ass. And the one who asked about his condition asked about his condition. Others immediately called the hospital. Dr. Lee happened to be in the middle of it and took Chen Anren's hand to calm him down. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The hospital will send someone over to resuscitate you soon. There was a reminder. In addition to resuscitation, call the police. The young man didn't fall on his own. He was pushed by that meddling older woman. She must be responsible. Yes, she has to be responsible. I've just called the police. I've also filmed all the footage of her pushing people just now. The interloping aunt was no longer as arrogant as she had been before. One face was white with fear. No, it's none of my business. It's not like I knew he had hemorrhoids. Who told him to run out and buy a large sausage when he has hemorrhoids? It's his own fault. This is the entrance to an anal hospital. A lot of people around here have hemorrhoids and are disgruntled when they hear this. Who says you can't go out and buy a large sausage if you have hemorrhoids? That's right, we just have hemorrhoids. It's not like we don't have human rights anymore. You big mom don't want to shirk your responsibility. You're going to pay for this medical bill. The scene was a cocktail. Luckily, the first responders and police soon arrived at the scene. In a sprawling position, Chen Anren was carried onto a stretcher. The police had finished understanding what happened at this time, and looked at Chen Anren's buttocks full of blood, and showed a look of intolerance. Speak out in comfort. Young man, don't worry, we'll do you justice. Whatever your claim, we'll do our best to get it for you. Hearing the word claim, Chen Anren's eyes, which were originally filled with pain, suddenly lit up. Really, any claim will do. Of course, we'll help you fight as hard as we can for any claim. The police uncle gave Chen Anren an encouraging look. Just say what you want. Yes, Chen Anren was encouraged by this encouragement from the police uncle, and it was as if infinite energy surged within him. As if he couldn't notice the pain, he braced his upper body and spoke with both eyes. I want a crispy sausage. Ha! The diners, the doctors, the police, and even Mobai were shocked by his answer. They couldn't figure out just how deep Chen Anren's obsession with the large intestine was. It's come to this. He doesn't think about asking for more medical bills and lost wages, but he still thinks about eating the large intestine. Is it really that much love for the colon? The doctor was the first to react. With this injury, you'll likely need surgery, not to mention the crispy sausage, and you can't even drink water anymore. Chen Anren's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he still didn't give up. Then I still want it. I've stood in line for so long and paid my ass off for it. I've got to get my colon. I'll have my friend take it home and freeze it for me until my butt is better. Heads can be broken, blood can be spilled, and the large intestine cannot be left out. That's the spirit of my colon. Everyone was shocked by Chen Anren's large intestine spirit. There was even a diner at the front of the line who was deeply moved and volunteered. Boss Missouri, this young man has given so much for your crispy sausage that I'm willing to give him my sausage so he can have a couple more bites after his recovery. The other diners sniffed and nodded along with them. Yes, 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 the lad's too hard. Let him have my crispy sausage too. Give him mine too. Mobai. What else could Mobai say? He could only pack up all the remaining large intestines, along with the dipping sauces, and hand them to Chen Anren, who was lying on the stretcher. Looking at such a big bag of crispy sausage, Chen Anren was so moved that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth and took out his cell phone to pay Mobai. Mobai hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 you got hurt today because of me, so consider these sausages a gift. Chen Anren didn't realize that he had not only gained so many more crispy sausages with this fall, and a bill waved by Mobai. For a moment, he was so happy that he couldn't even feel the pain in his ass, obviously lying on a stretcher, but with a contented smile. Look at the passers-by in disbelief. What's wrong with that young man? I'm afraid he's not out of his mind. All that blood on your ass and you're still laughing. This scene falls into the category of being somewhat abstract. Many people didn't hold back and captured that image and posted it on Twitter and Shake. Later that night, there was a hot search on Twitter called colon spirit. The video of Chen Anren lying on a stretcher and making a statement about the spirit of the large intestine on Shakeology also, in one day, exceeded 2 million plays. Many netizens were amused by him. This little brother is also too funny to eat a large intestine even after his hemorrhoids have burst. Ha ha ha. This little brother I know. Is XXX platform game anchor? Speak humorously. We can go to pay attention to him. Is it just me who's curious about the crispy sausage that little brother is talking about? I'm also curious. How good does it have to be for him to remember it even after his hemorrhoids explode? Yo-Yo Man was also curious. As a food scouting blogger, she has some natural senses for food and traffic. At first glance, I knew that if she followed the address in the video to make a scouting video, it would set her on fire. She immediately took a screenshot of the video and zoomed in to get a closer look at the address in the video. It seems to be the neighborhood of the University of A's Anal Hospital. Looking at the configuration of this food truck, it looks like it's just a small floor stand. Wait, the owner of this food truck, why does it look so familiar? When Yu previously, in order to be able to shoot, Mobai in front of the Fierce Club opened a fried chicken stall, unprecedentedly got up early in the morning. As a result, when he arrived to take a look, he found that Mobai had already carried the small food cart and ran away. This had infuriated her to no end, and as a result, Mobai had left quite a deep impression in her mind. It didn't take her long to recognize it. It's a blurry picture and the heights don't seem to match up, but I'm sure this boss who sells large intestines in front of the anal hospital is definitely the same boss Missouri who sold fried chicken in front of the gym before. In Wing Yu's eyes, there was a gleam of ambition. Boss Missouri, this time, you won't be able to escape me again. Tomorrow I shall find you. The following day at noon, in front of the University of Affiliated Anal and Intestinal Hospital, Mobai is frying a large intestine with a numb face. Can you not be numb? Who's a good man setting up a stall that can be surrounded by 200 or 300 diners? Chapter 32, All the Evil Rich People. Modern internet users are Sherlock Holmes. When you can analyze the location of the stalls based on the screenshots in the video, and so can other netizens. So, on the day he first hit the microblogging hotspots, his large intestine stall had many more diners. He had originally thought that online traffic was all fleeting. A little heat searching and the crowd will disperse. But who knows? The next day, Shake Shack's side was back in force. Coupled with the buildup of previous word of mouth, he was surrounded by 200 to 300 diners as soon as he arrived at his stall today. Looking at the densely packed, almost impossible to see the head of the diners. White people are numb. Yu Man was also a bit confused as he looked at the line after line. She did know that Boss Missouri usually started his stall at 10:30 p.m., so she thought, come over at 10 o'clock and stand in line, and eat for sure. But who would have thought that the number of people was completely beyond her expectations, even with the restriction already in place. As time went by, when Yu still heard that one piece of expected bad news. I'm sorry, but there were only about 100 skewers of crispy sausage left at the end of the day. Only enough for about 20 people. The rest of you break up and go get something else to eat. When Yu didn't even need to count. Just by looking at the long line in front of him, he knew that he didn't have a chance today. Today is already the last day of Mobai's stall at the anal hospital. Although when Yu didn't know this, she still subconsciously felt anxious. And a lot of the netizens attracted by the traffic are in the self-publishing business, just like her. If she was one step behind these people, she wouldn't be able to eat the traffic. The more when Yu thought about it, the more anxious he became. Simply pulling directly next to an uncle who had just bought a crispy sausage. Uncle, can you sell me this crispy sausage? I'll give you $300. Crispy sausages are priced at $30 a skewer. Uncle bought 4 bunches and spent a total of $102. If 300 sold, it would net $180 straight away. But the fact that the uncle was willing to spend $102 to buy 4 skewers of large sausages to eat proved that he was not someone who was short of money. He shook his head instantly. I waited in line for a long time to get this sausage, and 300 won't sell. When Yu was also at the end of his rope. Anxiously, he said, Uncle, then how much did you say you wanted to sell it for? The uncle had no intention of selling it at all, and casually joked, 12,000. No matter what, it has to be doubled tenfold, ha ha ha. With that price, it's obvious that they're trying to scare Yo-Yo one off. Yo-Yo Man does seem to be a bit put off as well. Granted, the store scouting videos she's done have had pretty good traffic, so even if she spends $12,000, she'll make it back in the end in video revenue. But the cost of this is just too high. For that kind of money, it would be better to shoot at some of the more popular harpies. Though everyone calls out the harpy store, it can't help but shoot out the high traffic. Is it really hard to give up on this shooting theme? Just as when Yu was internally torn, not knowing whether he should give up or not, a Moncler outlet store delighted voice suddenly sounded from behind him. What? You're willing to pay $12,000 to upsell it? That would be great. You sell me the crispy sausage. The visitor was none other than Yen Songbai, a rich little old man. His recent condition, under the doctor's control, has gotten much better and he has been able to eat more than a few skewers of crispy sausage. But his luck is failing. Just when I was able to eat it, Mobai's large intestine stand exploded on the internet. He's so old and his ass still hurts. How can he rob a young man? He was worried about how to get the crispy sausage to eat, and he was happy to hear that someone was willing to sell it for $12,000. For others, $12,000 might be 10 days' wages, but for him it was just 1 day's meal. He immediately took out 12 Mao grandpa from his wallet and shoved them into the hands of the uncle who was going to dump them. Here, 12,000. For you. The uncle looked at the red-colored Mao grandpa in his hand, and his whole body was confused. It's not. He just made an off-the-cuff offer. and someone was really willing to pay 200 for 4 skewers of sausage. Yen Songbai was instantly anxious when he saw how the older man froze in place and didn't give him the crispy sausage. What? You're not going to be reluctant again, are you? How could uncle not want it? He wasn't exactly a rich man, though he wasn't short of money. 12,000 was already enough for him to work hard for days. With that kind of money, go eat something that doesn't smell good. Why stick to so few skewers of sausage? The uncle, who hadn't really tasted the large intestine yet, very readily handed it to Yen Songbai. No way, uncle. This colon is yours. Yen Songbai suddenly took the large intestine and walked away beautifully. Yen Songbai gets the colon and uncle gets the money. Only Yo-Yo Man got nothing, winded, and finally exploded. You all evil rich people. I should have known she just bit the bullet and bought it. And now, well, most of the diners who'd gotten the sausage had either already eaten it or left. It's not like she's going to be able to pay a high price for it again. But it was too much to ask her to give up like that. When Yu gritted his teeth and simply found Mo by directly. Boss Missouri, I'm a shop hunting blogger with over 1 million followers. I'd love to shoot a video installment on your crispy sausage, and I was wondering if you could reserve a copy for me tomorrow? Don't worry, I definitely won't let you keep it for nothing either. I'm willing to pay double the price. Mowbray is recycling the food trucks. Smell outright refused. I'm sorry, I can't reserve it here. With a reserved start, then everyone will follow suit later, which can easily lead to conflicts between diners. And he's running away from selling tomorrow, so there's no way to keep it even if he wanted to. More importantly, the number of diners is scary enough right now. Can't you see that today? In the face of so many hungry diners, he didn't even dare to announce that he was going to run away tomorrow. He shuddered to think how horrible it would be to set up a stall in the future once he'd been publicized by the shop hunting bloggers again. Tomoyo Man is not yet willing to give up. Boss Missouri, think about it. My account has a high quality of followers and will definitely be able to bring you an even more intense wave of traffic. What? More violent traffic? Mo-bai was almost shivering with fear, and he didn't dare to say anything back again, riding the small food cart and running away in a puff of smoke. I had just arrived home when the system's voice came into my head. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this week's main quest X1. Receive a high-class residence worth $10 million. Will you receive the reward? Mo-bai clicked to claim it. Almost the next second he clicked collect. His cell phone rang. The caller ID is an unfamiliar number. As soon as he answered, a respectful male voice rang through the phone. Hello Mr. M.O. I'm your housekeeper at the Royal Forest Cloud Residence No. 1 Courtyard. My name is Ning Feng. You can call me Xiao Ning. Chapter 33, the new owner with the little food truck. The first time he was addressed so respectfully, Mo-bai was a bit uncomfortable. It froze for a moment before he returned a rusty hello. Ning Feng didn't care about Mo-bai's seemingly cold attitude. After all, rich people have some temper. Rich people like this one who are just high-strung but don't pose are good enough. Maintaining a respectful attitude, Ning Feng continued to speak. It's true, I called today to tell you. All the information related to your house in the Royal Forest Cloud Residence has been registered. Stay as long as you want, whenever you want. I will be waiting for you 24 hours a day at the Royal Forest Cloud Residence. 24 hours? No way. This dude is worse than his previous 996. Straight 007? He didn't hold back from asking. And what if I want to go in the middle of the night? Ning Feng didn't hesitate. Then I will endeavor to illuminate you in the night. May I ask exactly what time in the evening you will be arriving? If I'm not sure, I'll be on standby for your call. Alright, man, that's a good fight. The same former beater. Mo-bai also did not toss the idea of beater. After thinking about it, he said, no need for the night, just tomorrow morning. I'll be there at 10 in the morning. After hanging up, Mo-bai went online and searched for information on the Imperial Forest Cloud Residence. He had, before, never heard of such an upscale neighborhood in a city and was curious. Unfortunately, however, there is also very little information on the internet about the Royal Forest Cloud Residence, and not a single photo. Mo-bai roughly swept a few glances, still planning to wait until tomorrow to see for himself. I can't believe it's only been half a month. He's actually right here in City A, with his own home. Mo-bai was so happy that he couldn't help but eat 2 more bowls for dinner at night. Early the next morning, he drove his beloved little food truck to the Royal Forest Cloud Residence. He also knew that traveling to an upscale residential area in a small food truck was a bit odd. In the future, though, he's definitely still going to be out and about on his little food truck on a regular basis setting up stalls. This small dining car, sooner or later, will have to go through a breakdown, so it would be better to drive the small dining car over first today, and then move the luggage afterward. Can also be more convenient. 9:30 in the morning. Wearing a decent suit and shoes, Ningfeng had been waiting at the entrance of the Royal Forest Cloud residence early in the morning against the cold wind. Meeting the owner for the first time, Ningfeng had a few rare moments of nervousness. From time to time, he looked down and straightened his collar. Two security guards, one on the left and one on the right, saw this and asked out of curiosity, "Butler Ning, I've heard that there are owners moving in at No. 1 Courtyard?" Ningfeng nodded. "Yes, I came over today to greet the owners." The security guard couldn't help but sigh. Another rich man nah. Every set of houses in the Royal Forest Cloud residence is one of the most expensive. But to say the most expensive, it has to be the No. 1 house. I heard it's worth several $100 million. Ningfeng knew more about this. Room 1 is not just something you can buy with mere money, and I'm afraid the new owners are far more ostentatious than we thought. The security guards were even more awestruck when they heard it. Holy, that's awesome. Then wouldn't it be hard to serve someone as powerful as this? Ningfeng shook his head. I don't know. Just from the phone call, I can only hear that it's a somewhat high-strung young man. So it's a young man. That must be the kind of rich kid who travels in a luxury supercar and has nostrils that go up to the sky. Ningfeng smiled, and was about to reply when he suddenly saw a small food cart, parked in front of the Royal Forest Cloud residence. The petite and rustic little food carts contrasted with the luxurious and imposing door bars of the Imperial Forest Cloud residence. The security guard also spotted the small food truck. Hurry up and make a sound for repulsion. Little brother, we're on private residential land here. Stalls aren't allowed. You want to set up a stall a few kilometers to the left. There's a market over there. The cold winds are extraordinarily sluggish today. Mo-bai was afraid of freezing, so he wore a disposable mask. At that, he took off his mask, revealing his handsome face underneath it. I didn't come over here to set up a booth. I'm the owner of this place. The security guard and Ningfeng simultaneously revealed a look of surprise. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. Only to see this handsome little brother take out his cell phone and dial a number. Ningfeng's cell phone then rang. Handsome boy's voice came out of his cell phone. I'm the owner of House 1 who spoke to you last night. What? How did the promised rich kid in a supercar turn into a handsome guy in a food truck? The security guard and Ningfeng were filled with confusion. Still, good work ethic brought them back quickly. Welcome home owners. The security guard bowed enthusiastically and hastened to pull the imposing door bars open manually. Ningfeng hurriedly greeted them as well. Hello Mr. M.O., I'm your personal butler Ningfeng. Welcome home. Mo-bai still wasn't quite used to this rich man's scene and only pursed her lips and nodded her head. This appearance, in the eyes of the security guards and Ningfeng, they felt that he was getting more and more high and cold and eccentric, and did not dare to slack off a little. Mr. M.O., if it's convenient, I'd like to introduce you to the overall layout of the Imperial Forest Cloud residence. As for your amount, the dining car, you can go ahead and give it to the parking staff. Have them drive you to the basement of House 1. For the first time, you definitely need to check out the environment and then get oriented. Mo-bai accepted Ningfeng's offer and handed the food truck key to the security guard before getting out of the car and following Ningfeng inside. The more he walked, the more Mo-bai marveled inwardly. True to form, it is an upscale home worth tens of millions of dollars. The buildings are staggered, the space is open, and the green area is even more amazing. Not only fountains and running water, but even a small and medium-sized pond. Swimming fish play in the pond and white cranes fly. If no one told Mo-bai that this was a neighborhood, Mo-bai would even mistake it for a park. And it's still a park that charges a fee to get in. Mr. M.O., this is courtyard number 1. It was different from the apartment, or small house, that Mo-bai had imagined. The first house is a villa that covers an extremely large area. 3-story building with pool and garden. Inside, the decor is not the kind of thuggish style that makes you rich at first glance. Rather, it is a style of understated luxury and substance, and it looks like someone should have been cleaning it for a long time. Every corner looks quite clean and tidy. The more Mo-bai looked, the more satisfied he became. Thinking to myself how generous the system is. He thought that when the system said it was worth $10 million, it should just be an apartment, or a small house. But looking at the size of this villa, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it down without hundreds of millions of dollars. Ningfeng paid attention to Mo-bai's face and inquired, Mr. M.O., what do you think? If there's anything you don't like, we can arrange for someone to redo the repairs. Mo-bai waved his hand. There's no need to fix it up. It's just fine the way it is. Yes, Ningfeng likes owners who are so refreshingly uncompromising. It was different from the joyfulness between Mo-bai and Ningfeng. The crowd of diners are waiting anxiously in front of the University A-affiliated anal and intestinal hospital. Chapter 34, Man, you can't get away with this. Where's Boss Missouri? Boss is not always 10:30 out of the stall. This is 11 o'clock exactly. Why not come shouldn't have overslept? When Yu's heart thumped as he listened to the deja vu chatter around him. Suddenly there was a sense of foreboding. It can't be. Boss Missouri won't run away again. Never. Don't ever let Boss Missouri run away. God must bless her with material related to Boss Missouri. Yo-Yo Moon kept praying in his heart. Nevertheless, the bad news came again. Hey, it's Wednesday. Why are you guys still waiting here today? When I bought the crispy sausage 2 days ago, I wondered how long Boss Missouri could set it up, so I asked specifically. Mo Whiteboard just told me that he's swinging until after this Tuesday. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. This passerby, instantly surrounded by hungry diners. Auntie, that must be a lie. How could Boss Mo's business be so good? How could he suddenly stop setting up? Exactly. How in the world can anyone have money and not earn it? People didn't want to believe that Mobai would surge back when business was so good, but Yo-Yo One, who has already experienced a Mobai run, knows it well. Mobai is indeed the kind of person who puts money aside and doesn't even earn it. Damn it. I can't believe I let Boss Missouri get away again. To say that in the past, when Yu wanted to shoot Mobai, it was still just for the sake of his own career. But now, after Mobai's 2 runs, photographing Mobai has apparently become a Wen Yu obsession. In her eyes, there was a burning fire. One hand squeezed and clicked. Man, wait for me. You'll never escape me. Achoo. In the know. One courtyard of the Imperial Forest Cloud residence. Mobai suddenly sneezed. Ever since he had taken the body-strengthening pill, Mobai's physical quality was more than a few times better than normal people. He wasn't the least bit worried about catching a cold. Rather, it was Ningfeng, who was helping Mobai carry his luggage on the side, who was a little worried at the words. Mr. Mo, do you have a cold? Shall I go get you some cold medicine? After spending the last day or two together, Ningfeng was really quite fond of Mobai as an owner. Things are less childish, not a tosser. And he also found out that the reason why Mobai had fewer sessions was not because of being high-strung, but because of being shy. This homeowner was at least 10 times more pleasant to deal with than he thought he would be. If he could, Ningfeng really wanted to keep working as a butler for Mobai. Therefore, he treated Mobai with more and more enthusiasm. No, I'm fine. I don't think it's a cold. It's just too much gray from packing just now. Mobai waved his hand carelessly. Ningfeng sniffed and said nothing more. He adheres to the professionalism of a good steward. Enthusiastic, yet not overly borderless. After helping Mobai carry all of his luggage up to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, he left with great eyesight. Moving is a pain in the ass. Plus there is a rent check with the previous landlord to check out. Even with Ningfeng helping to move the luggage, Mobai had reached 3 in the afternoon after placing all the luggage. In the first courtyard, there is a gym, a movie room, and a game room, in addition to a pool garden. Mobai entered the movie room and rested while watching a movie beautifully. The movie ended and the system's mission refreshed. Ding! The 2-day break has ended, and this week's quests have been refreshed. The location of this week's mission is in front of New Harvest Elementary School. In front of the elementary school? How is it normal to have a stall location this time? While Mobai was puzzled, the system followed up by announcing this week's required dishes. This week's announced dish is rabbit. Please ask the host to sell at least 300 dishes made of rabbit meat within a week. And there must be more than 2 types of rabbit dishes sold. Complete the mission and you'll get a luxury car worth over $10 million. Mobai. He knew it. He knew that there was absolutely no way that this system with its quirks would release any normal quests. People in the Sichuan and Chongqing regions love to eat rabbit meat, and you can even say that they don't like rabbit. Mobai had also eaten rabbit meat when he traveled to the Sichuan and Chongqing regions on business. In his opinion, rabbit meat is no different from the usual meat like pork, beef or chicken. It's all the same food when it's done well. But, A-city people don't eat rabbits, and A-city is still a big province for raising rabbits. A city of fostering is not fostering as in breeding, but fostering as in pet ownership. Many children in a city have the habit of keeping rabbits as pets. Let him sell rabbit meat at the elementary school that has the most bunnies. I have to say, the system, it's a real treat. The system seemed to have sensed Mobai's tirade, and a mechanical tone rang out coldly. Do you accept the mission? Accepted. Of course I'll take it. Any more difficult task? He had to be challenged. Now that the mansion is there, all that's missing is the luxury car that goes with it. There's no reason to pass up such a wasted opportunity. After taking on the task, Mobai bought the rabbit meat related recipes in the system, and then began to think about this week. What kind of dishes it would be good to sell. Elementary school students don't have a lot of pocket money, and the pricing of the system's dishes has always been high. The audience for his stall is clearly parents who send their students to school. Mobai is an orphan. No one ever sent him to school. But if you've never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? I recalled the scene of my elementary school classmates' parents, riding a small electric donkey, hurrying to send their classmate to school. Another look out the window at the cold and sluggish weather. Mobai quickly finalized the menu. Noodles. He's going to sell bunny-covered noodles with baby ginger. Rabbit with ginger is, obviously, a dish that is a combination of ginger and rabbit. Ginger is the young shoots of ginger, less fibrous, more watery, less pungent, yet warming to the stomach. Try. What parent wouldn't want such a warm bowl of noodles after dropping off the kids in such cold weather? There are no meat rabbits for sale in the market in a city. Imobai is also lazy to go to the market to waste time. Directly in the system mall, the rabbit meat and ginger and other one ingredient seasoning. Buy complete. Ingredients purchased successfully. Every time in the past, the ingredients would appear out of thin air after the system beep. But this time, after a long time from the system voice, Imobai didn't see the ingredients. Just as Imobai was wondering if the system was buggy, the intercom in the villa rang. Ning Feng's voice came out. Mr. M.O., we have received many of the ingredients you purchased. May I send them to you? The system can be so resourceful, knowing that the current environment is crowded, and knowing to pass the ingredients over a clear path as well. Send it. Soon. Ning Feng drove a special car to deliver the ingredients. Imobai opened the cardboard boxes where the ingredients were placed and checked them one by one. Well, it's very good. It's worthy of being produced by the system mall. The quality of rabbit meat and ingredients is one of the best. Ning Feng watched from the side, somewhat curious. Mr. M.O., are you buying so many ingredients to entertain your friends? No, these ingredients are for the stall. Upon hearing this reply, Ning Feng's eyes immediately widened. He could hardly believe his ears. You're so rich, and you're still setting up a stall. Chapter 35. How can you eat a rabbit when it's so cute? Yeah, he's so rich that he still has a stall. Imobai also found it strangely outrageous, but he couldn't be bothered to explain too much, so he had to pull out his Versailles line. Stalls are my hobby. It's not about having money. Ning Feng, as the butler of the Imperial Forest Cloud residence, he had seen many rich people. Most rich people, indeed, have some eccentric hobbies, but it was the first time he had ever heard of a hobby like setting up a stall, when really, it's breathtaking. Still, professionalism being what it was, he was quick to come back to his senses. I see. I told you how a rich man like you could travel on a dining car. If it's a hobby, it all makes sense. It still feels outrageous though is all. Ning Feng pressed down the heart that wanted to spit, squeezing out a professional smile as he enthusiastically said, I see you have a lot of ingredients here, and I cook a lot at home, so why don't I stay and help you out a bit? For each building of the Royal Forest Cloud residence, there is an exclusive butler. It is their job to fulfill all the needs of the homeowners, usually do things like dog walking, picking up and dropping off small children, and so on. It's getting a little late in the day, and tomorrow, Imobai is planning to get up early again to sell breakfast. Hearing this, he did not refuse and left Ningfeng behind to do some work like peeling garlic and cutting ginger. Imobai, on the other hand, was concentrating on the rabbit meat. The system delivers pure rabbit meat that has been skin clean. It also has a rabbit head with rabbit teeth around its neck, which is oddly hideous at first glance. Ningfeng had never seen such an ingredient before and couldn't help but ask, Mr. M.O., what kind of meat is this? Rabbit. Oh, rabbit. Receiving an answer, Ningfeng first subconsciously nodded. It was only a few moments later that he let out a short exclamation of surprise as if he had finally realized something. What? Rabbit? People in the city are not used to eating rabbit. Ningfeng's surprised reaction was sort of expected by Imobai. He stood in front of the kitchen in his apron, chopping rabbit meat with his hands up and his head in the air as he explained. Rabbit meat is a very common meat in Sichuan and Chongqing. If you know how to do it, it won't taste like any other meat at all. Ningfeng growled inwardly. Is this a flavor issue? Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat a rabbit? As a native of a city, Ningfeng you remembered that he had raised a large white rabbit named Xiaobai when he was in elementary school. That was his favorite playmate in elementary school. White, soft and super cute. Ningfeng didn't expect, in any case, that this handsome-looking, shy new owner would be ruthless enough to eat such a cute rabbit. No, it's not right. He's not only going to eat it himself, he's going to make so much of it to sell at a stand. Ningfeng was certain that absolutely no one from a city could accept this dish. His new owner's grand plan to set up a stall was afraid to fail. However, as a housekeeper, Ningfeng wasn't in a good position to dictate the owner's decisions, so he could only smile awkwardly and continue to peel the garlic with his head down. Imobai didn't notice anything unusual either. He would now enter a state of blissful oblivion as soon as he started cooking. On the first day of the stall, as usual, Imobai did not prepare too many ingredients. There are only 15 pounds of rabbit. Under Imobai's sharp and skillful knife skills, soon, 15 pounds of rabbit meat, all turned into a piece of meat the size of an index finger. Rabbit meat is firm and not easily flavored, and pieces the size of your index finger are the perfect size to use for cooking. As for the hard and hideous rabbit head, this stuff does not lend itself to being made into a boy ginger rabbit. Imobai chopped down the rabbit head and started another pot of brine. After preparing the rabbit head to be brined, it is drizzled with spicy oil to make the most common spicy rabbit head in Sichuan and Chongqing. There is no waste of ingredients and the system can be satisfied with at least 2 dish types. The rabbit head must be brined for at least an hour or more. After putting the rabbit head into the marinade and kneading a ball of dough and putting it aside to wake up, Mo Bai began to make the chai ginger rabbit. The index finger-sized pieces of rabbit meat have been marinated in advance by Mo Bai with cooking wine, salt, pepper, starch and oil. Look at the time. It's almost flavored now too. Mo Bai lifted a bucket of newly purchased canola oil and poured it all into the cauldron without any pain. Heat the oil until it is 50 to 60% hot. Quickly pour the rabbit into it. Wait for it to brown, and then quickly lift it out again. The whole thing took no more than 20 seconds. If it's a small home cooker with few ingredients, it really only takes a few seconds. It's different from the crispy fried chicken and crispy sausage that I've made before. Rabbit meat into the frying pan is not for the crunchy texture, but to make the rabbit meat taste as tender as possible, so the time-sliding frying time is naturally the shorter the better. Also, canola oil works well to remove the original grassy flavor of rabbit. Once this step is completed, it's time to sauté the ingredients. Once a generous amount of minced ginger and garlic, bean paste, and pickled peppers have been sautéed, you can add the baby ginger, green and red chili peppers, and rabbit meat to the stew for seasoning. It wasn't long before the rich, fresh, sour and spicy scent filled the no. 1 courtyard. Smelling the odor, Ningfeng only felt like the sun had gone out. Why is it surprising that cute rabbits can smell good? It made him want to taste it. No, it's not right. How can he eat a rabbit when it's so cute? And when Xiaobai died, he was very sad and had sworn that he would never eat Xiaobai's kind. He could never apologize to White. Ningfeng shook his head, hurriedly shaking this terrifying thought out of his mind. Mr. M.O., it's getting late, so I'll go back first. In order to avoid doing anything to apologize to Xiaobai, Ningfeng decided to leave this horrible place earlier. The baby ginger rabbit is ready. Mo Bai was now kneading the dough and sniffed enthusiastically. It's just about dinner time now, so why don't you eat before you go? Just so you can also try the baby ginger rabbit that you helped make by beating your head against the wall. With Ningfeng's help, it was a lot easier for Mo Bai to cook today. It even took an hour less. Even though Ningfeng would stay to help him and was just doing his duty, Mo Bai still wanted to keep him for a meal before he left. Of course, if Ningfeng said that he couldn't accept rabbit meat and refused to stay and eat it, he wouldn't force himself. In fact, Ningfeng really wanted to refuse as well. But, today was the first day of the new owner's stay, and it was a critical time to strike a good rapport, and he didn't want to upset the new owner in any way. Xiaobai, sorry, for my work, this time can only aggravate you, but don't worry, even if I eat the rabbit, my heart, it's always toward you. And he could have sworn it was definitely the only time he ate rabbit. Ningfeng did a good job of mentally building himself up, took a deep breath, and revealed a professional smile. Well, since you said so, Mr. M.O., I'll be respectful. Chapter 36, How the Rabbit Tastes So Good. How could Mo Bai know that Ningfeng, a big man, had so much drama in his heart? Hearing him agree to do so, he only thought that he didn't mind eating rabbit meat, so he lowered his head and continued kneading the dough. Do one thing and love it. In order to be able to make the noodles well, Mo Bai also purposely spent another amount of money and bought an extra pasta recipe. Now that the dough was in his hands, it was simply obedient. Not a moment too soon. The soft dough was then converted into a noodle of uniform thickness in Mo Bai's hands. Ningfeng was simply dumbfounded by what he saw. If he didn't know that Mo Bai was the owner of the Royal Forest Cloud Residence No. 1 courtyard, he was afraid that he would have to think that Mo Bai was some kind of kneading master who had been doing this for decades. The fresh noodles fall into the boiling water and boil and churn in no time. Because it was for a topping, Mo Bai deliberately added more water with salt for simmering when he made the boy ginger rabbit. Now that the noodles are out of the pot, there's no need for any extra seasoning. Just cover them with a big spoonful of baby ginger rabbit with the broth. By this time, the rabbit head put into the brine is almost brined. Mo Bai fished out a rabbit head that had already been brined to softness and asked Ningfeng, "The rabbit head is almost brined. Do you want one? No chili oil, pure brine flavor is also delicious." Ningfeng looked at the hideous and terrifying rabbit teeth on the rabbit's head and just about threw his head off. No, you just eat, Mr. M.O. A lot of people really can't handle rabbit heads, but Mo Bai still likes to eat it. At that, he didn't try to talk him out of it, but only fished one out for himself and brought it to the table. As for the rabbit and ginger-covered noodles, they had been served on the table by Mo Bai. It was just that Ningfeng had a mental block when he thought that the meat in the bowl was rabbit meat, and was unable to take a bite, and hadn't moved his chopsticks until now. It even seemed to be a bit of a handful. Mo Bai only thought he was being too confined as a guest and greeted him warmly. "Noodles don't taste good when they've been soaking for a long time. You don't have to wait for me. Just eat. In Ningfeng's ears, however, these words sounded like a death wish. Ooh, white. I'm sorry. Ningfeng once again took a deep breath, summoned up all his courage, and caught a chopstick of noodles with rabbit meat and baby ginger, sending it into his mouth. The white noodles are covered in a red, bright and sour soup. Before entering the mouth, Ningfeng had thought that it would be a particularly exciting taste, but unexpectedly, the spicy and sour flavor are all controlled by Bai in just the right position. Will not let people feel stimulation. There is just the mouth and tongue, the satisfaction of the appetite. The dough is kneaded and pulled repeatedly to create a smooth yet chewy texture. Chewing carefully, it is the unique wheat flavor of wheat. Occasionally, there was a hint of baby ginger to chew on, as well as a small piece of rabbit. The spicy and crunchy ginger and the tender and flavorful rabbit meat are mixed with the smooth and sinewy handmade ramen noodles and the spicy and sour soup base. For a moment, Ningfeng didn't hold back his tears. Bai was gnawing on a rabbit head and was startled when he saw that Ningfeng was actually crying. What's the matter with you? Is the noodle not to your liking and it's making you cry? No. Ningfeng cried and shook his head, his voice choking. It's that this bowl of noodles is just so good. I've just never had noodles this good. I cheated on white, and I'm pretty sure this definitely won't be the only time I eat rabbit. How can a rabbit taste so good? I'm sorry Kahakuna, but I just can't control myself. After saying that, Ningfeng unexpectedly didn't even care about Bai, the owner. Bury your head and turn on the storm inhalation mode. Bai couldn't read it, couldn't understand what Ningfeng was doing at all. Is this world, finally, epileptic into what he couldn't imagine? Bai is not a person who will seek his own misery. Since he can't read it, he won't read it. He continued to concentrate on nibbling on the rabbit's head. A large bowl of at least 3 tails of noodles took only 5 minutes to disappear under Ningfeng's stormy inhalation. He licked his mouth with intent and couldn't stop his eyes from glancing into Bai's noodle bowl. Bai noticed his sight. Aren't you full yet? Why don't I fish out another rabbit head for you? Ningfeng had now fully accepted the matter of eating rabbit meat, but rabbit head, Ningfeng consciously still couldn't accept it, and it wasn't good for him, a butler, to keep dawdling at the owner's house. But, Mr. M.O., where do you plan to set up your stall tomorrow? He could have gotten it fair and square, from Bai. After obtaining the location of tomorrow's stall, Ningfeng didn't leave immediately. He waited for Bai to finish eating and helped Bai clean up the kitchen before he walked out of one courtyard. A dreamless night. 6 o'clock in the morning. The 2 security guards had just changed shifts and were yawning when they received a notification from the main control room. Attention, attention, attention. The owner of the first house has driven out and is about to arrive at the gate. It's the second day for the owners of one home to move in. All of you get in the spirit and try to make the best impression on our owner's father. The 2 security uncles sniffed and were instantly energized. Can't help but whisper. Yesterday, old Zhang told old Li that this new owner of one courtyard has a very special car, and I don't know what kind of car it is. A rich man like this must be driving a luxury business car. I don't think so. There are a lot of people in the owners who drive supercars, which is called a special sentence. I think it might be some precious antique car. Hey, why don't you and I make a bet? I'm guessing a luxury business car. Okay, then I guess it's a precious antique car. Soon, the 2 security uncles saw lights coming up ahead. A business car. A business car. It has to be a business car. Antique cars. Antique cars. It has to be an antique car. The 2 security guards kept waving the flag in their minds. Then, at last, the owner of house one, slowly driving his petite, rustic little dining car, arrived at the lavish, imposing gates of the Royal Forest Cloud residence. The 2 security uncles were a bit clammed up at the sight. No way. You, a top tycoon who can buy the one courtyard of the Royal Forest Cloud residence, are traveling in a small food truck. And if they weren't mistaken, it looked like there were quite a few things for stalls on top of the little food cart. Such a rich top tycoon has to go out and set up a stall in the morning. Who would believe that? Or were they both blind? The 2 security guards fell into a moment of self-doubt. Bai saw that the door bar had not been opened, so he could only voice out, 2 uncles, I am the owner of the one courtyard. Can you open the door for me? The 2 security guard uncles sniffed, and only then, as if waking up from a dream, hurriedly pulled the gate open. With a weird gaze, he watched Bai leave. Bai hadn't gotten up this early in a long time, plus the recent low temperatures. Feeling only sleepy and cold, he didn't notice the security uncle's weird gaze for a moment. Driving the little food truck, we arrived at the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School in a flash. School entrances are hardest hit by the gathering of vendors. By now there were a number of small food trucks selling breakfast parked around the perimeter. There are too many monks. Seeing that there was another competitor, everyone was a little nervous. A middle-aged couple selling buns beside Imobai couldn't help but probe towards him and ask, "What are you here to sell, young man?" Chapter 37, Delicious Buns. Imobai didn't answer directly, but smiled and took a small glowing menu board out from the inside of the food truck and showed it to the couple. The couple took a look. Only two large lines were clearly and plainly written on the small menu board. Rabbit-covered noodles with ginger, 68 a bowl. Spicy rabbit head, 50 apiece. There was also a line of inverted large and small notes attached to it below. Note, there is no limit to the number of people, but more people are limited to one bowl and one head. And if there is a queue jumper, you are banned for life. The husband and wife looked at each other after reading it, and not being able to hold back, snorted out a laugh. "Young man, this is your first time in business, isn't it?" Imobai, no. The couple didn't believe it. If it's not the first time, how dare you sell 68 bowls for an outrageous price? For that price, and you customize such a sign. You're not one of those poo-poo letter men the internet is always talking about these days, are you? And this dish you're selling, boy ginger rabbit? Spicy rabbit head? What the hell? Does anyone eat rabbit meat too? Young man, the water of the stall is very deep. I advise you to return home while you still can. Don't take up space here. Unlike the enthusiastic Uncle Jiang, the middle-aged couple, obviously, were not motivated by friendly persuasion. The tone of voice is also unpleasant. The smile on Imobai's face suddenly went cold. It's not up to you to decide whether or not it sells. After saying that, Imobai no longer paid attention to the two of them and focused on setting up the stall. As for the small menu sign, it was hung in the most prominent place on his food truck. This small food sign was not customized by Imobai, but the food truck was automatically generated by the system after the change. Imobai kinda liked it. It's clear and concise, so you won't have to say the price over and over and over again, along with the restriction on purchases, and it also eliminates queue jumping. But all the same, with a small menu in place, fewer customers will certainly come over to inquire because they feel curious. Half an hour passed and no one patronized Imobai's stall. On the contrary, the middle-aged couple selling buns on the side has sold a lot of buns with the increase of students. They patted their bulging wallets and even shook their heads proudly at Imobai. "See, it's people like us that do business. The two of us, as seniors in the stall industry, say a few words about you and you're even reluctant to do so. Tell him yourself, look, is anyone willing to buy your noodle?" Panicked now that there are no buyers. "Are you?" Imobai was indeed flustered, but not for lack of buyers. Rather, he realized that there were no parents riding their battery-operated bicycles to drop off their students, as he had expected, in front of New Harvest Elementary School. All there is a luxury car that looks more expensive than one. These parents get into their limousines immediately after dropping off their kids and don't give a damn about the roadside stalls. Imobai finally sensed that something was wrong. Take out your cell phone and start searching for information about New Harvest Elementary School. This search, he realized that New Harvest Elementary School was actually a famous private aristocratic elementary school in a city. It may look mediocre on the outside, but the faculty is amazingly strong. Rightfully so, the tuition fees are naturally staggering. All the children who come here are rich and famous. Oh, come on, that's a mistake. The way things are going, there won't even be a situation where a parent feels cold after dropping off their child and comes over for noodles. However, the menu has been ordered. The dishes have been made. Imobai can only sell it down the road. In order to attract customers, he lifted the lid of the metal bucket containing the ginger rabbit, as he had done before when he sold the fat sausage chicken, and stirred it while it heated up. The husband and wife who sell the buns have a lot of experience in setting up stalls. One look at Imobai's actions and he knew that he was trying to attract customers with his flavor. The duo laughed disdainfully, and were about to continue mocking for a couple of sentences, but a beautiful woman in a flashy dress had already pulled a cute-looking, skinny little girl to stand in front of their stall. The couple instantly changed their faces and enthusiastically questioned the little girl. "Ivana, today there are buns stuffed with beef and celery, pork and scallions, and eggs and leeks. Which one do you want?" Ivana's full name is Ivana Su. The beautiful woman holding Su Ivana was her mother, Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is a rich wife who was very picky about what she eats. Before Su Ivana was born, Jiang Lu had a disdain for roadside stalls. Actually, it is now. She felt that roadside stalls were unhygienic, unprotected and tasted mediocre. Nah, Ivana the child has been a picky eater since she was a child. No matter how good a chef she had at home, she could never eat 2 bites. But Ivana, who is such a picky eater, told her recently, "Mom, there's a stall selling buns in front of the school that's so delicious. I don't want to eat breakfast at home. I want to eat a bun in front of the school." As soon as Jiang Lu heard that it was a roadside stall, she refused without thinking. He even came to the front of the school every morning to supervise in order to prevent Su Ivana from buying buns. She had thought that after a few days of supervision like this, Ivana would be able to forget about the pack. But who would have thought that not only did Ivana not forget, but her craving for buns also intensified. It has grown to the point where you don't even eat without a bun. Seeing that the child was getting thinner and thinner, Jianglu could only compromise and personally bring Ivana to buy buns in front of the school every morning. But Jianglu still had one more thing in mind. She didn't want Ivana to be like the other students, eating pot meals with no health qualifications. So every day, he gave the middle-aged couple selling buns an extra $200 and asked them to make another one for Ivana separately. And they were also asked, every day, to tweet her the process of making them individually. With this extra $200, the middle-aged couple treated Jianglu and Ivana with extra enthusiasm. Ivana, come on, what kind of stuffed bun do you want? If we can't pick one, what if we fill one for you? Ivana is an extraordinarily picky kid sister. She had grown accustomed to eating mountains of food since she was a child. In fact, she did not think the buns in front of the school were so delicious, but if she did not eat it, she always thought about it. For a moment she didn't know what kind of stuffed bun she wanted to eat. Sniffing, he was about to nod, but at that moment, a fresh, sour and spicy aroma, with an unstoppable force, fiercely ran into her nostrils. All of a sudden, the appetite that hadn't been aroused for a long time since I had eaten the buns was once again revitalized by the lure of this aroma. Ivana's eyes suddenly lit up. What smells so good? Mom, I don't want a bun this morning. I want to eat this nice smelling thing. Jianglu also smelled this extraordinarily strong scent. Truth be told, her cravings were also aroused by the scent. She looked at Ma Bai's stall off to the side. I can't help but ponder in the back of my mind that it's all roadside stalls anyway, so why don't we switch to another one today? The middle-aged couple selling the buns took one look at it and became anxious. Ivana's mom, this stall was only set up today. There's no guarantee of reputation. And this stuff smells so good. He must have added flavor enhancers. Chapter 38, The True God in the Roadside Stalls. When Jianglu heard this, she immediately hesitated again. Yeah, this stuff does smell a little over the top. Even the top chef hired by the family had never made a meal that smelled so good. Definitely added flavor enhancers. She's so old. She's fine with a little flavor enhancer. But Ivana is still so young. Mom, I don't care. I want this to smell good. Eat this fragrantly and I'll promise to go back and have a nice dinner tonight. Jianglu was originally all set to refuse. But when she heard this, she brightened up again. Because of her addiction to buns, Ivana hadn't eaten at home for several days. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to have a meal of flavor enhancers in exchange for a normal meal tonight. After all, the basis of healthy eating is that you have to be full first. No amount of healthy eating is good enough if you don't eat enough. Okay, then Mom promises you this time. We'll go eat this scented one this morning. Every day, Jianglu would give the money for the buns one night in advance. After saying that, Jianglu no longer cared about the middle-aged couple selling buns, pulled Ivana, and walked to Mo Bai's food cart. Mo Bai's food truck is clean. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jianglu's eyes as she opened her mouth to inquire. What are you selling here, little brother? Sells ginger rabbit-covered noodles with spicy rabbit head, Mo Bai said, pointing to a small menu off to the side. The prices are written all over it. Jianglu took a look. 68 of 50. Oh, it's not cheap to sell. But for Jianglu, as long as she could make Ivana eat happily, even if it was 680, she didn't care. As for the word rabbit on the signboard, Jianglu didn't care at all. She grew up in a city and hadn't eaten rabbit in a dish since she was a kid. Nor have I traveled to Sichuan and Chongqing. So she subconsciously thought that the word rabbit on Mo Bai's signboard was just because she knew that there were a lot of kids in a city who liked rabbits. That's why it's specially written to solicit customers. The misunderstanding was settled and Jianglu began to order. It's too early in the morning for something too spicy. Just give us 2 bowls of covered noodles. Mo Bai nodded and took out the dough that had been prepared last night. After a night's rise, the dough has become quite pliable. Mo Bai pulled out 2 small balls of noodle dosage, hands flipping, pulling and pulling. In a short while, 2 portions of snow-white noodles of uniform thickness fell into the boiling water. Fresh pasta cooks easily and boils with the water temperature in no more than 10 seconds. Mo Bai fished out the noodles and covered each with a large spoonful of reddish-colored boy ginger rabbit. In order to enrich the color, Mo Bai purposely added some non-spicy green bell peppers to the pot before leaving the house. Kids love strong colors. Looking at this bowl of green and red noodles, with snow-white rabbit meat dotted in between, Ivana only felt that her appetite had reached its peak at this moment. She couldn't wait to unwrap the disposable chopsticks and take a chopstick of noodles into her mouth. The sour and smooth texture of the noodles immediately made Ivana's eyes widen in shock. After chewing the bowl of noodles carefully, she couldn't help but gasp out in amazement. Mom, this bowl of noodles is so delicious. Simply the best noodles I've ever had in my life. Jianglu is tweeting with a friend, complaining that in front of the school, there is another business that adds flavor enhancers to the dishes. When she heard her own daughter's words, she couldn't help but be surprised for a few moments. My own daughter's domesticity is very good, and she has always adhered to the principle of eating without speaking. Even when it was time to eat her favorite buns, Ivana would only chant a few words about wanting to eat good food when she got home and missed them. Like now before even finishing eating. Can't wait to open his mouth to praise. Jianglu was still the first time to see. She couldn't help but feel some curiosity rise in her about the bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger. Is it really that good? She put down her cell phone and also picked up a chopstick of noodles and brought it to her mouth. The soup is sour and appetizing, although the color is red. But obviously, Mobai has taken into account the elementary school door. Small children are not very able to eat spicy problems, and did not make the soup base particularly spicy. Other than the sour flavor, there is just the aroma from the chili peppers, combined with the pliable and refreshing noodles. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes and the more you want to eat it. The baby ginger and green bell peppers in it were an unexpected treat, relieving her of greasiness while giving her another spicy and refreshing style. In this bowl of noodles, there was absolutely no taste of the inferior additives that Jianglu had imagined at first. Some are just compounded and delicious with the original flavors of the ingredients. As for the rabbit inside, although Jianglu couldn't recognize what kind of meat this was, but from the tender, smooth and firm texture, she could tell that it was definitely fresh and top quality meat as well. Jianglu didn't realize until then that she had actually misunderstood Mobai. Whereas Mobai some shady businessman who adds additives to his dishes. This is clearly a good chef who has real talent and uses real ingredients in his cooking. Jianglu even felt that even the chef that her family had hired overpaid to come here couldn't compare to Mobai in terms of cooking skills. Good lord, she's met a true god in a roadside stand. It's so good. Jianglu didn't hold back an exclamation either. Then this big and small group of people did not care about anything else and buried their heads in their mouths and ate bitterly. The middle-aged couple selling buns on the sidelines saw this and felt bad. Jianglu had also tasted one of their buns the first time she came to buy one for food safety. Although Jianglu didn't show a look of dislike at that time, she hadn't praised them like she did now. Even Suevana, who was addicted to his family's buns, had never complimented his family's buns in front of the duo. The more the two thought about it, the less they felt in their hearts. Couldn't help but speak sourly. I've been a chef for so many years, and I knew this dish was spiked with 3-flour evaporated milk as soon as I saw it. Ivana's mom, this stuff may taste good to eat, but it's not good for your health. You guys can eat less. Jianglu the side just finished eating a whole bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with ginger, was feeling unfulfilled, sniffing the words suddenly feel spoiled. Coldly, he said, I didn't even realize that my mouth couldn't even tell if it was good or not, and that I needed you guys to look at it for me? In my opinion, the ingredients used by this young handsome man to cook are much more honest than yours. When she said that, she looked down and asked Ivana, do you prefer buns or noodles made by this brother? The kid sister has long been captured by Mobai's chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles. At this point, she had long forgotten what a bun tasted like with the distraction of extreme food. Thought aloud without thinking. Noodles. I love this brother's noodles. Okay then, starting tomorrow, I'll bring you over for noodles every morning. Jianglu lightly said one sentence, but it made the couple selling buns blanch. Ivana's mom, what do you mean by that? What about the buns you order from us every day? Chapter 39. Is it possible that this is a real rabbit head? No bookings from tomorrow. As for today's buns, we can't eat anymore. You don't need to give them to me. Just sell them. After saying that, Jianglu didn't care about the couple's ugly faces, rubbing his belly with a look of contentment. It's been a long time since I've had such a good meal. Obviously my stomach is full, but I still feel like I can't get enough. Suevana, at this point, had also finished her own Zai ginger rabbit-covered noodles. She followed suit, holding her stomach and sighing, I wish I had another bowl, but I can't eat anymore. After saying that, she didn't forget to express her praise to Mobai once again. Brother, you're just too good. Makes better noodles than my chef does. You're the best brother Ivana has ever seen. It wasn't like Mobai hadn't been complimented like this by other diners, but hearing it from a kid sister just makes it seem like it needs to be cuter. It felt like being coaxed by a child. He couldn't help but laugh at the suggestion. If you still want to eat, but don't have a stomach left, you can have another spicy rabbit head. The spicy rabbit head is also delicious. Jianglu listened with some interest, but will it be very spicy? Aster and I aren't too good with spicy food. After all, it is sold in front of the elementary school. Mobai naturally has considered this problem. If you guys are afraid of spice, I won't drizzle you with red oil, and the original rabbit head is delicious. Jianglu raised an eyebrow at Suevana. Ivana, would you like some? Think. Hey, mommy wants some too. Boss, give us both a taste first. Mobai nodded and fished out a brined rabbit head that still had residual warmth from another compact iron basin. Since you don't have to drizzle red oil, you don't really need to add any other seasonings. However, Looking at the slightly hideous selling appearance of the rabbit head, he still put some chopped scallions as a garnish, which was served on the table. However, even though Mo-bai was already trying to embellish, the hideous rabbit head still startled Jian Lu's mother and daughter as soon as it hit the table. Both of them are pretty good at saving face kind of personalities. I'm scared, but I don't want to show it, so I can only put one big head and two little heads together and whisper, "Mom, this brother is really good. This rabbit head looks too rabbit head." Yeah, when it was first served, I almost really thought it was rabbit head, but on second thought, how could anyone in a city be cruel enough to sell rabbit heads? After all, rabbits are so cute. How can you eat a rabbit when it's so cute? This must be brother using some other kind of meat, purposely made to look like a rabbit head to trick us. That being said, the duo was still a little scared to face the hideous rabbit head, especially Suivana, who didn't even dare to touch the rabbit's head. As a mother, Jiang Lu could only lead by example. Ivana, we have to be brave. Look at mommy. Wait, it's all bones. How can we eat this thing? Mo-bai had gotten up too early today and hadn't had time to eat breakfast. He took advantage of the fact that it wasn't too crowded and cooked himself a bowl of noodles and fished a rabbit's head up as well. At that, he picked up the rabbit's head and gave the mother and daughter a demonstration. Find this spot. This is where the jaws are on the rabbit's head, and break it open with a gentle wrench. After breaking it open, you eat the meat around the cheeks first, and when you're done, you pry the rabbit's mouth open and eat the tongue, and then finally you open the skull and eat the brain. Jiang Lu followed Mo-bai's movements and very easily split the rabbit head in two. As Mo-bai said, after breaking it open, you can see that there is a lot of meat around the gills. Jiang Lu experimentally picked up half of the gills and put them in her mouth. When he first entered the mouth, Jiang Lu's expression was still a bit grim, but as soon as he tasted the flavor of the gills, Jiang Lu's originally grim face became pleasant once again. The rabbit cheek meat is firm and springy, but with a hint of tenderness, and the flavor of the spices has fully penetrated every fiber after a night of soaking. It really does get better the more you chew it. Suivana curiously stared at Jiang Lu's face. Mom, how was it? Was it good? It's very tasty. Ivana, you try. Mom is still buying one for you. Jiang Lu originally wanted Suivana to eat the other half of the gills, but the meat on the rabbit's head was so small that she couldn't even eat a few bites herself, so she couldn't afford to give half of it to her daughter. Then simply pay and order another one. After the rabbit head was brought to the table, this time, no longer using Mo-bai to demonstrate, Jiang Lu Chao skillfully broke the rabbit head open and handed the cheek meat to Suivana. Ivana took one. Kid sister was once again overcome. Wow. The meat here is so delicious. It's a texture I've never had before. After that, mother and daughter ate the tender rabbit tongue, the rich rabbit brain, and the silky, tender shredded meat behind the rabbit's eyes. Every part of it was so delicious that the mother-daughter duo marveled at it. Boss Missouri, we are truly and completely impressed by your cooking skills. Jiang Lu, as an adult, was quick with her hands and feet, and by now she had already finished eating a rabbit head, but Ivana is still struggling with the rabbit head. Jiang Lu then sat aside and chatted with Mo-bai. Not only are you a great cook, you're a great creative too. It's amazing that so many delicious things can be assembled and designed into a rabbit head, which makes you feel horrified but at the same time can't help but be impressed by the high level of culinary skills. Designed to be assembled into a rabbit head? Mo-bai always thought. The mother and daughter duo of Jiang Lu were able to nod the rabbit's head because they knew and were okay with eating it. Until you hear the words. Mo-bai then realized that mother and daughter Jiang Lu seemed to have some kind of misunderstanding about him. He didn't want to cheat the diners either. He looked at Suivana, who was gnawing on a rabbit head, and spoke as politely as he could. Well, is there a possibility that this is not a rabbit head that was designed to be a rabbit head, but a real rabbit head? Jiang Lu froze. A few moments later, she couldn't help but let out a gasp as she looked at the remains of the leftover rabbit head on the table. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat a rabbit? Suivana was still young and didn't understand Mo-bai's overly euphemistic reminder. Looking up in confusion. Mommy, what's eating bunny? I thought it was a fake rabbit? Jiang Lu. Although Jiang Lu was a local A-city person, she grew up turtle-haired and did not have the habit of keeping pets. So if you are interested in rabbits, you just find them cute, but you don't have a deep feeling of keeping them. Of course, there is another very important reason. That's what Mo-bai said about the rabbit being just too good. After a shriek, she quickly accepted the reality that she had eaten the rabbit and found it delicious. But Ivana was a different story. The family cottage now has a drop-eared rabbit. Ivana loves it and feeds it herself every day. In order not to hurt her own daughter's young heart, Jiang Lu told a well-intentioned lie. Yeah, it's a fake bunny. Mom just had a mouthful earlier. The middle-aged couple selling buns had been upset ever since Mo-bai had robbed Jiang Lu of such a big patron. At the sound of the words, he felt that the opportunity had come. Humph, If we can't make this money, we won't let you either. The duo opened their mouths aloud with that purpose in mind. Ivana, don't let your mom fool you. What a fake. We've traveled to the Sichuan and Chongqing areas before, and this is a real rabbit's head. Chapter 40, Who's a Good Guy with a 7 a.m. date? John Lu was practically dying of anger from this extreme two couples. The reason she had just cancelled the order she had been placing with them. For one thing, it did feel that Mo Bai was far superior to those two couples, whether it was in his cooking skills or in the ingredients he used. Secondly, they felt that they were of poor character and wanted to minimize the interaction between their own daughter and these two. But I didn't expect that the couple would still be restless even after her order had been cancelled. In 2 words, Ivana was made to wail. Wha? Mom, is it really? Is this really the same rabbit as Droopy? Droopy is the name of the droopy-eared rabbit that Ivana has. Just by looking at this sad look on Sue Ivana's face, one could tell how much she really liked Droopy. If she could, John Lu really wanted to tell Sue Ivana it wasn't true. Make her baby girl stop crying. But now, especially with those two couples around, it's definitely impossible to hide this. John Lu could only nod sorrowfully. Yes, the meat you just ate was indeed of the same kind as Droopy. When Ivana heard this, she instantly cried even more. Oh I've gone too far. Tari is my best friend. How can I eat Tari's kind? Ivana is too good a child to do something so cruel. The middle-aged couple was about to burst with joy when they heard this. Sue Ivana didn't want to eat rabbit meat. In order for Sue Ivana to be able to eat enough, wouldn't Jian Lu have to continue to order buns from their house in the future? However, before the two couples could be happy for a while longer, they heard Sue Ivana follow up. So, Mom, you'll be the one to feed me from now on. I had to close my eyes and pretend I didn't realize the meat I was eating was rabbit. This statement was made. The middle-aged couple was dumbfounded. Jiang Lu was dumbfounded. Even Mo Bai was a bit dumbfounded. Come on, what's the point of having a dinner like this? But that's a side note. Sue Ivana really liked the food that Mo Bai made, even to the point where she could accept eating rabbit meat. Hey, that way, she can bring her own daughter here every day to eat the rabbit-covered noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head. John Lu's eyes were glowing and she nodded her head in agreement without thinking. Good. From now on, Ivana, you just close your eyes and let mommy feed you. If you don't see it, then you don't know it. We're so smart. Mo Bai. He sort of knew who the kid sister looked like when she wrote about covering her ears, but it's weirdly dangerous to eat with your eyes closed, especially since the kid sister wasn't very old. She looked like she was 6 or 7. Mo Bai thought about it and kindly handed them a step. When you guys say droopy, you don't think it's a droopy-eared rabbit, do you? Yeah, that wouldn't count as eating your own kind. All the ones you just ate were meat rabbits, not the same as the smaller rabbits like the droopy-eared rabbits. Sure enough, hearing this, John Lu and Sue Ivana completely threw down the last of their guilt and once again ate beautifully. 7 in the morning. Ning Feng drove his car in high spirits and drove to the downstairs of his own goddess. Call the goddess for a reminder. Hui, I'm already downstairs at your house. Come down quickly. Xiao Hui on the other end of the phone. Xiao Hui was really speechless. Xiao Hui is a foodie and usually loves to brush up on food videos. Last night, she swiped on a food tutorial. Inside the tutorial, several pasta preparations are detailed. Xiao Hui gave a craving in the middle of the night, so she couldn't help but send a friend circle, saying that she had a special craving for delicious pasta lately. She didn't expect that just as soon as she sent it out, Ning Feng would chat with her privately. Why? I've recently discovered a treasure chef. This chef has a special identity and makes pasta that is both special and delicious. It's really special. Simply the best pasta I've ever had in my life. If you're free tomorrow, I can take you to eat with me. Chef in a special capacity? And it was the best pasta Ning Feng had ever eaten in his life? Xiao Hui was instantly aroused by Ning Feng's overly pompous description. Plus, Xiao Hui actually had a few good feelings for Ning Feng and was interested in accepting his advances. She mistakenly thought that Ning Feng was taking advantage of tomorrow's vacation to take her on a date and surprise her, and she agreed. Who knew that as soon as she agreed, Ning Feng's next words were, okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. At 7 a.m. No, who's a nice guy who gets up at 7 a.m. For a date? Xiao Hui was directly confused by Ning Feng, but Xiao Hui, as a person, is a person who pays a lot of attention to promises and the concept of time. Since it was all promised, she wouldn't go back on it, so Xiao Hui could only get up at 6 in the morning to wash and put on her makeup on her precious day off. Seriously, she didn't feel this tired at work. She yawned and breathlessly made her way downstairs to her car. On the contrary, Ning Feng, a straight man of steel, still couldn't see her exhaustion and dissatisfaction. Not a word of consolation, just a face of excitement as he drove faster. There was something else that came out of his mouth. Mr. Mo said he only sells breakfast hours, so I'm afraid if you go late, you won't have anything to eat. It wasn't until the car had plateaued that he smiled as if he remembered something. I seem to have forgotten to tell you who Mr. M.O. is. He is the owner of our Royal Forest Cloud residence No. 1, and has only been living here for the last 2 days. I thought that someone of his status must be very difficult to get along with, but I didn't expect that Mr. M.O. was extraordinarily nice to talk to. And Mr. M.O. also has a very special hobby. He actually likes to make his own food to sell. I'm taking you to eat his noodles today. Last night, I've already eaten the noodles made by Mr. M.O. It's not that I'm bragging, although the ingredients may be a bit odd. The taste is absolutely one of a kind. It's as good as you've never had before. Xiao Hui is also a housekeeper in an upscale villa area, so she was well aware of the gold content of the name of the owner of the No. 1 house of the Royal Forest Cloud residence. It sounds unbelievable that someone with that kind of stature would like to make his own food to sell, but there was no need for Ning Feng to lie to her about such things. That said, there really are rich people with hobbies this specific. That being the case, then Xiao Hui could understand why Ning Feng had made an appointment with her so early. After all, rich people were all a bit eccentric, so maybe this owner of the No. 1 courtyard of the Royal Forest Cloud residence had made some odd rule, and I guess the environment of such rich people's stores should all be particularly good, especially for dating. Thinking so, Xiao Hui's mood was always better. A faint sense of anticipation also rose in his heart. Then, Ning Feng was in Xiao Hui's expectant eyes, took Xiao Hui to the roadside stand in front of Xinha Elementary School. Chapter 41, The Iron Man's Way of Dating. Xiao Hui looked at the both rustic and small food cart in front of her, her eyes complex. Are you sure this is the store run by the owner of the Royal Forest Cloud residence No. 1? She seriously suspected that Ning Feng was purposely screwing with her today. What kind of rich guy opens a roadside stand to sell food? And did she get up at 6 o'clock today to wash up and put on makeup just to eat at a roadside stand in the cold? Ning Feng, as a straight man of steel, not only didn't notice the dissatisfaction in Xiao Hui's heart, he was also exceptionally excited to make an introduction for Xiao Hui. See that little handsome guy behind the food truck? That's my homeowner from Yard 1. His last name is M.O. Just call him Mr. M.O. later. Not that I'm bragging, that rabbit-covered noodles with kid ginger made by Mr. M.O. is truly a masterpiece. With that, he led Xiao Hui to M.O. by's heels. Mr. M.O., I brought my friend to take care of your business. As things stood, Xiao Hui could only squeeze out a hard smile and greet M.O. by. Hello Mr. M.O. M.O. by was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Ning Feng to actually come today, and he even brought a friend with him, but it's good. The people of a city were not very receptive to rabbit meat, and after Jiang Lu left, he had only sold a total of 3 bowls of noodles. A big pot of baby ginger rabbits is worrying about sales. He flashed a grin. Hello you guys, there's no need to be so polite outside. Just call me Boss Missouri directly. There's a seat over there with the wind at your back. You guys can sit there, it'll be warmer. Ning Feng nodded and cheerfully led Xiao Hui to sit over. Xiao Hui was a little surprised to see the menu hanging prominently as she walked over. Baby ginger rabbit. Spicy rabbit head? Are these the only 2 dishes Mr. M.O. sells? Ning Feng, right. Mr. M.O. only sells rabbit meat, but it's really delicious, so don't be afraid. Hui. Xiao Hui, as a foodie, had eaten frogs and snakes and such hunting ingredients, so how could she be afraid of rabbit meat? She's just not a big fan of rabbit. 2 years ago, she had traveled to the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. The rabbit meat over there was famous, so she spent close to $100 on a hand-ripped rabbit from a very famous local store, because that restaurant is really famous. Online recommendations of people super. Everyone said thief delicious, plus the price of hand-tossed rabbit really isn't cheap either, so Xiao Hui still had high expectations for rabbit meat at that time. She thought it would be quite a delicious flavor. As a result, when she got back to the hotel, she unpacked it and ate it. The meat was dry and crumbly with a mediocre flavor. It can't be proficiently hard to eat, but it definitely can't be called tasty either. Since then, the ingredient, rabbit meat, has been blacklisted by Xiao Hui. She even secretly vowed never to eat another bite of rabbit again. Ning Feng was also really powerful. Not only did she have to get up at 6 o'clock and come in the cold to eat at a roadside stand, but the roadside stand she came from sold ingredients that were her least favorite ingredients. Xiao Hui's entire body went numb. Ning Feng remained oblivious to Xiao Hui's dissatisfaction and even excitedly recommended it to Xiao Hui. The Zai ginger rabbit-covered noodles are really special. Not only the toppings of Zai ginger rabbit are delicious, but the noodles are also handmade ramen made by Mr. M.O. himself, which tastes smooth and strong. Oh yeah, and spicy rabbit head. Although I've never eaten it and I don't dare to eat it, but just by smelling the aroma, I know it definitely doesn't taste bad. If you're not afraid of rabbit heads, I'll buy you one to try. Xiao Hui couldn't wait to go home and sleep right now. How could she be in the mood to eat rabbit head? She blandly refused. No, I just need a bowl of noodles. Although Ningfeng didn't dare to eat rabbit head himself, he was eager to recommend others to try it. At that he was a little disappointed, but he didn't push it and nodded back, walking over to the food cart to order and pay for his meal. Xiao Hui sat in her seat, bored and playing with her cell phone, just in time to see my best friend, Yo-Yo Moon, message her to ask her about it. How about that? How about that? Xiao Hui, how about what? Naturally, I'm asking you how your date went. Haven't you always been quite fond of Ningfeng? And with today's date, your relationship should be one step closer. Xiao Hui had a belly full of grievances, and when she saw this, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and spat out. Near what I originally thought Ningfeng was asking me out this early to take me on a date to some special place. And what happened? He even brought me to a roadside stand, or a roadside stand selling rabbit meat. I don't like rabbit meat in the first place, and he wants me to eat rabbit meat at a roadside stall in the cold wind so early in the morning. When Yu was shocked and confused by this operation. He's afraid that he's not an elm brain, that he would ask his favorite girl to go to a roadside stall in the morning. And the rabbit is so cute. How can you eat the rabbit? Xiao Hui, right? As long as it's a normal person surely can't stand it. I swear, after today, I'll never pay attention to Ningfeng again. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ningfeng is already back with the noodles. Ningfeng didn't have the slightest idea that his flurry of maneuvers was as fierce as a tiger, and that he had directly pushed the goddess away. He put down the covered noodles and greeted Xiao Hui with a happy face. Hui, that's the flavor. Taste it. Xiao Hui really didn't want to taste it at all. Still, faced with Ningfeng's expectant eyes, she wasn't able to ruthlessly refuse. She nodded and picked up her chopsticks, peering into the bowl with a lack of interest. At this look, Xiao Hui was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that these chai ginger rabbit covered noodles looked weirdly good. Red and green, snow white rabbit meat and light colored noodles dotted between, exuding an oily sheen. And the fresh, sour and spicy flavor smells really appetizing. Xiao Hui's originally low appetite was instantly awakened. She was no longer as resistant as she was at first, and experimentally put a chopstick of noodles into her mouth. In a flash, Xiao Hui's eyes lit up. As Ningfeng said, the handmade ramen from Mabai is both smooth and strong, and with the spicy and sour appetizing soup base, it really makes you chew more and more. The more you chew, the more appetizing it becomes. 2. Ningfeng had been observing Xiao Hui attentively, and when he saw the look of light before her eyes, he burst out laughing. How's that for delicious? Try the ginger and rabbit again. That's the soul of this bowl of noodles. Xiao Hui nodded and tasted it as instructed. Her eyes den brighter by a few points. The ginger is crunchy and pungent, and as soon as it hits your stomach, you feel your whole body warming up. Of course, what amazed Xiao Hui the most was the diced rabbit meat the size of her index finger inside. The rabbit meat made by Mobai was not at all dry like the hand-torn rabbit she had eaten before. Instead, the texture is both tender and springy, with every ounce of rabbit fiber soaking up the sour and spicy flavor of the soup base. Xiao Hui only felt that in her entire life. She had never eaten such delicious noodles. She completely threw her previous prejudice against rabbit meat out the window. Not only did he finish a whole bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with Kid Ginger without lifting his head, but he even couldn't get enough of it when he was done. Couldn't resist adding an order of 2 rabbit heads to nibble on. Ningfeng originally didn't dare to eat rabbit head, but when he saw Xiao Hui eating so deliciously, he didn't hold back and ordered one as well. He had never eaten rabbit head before and was a little unsure of where to start. When Mobai saw this, he wanted to speak out and teach him, but Xiao Hui made a demonstration first. Here, you follow my lead and start by eating from the cheek position. Chapter 42 Jiang Lu's Revenge. Oops, you're so stupid. It's broken from this position. Forget it, let me still help you. Mobai looked at the young man and woman whose body movements had suddenly become intimate. Suddenly understanding something, he smiled subtly and didn't make another sound. The meal was a good one. The only beautiful thing was that even Ningfeng and Xiao Hui had eaten to the point where they couldn't eat anymore. And yet, they all still feel unfulfilled. The two were in the car on the way back. Ningfeng couldn't help but speak. Hui, why don't we have another meal? Yeah, Xiao Hui agreed without thinking. Her mind was full of ginger rabbit-covered noodles and spicy rabbit head, and she had completely forgotten that she had told Wen Yu half an hour ago that she would never pay attention to Ningfeng again. After Ningfeng left with Xiao Hui, it was almost time for class. There was a gradual lack of foot traffic outside the school, and there was still half of the boy ginger rabbit left in Mobai's iron bucket. On the contrary, the spicy rabbit head, as there were not many of them in the first place, had been sold out. This is Mobai's third stall. After the first 2 stalls, he already had experience. It doesn't matter if you don't sell much on the first day, as long as you sell, you'll have repeat customers the next day, as well as new customers who are introduced to you by repeat customers. so he's not worried about meeting his mission goals this week. There was just so much baby ginger rabbit left over that he couldn't eat it all by himself, and he was never going to sell overnight food. Is it hard to just waste it? Thinking about this, Immobile couldn't help but twist his eyebrows slightly. The middle-aged couple selling buns had been harboring a grudge against him because he had snatched away John Lu, a big patron. Seeing this, he couldn't help but taunt again. You didn't sell all your groceries, did you? We knew you wouldn't do well in this business. You might as well leave while you're ahead. Immobile was really convinced of these two couples. You want to do well in business, and instead of figuring out how to improve customer repeat business, all you can think about is suppressing your peers. He looked fatally at the rows of steamers in the stalls of these two couples and asked as if he had no intention of doing so. Aren't you guys sold out too? The middle-aged couple raised their heads and said proudly, it's not that they're not sold out. Rather, the buyer who bought them hasn't come yet. Our buns are so good that not only do the students love them, but even many of the teachers. A teacher will come out and buy it later during recess. That means there will be another wave of traffic when recess comes around in a little while. Then, in order not to waste the ingredients, let's continue to wait a little longer today. After getting the answer he wanted, Immobile stopped paying attention to the couple, took out his cell phone, and nestled in the dining car to score. The middle-aged couple didn't finally understand the purpose of Immobile's question just now until now, and were exasperated by Immobile's gnashing of teeth, but there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, you can only put down harsh words. You'll never get anyone to buy your face even if you wait until recess. Those teachers, all of them are our loyal diners. Immobile wore headphones and didn't say a word, just scoring points. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dining car's glass. No, are those two couples so obsessed that they have to come up to him and talk smack? Immobile looked up speechlessly, only to find that the person standing in front of the small food cart was not the middle-aged couple, but John Lu. Why is John Lu here again? Immobile looked up suspiciously and asked tentatively, we're out of rabbit heads. Do you want another bowl of noodles? It wasn't that Immobile thought John Lu could eat. It was that his previous diners, who usually found him again, were there to eat some more. John Lu had no intention of continuing to eat, but when she heard Immobile say this, her heart moved for a brief moment in a very unprofessional way. But she was a beautiful woman with high expectations of herself. She rubbed her small stomach, which was already bulging out a bit from today's food, and shook her head in pain. No more food. I came over to tell you to hold your horses. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? In the face of Immobile's inquiry, John Lu just smiled without saying anything and just told Immobile to keep waiting here. Immobile listened in confusion, but he couldn't leave for a while anyway in order to wait for recess, so he agreed. Soon it was time for recess, as the middle-aged couple selling buns said. As soon as the sound of recess started, a number of teachers took the opportunity to come out and buy breakfast, and the direction that most of the teachers were heading was indeed the direction that Immobile and the middle-aged couple were in. See, these are all loyal diners of our buns. The middle-aged couple smiled at Immobile and greeted the teachers warmly. Teachers, come on, the buns are all still saved for you. In fact, it is just not sold out, but the middle-aged couple in the end, after so many years of business, is still very good at talking, and the teachers inside the school, in general, are more polite and qualified. Even if they knew that what the middle-aged couple was saying was just a scene, they would always respond with a smile. But today, there was something strange about the teachers' reaction. On their faces, there were awkward smiles. Sorry about that, we're not eating buns this morning. The middle-aged couple was confused. If you don't eat the buns, then why are you still heading their way? Hardly. The middle-aged couple incredibly turned their heads to look, but found that these originally belonged to their loyal diners. At this time actually all stood in front of Immobile's booth order. Boss, a bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger. Boss, I want a bowl too. Boss, 68 it is. I've already paid for it. Take it away and eat it. Please pack it up for me. The stance did more than just confuse the middle-aged couple. Even Immobile was a bit confused. He didn't understand why there were so many diners all of a sudden. One of the teachers, seeing the doubt under Immobile's eyes, scratched his head and opened his mouth. Your sister said it's your first day out at the stall today, so let's take care of you, and said that she'd double reimburse all of the money she spent on anything that bought noodles from you today. Immobile was even more confused when he heard this. He's an orphan. Where did he get a sister? Suddenly, Immobile remembered the gift that John Lu had said. The sister you guys are talking about. It can't be John Lu, right? The teachers nodded in unison. Right, it's Gong Lu. I don't know the name, just that she's Ivana's mom, and everyone calls her Mrs. Su. To be called a madam was enough to prove that John Lu's husband's family was not a bad family, and it's not a bad place to be in New Harvest Elementary School, an aristocratic private elementary school. Teachers in the New Harvest School were not underpaid, and they didn't really care about what Jiang Lu said about double reimbursement. But parents like Jiang Lu, who had power and influence and had investments in the school, since she had already given her word, they had to go and support it all. After Mo Bai heard this was a complete understanding. It was probably because Jiang Lu was angry that the middle-aged couple selling buns had made Su Ivana cry, and was deliberately taking revenge on them. Chapter 43, This is not a proper moral abduction. The middle-aged couple had been listening with their ears open. As soon as he heard this, he also immediately understood, and words of indignation appeared on his face. The tone was even more indignant. She usually buys buns and I just don't think she's a very nice person. Nostrils turned to the sky. She ignores people even when I talk to her. Rich wives like this who don't know the hardships of the world are really all black-hearted and rotten. Not only did she cut off orders with us, but she also helped other people to steal our business. She will definitely get what's coming to her. However, no matter how indignant they were, Jiang Lu wasn't here right now and couldn't hear their shouting. So after a few curses, they too found it tasteless and started trying to pull up business again. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, don't you guys usually love to eat my buns stuffed with meat and sauce? It makes me panicky if I don't eat them for a day. It's because of you guys that I've made so many extra buns stuffed with sauce and meat without selling them today. You can't just ignore it. Isn't that proper moralizing? When Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li heard this, their faces all looked a bit ugly. If the middle-aged couple spoke to them properly, they being regular diners and really enjoying the soy meat buns, after getting the chai ginger rabbit covered noodles, it wouldn't be out of the question to get a couple of soy pork buns. But who would be comfortable in their heart if they come in and morally kidnap them as soon as they arrive? And with this moral abduction, there's no guarantee there won't be a next one. Getting up early in the morning to go to work was already hard enough. They didn't want to be restricted from eating breakfast in the future. So the two men sank their faces and refused. No, we don't want meat and sauce today. What's more, you guys have so many meat buns with sauce that I see every day, which is made especially for us. The lie was unceremoniously demolished. The middle-aged couple couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Is it easy for us to run a small business? You guys can obviously support us, but you don't. It's a shame that you are still people's teachers. You have no level of quality at all. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li sweated. How is this related to the level of quality? However, they also knew that it was not possible to reason with this kind of shrewish scoundrel. Simply no longer speak. CMO by packaged up the sun ginger rabbit cover noodles, then carry the lunchbox. A smoke ran away. Ma Bai hadn't made many kid ginger rabbits in the first place today. With Gang Lu's help, it just happens to be sold out. Then he drove the small food cart and leisurely returned to the Imperial Forest Cloud residence. The security guard looked at Mo Bai coming back so early, and with curiosity in his heart, he couldn't help but ask out loud, Mr. M.O., are you really out on a stall? Mo Bai wasn't a poser either. Casually, he smiled and said, yes, it's right in front of New Harvest Elementary School. If you guys want to eat, you can come find me in front of New Harvest Elementary School. The guard nodded on his face, but in his mind he was thinking, 68 for a bowl of noodles and 50 for a rabbit head. They're just security guards on a meager salary. They can't afford to eat such expensive stuff. But as the owner of the Royal Forest Cloud residence know, one courtyard, it was quite reasonable for Mr. Mo to sell something made by his own hands for this price. It's just that they still can't understand, until now, why the hobby of the rich would be to go out and set up stalls is all. The first yard has both a basement and a garage. Keeping a small food cart in an above-ground garage can be a lot easier, but after all, this little food cart was a system thing, and every day, he would put it away in the system space to recharge. So every time he arrived home, Mo Bai was cautious to drive the small food cart into the basement before this was put away in the space. After collecting it, he went upstairs and continued to explore the rare and interesting things in this one courtyard. The house was so big that just 2 simple days would not be enough for him to finish exploring it. The other side. In the teacher's office at New Harvest Elementary School, a crowd of teachers are grumbling and complaining. I really don't know what Mrs. Su is up to, having to get us some kind of boy ginger rabbit covered noodles. Now it's good. It offends the couple selling buns at the door, and they curse anyone who walks by them and passes by. In my opinion, it's not Mrs. Su's fault. It's those two couples' bad character. Which businessman will be like them? Ah, a day do not buy. Cursing, and moral abduction, that's set. Really diaphragmatic. That's right, I hate moral abduction the most. If it wasn't for the fact that his buns are so good that you can't forget them every time you eat them, I wouldn't keep buying buns from them. Ugh, I haven't been interested in any other food since I had his buns. This chai ginger rabbit covered noodles, where is it as good as that big white fat bun? Exactly, noodles don't compare to buns. Mr. Zhu, a recent newcomer to New Harvest Elementary School, has never had a bun sold by a middle-aged couple, so listening to them, it looked very puzzling. This noodle smells good and sells well. So how come it doesn't compare to a bun? Is it hard to believe that you guys are afraid to eat rabbits? The teachers at New Harvest Elementary School are the highest quality teachers that the school administration has brought in from all over the country at great expense. Most of them are not from a city. Although they don't usually eat much rabbit, they are not averse to it. There was a lot of shaking of heads. I've even eaten snake meat. What's there about rabbit meat that I wouldn't dare to eat? I just really want to eat the buns those two couples are selling. It's just that the buns are too strong for us. When the teachers talked about buns, it was as if they had opened the door to some new world. For a while, everyone was so busy exchanging buns and new virtues that no one moved their chopsticks to eat the noodles. Mr. Zhu, as a newcomer who hadn't eaten any buns, couldn't understand them and naturally couldn't join in their words. He rubbed his stomach, which was already feeling hungry, broke open the disposable chopsticks and ate the noodles. After just one bite, Mr. Zhu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Asterisk. This noodle is too good. Mr. Zhu is a music teacher, and his major is still tenor. The sound startled the entire office. Asterisk. You scared us. It's just a bowl of noodles. Is that all you need? Mr. Zhu struggled to swallow the noodles in his mouth, almost with tears in his eyes. As for that, I've just never had noodles this good. If you don't believe me, try it. I'm sure it's 100 times better than that whataburger bun you're talking about. Bun, right now, is the half moonlight on the minds of all the teachers? They all agreed that no food in the world had a higher flavor value than a bun. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhu, one look at you and I know you haven't seen the world. You'll know what delicious means when you eat the buns sold by those two couples later. However, having said that, everyone was still very facetious and picked up their chopsticks and began to savor Mobi's chai ginger rabbit covered noodles. Chapter 44, Boss Mo's Arrest Group. This food left everyone stunned. This face, were so delicious. It's been at least 10 minutes since we packed it up and brought it back. And it's amazing how smooth and flavorful the noodles are. I can't even imagine how strong the noodles would have been if we hadn't packed them and eaten them straight away. And this soup base, it's so appetizing. The baby ginger with the noodles in one bite. It feels like the whole stomach is warmed up. And this diced rabbit, without a trace of fishy flavor, tender and springy, and soaking up the broth. It's much better than those loose white feathered chicken meat nowadays. In the past, though, they liked the buns sold by the middle-aged couple and found them tasty, but they really can't say what exactly is good. But the chai ginger rabbit noodle made by Mobi is different. What kind of ingredients are good and how they are good? They are simply as good as it gets. As for that laborious and delicious bun, it was even long since thrown out of their minds. Mr. Zhu saw this and looked smug. Hey, delicious, isn't it? It's not like I haven't seen the world, is it? The teacher who had just said that Mr. Zhu hadn't seen the world nodded his head very painfully in acknowledgement. It's obviously because I haven't seen the world. I didn't realize there were such delicious noodles in this world. Yes, it's so delicious. At first I thought the price of 68 a bowl was outrageous, but now I think it's a real conscience price. This flavor, this portion, if it were any Michelin, or Black Pearl, it would sell for at least 168 a serving. Damn it, if I had known it was this good, I would have just bought 2 servings. I have a big appetite. 1 serving is simply not enough. Me too. I have a small appetite but I don't think it's enough. I'm definitely going to get an extra serving tomorrow. Mobi was in the know. One courtyard, playing straight until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And only then did he start preparing the ingredients for tomorrow's stall. It's still the same rabbit ginger noodle with spicy rabbit head. With the experience of the first day, he found that people were a little more receptive to rabbit heads than he had expected. So after increasing the portion of kid ginger rabbit, I also separately bought more rabbit heads separately. Chen Ongran used to be very confused as to why the people in the Slammin' Fried Chicken group would be so obsessed with Boss Mo's fried chicken all the time. I even turn over photos from time to time to quench my thirst. Now he understands it perfectly, because he also disguised himself as one of them, and kept posting pictures of the fat sausage chicken, and the crispy sausage that he had gotten earlier in the group. Woo-hoo-hoo, fat sausage chicken, crispy sausage, how can I live without you? No, I should say, Mr. M.O., how can I live without you? This was quickly supported by a group of diners from the Slammin' Fried Chicken group. People have turned into repeaters. Keep repeating below, Boss Missouri, how can I live without you? This sentence. Suddenly, someone appears and disrupts the formation. Yo man, is there anyone who will go with me to find Mr. Mock? How can I find it? Isn't Boss Missouri no longer running a stall? Don't you know where Boss Missouri is? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all of a sudden, countless people began to frantically ike Wen Yu in the group, asking Wen Yu where exactly Boss Missouri was. Yo one, everyone take it easy. I don't really know where Boss Missouri is. The crowd was just about to lose it. But when Yu's next sentence managed to evoke the crowd's anticipation. But I think that Boss Missouri is definitely still setting up his stall now. Didn't Boss Missouri once say that he didn't set up his stall to make money, but only because of his hobby? Plus there are also previous records of Boss Missouri changing places to set up stalls. So I suspect that Boss Missouri might have had a moment behind his back and changed places to set up stalls. Chen Anrun's eyes immediately lit up and he was the first to express his approval. Right, that must be it. Boss Missouri is such a lover of food. I'll never believe he'll give up his stall so easily. I firmly believe I'll be able to eat the food that Mr. M.O. did again. At when you. Where am I going to find Boss Missouri? I can split up with you. Increase the likelihood of finding Boss Missouri. Someone recognized Chen Anrun's ID and was dumbstruck. Little brother, aren't you the one who had a burst hemorrhoid before but still insisted on buying crispy sausages? Didn't they say they were taken to the hospital for surgery? No way. Do you love Boss Missouri that much? Even when you're still lying in the hospital, you have to go to Boss Missouri. You're also. Mentioning this matter made Chen Anrun's heart happy. Crackling typing. That is, it looked scary when it popped at the time, but my hemorrhoid problem wasn't really that bad. The operation was successfully done on the same day. And now, after so many days of recuperating with medication changes, I can already walk and eat normally. Hey, I'm not only not in much pain now, but that old lady who pushed me at the time, even compensated me for a month's lost wages. I don't have much to do these days, so I might as well go out and find Boss Missouri. Everyone wants to join us or not. As long as we work together and are united, we will be able to find Boss Missouri. Eat the food made by Boss Missouri. The thought of delicious fried chicken, fatty chicken, and crispy sausage made the crowd a little excited. But not everyone has the time like Chen Anran has with Wen Yu. I'd love to, but I have to go to work every day. +1. Bitter Hitman TVT. Tomoyo Man immediately spoke up. Then you don't have to look for it specifically. Just pay more attention to the roadside stalls in your spare time. When you see Boss Missouri, send it to the group right away. At this time as the group leader of the Coach Lu, also saw the Wen Yu group sent a message. He first expressed his strong approval of Wen Yu's searching behavior. Then he changed the name of the group from the Slammin' Fried Chicken group to the Boss Mo's Arrest group. Wen Yu looked at the name of the group, didn't hold back, and laughed outright. Ha, that's right. I want to arrest Boss Missouri. Man, you'll never escape me. Xiaohui had just entered the door when she heard Wen Yu's latter words. She couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Have you been reading too much bully literature lately? Wen Yu didn't expect that her occasional seizure would be caught by her girlfriends. She was a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Ah, by the way, how are you getting along with Ningfeng? Didn't you say you'd never ignore him again? Why did I see what looked just like Ningfeng driving you here? At the mention of this, Xiaohui blushed a little. Oops, when did I ever say I was going to ignore Ningfeng? It was all a misunderstanding. Even though he took me to a roadside stand in the middle of the morning, that roadside stand tasted really good, and I could tell at first glance that he had put his heart into it. Saying that, Xiaohui didn't forget to share the same blessing and made a sound to invite her best friend. That boss sells really super tasty rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger. Tomoyo, do you want to try it with me tomorrow morning? Chapter 45, only $100,000? As a native of a city, Wen Yu really has little interest in rabbit meat, and more importantly, she was not willing to go and be a light bulb, and immediately waved her hand to refuse. Don't, I've got work stuff to do in the next couple days. Actually, Wen Yu was going to be busy looking for Mo Bai, but for the nature of Yo-Yo Wen's work, it does count as work. Once Xiaohui heard that she was going to be busy with her work, she couldn't force herself. 6 o'clock in the morning. Yawning, Mo Bai once again rode the small food cart to New Harvest Elementary School. No way. Mr. Mo actually gets up this early every day to set up a stall? The security guards looked on in awe. I thought to myself that they, the owners of the one house of the Royal Forest Cloud residence, were too desperate for a hobby. There was an afterglow of admiration thrown at him. Regarding their gazes, Mo Bai said that he really couldn't understand them. All that could be done was to wave a quick hello and then run off in a huff. The two middle-aged couples selling buns yesterday were really a bit too annoying. So when he arrived at the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School today, he purposely looked for a stall that was farther away from those two couples. But I didn't realize that even then, those two couples wouldn't let him go. Upon seeing him arrive, he actually pushed the bun stand directly next to him and let loose with harsh words once again. Don't be complacent. Without Jiang Lu's reimbursement today, our bun stall's regular diners will definitely come back to buy our buns. As we were talking, a large group of teachers who had bought the rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger yesterday came by. See, they came early in the morning today without waiting for recess because they missed our bun so much, the middle-aged couple said, a warm smile spreading on their faces as they opened their mouths to greet them. Teachers, come on, what kind of stuffed buns are we having this morning? A few teachers looked at them, after showing embarrassment on their faces. Sorry, we're not here to buy a bun. After saying that, he walked over to Mobi's booth and impatiently started ordering. Boss, I'll have a bowl of chai ginger rabbit covered noodles. No need to pack it, just eat it on the spot. I'll have 2 bowls, ready to eat too. I'll have a bowl of noodles and a rabbit head to taste. Normally, as teachers, they don't come to school this early. The reason it's so early today starts with last night. Yesterday, ever since they ate the chai ginger rabbit covered noodles made by Mobi, all that was left in their minds was the shadow of the chai ginger rabbit covered noodles. Even going home and having a hearty dish cooked by your family can't quench your hunger. So, last night in the teachers group, someone couldn't help but speak out. I can't even imagine how delicious it would be if it was cooked and eaten directly at the stall. I'm going to go to the school entrance an hour early tomorrow morning to get some noodles. Is there anyone to team up with? Everyone was already thinking about the boy ginger rabbit covered noodles so much that one of them made a sound. There was a call to action. There, I'll team up. Add me to the list. +10086. Even the teachers who had never eaten rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger couldn't help but feel a little curiosity to join in when they looked at them so enthusiastically. And so, over time, there were more and more teachers ordering in front of Mobi's booth. This coincides with the peak time for parents to send their students to school. Many parents who brought their children to buy buns saw so many teachers sitting in front of Mobi's stall shivering noodles. Couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teachers, is this your reunion?" It wasn't just the teachers who couldn't help but burst out laughing at that comment. This parent was also a little dumbfounded by himself. What organization would reunite at a roadside stand in the middle of the morning? The parents were all Johnny-faced, but the teachers didn't care and introduced them to the parents. Ha 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 ha, not a reunion. We all come here spontaneously because the noodles are so good. When the parents heard that, they were also interested, and simply did not buy buns. The same shivering noodles. The above situation, when it first started happening, the middle-aged couple selling buns still felt indignant, but with more times, all that was left in their minds was panic, because thanks to this group of teachers, this morning, half of the traffic on their bun stall was snatched away by Mobi. No way. If this keeps up, today's buns will have to be overnight again. Let's get the hell away from this black-hearted chap. As far away as you can get. John Lu had just brought Suivana over when she heard the above conversation between the two couples. She couldn't help but smile with an arched eyebrow. Boss Missouri, we're here again. Give us 2 bowls of noodles and 2 rabbit heads. Don't add spice to the rabbit heads. After standing in front of Mobi's booth and ordering, she couldn't help but chat with Mobi with a few moments of complacency. How about that? I'm awesome. It's easy to diaphragmatize these two couples. Boss Missouri, the business at your stall today is much better than the one at their stalls. Is there a raised eyebrow good? Honestly, no. Because ever since the stall started, Mobi had never lacked for business. He's not afraid of bad business. He's afraid of too much business. However, Mobi was happy about the departure of these two couples. This way, he was always able to get a break from being mentally polluted by all kinds of harsh words. He raised a smirk. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to sell out of the baby ginger rabbit I made yesterday. Mobi was already handsome, and this smile added a few more points of sunshine. Looking at Jian Lu couldn't help but sigh. Boss Missouri, why would you think of coming to a stall if you're not good at what you do with your looks? Of course, I'm not saying that stalls are bad. I just feel that they're quite tiring. Getting up early in the morning, in the wind and in the rain. I happen to have some spare money on hand. How about this? We partner up and open a restaurant together? Jiang Lu started out, originally just talking casually, but when the words came out, it was a real heart attack. With Boss Mo's craftsmanship, the restaurant would definitely not worry about no business and would definitely be able to make a reputation. Not only will you make a killing when the time comes, you might even be able to use this to open a catering business straight away. Jiang Lu's heart became hotter and hotter the more she thought about it. Her eyes were glowing, and the conditions she offered to Mobi were also very generous. For the first 3 months, I can give you $100,000 a month in unpaid monthly salary. 3 months from now, when our restaurant has made a name for itself, you'll still be able to choose whether you still get a monthly salary or just take a share of the restaurant's profits. Mobi did not expect that in just 2 weeks, there were 2 people who were willing to offer him a monthly salary of $100,000 a month for his cooking skills. But since he had refused Yen Songbai in the first place, he definitely wouldn't agree to Jian Lu either. He shook his head and was about to voice his refusal when a male voice came abruptly from behind. Ah, only 100,000? Chapter 46. Not 1 string but 4. The person who spoke was Ning Feng. He had just brought Xiao Wei over and hadn't even had time to greet Mobi when he heard what Jian Lu had just said. In his opinion, it was just $100,000, and it was indeed not enough to qualify to invite the owner of the No. one house of the Royal Forest Cloud residence to become a chef. He's just being honest. But these words, in Jiang Lu's ears, seemed a bit arrogant. She was puzzled. Only 100,000? Have the prices of society now developed to the point where $100,000 is beneath one's dignity? Ningfeng had only been feeling it just now, and it was only now that he reacted to the fact that what he had just said was somewhat ambiguous, waving his hand in explanation. That's not what I meant. $100,000 a month might be a really big deal for other people. But Mr. M.O. Ningfeng wanted to say that Mr. M.O. was the owner of the Royal Forest Cloud residence one courtyard, but on second thought, as a butler, he couldn't expose Mr. Mo's personal privacy, and it's hard for families that aren't really rich to know about the existence of the Imperial Cloud residence. So he changed his story. The property fees that Mr. Mo spends in a month are more than 100,000. When these words came out, not only Jiang Lu was stunned, even Mo Bai was stunned. Is the property fee of the Royal Forest Cloud residence so expensive that it's over $100,000 a month? He originally thought that, with more than $2 million in his hands, he could no longer be considered a middle-class person, and was able to make a good living. But I didn't expect. Oh well, if he really decadently goes on moping around, in less than a year, he won't even be able to pay his property taxes. He then said, how could the system be so kind with the mansion and the luxury car? These things, though, can greatly enhance his life, but at the same time, it will increase his cost of living. Then he would constantly strive to fulfill the tasks that the system set for him in order to maintain his current standard of living. What an insidious system! Mo Bai suddenly and inexplicably had the feeling of being pulled into a thief's bed, and his demeanor went into a bit of a trance. Jiang Lu's family is very rich and lives in a large villa, but the property fee is far less exaggerated than the Royal Forest Cloud residence. So as soon as she heard that, she immediately realized, Mok Bai is probably a top rich guy who is even richer than her. But how could such a top tycoon drive a small food truck out to set up a stall? She looked to Mo Bai, trying to discern clues from Mo Bai's face. However, the look on Mo Bai's face appeared rather fickle, making it impossible to see what he was thinking inside. At the bottom of Jiang Lu's heart, she immediately developed a few moments of respect for Mo Bai. Think he would be a big shot with a background in secrets. Now that the stall is set up, it might still be for some secret mission. She lowered her voice. Boss Missouri, don't worry. I'll help you keep your secret and never let you expose a single bit of it. Mo Bai, who was worrying about the property fee and thus appeared to have little expression. Jiang Lu, however, no longer anything, just took Su Ivana to find a seat and sat down, and smiled at him with a taboo expression. Ma Bai, you rich people are weird. Ningfeng stepped forward. Mr. Mo, I'm sorry we're bothering you again. We'll have 2 bowls of noodles and 2 rabbit heads. Mo Bai was momentarily caught up in the urgency of the lack of money. Looking at the increasing number of customers, he instantly lost his previous fear of being eaten by the zombie customers along with him. Instead, it's full of power. With a quick nod, he focused on cooking the noodles. Make money, even if it's just for property taxes. You must make more money. Ever since he had eaten the system-produced body strengthener, Mo Bai's stamina was extraordinarily good. Pulling up the noodles was fast and good. And with the large number of customers today, all the dishes he had prepared were sold out before recess time. Speaking from experience, since we can sell out today, the same amount will definitely not be enough to sell tomorrow. In fact, based on the amount of selling he had done today, he had been able to fulfill the quota of tasks given by the system. But for the sake of that exorbitant property tax, why don't he just work on it and sell more tomorrow? With such thoughts, Mo Bai drove away in the small food cart. Mo Bai, who was focused in his own thoughts, didn't notice. The middle-aged husband and wife selling buns were glaring at him viciously. Pissed off. It's all because of this young man that we haven't sold many buns today. I originally thought that if he priced it so high and sold rabbit meat, not many people should be willing to buy it. But who knows? Hubby, do you think those people are all cuties? Spending so much money on a bowl of rabbit noodles to eat. What a great deal for our buns. The wife went into a rage. The husband, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face. As long as he's around, our buns are definitely not selling well. Since rabbit meat sells so well, then starting tomorrow, why don't we just sell rabbit meat too? The wife was a little concerned. But we've never made rabbit before? This is not a thing. Nowadays the internet is so advanced. Just search for a tutorial on the internet, and then ponder for a day or two how to make it. Besides, the husband suddenly lowered his voice. Have you forgotten? We still have that baby. At the mention of that baby, his wife's eyes lit up. Okay, then we'll stop selling buns and go back to figuring out how to make rabbits. When Yu and Chen Angran split up in a city and searched for Mo Bai for a day. However, still nothing. Chen Anran was a bit despondent. Though, he was a man who got more and more frustrated. If you're a man, you can't say no. So Chen Anren decided that night that he would continue to look for Boss Missouri tomorrow, but by the next day, before he could put his plan into action, he was interrupted by a phone call. The caller was his sister. His nephew had a parent-teacher conference this morning, and his sister and brother-in-law were both unavailable, so they found him, who was also in his city. Parent-teacher conferences were generally boring, and Chen Anren was of a quiet nature. Sister, there are many maids in your house. Just let the maids go. I have something else to do today. Chen Feiyang, Chen Anren's sister, sneered coldly. Don't think I don't know. Last night, I've seen the circle of friends you posted. Your so-called thing is to go up your crippled ass to the previous roadside stand owner who made you cry for a crispy sausage even when your hemorrhoids burst. When this matter was mentioned, Chen Feiyang was angry in his heart. Chen Angren, can you be a little outgoing? The family hasn't shorted you on food since you were a kid, and you're so desperate for a bunch of crispy sausages. Chen Anren retorted vehemently. Sis, you're mistaken. Misunderstanding? Is it hard to believe that his brother isn't actually that unproductive? Chen Feiyang was just thinking, when he heard Chen Anren follow up. That's not just one string of crispy sausage, it's 4. Do you know what 4 strings of crispy sausages means to me? Chapter 47 Who Stole My Little Nephew? Chen Feiyang also thought that Chen Angren's dogmouth can spit out what Ivory did not expect. Chen Feiyang's veins at the corners of his forehead were so enraged that they jumped straight up, and he couldn't help but growl out directly. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Just tell me straight, is it the crispy sausage or your own nephew that's important to you? Chen On-young. He was tempted to skin it and say it was a crispy sausage, but by the tone of his sister's voice, it was obvious that she was on the verge of losing her temper. In order not to seek his own death, he didn't dare to skin it and could only honestly say, of course my own nephew is more important to me. That goes without saying. Okay, then this morning, you'll be the one to take Fatty to the parent-teacher conference. You hurry up and wait at the entrance of New Harvest. Don't be out all day messing around and hurting your body again. Chen Onlan actually understood. His sister had asked him to give Fatty a parent-teacher conference, mostly for his sake. I'm worried that he'll be out all day looking for crispy sausages and accidentally bleed all over his ass again. That's why this is a deliberate attempt to give him something to do. Chen Onran is really not good, and does not dare to push back the good intentions from his own sister. Ken only lowered his eyebrows and responded, okay, I'll be right there in front of New Harvest Elementary School to pick up Fatty. Little Fat full name Zhang Ruihao. The reason why they called Little Fat, naturally because little fat he is. Too fat, obviously only 5 feet 3 inches and weighing 100 pounds. Combined with the winter wear, it looked like a little meatball from a distance. At this moment, this little meatball was moving towards Chen Anyang at a high speed. 1, 2, 3, Chen Anren counted silently, and sure enough, after 10 seconds had passed, he suffered a meatball attack. Brother-in-law, I miss you so much. Egu, my big fat nephew, you've gained weight again. Faced with the little fat nephew who jumped into his arms, Chen Anren exerted all his strength before he didn't fall to the ground. But fresh out of surgery, he was weak in the end, and his whole body was shaky. In the end, it was Chen Feiyang who saved him. Okay, your brother-in-law just had surgery a few days ago. You're tossing him around. Stand still honestly. Obviously, the strong Chen Feiyang had more than just a sense of oppression towards Chen Angren, his younger brother. The same holds true for Fatty, the son. Fatty sniffed and immediately stood honestly. After that, Chen Feiyang patiently instructed Chen Anren on the matter of parent-teacher conferences for quite a while. It wasn't until every aspect of the details had been exhausted that she made a move to leave, but not 2 steps away. She turned back as if remembering something, and barked out another admonition. By the way, if Fatty asks you to take him to get a bun to eat, you are absolutely not allowed to buy it for him. Chen Anren scratched his head, somewhat unsure. It's just buns. Why don't you buy them for Fatty? Chen Feiyang looked down at little Fatty's chubby figure in disgust. It's not that I don't give it to him, it's that he eats an old lot of it every time he has a bun. He's all gained a few more pounds lately because of this bun. Take him to eat something else healthy. Yes sis, Chen Ran promised well on the surface, but as soon as Chen Feiyang left, he immediately squatted down and asked, Fatty, you eat so many buns every day, is it because these buns are delicious? Fatty nodded without hesitation. It's delicious. I don't want to eat anything else but buns these days. When Chen Anyang heard this, his eyes lit up. Ever since he had eaten the delicacies prepared by Boss Missouri, now Chen Anyang always felt nothing more than that no matter what he ate. As soon as he heard that the buns were so delicious, he thought that it would be similar to Boss Mo's cuisine, and immediately pulled Fatty and looked towards the location where the bun stand was located. However, strangely enough, the Baozi stall, which according to Fatty is there every day, was not there today. Fatty scratched his head curiously. That's strange, The bun stand was there every day before. Why isn't it there today? There's no bun stand. So what else am I going to eat this morning? Oh-hoo. It's so nice to have mom out of the picture. I thought I'd finally be able to open up my stomach and eat a few more buns. Fatty was very sad. Chen Anren was also a bit despondent, thinking that he would finally find some delicious food. I didn't realize it was another basket case. How about taking Fatty on some kind of healthy diet food? Just as Chen Anren hesitated, an enthusiastic voice suddenly came from the side. If you don't know what to eat, why don't you try the stall with the rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger? Yesterday I heard someone say that the noodles sold at that stand were better than the buns in front of the school, so I went to try them. As a result, guess what? That flavor directly dumped the bun 10 streets. Upon hearing this, Chen Anren was immediately interested and talked to the enthusiastic passerby before looking at the Zhejiang rabbit-covered noodle stall that the passerby was talking about. At this look, Chen Anren was stunned. This person standing behind the food truck pulling noodles was not the same Boss Missouri he had been thinking about for a long time. What do you mean? You can't find the place you're looking for. But you can't find the place you're looking for. That's what this is. In an instant, Chen Anren forgot even about his little nephew who was standing beside him. Straight away, a sliding shovel rushed to Mo Bai. Hot tears filled his eyes as he looked at Mo Bai. Woohoo! Boss Missouri, I finally found you. It's just so hard to live without you. And Mo Bai felt that the voice was a bit familiar and looked up, instantly recognizing it. Aren't you the one who hemorrhoid before for a crispy sausage? Mo Bai suddenly paused, because he felt that, in order to eat crispy sausage, even the hemorrhoids to burst this matter, more or less a little bit of shame. It's not good to expose Chen Anyang's personal privacy. On the contrary, Chen Anyang himself didn't mind at all and shook his head. Yeah, that's right. I'm the guy who had his hemorrhoids explode earlier trying to eat a crispy sausage. Hey. I got a big extra bag of crispy sausages for nothing because of this. The tone was one of pride. Straight away, Mo Bai was skeptical. Was this something to be proud of? The diners nowadays. He really couldn't understand more and more. But in keeping with his humanitarianism, he's concerned. Is your ass okay now? I'm fine. It's just that I can't eat the large intestine you made. Boss Missouri, I'm so upset that I've been out looking for you for the past 2 days. I thought you were still the same as before, setting up your stall at 10:30 and only getting up at 10 every day to start looking for people. But I didn't think you'd come to the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School to sell noodles. As luck would have it, if it weren't for a parent-teacher conference for my little nephew today, I'd be. Halfway through speaking, Chen Anren looked down and his expression suddenly became alarmed. Asterisk, where's my little nephew? Why is he gone? Who stole my little nephew? Chapter 48, Forgetting the pups and covering the noodles. As an anchor, Chen Anyang's voice was a thief. With these two roars, all the customers who were still eating noodles at the stalls knew that his little nephew had disappeared, and in all likelihood, still stolen. How dare someone steal a child on the street in broad daylight? All the diners were so startled that they even forgot to eat their noodles and only held their children by their sides firmly. Mo Bai was also taken aback, thinking that it would be bad to lose a child, rushed out his cell phone and tried to call the police. But before he could dial the number, a voice belonging to a small child rang out in a leisurely manner. Is it possible that no one stole from me? It was you, brother-in-law, who left me and ran away as soon as you saw the food. The crowd followed the sound, only to see a little chubby guy, who was glaring at Chen Anren with 3 parts grief, 3 parts aggression, and 4 parts anger. Chen Anren first froze for a moment, then quickly, he remembered his reckless sliding action just now. He had just forgotten Fatty to walk in place because he was too excited to see Boss Missouri. The horrified expression on Chen Anren's face instantly turned into embarrassment. He crouched down and looked at Fatty with a pleasing face. Fatty, Uncle was wrong. Uncle didn't mean to forget you. Fatty huffed and puffed. Yeah, you didn't do it on purpose. You did it on purpose. When the diners heard this, they knew it was a misunderstanding and laughed. Ha. I've only heard of forgetful pup milk before, but I didn't realize there were forgetful pup-covered noodles. This uncle of yours can be too much heart. Fortunately, this little nephew of yours is not too young, and still knows to find his own way here. Tubby, you're awesome. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, were all put down. But Fatty was truly angry, and no matter how Chen Anyang apologized to him, he was not willing to forgive him. I'm going to tell Mom about this. I'm pissed. I'm going to sue. Chen Anren heard a head too big. This thing to let his sister know. He will really die. Luckily, he knew Fatty's gluttonous nature well, and immediately figured out a way to do it. Don't, my little ancestor. You mustn't tell your mother. As long as you don't tell your mom, Uncle will buy you good food. Sure enough, upon hearing the words delicious, Fatty's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Then I want a bun. The crowd couldn't help but watch. thinking that this child was too easy to coax, only a couple of buns to get rid of. But the problem is, the couple selling buns didn't show up today. But this wasn't a big problem for Chen Anren, because he was convinced that Boss Mo's cooking skills must just be the most dangling. When Fatty had eaten the food made by Boss Missouri, he would definitely not have any buns on his mind. Today there is no buns for sale. Uncle treats you to something else delicious, guaranteed to be many times better than buns. After coaxing the people, Chen Anren looked at Mo-bai and inquired, Boss Missouri, what are you selling this time? Ginger rabbit covered noodles, and spicy rabbit head, Mo-bai said, pointing out the small menu board to Chen Anren. The prices are on there. Chen Anren followed Mo-bai's line of sight and was instantly delighted. Ha 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 ha, Boss Missouri, when did you even get a small menu? That's a great rule you have. For the kind of people who cut in line, it's a lifetime ban on buying. Just at the same time, Chen Anren was a little lost. Ugh, I miss the big sausages you made, Boss Missouri. However, Chen Anren also knew that with Mo-bai's cooking skills, nothing he made would be difficult to eat. So he didn't lose his head for a moment before ordering his meal with alacrity. 2 bowls of noodles and 2 rabbit heads. Soon, 2 hideous and frightening rabbit heads, as well as 2 bowls of noodles with attractive colors, were presented in front of Chen Anren. This side, just by smelling the flavor, Chen Anren gulped indisputably. I can't wait to just pick up my chopsticks and dazzle violently. However, Chen Anren didn't forget about Fatty, who was still angry. In order to save his little life under Chen Feiyang, he could only forcefully hold back his desire to eat and coax little Fatty. Fatty, come on, you've got to taste it. Uncle promises that this noodle is definitely better than that laborious bun. Fatty doesn't believe it. In his mind, the middle-aged couple selling the buns was the dangliest. But he did get hungry after all the fuss, and with this bowl of noodles, it did smell good. So Fatty still picked up his chopsticks and took a tentative bite. In a flash, Fatty's eyes lit up. Chen Anren didn't even need to ask. One look at Fatty's demeanor. He knew that Fatty had definitely been captured by this bowl of noodles. He opened his mouth with a grin. How's that for delicious? As long as you don't tell your mom about how Uncle accidentally forgot about you today, Uncle will bring you over for noodles every day for the rest of the year. Yes, even if they haven't even eaten yet. Chen Anren has already decided that after him, he must get up early every day in front of the school and eat the noodles made by Boss Missouri. Fatty also wanted to eat Boss Mo's noodles every day after that. At this point, he had long since forgotten about any buns, any anger. In his mind, all that was left was this bowl of sour and spicy appetizing, smooth and strong noodles. He nodded his head in agreement with little hesitation. Okay, as long as you bring me here every day to eat such delicious noodles. Uncle, I won't tell Mom. For the sake of noodles, Fatty can forget all hatred. Chen Anren immediately put down his heart and also ate beautifully. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, the moment he ate the noodles, Chen Anren was still stunned. Earlier, he had thought that the noodles he had cooked with the leftover fat sausage and chicken broth sauce were good enough. It wasn't until today when he ate Boss Mo's handmade ramen that he realized what really good noodles were. The smooth yet robust texture of handmade ramen is not at all comparable to that of hung noodles. Boss Missouri, another bowl? Just one bowl is simply not enough. Of course, Chen Anren, who was addicted to noodles, didn't forget about his teammates. A quick message was sent to Yo-Yo Man. I found Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri is now setting up a stall in front of Manhwa. He only sells breakfast now. Come quickly. When Yu just woke up and saw such a message, her eyes instantly glazed over. And in order to prevent Mo-bai from running away again, she didn't even have time to put on her makeup before rushing out the door with the camera. Boss Missouri, you'll never think of escaping me again. I'm coming. At the same time, Zhang Yinwan and Lu Ling, who were originally supposed to be filming in the theater group, finally removed all difficulties and left the theater group. And at the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School, he managed to find Mo-bai. Chapter 49, How is the woman's color comparable to Boss Mo's? The reason why Zhang Yinwan and Lu Ling appeared here had to start from 6 days ago, since realizing that Mo-bai didn't mind her going to buy a large sausage in the afternoon. Zhang Yinwan would then sneak over to Mo-bai's place every afternoon to buy 4 skewers of crispy sausage. 6 days ago, as always, she ran to get a large sausage. Mo-bai told her after handing her the crispy sausage, "Don't come back tomorrow. I'm not selling crispy sausages." Zhang and Nuan didn't care when they heard it. It was only assumed that Mo-bai's had researched some new dish and wanted to take a day off to prepare it. So, on the afternoon of the 3rd day after a day's interval, she still followed her usual practice of sneaking around and feeling her way to the small bungalow where Mo-bai lived. However, he did not see Mo-bai again in the small bungalow today. In his place, a middle-aged older man. As soon as the middle-aged uncle saw her, his eyes lit up. Hearing her ask where Mo-bai had gone, he didn't hide it and told her generously, "Mo-bai? Ah, you mean the young man who rented the house before? He backed out of his lease and moved and won't even come back." surrender rent and move. Won't even come back in the future. Jang Hee-won repeated the landlord uncle's words in his mind and felt a bolt from the blue. How can she live without Boss Missouri? The crew boxed lunch was already hard to eat, and now that she had eaten the food made by Boss Missouri, it was even harder for her to swallow the boxed lunch. Once Boss Missouri left, isn't this the rhythm of starving her to death? After enduring 2 days of hunger in the crew, Jang Hee-won couldn't hold back any longer and ran to the landlord's uncle again, asking for Mo Bai's contact information. She first identified herself and then carefully asked Mo Bai, Boss Missouri, do you still have a stall? Can you tell me the location of the stall? Jang In-won, being a star, surely wouldn't make a big deal about his roadside stand, thus causing him to be besieged by zombie diners once again. So Mo Bai didn't hide it, and generously told Jang In-won about the location and time of his stall. Thus, after Jang Hee-won learned Mo Bai's stall address, he could no longer hold back and purposely took half a day's sick leave on the grounds that he was not feeling well, left the crew and followed Mo Bai to the entrance of the new harvest school. As for Lu Ling, Jang In-won didn't know exactly how Lu Ling found out. Anyway, Lu Ling just knew that she wasn't really sick when she called in sick, but rather, she was there to buy the delicious food that Mo Bai had made. Ha, Nwon, you don't want the director to know that you're lying to him, do you? Hearing these words, Jang Hee-won's first reaction was, this dog man wants to submerge himself. She clasped her hands to her chest and was just about to jump up and curse when she heard Lu Ling follow up. If you don't want the director to know the truth, then take me with you. I want to eat Boss Mo's food too. Jang In-won? Jang In-won were in a daze for a moment. She found it outrageous and yet reasonable at the same time. That's right. How can a mere woman's color compare to the food made by Boss Missouri? It seems that Lu Ling is a fellow lover of Boss Mo's food just like her. With a heartfelt sense of compassion for a fellow traveler, she agreed. Time to go back to the present. Jang Hee-won sat in the car and didn't smell the flavor emanating from the rabbit-covered noodles with ginger. But even so, as soon as she saw Mo Bai alone, she didn't hold back and subconsciously gulped. Ah, this man, how does he look so damn delicious? It was also rare for Lu Ling to lose some of her composure. I can finally get a full meal today. Come on, let's not waste any more time. Put on your hat and mask and get out of the car. In winter, many people also wear hats and masks to keep warm, so the appearance of Jang Hee-won and Lu Ling didn't attract too much attention. But two people are stars. Their own hearts are weak. Walking, inexplicably give people a sense of stealing very heavy. The voice that spoke, too, was as small as it could be. Boss Missouri, I'm coming. Jang Hee-won shouted twice enough before Mo Bai heard her. He looked up and quickly recognized Jang Hee-won from his beautiful eyes that were exposed. He knew that Jang Hee-won didn't want to reveal his identity, so he didn't call out Jang Hee-won's name, not to mention asking who the man standing behind Jang Hee-won was. Just a simple nod at her. Here we go. Let's see what we can eat. In the upper right corner are the dishes with prices for this one. Jang Hee-won and Lu Ling looked in the direction Mo Bai was pointing. Both of them were people who had never eaten rabbit meat before, but both of them, apparently, were very confident in Mo Bai's cooking skills. Even if you've never had it before, you have no problem ordering it. Jang Hee-won, I want a bowl of noodles and 5 rabbit heads. Pack it up. Lu Ling, I'll have 2 bowls of noodles and 5 rabbit heads. Again packed. Mo Bai nodded. Okay, you guys sit on the side. Mo Bai originally wanted to say, let them sit and wait for a while, but turned his head and saw that business was too good today. Not only have all the seats been made, but even the flower beds along the roadside are filled with diners shivering their noodles. He then got a little stuck. On the contrary, Jang Hee-won, who didn't mind at all, laughed twice. It's okay, we'll just stand here and wait. Lu Ling didn't say much, just nodded along. When Mo Bai saw this, he didn't say anything more, smiled, and focused on lowering his head to pull noodles. Just as the 2 portions of noodles were pulled together, an excited voice suddenly came from far and near. Boss Missouri, I finally found you. The person who spoke was none other than Wen Yu, who didn't even have time to put on her makeup. Yo-Yo Man has good makeup skills and the difference between before and after makeup is a bit big. What Mo Bai had seen before was the made-up Wen Yu. So at this point, when she saw Yo-Yo Moon without makeup, she was a bit confused and didn't recognize the person. On the contrary, Xiao Hui, who was in the middle of eating noodles, was surprised when she heard the sound and took a look. Tomoyo, what brings you here? I thought you said you were busy with work stuff. Wen Yu turned his head and was also quite surprised. Hui, why are you here? Then it immediately dawned on her. Holy, so the roadside stall you were talking about the other day is the roadside stall run by Boss Missouri. You hit it off with Ningfeng so quickly. I originally thought you were a love brain, but I didn't realize it was for Boss Missouri. No wonder, if it's for Boss Missouri, it all makes sense. I've never eaten the food made by Boss Missouri yet, but one look at that lineup every time, I know the taste is definitely not bad. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for me to run short twice in a row. After saying that, she looked at Emobai with burning eyes. Boss Missouri, you won't be able to escape this time. I searched in the cold for 2 days to find you and take your video. Chapter 50, Store Visit Video. Video, running short. Catching these 2 keywords, Emobai finally remembered. Ah, you're the shop hunting blogger who had over 1 million followers before. When Yu nodded her head, she thought that the reason why Emobai would not allow her to do the shooting last time was because he was worried that she was a liar. She hurriedly pulled out the login page for her account and began to incriminate herself. Look, Boss Missouri, real millions of fans, I'm really not a liar. You can trust me. Having me shoot a follow-up video of you visiting the restaurant will definitely bring you countless diners. Emobai. Is it possible that his fear is that Yo-Yo Man will bring him countless diners? When Yu saw that Emobai didn't say anything, he thought that Emobai still didn't believe in himself and was about to continue to produce evidence to prove his strength, but he was pulled away by Xiao Hui. Hui, why are you pulling me away? Can't you see I'm in the middle of convincing Boss Missouri to shoot a video? The corner of Xiao Hui's mouth twitched. If you convince like that, Boss Missouri is afraid that he will never agree to let you shoot the video. When Yu blinked, and was unsure why Xiao Hui would say this, when he heard Ning Feng on the side. Mr. Emo is my landlord, and the district I work in is the Royal Forest Cloud Residence. Thanks to Xiao Hui, such a bosom friend, when Yu for the Royal Forest Cloud Residence still have some hearing, her eyes widened at once. What did you say? Boss Missouri is actually the owner of that super expensive neighborhood where you can't necessarily buy a house even if you're rich. Asterisk. He's so rich. What's he still running out to set up his stall? Ning Feng took Emobai's place and uttered that classic Versailles line. Mr. Emo didn't set up the stall to make money. It was just a hobby. So your fans in traffic don't do Mr. Mo any favors. It might even be bad for Mr. Mo. So no matter how much you prove yourself, Mr. Mo won't agree to let you do the shoot. Yo won. What else could Fumitomo say? She just wanted to curse again. You evil rich people. Now, she finally understood why Emobai had run so fast in the first place once she heard about shooting with traffic. Think differently. If she were Emobai, she would set up a stall just to enjoy the fun of it, and wouldn't let any Netflix traffic interfere with her life. However, she ran empty twice in a row and searched for Emobai for 2 more days against the cold wind. It was too much for her to let her give up just like that. When Yu could only switch his mindset and re-switched his thoughts to convince Emobai. Boss Missouri, I almost blew a cold yesterday trying to find you. Can you bear to let me go back just like that? I know you don't want to be distracted by traffic. Don't worry, I won't expose your privacy. I'll give you a thick mosaic. As for the address where you set up your stall, and the street view of the neighborhood, I'll do the blurring as well. Determined not to let the fans find you. Boss Missouri, please, just let me do the shooting. Emobai. A man with soft ears really can't help a little girl pleading with herself like this. And on second thought, it's true that it wouldn't have affected him too much if he hadn't shown his face or revealed his address. Even too if there are fiery-eyed viewers who can see where he has set up his stall. It is estimated that it is only a small number of them, not so much that it will cause the previous pump in front of the anal hospital. So, under when Yu's repeated pleas, Emobai finally relented and agreed. Yo-Wen was overjoyed. Immediately, he ordered an order of rabbit-covered noodles with ginger and an order of spicy rabbit head. During the process of Emobai's food preparation, she was not idle either, first filming Emobai's food preparation and then interviewing the diners around her. This little brother and young lady, may I ask what you all ordered? The diners who were interviewed by Wen Yu, good luck, happened to be Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling, who were standing on the sidelines waiting for Emobai to serve his meal. The two didn't want to appear in front of any cameras if they could, but if he escaped now, he would only look more suspicious and expose his identity more easily. And how could they give up when they were so close to eating the food made by Boss Missouri? Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling glanced at each other, and both of them saw the determination in each other's eyes at the same time. And then they began to harden their hearts and answer the questions posed by Wen Yu. Luckily, Wen Yu simply asked them 2 questions, and when they were done, they moved on to the other diners. Not long after, Emobai packed the covered noodles and rabbit head that the 2 of them wanted. The 2 of them carried their lunchboxes, flamed back to the car, and ate. While it's not good to eat in the car, it tends to leave a taste. Noodles just have to be eaten while they're hot or they lose their original al dente texture if they soak for too long. Jiang Yinwan and LV Ling, having eaten the fat intestines chicken and crispy large intestines made by Emobai, had long had mental expectations of Emobai's cooking skills. But even so, the moment they ate the noodles, they were still amazed. It just felt like it was worth the trip. Yo Man, who was on the sidelines, thought the same thing. Oh my god, this chai ginger rabbit covered noodle is too good. Totally reversed my impression of rabbit. I've had 2 days worth of searching. because you can't show Mobi's face or expose Mobi's stall address. When Yu had just felt that his search for the past 2 days was not quite worth it, but as soon as the noodles were in her mouth, she felt that even if it wasn't for the video shoot, just for this bite of noodles, these 2 days, it was worth it. She even felt that with this bowl of noodles, even if she didn't have to come out of the video to return to the blood, she was willing to do so. But the video about Mobi, she had already teased her fans about it before, so that she wouldn't lose faith in her fans. When she got home, she edited the video and posted it overnight. Ningfeng related to note Wen Yu's account. In the evening, he saw the video posted by Wen Yu and sent the video link to Mobi in passing. Mobi clicked in to take a look. It's great that because no faces were shown and no stall address was revealed, this installment of Yo-Yo Man's video, which clearly lacks pop, resulted in poor traffic. It's been out for hours and hasn't gotten more than 100,000 plays. Looks like we won't have to worry about being mobbed by diners tomorrow. Mobi was finally at ease and lay down to sleep. Mobi, who was caught up in dreamland, didn't notice that as the push of time went by, a highly favorable comment began to appear in Wen Yu's comment section. Ha! The man and woman that the blogger interviewed at the beginning. Why do they look so much like Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling? Because of this one comment, the originally mediocre video of the store visit began to go viral at a terrifying rate. Late at night, Jiang Yinwan, who was lying down for a beauty sleep, was instantly woken up by the cranky agent. You're still asleep. Get up and see what you've done. Chapter 51, Being Single by Choice. Jiang and Wan have severe wake-up calls. Woken up by her agent in the middle of the night, she subconsciously wanted to lash out. The words were barely out of her mouth when she was stunned by what was on the page of her cell phone, handed to her by her agent. Jiang Yinwan LV Ling's romance first revealed? When did I fall in love with Lu Ling? The agent had a leathery grin on his face. That's what I wanted to ask you. When exactly did you fall in love with Lu Ling? Jiang Yinwan cried out in injustice. I'll be damned. Sis, don't you know me well enough? Not a shred of truth, but honor and glory. A financial junkie like me usually loves food at best, so how could I possibly fall in love when my career is on the rise? The broker thought about her demeanor and thought it seemed like it. The look eased a little, and the inquiry continued. If you're not in a relationship with Lu Ling, why did you run off with him to eat at a roadside stall? The agent said, taking her cell phone and finding the footage of her and LV Ling being interviewed by Wen Yu in front of Mobi's booth. Jiang and Wan took a look and finally realized what had happened and couldn't help but sweat. I can't believe we're still recognized when we're all wrapped up like this. Internet users nowadays have perspective eyes, don't they? Sis, there really isn't a relationship between Lu Ling and I. We would go to a roadside stall together purely out of gluttony. The same scene was happening on Lu Ling's side. Jiang and Warmth and Lu Ling both knew that the two of them were purely and simply rice hitchhikers. But obviously, if the two of them just clarify like this, the netizens will definitely not believe it. After all, before they had eaten the food made by Boss Missouri, they didn't believe that anyone could really go to such lengths for a bite of food. And so, forced to do so, the two of them could only make public a conversation they had in the elevator before going to Boss Mo's booth. The first person to enter the elevator was Jiang Yinwan. Just as the elevator was about to close, Lu Ling suddenly walked in, seemingly asking casually, Nuan, where are you going? Brother Ling, I've got a bit of a stomachache here and I'm preparing to go to the doctor. Jiang Yinwan's acting skills were quite good, and when he lied, he didn't forget to cover his stomach, but he was still recognized by Lu Ling at a glance. Oh yeah, I thought you were going to Boss Missouri like me. Jiang and Wan instantly broke, their eyes glaring at once. What? Did you find a new stall location for Boss Missouri as well? Lu Ling slowly revealed a belly laugh. It wasn't there, but now it's found. Ha ha ha. Nuan, you don't want the director to know that you're lying to him, do you? If you don't want the director to know the truth, then take me with you. I want to eat Boss Mo's food too. The surveillance footage ends here. The netizens who watched it were all confused. What the hell is wrong with you guys? I've taken off my pants and this is what you're showing me? I thought it was a real couple, but I didn't think it was purely a pure rice hitchhiker. So I'm disappointed. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. I see LV Ling smiling so sinisterly. Thought he wanted to subvert the actress. Did not think, he is just for stuttering. Too damn funny. LV Ling, it's worthy of you. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend at over 30. You're single by your own merit. After learning the truth, netizens were either disappointed or amused by their amusing dialogue. There was also a part of the crowd that was extremely curious about the Boss Missouri that Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling were talking about. To be able to make both Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling so preoccupied, this Boss Mo's food must be very good, right? I'm so curious. I want to try it too. I'm going to go to the original video and see if I can find out where this Boss Missouri actually set up his stall. As a result, countless curious netizens were quick to flock to the store visit video taken by Yo-Yo One. although Yo-Yo-One had coded Mo by and was deliberately vague about the address of the stall. However, it is important to realize that contemporary netizens are all little Sherlock Holmeses. It hadn't even been half an hour before Mo by's stall address was picked up by netizens. I've checked. This is the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School in City A. I happen to live near New Harvest Elementary School, so I'm going to try it in the morning. Anyone want to team up? There's me. Add me to the list. +2, +3, +10086. Mo by was oblivious to the furor that was happening online. As soon as he woke up, he rode his little food cart with great energy and arrived at the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School. Then, Mo by suspected that he hadn't woken up at all and was still inside a dream. Otherwise, why would he see a dense crowd of diners that directly blocked the road? Dream. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this must all be a dream. Mo by closed his eyes and tried to reawaken himself. However, as soon as you open your eyes, why had the scene before him remained unchanged? Mo by was dumbfounded. Don't tell him it's all true. Just as Mo by was fuming, some diners had already discovered him. You guys, this is the little food truck that appeared in the video. Come on, let's hurry up and ask. In an instant, Mo by was surrounded by the crowd. All sorts of noisy sounds reached Mo by's ears. Handsome, you're that Boss Missouri from the video. Holy, you're so handsome. Did Nguyen and LV Ling buy their noodles from you yesterday? I also want to taste the noodles they have eaten. Boss Missouri, give me a bowl. I don't like noodles. Give me 2 rabbit heads. Mo by. He wanted to escape so badly, but in order to fulfill his mission and for his luxury car, he can't really escape. Thus, Mo by could only take a deep breath and try to adjust this chaotic scene. Everyone all be quiet. I am indeed the one you call Boss Missouri, but I would hope that everyone would not be stuck here. This is the entrance to the elementary school and a lot of parents of students need to get through. Everyone, if you really want to eat covered noodles and rabbit heads, go to the square on the left. Due to the large number of diners, the road was blocked and many parents and students were unable to enter the school. The school security guards were so anxious about this, they wanted to call the police. As soon as they heard Mo by's words, they hurriedly went up to cooperate with him and drove the group, which had at least 500 people, all the way to the square. The intersection was cleared, but the number of people did not decrease. Mo by took a certain teacher, who had kindly provided him with a small bee, cleared his throat, and helplessly opened his mouth. Thank you all for making the trip, but I don't have many ingredients to prepare today, even if it's limited. There's probably only enough for the first 100 or so people, and there's a long line. Also, everyone has seen this price I'm charging. Isn't it ridiculously high? By the way, I'm giving smaller portions. So, instead of wasting time here, I think we should all go find something else to eat for breakfast that's good and cost-effective. Chapter 52, Famous Black-Hearted Merchant Boss Missouri. Mo by is simply close to saying straight out, I am a black-hearted merchant. You guys run. Although most of the people could hear that Mo by was only saying this in order to reduce a portion of the diners. Still, a few took it seriously, and the tone was one of indescribable disappointment. Xiaonuan likes the food made by this boss so much. I thought I had dug up some kind of treasure, but I didn't expect it to be a black-hearted merchant. A wasted trip. 50 for 68. That's a truly outrageous price. That's right, it's just a roadside stall. I guess the flavor is limited even if it's good. It's not cost-effective. The young teacher, Mr. Zhu, was at that moment standing in the crowd with a few other teachers he knew well, as Mo by's loyal eater. After hearing those words above, he was a bit upset for Mo by. Boss Missouri sells it expensive, but whether it's the variety of ingredients or the flavor. However, before he could finish his sentence, a few teachers beside him covered his mouth and helped him fill in what he didn't finish. We're teachers from the neighborhood, and 2 days ago, we've helped give everyone a taste. Although Boss Missouri sells it expensively, both the quality of the ingredients and the flavor, that's all simply outrageously bad. Mr. Zhu stared incredulously. He practically doubted his ears. Obviously half an hour ago, they were praising Boss Missouri to the skies and the earth. How come this is only less than half an hour? They are slandering Boss Missouri in front of the other diners? He fought to defend Boss Missouri, but there were too many people holding him down, so he couldn't break free. One can only watch in exasperation as his co-workers talk away several admiring diners. When his mouth was well and truly free again, he could no longer resist. Angry questioning. What are you guys doing? How can you slander Boss Missouri? Mr. Zhu was angry, and a few other teachers, too, were quite angry. They issued the same type of questioning. What are you doing? How can you put in a good word for Boss Missouri? Mr. Chu was confused. Why can't I put in a good word for Boss Missouri? Nope, that's not nice. That's the truth. Although Boss Mo's prices are expensive, both the quality of the ingredients and the flavor can stand up to the price. He's not a shady businessman. Several of the other teachers were speechless. Of course we know that Boss Missouri is not a black-hearted merchant, but you can't tell the truth. Think about it, if Boss Missouri has so many more diners, how are we going to eat the rabbits that Boss Missouri cooks in the future? So we must work hard to snub them all. When Mr. Shu heard this, he was instantly enlightened. Yeah, if there were really so many more diners, how would we ever eat such delicious rabbits? But he was actually young and slightly conscientious. Isn't that a bad idea? What's wrong with that? The older teachers, who had long ago fed their consciences to the dogs, were all righteous. It's not like you don't know how delicious the rabbits made by Boss Missouri are. After you eat them, your sleep and dreams are all about rabbits. It's going to seriously affect everyone's quality of sleep. We're actually doing this to save everyone's quality of sleep. Mr. Chu. Well, your language teacher just talks. However, in order to be able to eat the rabbit made by Boss Missouri, Mr. Zhu, in the end, threw away his conscience. Right, we're going to save everyone's quality of sleep. Mr. Zhu yelled and started to power up, constantly going through the crowd, proclaiming that Mo Bai was a black-hearted businessman. Today, the Slammin' Fried Chicken group also had a dozen or so regular diners. They saw so many people and were worried that they would not be able to eat today when they heard Mr. Shu's black-hearted merchant propaganda. As Boss Mo's loyal old diners, they understood almost instantly the purpose of their publicity like this. So, a few people looked at each other in silent agreement and began to spread out into the crowd. You don't know, right? This Boss Missouri, he's a notorious black-hearted businessman. Let me tell you, the food Boss Missouri makes is awful. Right, whoever eats it regrets it. Through their tireless efforts, quite a number of uninformed people were actually persuaded to leave. Looking at the gradually decreasing crowd, Mo Bai silently let out a sigh of relief. There were still a lot of people left, and there definitely weren't enough ingredients to sell today, but it's always better to have as few as you can. Otherwise he's afraid he won't even be able to walk away when he sells out. Zheng Hui is a fan of Jiang Yinwan and, at the same time, an unabashed foodie, so after watching the surveillance, he rose a keen interest in this roadside stall of Mo Bai's. He lives far away, in a village on the outskirts of town, and he got up at 4 in the morning in order to have such a bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with kid ginger and spicy rabbit head. Lu Ziheo, his hairdresser from the same village, was very puzzled by this. At this point a message is being sent asking for him. Teruko, did you get it? What's the flavor? Can you afford to get up at 4 o'clock for all the hard work? If it's good I'll come and try it too. Lu Ziheo wasn't exactly a foodie, but he was going to be enlisted in the People's Liberation Army at the end of this month and become an honorable soldier. He intends to satisfy all his food and fun cravings before he enlists. Zheng Hui silently typed a reply. You'd better not come. What's wrong? It's not good? No, I haven't eaten it yet, but I've heard from so many people that this Boss Missouri is a shady businessman who sells expensive and unpalatable food. I'll go. Then why are you still buying? Hurry up and run away. Zheng Hui is trying to run away, but he's wasted so much time today on this, and now the line is almost up to him. It always feels like a bit of a loss to go halfway now. Zheng Hui was struggling with it when it was his turn. Mo Bai, what's for dinner? Handsome? Hearing Mo Bai's inquiry, Zheng Hui agonized for a while and finally bought a bowl of noodles. There were so many diners that the small stools and chairs that Mo Bai brought with him were simply not enough. Many of the diners, having packed their bags, sat right down on chairs in the plaza, or whatever else was around the edges, and served themselves the noodles. Zheng Hui could only do so much, so after seeing Lu Ziheo asking where he had gone, he could only hold his cell phone in one hand and send a voice. I just went to buy covered noodles. Speaking of regret, just Mo Bossa asked me to eat what? I do not know how. Hot-headed to buy. After paying the money before reacting, 68 a bowl of noodles. Have this 68? My brothers together to eat a barbecue is not good. Coach Lu, who was sitting near Lu Ziheo shivering his noodles, heard this and his eyes lit up in a flash. Hey. He was worried that limiting himself to one bowl wasn't enough. It wasn't a dose to pass a pillow. He hurriedly squeezed out a smile and made the appearance of a kind passerby. Little handsome, you regret buying it, don't you? I happen to kind of want to taste it. Why don't you sell it to me upside down? Zheng Hui looked him up and down with an odd expression. Want to taste it? Is this what you mean by saying you haven't tasted it yet? Coach Lu smiled more and more kindly. Yes, I heard that this stuff is not delicious, so I originally did not want to buy it. This is not to see you in trouble, so I want to help you out. Zheng Hui, why don't you say something? Coach Lu was puzzled when he heard Zheng Hui continue. But you're getting the crushed green peppers from the inside of the ginger rabbit-covered noodle stuck in your teeth. Thank you for reading. The work is being recommended, but also please add a bookshelf. Click a hypnosis convenient if you can click the gift of no money. There are more gifts to add more. Begging for food QAQ. Chapter 53, Muscle Sweetie. The smile on Coach Lu's face froze. Incredulously, he took out his cell phone and took a picture. Oops, he went and got it. The thought that he had just actually topped this crushed green pepper in a smile. Coach Lu hated to gouge out a 3-room house. But in the end, Coach Lu is not an ordinary person. He is Mo.Bai's oldest eater from the very beginning. In order to eat the food made by Mo.Bai, Coach Lu had already done I don't know how many humiliating things. Even the modesty has been lost. Just that little bit of embarrassment didn't stop him from wanting to get his hands on the food. Coach Lu wiped the crushed green peppers off with a piece of paper. His smile still intact. Handsome boy. You've got it all wrong. It's something I just got stuck in from eating something else. Zhang Hui was half convinced. Is that so? Yes. Coach Lu returned with certainty, and played a careful game in order to make Zhang Hui believe it. Little dudes, I was really looking at you regretting it, so I was kind enough to try to help you get your blood back. If you don't believe me, forget it. With that, he turned and made to leave. In his heart, he was waiting for Zhang Hui to make a sound to retain him. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a full 10 seconds had passed, and Coach Lu was about to leave without a trace, but he still didn't hear Zhang Hui's retention. He was a little too tense to resist rushing back. No, little handsome, do you know the rules of the jungle? Haven't you ever gone to a wholesale market to buy clothes? Like appear this bargaining said to leave the situation. The merchants will certainly be out to retain. Why do you not say a word? Zhang Hui shrugged his shoulders. Because I'm not a businessman, I'm just a gluttonous foodie. And, Zhang Hui couldn't bear to point at the rabbit head Coach Lu was carrying in his hands. Come on, if you're going to trick me at least do the trick. It's either crushed peppers or rabbit heads. You're so close to explicitly writing I'm a longtime Boss Missouri diner. Boss Mo's food is so good. I don't have enough to eat with my limited purchases, and I want to come out and cheat on my food and drink on your face. The expression on Coach Lu's face froze once again. Damn it. He was so focused on wanting to eat one more bowl of rabbit-covered noodles with ginger that he forgot that he was carrying a rabbit head in his hand. The crushed peppers could be fooled with, but the rabbit head was so obvious that it was obviously not going to be fooled with. Coach Lu simply broke the pot. Yes, that's right. I'm Boss Mo's regular diner who came out to cheat on his food because the limit wasn't enough. Handsome, brother, since you recognize me, I won't lie to you. Let's open the window and talk frankly. You are also quite hard to queue up, so I won't let you suffer, and I will directly give you double the price. 136. Can you sell me this chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles? Thinking about Zhang Hui made even 68's heart ache. Coach Lu thought that if he directly gave double the price, Zhang Hui would not hesitate to agree. No, Zhang Hui did not hesitate, but he was not hesitant to refuse. I'm not for sale. I got up at 4 o'clock this morning and waited in line so long again for the food. The only reason I was heartbroken over 68 was because I was worried that the bowl of noodles would be bad. But judging by the fact that you cheated and raised the price again, the bowl of noodles is definitely exceedingly tasty. I'm not going to sell this bowl of noodles for a measly 136. Saying that, as if he was worried that Coach Lu would steal his face, he hurriedly carried the packing box and ran away in a huff. While running, he didn't forget to take out his cell phone and troll with Fei-chan. I met a big weirdo. A mean muscle-bound guy at first glance, who tried to trick me out of my face by pretending to be a nice passerby. Funny, he doesn't look like a nice passerby just by looking at that block. Coach Lu, no bro, if you don't sell it, then don't sell it. Why the whole body attack? How can they, muscle-bound men, not be nice passers-by? He's a muscle sweetie. The other side. Lu Zihao directly laughed out loud after hearing Zhang Hui's description. Ha 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 ha. Muscle man pretending to be a kind passerby trying to cheat you out of your noodles. Too funny, for a bowl of noodles, to not be so desperate. At the same time, he was curious. Is that noodle really that good? Didn't a lot of people say that Boss Missouri was some kind of shady businessman? Zhang Hui was, at this moment, shivering noodles. Even after the matter of Coach Lu, he had already realized that the noodles definitely didn't taste bad. However, after he actually ate it in his mouth, Zhang Hui was still stunned. This noodle. He realized almost instantly why there were so many people going around proclaiming that Boss Missouri was a black-hearted merchant. Damn it, almost got fooled by you guys. Now that the food was current, Zhang Hui didn't have the time to engage in explanations with his own hair. He gulp addicted to shivering noodles. Directly will be a bowl of noodles and the smallest one of the green pepper particles have been fished out and eaten. Only then smacked his lips and replied to Lu Zihao. People who say Boss Missouri is a black-hearted merchant are all just fooling people. They want to fool as few people as possible so that they will be more likely to buy the delicacies made by Boss Missouri. It's a way, though, that may seem a bit unethical, but I actually understand them. I wouldn't have bothered to tell you if you weren't my hairdresser and about to enlist. After all, if you tell one more person, you'll add one more formidable enemy to grab your face. It hurts me to think about it. Lu Zihao really didn't expect that a bowl of noodles was just a bowl of noodles, but it even made Zhang Hui protect his food. As for the rabbit guy noodle with ginger, he originally just thought it was edible or not. But now, the more you talk about it, the more curious I am about what this noodle really tastes like. Just wait, I'll try it now. Zhang Hui took a look at the line that was just about to go to another street and stopped it. It's better to wait for the two of us to come together tomorrow. You don't know how hot the business on the spot really is. You'll definitely not be able to eat if you rush over now. Okay, then I'll meet you in the morning. The two talked a good game, but by the next morning, Zhang Hui couldn't come. His boss called him at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night yesterday to inform him that he was going to be city tomorrow on business. Calling at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and having to make business trips at the drop of a hat. Zhang Hui was simply dying of anger. But for the sake of his nest egg, he finally compromised, smiley face. So, early the next morning, Lu Zihao could only go to the entrance of New Harvest School alone. At the same time, the middle-aged couple, who had not appeared for 2 days, also reappeared in front of the New Harvest School. Only, this time, they didn't sell buns anymore, but instead sold the same type of rabbit-covered noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head as Mo Bai. To make sure they could pull in business, they went so far as to customize a small menu that looked exactly like Mo Bai's. But even so, in their hearts, they were still a little apprehensive about not being able to sell the rabbit meat they had made. Chapter 54, Stealing Traffic. There is no rabbit farming industry in City A. The middle-aged couple could only manage to go and get a batch of frozen rabbit meat from C City in order to get enough rabbit meat for their business. I don't know if it's because of the freezing. Even though they had followed the online food tutorials and replicated Mo Bai's rabbit-covered noodles with chai ginger 1:1, the flavor that came out was still poor. It wasn't that it was awful. After all, they had added quite a few additives into it besides the rabbit meat along with the normal seasonings. Additives taste heavy. This addition, small flavor scratching all of a sudden go up. Who still eat out of the new or not fresh It just didn't seem to them that the flavor would be enough to make a customer part with 68 for a bowl of noodles. As for the rabbit heads as well, the flavor just doesn't seem like it's worth 50 apiece. The wife couldn't help but voice her concern. Honey, do you think we can really sell it? Selling rabbit meat for the first time. The husband's heart was also a little weak, but he still firmly said, it's surely possible. That lad is so young. Just think of it, he can't cook any better. Like if he can make a fortune off of rabbit meat, then surely we can too. What's more, you're forgetting that we have secret magic weapons. At the mention of the secret magic treasure, the worried look on his wife's face finally loosened up a bit. You're right, and then again we have the secret spells, so we don't even have to worry about not having repeat customers. And that young man, it looks like he was lazy and slept in this morning. He's not even here yet. We need to hurry up and pull in 2 more guests while he's not here. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, 2 young girls, who were looking around, walked up to the couple's stall. They looked at the small menu board in front of the booth with surprise. Found it. This seems to be the small menu that was in the video that appeared. They were excited to question the couple. You are the stall holders who appeared in the video, right? Since Mo Bai was coded, so for a while, they couldn't recognize the difference. They just felt a little strange. Obviously in the video, it sounds like a very young voice. How come it's a middle-aged man? The middle-aged couple listened in disbelief. What video? What middle-aged man? Why? Aren't you guys Boss Missouri? The middle-aged couple shook their heads, and the 2 young girls glanced at each other and instantly turned to leave. I'm sorry, we have the wrong location. This happened twice more after the 2 girls left. The middle-aged couple finally noticed something was wrong and took out their cell phones and started searching. I told you these people don't look like parents and teachers. How come they're suddenly running in front of the school? So it's that young man. I don't know what kind of luck he's had, but he's exploded on the internet. The 2 of them were already red-eyed because Mo Bai had robbed them of their business, and now that they saw that Mo Bai had this kind of luck, they were even more directly angered into red eye. It's happening right now. Lu Zihao, who didn't know that Mo Bai had already moved to the nearby square, also looked for him based on the location provided by the enthusiastic netizen. That's the right menu. Uncle, you're Boss Missouri from the video, right? The wife now felt her eyes hurt when she heard the words Boss Missouri. What a Mo boss. We are only here. She didn't have the good sense to be about to kick someone out, but was interrupted by her husband. The husband smiled a kindly smile. Yes, that's me, but you don't have to be so polite to call me anything boss. Just call me uncle directly. After all, the middle-aged couple had been husband and wife for so many years, and although the wife was surprised by her husband's answer, she was smart enough not to break down and retort. So Lu Zihao, too, didn't notice anything unusual, just happily sat down. I heard my hair novel. The queue can be a lot of people. Originally thought that I will not necessarily be able to eat today. I did not think that luck is so good, but it is the first time to the uncle. Give me a chai ginger rabbit covered noodles and a spicy rabbit head. I'll try them both. The husband responded with a smile and went back to the dining car and went to cook the pasta. The wife then followed and inquired quietly, "What are you doing? And why do you want to say you're that emo chap?" Her husband glared at her. "Are you stupid? That young man is now running the square to set up a stall. But a lot of netizens do not know. Only looking for the door. If we impersonate him, won't we just take this wave of traffic and eat it all up?" As soon as his wife heard this, she came to a realization. Her eyes lit up and she began to stand in front of the booth and loudly solicited customers. Come, boy ginger rabbit cover noodles, spicy rabbit head even Jiang and Nuan and Lu Ling love the food. Don't miss it, big stars designate small booths. Lu Zihao sat in the stall and frowned as he listened. What's wrong with that? If it's really good, even if it's still early in the day and there aren't many customers, there's no need to solicit customers like that, right? He felt a little strange. However, the middle-aged couple didn't give him time to think, and the husband quickly served his order of rabbit noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head. Hey, 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 hey. I'd like to see how good a noodle that can make Terako nurse her food and make a muscle-bound man come out and cheat has to be. Lu Zihao filled his chopsticks with anticipation and sent a chopstick of noodles into his mouth. Then, with a smile on his face, he froze. He had one thought in his head right now. Just this? The noodles tasted, well, I can't say they were awful, but it almost tasted the same as the stuff he usually ate out of that whatever Kakusai takeout box he ate. No, 68 bowls of noodles. How could it possibly taste like this? It must be that he had eaten too much guachao takeout to create such an illusion. He'll have to taste it carefully. Lu Zihao tried to taste it carefully, but, after tasting it carefully, he was still disappointed. His mom is from the north and often makes her own hand-rolled noodles at home, as well as hand-pulled noodles. As soon as he ate it, he could tell that the noodles used by this boss were not freshly and readily made, but were pressed out by a machine. It was neither smooth nor very chewy. The soup base has a strong spicy and sour taste, which is appetizing at first, but after a couple more bites, it feels like choking to death. As for the rabbit meat, it was ridiculously and chewing it, it seemed to have a fishy odor. 68 How can meat in a bowl of noodles smell fishy? Not sure. Try again. Alright, he's sure. There's just a strong fishy odor. Lu Zihao immediately had a feeling of being maliciously deceived by Harry, but he still didn't believe in it. Put on disposable gloves again, picked up the rabbit head and nibbled on it. This is too hard to eat. On Lu Zihao's face, he finally failed to tense up and revealed a shocked look. I was shocked at how hard it was to eat the rabbit-covered noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head. On the contrary, the middle-aged couple had to come over and ask him with special enthusiasm. Why, lad, it's delicious. Is it that you've never eaten anything so delicious? Been scared? Chapter 55 Lu Zihao's anger. Lu Zihao fell into silence. Seeing how confidently the two couples asked, he actually doubted himself. Is there something wrong with his tongue? Actually, this bowl of noodles and this rabbit head are both delicious. Not soon enough, he realized that it wasn't his problem. Tasty my ass. A bowl of noodles that tastes so ordinary. And you guys have the nerve to sell 68 bowls. You guys are clearly scamming. An older man sitting next to Lu Zihao didn't hold back and started cursing. He also purposely woke up 2 hours early to come over, just to try how delicious the noodles that even Jiang Yinwan and Lu Ling had to sneak out to eat were. It turned out to be a big disappointment when I tasted it. The flavor was not even as good as the noodle shop downstairs from his house. He was already harboring a fire in his heart because of this, and when he heard that the two couples were still so dejected, he didn't hold back and snapped all of a sudden. The middle-aged couple were not good-tempered people. What do you mean scam? We're clearly marked up. Didn't you see that little menu sign? And the thing about taste is that 1,000 people have 1,000 tastes, so you can't say it's not good just because it's not to your taste. This couple is one of those people who can't be reasoned with. There's a saying that doesn't go so far as to say that if you're righteous enough, even if you're wrong, you'll give the other person a moment of self-doubt. What's more, there's some truth in what these two couples are saying. This uncle, he knew the price long before he came. Everyone's tastes, too, do vary. So, the uncle could only eat the loss and walk away without saying a word. Lu Zihao was also tempted to just walk away. But in the end, it is a huge amount of money spent 118. If it is all wasted, he cannot afford to, so he can only harden his head to eat all of them, and only then left. At this time, Lu Zihao's heart, too, had already harbored a fire. On the contrary, Zheng Hui was blissfully unaware of it and sent him a voice query. What's up? Did you get the rabbit-covered noodles with ginger? Doesn't it taste one hell of a lot better? Zhang Hui was taking advantage of the early morning squatting time in the restroom to send the voice. Soon, he received a voice reply from Lu Zihao. He had thought that his own hairdresser would have sent a voice that was particularly excited and appreciative of him, but who knows? Click on it and listen. Tasty my ass. It's not bad at first, but it gets worse as you eat it. It's not as good as the leftovers I have at home. Asterisk 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 I can't believe it cost me 118 for that flavor. Hui Z. Tell me honestly, is it because I accidentally offended you at some point? So you're using this to get back at me? Excited yes, but there was no gratitude. There was just a lot of resentment. Zhang Hui was confused by what he heard. How could the delicious rabbit guy noodles with ginger not be as good as the leftovers that Lu Zihao casually mixes at home? Even if Lu Zihao was a picky eater, he shouldn't have come up with such a comment. He intuited that something wasn't right, and simply called Lu Zihao directly over on a voice call. Howie, tell me the truth. Did you get up late and didn't go to the noodles at all? Fooling me with that? Lu Zihao was really speechless. Listen to the cacophonous background noise. Does it look like I'm still home in bed? I got up at 4 in the morning, okay? I saw how delicious you said it was and I thought it was a real unbeatable earthly delicacy, but I didn't realize you were donkeying me. And the middle-aged couple who sold the rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger, which were so badly made, were so confident and up for it. Lu Zihao was still crumbling and spitting out the unpleasantness of the chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles. Zhang Hui, however, had already keenly captured that something was wrong. Middle-aged couple? What middle-aged couple? Boss Missouri, the one who sells chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles, is a very young and handsome guy. Zhang Hui guessed the truth at once. Howie, you're not looking in the wrong place for a bootleg, are you? Lu Zihao blinked, confused for a moment. There's a bootleg version of this thing? I did come here according to the address on the internet, in front of New Harvest Elementary School. Zhang Hui slapped his thigh. Oops, I forgot to tell you yesterday, because there were too many diners coming. Boss Missouri was afraid of disturbing the students in class, so he set up his stall on the square to the left. If you walk up to the left for a good 300 meters, you should really be able to see Boss Mo's stall. Lu Zihao half-heartedly gave 300 meters to the left, and then, he really did see Mo Bai in the square on the left. Oh no, to be precise, he saw it first, the line as long as a long line. It wasn't until he peeled away from such a long line that he actually saw Mo Bai, who was surrounded by the crowd. I can't believe I'm actually eating pirate fakes. Lu Zihao didn't hold back a foul sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a ripoff. Damn it. I won't let them off the hook. I want revenge. Zhang Hui was on a short-term business trip, and by the time this afternoon rolled around, he was back in his city. As soon as he got home, he found the duped Lu Zihao. He knew his own hairy boy well. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zihao is very good at talking and people don't hold grudges. But note that this only exists under normal circumstances. Lu Zihao is cynical and hates it when people cheat him. As long as once he was cheated, he would go into a state of rage. And even if he just brought it up again after 2 or 3 months, he could hate it so much that he could gnash his teeth. Hated it so much that he would even go out of his way to get back at it. True enough, by the time he entered Lu Zihao's house, he saw that Lu Zihao was holding a large horn with a grimace on his face. Zhang Hui didn't even need to think about it to know what Lu Zihao wanted to do. He felt it was just a simple dupe that wasn't really necessary. However, he also knew the temper of his own hair, so he did not stop, but only said, tomorrow morning I still want to eat Zai ginger rabbit covered noodles, and by the way, I also want to try the rabbit head. Let's both go together, and by the way, I'll let you try the genuine flavor too. After this incident, Lu Zihao was no longer interested in rabbit noodles and rabbit head, but since I'm going to make a trip to New Harvest Elementary tomorrow anyway, it wouldn't hurt to try it. Good, Lu Zihao casually agreed, his face distracted, his mind full of thoughts about how to get back at the lackluster two couples. The next morning, Zhang Hui and Lu Zihao both got up early. After arriving at the entrance of Xinha Elementary School, Lu Zihao was going to run to the middle-aged couple's stall without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhang Hui hurriedly pulled him by the hand and dragged him to Mo Bai's booth first for the queue. Howie, don't look so unhappy. No matter how anxious you are to get revenge, you have to eat first. And it's really not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass. The genuine Boss Mo's chai ginger rabbit covered noodles are really good. Chapter 56, Lu Zihao's Revenge. As Zhang Hui spoke, it just so happened that they were lined up as well. Mo Bai couldn't help but feel strange when he heard this. Genuine Boss Mo's chai ginger rabbit covered noodles? Is it hard to believe that there are still pirated versions of Boss Mo's chai ginger rabbit covered noodles? As soon as this matter was brought up, Lu Zihao, who originally had an absent-minded face, instantly became energized again. The tone was indignant too. Right, there's the bootleg, right where the entrance to New Harvest Elementary School is. Those were two middle-aged couples who not only put up a sign just like yours, but also shamelessly said they were Boss Missouri. I got screwed by the two of them yesterday, wasting 118 not to mention harboring a fire that almost didn't kill me. As soon as Mo-bai heard the words middle-aged couple, he guessed exactly who was practicing deception in his name. He didn't think that these two couples could be shameless to such an extent, but there was nothing he could do if they wanted to do so. After all, it was their own freedom to sell what they set up their stalls for. He can't possibly say that he sells rabbit-covered noodles with baby ginger and forbid others to do so, can he? If this matter was spread to the internet by someone with a heart, he was afraid that he would have to be scolded to death by the netizens. But Mo-bai wasn't completely helpless. Someone close to me knows the blogger who shot the video of me scouting the restaurant earlier, and when I get back today, I'll find a way to get her to post a blog post for me reminding diners not to go to the wrong place. Mo-bai had already figured out how to get when you use help. Lu Ziheo, who was standing in front of the stall, sniffed, but suddenly spoke out. Don't bother, I'll make sure that after today, they won't dare to cheat again. After saying that, he didn't forget to sneer twice. The laugh sounded extraordinarily odd and creepy. Mo-bai didn't know what he wanted to do, but if he could really help him solve the problem of middle-aged couples, he would naturally be happy to do so, so he smiled back. Okay, that's a good feeling. If you can really help with this, then when you guys come over next time, I'll just buy you noodles with rabbit head. It's meant to give them a free pass. Zhang Hui's eyes lit up when he heard it, but Lu Ziheo didn't have much of a reaction. Because of the middle-aged couple, he is now PTSD on chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles with rabbit heads. Although he could still eat both of them even now, there was always the feeling that he would never love them again. So he had decided, once he had settled those two couples, he would never come back to the sad place where he had been duped. How well does Zhang Hui know Lu Ziheo? One look at Lu Ziheo's expression. He knows what is in his heart, but he didn't advise much. Just silently ordered 2 bowls of noodles and 2 rabbit heads. No amount of persuasion is good enough to move the heart. Sure enough, when Lu Ziheo finished shivering the genuine Bossmo's chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles, his eyes, all of a sudden, changed. What he will never fall in love again is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. His current favorite is rabbit noodles with ginger and rabbit head. Of course, all the same, he got angrier. Damn it, I blame those two couples. If it wasn't for them, I would have had one more day of genuine rabbit-covered noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head. I will soon be enlisted in the army. The time I can eat is already not much, but even they reduce it by 1 day, when it is really abominable. I will not spare them. After saying that, Lu Ziheo could no longer suppress the anger in his body, and took the anger and ran wildly towards the school entrance. As Lu Ziheo was the first diner after the middle-aged couple sold the chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles, so the middle-aged couple remembers him. Seeing him run over in such a hurry, the middle-aged couple's faces were instantly filled with eager smiles. Gu, young man, you're at it again. What? Is our chai ginger rabbit-covered noodles and spicy rabbit head so delicious that you've come back for more? Lu Ziheo, in a state of rage, simply lost the noodle of yesterday, sneered and opened his mouth to curse. Tasty my ass. I've never eaten anything so bad in my life. Don't think I don't know that you guys aren't even genuine Boss Missouri, but pirated black-hearted merchants imitating Boss Missouri. The genuine Boss Missouri moved to the square on the left a long time ago to set up his stall. The middle-aged couple's stall was already filled with diners. Many people were about to order, and when they heard this, they immediately got up and left, heading towards the square on the left. Losing so many customers, the middle-aged couple's heart is a pain in the neck, and naturally they can't put on a good face. Black cursed. What do you mean by pirating black-hearted merchants? Can it be that if that young man surnamed Mo can sell rabbit meat, we can't sell rabbit meat? I tell you, there's no such thing as being unreasonable. Lu Ziheo tried to be genuine with them. Of course you can sell rabbit meat, but you can't use Boss Mo's sign to cheat people. You're immoral. I'm warning you, you need to get out of here now or I won't let you go. The middle-aged couple sneered and began to spill. So what if we're going to use his sign to rip people off? The police can't even control this. I don't believe you're going to be able to tear our stall apart. Lu Ziheo naturally wouldn't do such a thing. He's not stupid. He's going to lose money for lifting people's stalls. Seeing the middle-aged couple's stubbornness, he no longer persuaded more, directly took out the horn that had long been prepared. The middle-aged couple looked confused, and before they could figure out what Lu Ziheo was going to do with the speaker, they heard Lu Ziheo's resounding voice coming out of the speaker. Attention everyone, these two couples are liars. They're not so much Boss Missouri as they are black-hearted merchants in Boss Mo's name. Their rabbit noodles with ginger and spicy rabbit head are awful. Whoever buys them is a cutie. The real Boss Missouri is setting up his stall in the square on the left. Everyone go all the way to the left. The middle-aged couple was dumbfounded, not expecting Lu Ziheo to come up with such a simple and brutal method of retaliation. And the way it works, it's still effective. A good number of unknown netizens who had sought it out all turned to the left when they heard this. For a while, there was not a single diner at the middle-aged couple's stall. The two couples could be infuriated by his behavior and got up to grab Lu Ziheo's horn, but Lu Ziheo was as flexible as a monkey. They grabbed half a day but didn't get it, and exhausted themselves with sweat. In the end, they could only call the police and try to get them to help them. However, the police came, but there is nothing they can do. Lu Ziheo just used the horn to drive customers, and did not cause trouble, cannot be brought back to the bureau. Besides, these two couples selling bootlegs aren't exactly victims. You can only give each side a 500-pound beating, educate both sides and leave. After a lot of this, it was dawn and the traffic was gone. The middle-aged couple could only walk away with the unsold rabbit meat in their dust. But before they walked away, they didn't forget to put down harsh words. Don't think we don't know. You must have been sent by that emo chap. You tell him we'll never let him go. Chapter 57, Investigation by the Police. Snort. With you guys, you still want to rob Boss Mo's business. Fools. At this moment, Lu Ziheo didn't care in the slightest about the harsh words that the middle-aged couple had put out, and only thought that they were farting. But it wasn't until the next morning that he realized that things had gone terribly wrong. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the following day, Emobai rode his small food cart as usual to the square near the entrance of New Harvest to start a busy day. But today, before he could be busy for long, a clamor suddenly rose. Ha, that looks like a cop. How did the police get here? Is it hard to believe that someone made a scene for cutting in line again? This was the old diner's thought, and likewise Emobai's. He was worried that there would be the same bloodshed as Chen Anran's previous burst hemorrhoids, and he put down the leaky spoon in his hand that was fishing for noodles and was about to go over to check it out. Instead, he saw two police officers in uniform, who had peeled away the layers of the crowd and walked up to him. Young man, are you the one everyone calls Boss Missouri? Emobai was a bit puzzled and nodded his head. Yes, it's me. Two comrades, what do you want from me? At this time, Emobai has already perceived that things have changed, but the next words of the police, or jumped him a jump. It has been reported that you have added poppy husk to your food. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Emobai froze, and before he could make a sound, Ning Feng, who was standing on the side, couldn't help himself. Poppy husk? How can that be? I personally helped Mr. Mo before and watched the whole production process. Mr. Mo has never used this kind of contraption at all, and with Mr. Mo's ability, there's no need at all to pull such tricks to solicit business. When Ning Feng said ability, he was actually referring to Emobai's status and position. Emobai is the owner of the Royal Forest Cloud Residence No. 1 courtyard. His family has a lot of money. Why should he go under the poppy husk for the sake of this hobby of setting up a stall? When the other diners heard this, they mistakenly thought that the ability in Ning Feng's mouth referred to Emobai's out-of-this-world cooking skills. There were nods of agreement. Right, with Boss Mo's cooking skills, there's no need for poppy husk to enhance the flavor at all. We believe in Boss Missouri. The middle-aged couple hiding in the crowd sniffed and hated it. Because of Lu Ziheo, they didn't dare to sell rabbit meat under Emobai's signboard anymore, so they could only go back to selling buns. Not only was there a huge pile of long ago rabbit left over from yesterday, but several hundred pounds of rabbit weighing several hundred pounds in the freezer at home was met with inactivity. They blamed Emobai for all these losses and made up their minds that they must not let Emobai, the culprit, go. So this morning they came to the school gate early and called the nearby police station to make a report. The reason why such a report should be made is simple. They were convinced that Emobai was too young to have such exquisite cooking skills and felt that he must have relied on evil ways to recruit so many customers. If they really reported it correctly, this move would make Emobai completely play it out. If it's not reported correctly, that's fine. At least it'll affect Emobai's reputation, and it'll take a day off his business. Anyway, no matter what the outcome was, they were able to damage Emobai. Now that the police were here, they naturally would definitely not let Emobai escape this inspection. Seeing that the diners were all helping Emobai, the two of them hid their voices in the crowd, hoping to muddy the waters. I do think that Boss Missouri might have used poppy husk to make the flavor so good. Exactly. How else could he be such a good cook at such a young age? If he's really just simply a good cook, why does he need to set up a stall? Wouldn't it be more profitable to just open a restaurant? I think he's doing this to avoid scrutiny. This was really not unreasonable, and for a moment, many diners were a little shaken. Yes, since Boss Mo's cooking skills are so good, why don't you set up a stall instead of opening a store? Maybe it's really to avoid scrutiny. I told you. No wonder why I've been craving for his boy ginger rabbit-covered noodles 3 times a day and it's deflating my wallet. So it's poppy husk. There was also righteous indignation and condemnation. This is the front of the school. How can you put this kind of stuff when it's for the students to eat? Comrade police officers, you absolutely cannot condone this situation. It must be taken back and dealt with severely. Only the old diners were still helping Emobai. because they all knew clearly that Imobai's stall was just a matter of interest, or else he wouldn't have been able to change the location of his stall so often. Yet veteran diners are still in the minority, and it's hard to beat them with 2 fists. In the end, the police took Mobai with him and the food truck. The 2 police officers saw Mobai's young age, for the investigation of the whole process is also very cooperative. Does not look like we'll do that kind of thing, black-hearted businessman. Then he slowed his voice and soothed. Don't you worry, we'll just do a routine investigation. If the results are normal, it won't affect your stall business. On the contrary, it was Mobai, who smiled dashingly and looked unconcerned. I'm not worried. I'm sure that you, comrade policeman, will deal with it impartially, and I'm clean. The police officer sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little bit better about Mobai. Soon, they brought Mobai into the police station. They followed the rules and extracted the ingredients and the broth to be tested. The test results won't be out until noon, and they tell Mobai that he can go home first if he can't wait. The Royal Forest Cloud residence is not far from the New Harvest Elementary School, and it takes at least 2 hours to go back and forth. After all that, it was now 9 in the morning, and it wasn't cost-effective to make such a trip for a 2-hour break, so Mobai didn't go back, just found a sheltered spot and sat on a small food cart to play the game. A newly recruited junior police officer couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw how calm Mobai was. It's in the police station. Why isn't he panicking at all? The old police officer in the police station has seen a lot of knowledge. See, people look accurate. Immediately laughed. People don't do anything wrong, so naturally they don't panic at all. The junior constable half expected it, but if he really didn't put poppy husk in it, how can a roadside stall attract so many diners? This is too unreasonable. The old constable shrugged his shoulders. What's so unreasonable about it? That proves that people have real skills. At this time, the young police officer did not have any concrete feelings about the words real skill in the old police officer's mouth. It wasn't until noon when Mobai started cooking the noodles that he realized just how powerful Mobai's true skill was. The weather was so cold that Mobai was too lazy to go out and buy something to eat, and since his cooking skills had been improved, it was no longer difficult for idle food to enter his mouth. So instead of going out to buy food, he just cooked up noodles in front of the police station. Chapter 58, The Impatient Old Diner. Actually, Mobai would have been fine if he just cooked the noodles. Noodles don't give off much of a tantalizing flavor, even if they are good. But the problem is that in addition to cooking the noodles, Mobai is also heating up the boy ginger rabbit. And as soon as it was heated, the fresh, sour and spicy flavor of the boy ginger rabbit began to waft out in all directions uncontrollably. It eventually drifted into the police station with a devastating and rather brutal force. In fact, the taste of the food in the middle of the police station is still very good. At least they usually eat pretty well one by two. But ever since the fresh, sour and spicy flavor of the boy ginger rabbit wafted in, they inexplicably felt that the meal in their hands didn't smell good anymore. Young people are even more undecided. The small police officer who had just said that Mobai could attract so many customers unreasonably was the first one who didn't hold back. Gulping, he offered, "It smells too good too. Why don't we buy one to satisfy our cravings?" The old constable couldn't help but gulp along. But in the end, their determination was still a bit stronger, and they still retained their senses, waving their hands to refuse. "No, we brought him back to be investigated. How can we buy food from him now when the results of the investigation aren't even out?" When the junior constable heard this, he thought it made sense. "But, this smells really good." Still not holding back, he put down the lunchbox in his hand and ran up to the second floor, going forward to urge the detectives to test it. Still not finished testing? It was lunch break time, and the police officer who tested it should, in fact, have gone ahead and eaten by now. But, like the young constable, the testing constable, once he smelled the scent of the boy ginger rabbit, could no longer eat his way through the police station. So, he simply put down his lunchbox directly and took the initiative to come up to the second floor to work overtime, wanting to come up with the test results as soon as possible. The results came out at just the right time. The detecting officer's eyes lit up. The test is over. There was no poppy content in the sample. The young constable also brightened up at the words, picked up the test report, and ran down like the wind. "The test results are in. Look everyone, there's no poppy content whatsoever in the sample. Can I go buy the noodles made by Boss Missouri now?" The scene was suddenly silent, and the police officers who were originally eating or chatting all stopped their hands and looked at him with unblinking eyes. The junior constable was looking at him, wondering what was wrong with them, and in the next second, he saw all the constables getting up and running towards the door. "Then what are you waiting for? Brothers, charge the duck. We're being extravagant today. We must try Boss Mo's handiwork." The young constable then woke up as if from a dream, gritted his teeth and rushed out with the crowd, outside the door of the police station. Mobai cooked the noodles and just ate a couple of mouthfuls, then saw more than 10 police officers rushing out of the police station. A fiery face ran toward him. The stance is really a bit scary to look at. Even though Mobai knew very well that he had never used any offending ingredients, he couldn't help but begin to doubt himself by looking at their appearance. Could it be that the system had added something bad to his seasoning? The more Mobai thought in his heart, the more apprehensive he became. Seeing that the more than 10 police officers were about to rush close, Mobai was even prepared to be arrested. Instead, he heard the police officers who rushed over to him, one after the other, open their mouths. Boss Missouri, give me a bowl of chai ginger rabbit covered noodles. I want a bowl too. Boss Missouri, I want to try the rabbit head. Mobai was confused. You guys came over, just to buy food? The officers nodded their heads as a matter of course. Yeah, well, what else could it be for? Mobai. Looking at Mobai's skeptical gaze, an old police officer then finally remembered and slapped his thigh. Oops, forgot to tell you. The test report has come back. Everything is normal. We just smelled it so good and thought we'd give it a try since you've been rumored to be a fabulous cook online. Having said that, they were still a little apprehensive as they remembered the scene of the big line in the square. We made you lose so many estimates today. Boss Missouri, you shouldn't not sell to us because you hold a grudge, right? Mobai sniffed and hurriedly waved his hand. Which is true. You guys are just doing your job. How could I blame you? Mobai, in fact, was even a bit grateful to them. After all, there had been so many diners coming in to buy rabbit meat lately that he hadn't had this kind of free time in a long time, and he didn't have a lot of rabbit meat left in the iron barrel right now. He wouldn't have to go back to the plaza if he could sell almost as much as he could right in front of the police station. Speaking of which, I guess there's not a single diner left in the plaza after this mess. Instead of wasting well-made ingredients, sell them quickly. Mobai thought so and said very boldly, we don't happen to have many guests today, so if you guys love it, I'll add more boy ginger rabbit. The square in front of New Harvest Elementary School. The plaza did have many fewer diners because of the reported addition of Poppy Husk, but it wasn't as if there was not a single diner left as Mobai thought. There are still a lot of netizens who come here. There were even old diners, convinced of Mobai's innocence, who had been sitting in the square waiting for Mobai to return. Even the middle-aged couple selling buns remained in the square. However, they stayed in the square, not to wait for Mobai, but to sell buns, as well as to discredit Mobai. As soon as they saw an admiring netizen inquiring about Mobai's whereabouts, they would immediately open their mouths. Little girl/boy, I advise you to stop looking for that Boss Missouri. He's a bad businessman. He's just been taken away for adding poppy husk to his ingredients. But you've come all the way here. Why don't you try my family's buns? My buns are thin-skinned, stuffed and healthy, without any additives. The netizens who came here do not know Mobai. Once they heard the couple a fool, there are really many people have bought the buns. It made the old diners waiting on the sidelines look at it and get angry. They're also too shameless, soliciting business under Boss Mo's banner, and in the end, they're going to tarnish Boss Mo's reputation. Lu Zihao was among them. Lu Zihao thought back to the harsh words the two couples had put out yesterday and instantly understood. I know. Ironically, they reported Boss Missouri. The other old diners listened in uncertainty until Lu Zihao explained to them, and only then did they figure out what was going on. So they got even angrier. I've never seen such a shameless person. It's abominable. We must help Boss Missouri. The old diners were all anxious and felt that this would not work, so they planned to go to the police station to find Mobai first. Let's see if the test results are in yet. If it's already out, they'll take the test results and clarify it for Mobai. Thus, Mobai had just sent away more than 10 new police diners, and immediately ushered in more than 10 old diners. Chapter 59, Revisiting the Wonders of the Colon. Mobai didn't expect the old diner to find his way to the police station and was surprised. What brings you here? The old diners are talking. Of course we're here to give you a favor. Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri, you don't know. Since you were taken away by the police, those two middle-aged couples who cheated under your signboard before have been restless again. More than just sitting in the square in a dignified manner and stealing your traffic. You're even nonetheless saying that you've already been arrested by the police for using poppy husk, wildly tarnishing your reputation. We know that you would never do such a thing. Boss Missouri, as your loyal and longtime diners, we can't stand it when they vilify you like this either. So we thought we'd come over to see if the test results were out yet. And if they are, then we'll take the test over and help you clarify. Mobai set up the stall just to complete the system task, and this week's mission requirements he had completed 2 days earlier. In other words, for the remaining 2 days, as long as he continued to come out and set up his stall, selling more or less would not be a problem, so that middle-aged couple couldn't actually do anything to him, whether they were robbing him of traffic or slandering him. Even he was able to clear his head quite a bit as a result. Still, the words of the old diners couldn't help but warm his heart. Although it was just a relationship between a merchant and a diner, without realizing it, it was like they had become friends. And it's a really good feeling to be firmly trusted. Mobai revealed a genuine smile. The test results are in. right here, and everything is normal. I can't afford to have you guys go on an errand to clarify for me for nothing. How about this? It just so happens that I have about 10 servings of covered noodles left over here. I'll buy you guys covered noodles as an errand fee. Older diners didn't realize there was such a thing. Not only do you not have to wait in line to get your covered noodles, but they're even free. Everyone was ecstatic, but a little embarrassed. Boss Missouri, don't misunderstand. We genuinely like the food you make. That's why we wanted to spontaneously go and clarify things for you. It wasn't to ask for a running fee. Mobai, I know. That's why I also truly appreciate everyone's support for me. And that's why I wanted to treat everyone to covered noodles. Let's not push it. Everyone, it's just about mealtime too. Mobai had said this. And everyone was indeed a little hungry now. There were heckles and smiles as they stood around and watched Mobai ramen. With all the Kid Ginger Rabbit left in the iron bucket, when you do the math, you can actually make close to 20 servings of covered noodles. But Mobai didn't have a single bit left over. All of it was served in these 10 or so noodle bowls. The weather was too cold, and after staying outside for a long time, Mobai's hands and feet were already freezing and losing consciousness. After cooking the noodles, he didn't stay any longer, and after handing over the attachments of the photocopied test report to the old diner, he rode the food cart and returned to the Imperial Forest Cloud residence. Watching Mobai riding back and forth on a small food cart day after day, the doorman at the entrance has become acquainted with Mobai. Seeing that Mobai had returned so late today, they couldn't help but ask, Mr. M.O., why are you back so late today? There was a slight accident today. Mobai smiled and chatted with them for a couple of minutes before returning to the No. 1 courtyard. And not long after Mobai left, a flashy Rolls-Royce then also entered the Royal Forest Cloud residence. Seeing this familiar luxury car, the doorman immediately recognized it as Mr. Yan's car in the 5th courtyard. Mr. Yan at House 5 is also a no-frills, very nice owner. The doorman immediately greeted with concern. Mr. Yan, you're back. How is old Mr. Yan? Did the surgery you mentioned before go well? Yan Xiao lowered the window and nodded. It went well. Thank you for your concern. My father is in good shape now. Yan Songbai, who was sitting in the back seat, sniffed, but blew his beard and eyes. Who says I'm good? I'm not good at all. I really don't want to go a day without my fat chicken and crispy sausage. The two doormen were directly confused. I thought to myself, what does the state of your body have to do with fatty chicken and crispy sausage? And if they remembered correctly, the disease that old Mr. Yan was suffering from was related to the anal aspect of the disease. How can you think of eating a large intestine when your own intestine is already like this? It is so puzzling. Looking at the doorkeeper uncle's puzzled and weird gaze, Yan Xiao, deeply embarrassed, can only awkwardly smile, closed the car window. Pulling this living father of his own ran away in a puff of smoke. Auntie Ma, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was likewise deeply humiliated and couldn't help but curse. Yan Songbai, can you be a little out of your league? Don't open your mouth and shut your mouth all day long with a large intestine. Yan Songbai immediately replied, I can't. He had a mournful look on his face. If I had known that Boss Missouri was going to leave after only a few days of stalls, I would have preferred not to have the surgery first and had a great meal all at once. Well now, my ass is healthy and Boss Missouri is gone. So what's the point of my ass's health? I just really haven't had a better sausage than Boss Missouri has ever made. Fatty sausage chicken is spicy and cubum. Crispy sausage is crunchy on the outside and sticky on the inside. And the juice pops when you bite into it. Just think about it. Suck it. I can't help but drool. In fact, not to mention Yan Songbai, even Yan Xiao and Auntie Ma couldn't help but gulp when they heard it. After all, they had also tasted Mobai's handiwork and knew just how delicious the large intestine Mobai had made was. But Mobai running away is running away. And they can't do anything about it now that they can't find anyone. One can only persuade Yan Songbai. It's just fatty chicken and crispy sausage. The chef we hired at home can make them too. So I'll let him make them for you when we get back. With our chef's skills, I don't think it will taste any worse when it's made. The Yan family's private chef was hired by Yan Songbai at a high price, and his cooking skills were indeed quite good. Whether it's a traditional 8-course meal or a modern fusion dish, it's done quite well. At this point, chef is standing by in the 5th yard. He knew Yan Songbai's foodie attributes, and as soon as he saw that Yan Songbai was home, he immediately went up to ask, Master, you're finally back. I wonder what kind of dishes you want to eat tonight. He thought that Yan Songbai had only just been discharged from the hospital and should have ordered some light dishes. I'll have the chicken with fat sausage and the crispy sausage. Ah, is it really good to eat such greasy dishes right after being discharged from the hospital? The chef looked to Auntie Ma with an uncertain gaze to ask for instructions with Yan Xiao. However, Auntie Ma and Yan Xiao received his sight, but they also nodded their heads firmly. Yes, we'll make the fatty chicken with crispy sausage tonight, and not a word of caution. Get it done as soon as possible. After all, they both, too, had been craving it for quite some time and couldn't wait to relive the wonders of the colon. Chapter 60, Boss Missouri, how can we live without you? Chef was completely confused. Yen Songbei, even if, after all, as a foodie gourmand, think of one thing as one thing he has not done before. But Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao are normal people. Before Yen Songbei to dare such nonsense, they certainly will not agree. But now not only agreed, this cannot wait for the tone is to make a mess of. He clearly remembered that Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao had light tastes, and neither of them liked greasy ingredients like large intestines. But as a chef, it was not good for him to speculate on the changes in his employer's preferences. He did what his employer said. As a result, the Yen family's dinner table in the evening was filled with two large meat dishes, namely, chicken with fat intestines and crispy large intestines. Being a chef, it must be something. Both the fatty chicken and the crispy sausage were beautifully done by the chef. A layer of bright red oil floats on the surface of the fatty sausage chicken, and the spicy flavor goes straight to your nose. The casing of the crispy sausage shone brightly, as if it were saying to the Yen family, "Come and eat me, come and eat me." The Yen family had been craving for these two dishes for a long time. Where could they withstand such a tease from the large intestine? Immediately picking up their chopsticks, one of them caught a piece of crispy large intestine and put it into their mouths. Then, the Yen family's original expectant expressions became calmer. It wasn't that the chef's crispy sausage wasn't delicious, but it was really a bit different from the crispy sausage made by Mo Bai. The three of them shook their heads without moving and focused on the fatty chicken again. Then another taste and the same feeling. It's not bad, you could even call it delicious. Definitely beyond the normal restaurant level, but it was really far from the flavor that Mo Bai had made before. If they hadn't eaten the large intestine made by Mo Bai, at this time, they would definitely still be praising the deliciousness. But the thing is, they've already eaten. Now that the pearl was in front of them, they really couldn't boast about it, and could only pick their usual favorite meals and eat them in silence. At the same time, his heart missed Mo Bai more and more. Even the always calm Yen Xiao couldn't help but want to ask a question. Boss Missouri, where the hell have you been? How can we live without you? At the end of the meal, the chef came to check on his employer's meal. This is a must for private chefs to observe the changing tastes of their employers with meals in order to serve them better. He thought that the three members of the Yen family, who all coincidentally ordered the two dishes of fatty intestine chicken and crispy large intestine today, should be eager to eat these two dishes. But a quick look at this point reveals that the two dishes have moved very little. He couldn't help but become more and more puzzled, not understanding what was going on with his employer. Mo Bai realized that those two middle-aged couples selling buns were really quite shameless. They sold buns in the square yesterday, ate the dividends of the traffic brought by Mo Bai. The turnover skyrocketed, and then they were never willing to give up this good opportunity to make money. When he came in this morning, he didn't go to the front of the school, he just moved to the square and set up next door to him. And it's a grand gesture to start stealing customers. Come, everyone, come and see my family's buns. It's a handmade bun with no additives. Not like that shady business next door that adds poppy husk to the vegetables. It's just that today's rush of customers is nowhere near as good as yesterday's. After all, Mo Bai had, by now, taken the test report presented by the police department and posted it in the most prominent position on the food truck. Any diner who wasn't blind could see it. What's more, there are a number of eager older diners that are hanging around the middle-aged couple. Whenever they saw someone trying to get a bun, they would take the attachment of the test report and go over to the middle-aged couple and cricket with the diners in front of them. Look, this is Boss Mo's test report. People are doing a great job with food safety, and the two of them are completely bloodthirsty. Think about it. Can such a bloodthirsty and black-hearted businessman really make any good buns with a good conscience? The answer, of course, is no. Most of the diners who wanted to buy a bun were talked out of it by the regular diners. In the whole hour, the middle-aged couple only sold 3 buns. The middle-aged couple can be angry enough. Both of them all look like gnashing teeth. What an abomination they are. Interfering with our business like this is not wanting to give us any life at all. The wife looked at Mo Bai, who was still doing good business next to her, and cynicism flashed in her eyes. If he won't let us do business, then we won't let him do business today. The husband got it all at once. Okay, then let's keep calling in reports. When the police take him away, our business will be good again. The two men finished their tip-off call and didn't forget to continue with their shady yelling. The rabbit meat sold by the chap next door is spiked with poppy husk. People mustn't go and eat it. Come see all the handmade buns with no additives in our house. Wu Yun is an office worker. At the same time, she is a big fan of Luling. Ever since she learned that her idol especially likes to eat a roadside stall that sells rabbit meat, she has been wanting to come over to get one of her idol's counterparts. Nah, I was too busy with work until this weekend today. She had gotten up early in the morning full of anticipation and was about to go stand in line when she suddenly heard such words and hesitated. Walk over to the bun stand and ask, "Big brother and big sister, Are you guys telling the truth? Did you really put poppy husk in that rabbit meat? Before the middle-aged couple had time to reply, the old diners had to go to those attachments and rushed over. Fake beauty. Look at this test report. These two couples are just spitting blood to steal customers. The middle-aged couple was by now furious with them and opened their mouths to curse. You fart. We're telling the truth. Your bull asterisk 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 attachments are fake to deceive customers. If you don't believe me, you'll have to wait. The police will be coming over to arrest this young man named Mo in a while. It seemed to prove what the middle-aged couple had said. No sooner had the two men spoken than a police car pulled up next to the plaza. Two police officers in police uniforms got out of the car and walked towards where Mo Bai and the middle-aged couple were. It's finally here. The middle-aged couple instantly smiled with joy and scowled at Wu Yun. Beauty, we didn't lie to you, did we? The police are here to arrest people. Wu Yun didn't know the truth and by now had completely believed the middle-aged couple's words. She completely lost interest in any rabbit meat, but she got up in the morning, and now she was really hungry. So after thinking about it, she simply really decided to buy 2 buns to eat. I really don't dare to eat rabbit meat. Big brother and big sister, you guys give me 2 meat buns. The middle-aged couple nodded busily and loaded 2 meat buns. Wu Yun was about to take it when the voice of a police officer came from the side to stop it. Beauty, wait, don't pay yet. The buns at this bun stand may have had poppy husk added. We're taking them back for investigation. Chapter 61, The Middle-Aged Couple Who Are Thieves. Wu Yun was startled at the sound of it, and her hand that was picking up the bun was instantly withdrawn. Seeing this, the middle-aged couple rushed to explain. Beauty, don't be afraid. My bun is clean as a whistle. These 2 cops are here to arrest that young man named Mo, he said, not forgetting to turn his head to alert the police. Comrade policeman, you've got the wrong stall. The young man named Mo is the one selling rabbit meat. However, when the police heard this, they didn't turn their heads to arrest Mo Bai as the middle-aged couple wanted, but continued to frown at them. We were not wrong to look for you. It has been reported that you 2 couples have added poppy husk to the food you sell. Please follow us to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. How could the 2 couples not expect that the means they had applied to Mo Bai would bounce back to their own bodies? The 2 froze for a moment at first, and when they reacted, they immediately cursed at the direction where Mo Bai was. You black-hearted, rotten lad. Seeing that you're clean-looking, I didn't expect your heart to be so black. It must be that you're jealous that we're stealing your business and making nasty reports about us. This was followed by all sorts of verbal abuse with elders' parents and genitals. Not to mention the fact that Mo Bai was an orphan and was completely indifferent to such insults as they went in the left ear and out the right ear. Let's just say he was surrounded by so many diners that he couldn't hear the middle-aged couple's insults alright. So they cursed for half a day and didn't hurt Mo Bai for a single point, not to mention that they tired themselves out. Lu Zihao stood behind the 2 policemen, listening with amusement and anger, and couldn't help but stand out to help Mo Bai. You 2 just save your breath. Boss Missouri is open and honest. He wouldn't do this kind of malicious reporting like you guys. I'm the one who reported you. The reason why Lu Zihao reported these 2 couples has to start from yesterday afternoon. Yesterday, after he ate a bowl of free boy ginger rabbit covered noodles in a beautiful way, he first took the attachment of Mo Bai's food test report and went to the square to clarify it for Mo Bai. Then some more in the afternoon. When he saw that Zhang Hui was already off work, he asked Zhang Hui to accompany him and go to the conscription physical examination station to do the pre-enlistment physical examination. His health indicators were healthy in every way, and he thought for sure there was no problem. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail the medical examination, but he was also interrogated by the inspectors who suspected him of taking drugs. And they came up with evidence of his drug use. The results of his urine test showed that he was, after all, positively loaded with drugs. Lu Zihao was confused at first glance and directly cried out that he was wronged. Uncle Cop, look at me. I'm poor and strong. Where do I look like a person who would use drugs? Ironically, you guys mixed up the test results. The staff in charge of the inspection took a look. It is true. Lu Zihao is poor or not they cannot see. But this body is really strong. How to look at it is not like a drug addict. But it's not like their test results are going to get mixed up. In the end, it was an older staff member who saw the clues and asked Lu Zihao, have you had a particularly delicious and addictive meal lately? There are numerous news stories about unscrupulous traders adding poppy husk to food for the sake of business. Lu Zihao heard, immediately reacted. The staff this is suspected that he ate outside the meal with poppy husk. He denied it without thinking. No way. The only food I've eaten lately, besides eating at home, is the food made by Mr. M.O. And Boss Missouri was taken away by the police yesterday to conduct an investigation. And Boss Missouri was so innocent that he didn't add any undesirable substances. He was convinced that it was still staff that had confused the findings. Rather, it was Zhang Hui who suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his thigh. I know. It must be that middle-aged couple's pot. Howie, have you forgotten? The first time you went to Boss Missouri, you were tricked by these two and ate from their house. Lu Zihao was reminded and finally remembered. Yeah, deal with it. Aside from the great food Boss Missouri cooks, I've eaten his family's garbage. Since it was so bad, I forgot about it. I told you how they could come up with a like maliciously reporting Boss Missouri for using poppy husk, so it's because they use the stuff themselves. No, even if it's for the sake of my successful enlistment, I absolutely cannot let them go. So, early this morning, Lu Zihao brought his police uncle over to extract the evidence. He was really pissed off this time. Why are you two couples so black-hearted? Here is the entrance to the elementary school. You scourge adults even children are not spared. You still people? It's a good thing I got out of this enlistment physical, or I don't know how much longer I'd have to wreak havoc on the little ones. The middle-aged couple actually didn't understand exactly how Lu Zihao found out that they had added poppy husk, but they weren't cuties either. Knowing that in this situation, one should never admit just that. What are you babbling about? We did no such thing. And the wife cried smartly. We are really suffering. We just want to do some small business to raise our children, but we are still being maliciously reported like this. Yes, it's true that Boss Missouri came here first, but no one has stipulated that only Boss Missouri is allowed to set up a stall here. Are you guilty of victimizing us like this for such a trivial matter? Many of the diners standing in the square at this time were the middle-aged couple's former regular customers. They are now eating the buns without their kids and they don't think it's a good idea for a middle-aged couple to run in and steal business. But the middle-aged couple was right. There was no one who stipulated that this place could only allow Boss Missouri to set up his stall. They also saw their wives crying so hard that they could not help but feel compassion in their hearts. Someone couldn't help but step forward and speak up to help them. Alas, people have old people and young people. It's not easy to run a small business. Boss Mo's customer traffic is so good. It's okay to share a little with them, so why take things so far? Yes, I took my son to buy his buns for dinner every day for the previous year, and I trust their food safety. Yes, I trust them too. Lu Zihao simply hated to roll his eyes, saying trust without any evidence. These people are big smart. Well, before he could open his mouth to retort, the middle-aged couple took matters into their own hands and slapped these two big slaps. Seeing that someone had come over to help them, the couple looked at each other and jumped on the food truck to escape. Good thing the police kept an eye on them and stopped it in time. This look of being a thief instantly made everyone realize, if they really didn't add poppy husk, there's no need for them to run away at all. And just like Boss Missouri, cooperate with the police and go under investigation. This look is clearly that of a thief. I think they really added something bad to the buns. Uncle Policeman, catch them. Don't let them get away. Chapter 62, Being a Normal Rich Man. The two policemen who came were all seasoned veterans. They had just come over, and as soon as they looked at the middle-aged couple's sheepish eyes, they knew that today's trip hadn't been in vain. They'd been keeping a careful eye on the middle-aged couple. Now in this situation, where is the need to remind the diners? As soon as they see the middle-aged couple trying to escape, immediately handcuffed the two. There was a lot of chatter among the diners around them. These two people can be so stupid. If they had been dead set against it just now, they might have been able to use moral kidnapping to get away with it. But this initiative of theirs to run away, isn't this a no-brainer? Why? If those two weren't stupid, they wouldn't be able to do such a thing as persecute the flowers of the motherland. Does anyone know what kind of punishment you face for this kind of thing? Someone answered enthusiastically. I know. I'm a law student. They are now in serious violation of food safety laws and criminal laws with this behavior. According to the law, in addition to confiscating the illegal income, you will be fined. In addition, if convicted of aggravated circumstances, they will also be sentenced to up to 5 years in prison. The middle-aged couple didn't realize the consequences would be so severe. They thought that if they were caught, at most they would be fined or not allowed to set up stalls in the future. Now knowing that he might even go to jail for it, he was scared out of his wits and cried for mercy from the police. Comrade policeman, woohoo! We just want to sell more buns to feed our family. We really don't have any bad intentions. Comrade, you just let us go. Without waiting for the police to speak, the old diner at the bun stall who had just helped the middle-aged couple couldn't take it anymore. Exasperated and bitter. And you call that not having any bad intentions? This is the entrance to an elementary school, and you are poisoning elementary school students. I don't think there is anyone with a blacker heart than you. Thanks to the fact that we just trusted you so much, we have been buying buns from you for over a year, and I don't know if my son has had any problems eating them. I'm going to take my son for a checkup tomorrow, and if anything really goes wrong with his food, I'm definitely not going to let you off the hook. Me too. If my daughter has a problem with her food, you'll never be spared. The middle-aged couple was escorted to the police car in front of an angry crowd. This side made such a big commotion. Mo finally noticed something. He was worried that someone was fighting, so he asked, "What's going on over there? What's all the ruckus?" Immediately there is just after watching the drama before coming out of the diners. Colorful just now the scene. To Mo Bai recounted again. Mo Bai was shocked to hear this, not expecting these two couples to be so bold. Couldn't help but shake his head. People, it's not scary to be stupid. It's scary to be stupid and bad. John Lu happened to be in line to buy noodles as well, and after hearing what happened, she was also incredibly angry. I told you how Aster wouldn't eat anything but her buns, so it was poisoned, thanks to me paying them an extra 200 a day before. Those two black hearts. I won't spare them. After her anger, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Boss Missouri, I'm glad you're here. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we'd all still be in the dark about them, and Ivana wouldn't have become willing to eat food other than buns because of your bowl of noodles. Mo Bai also did not expect. He came to set up a stall only, but also accidentally for the motherland flowers to solve a big problem. He couldn't help but laugh at the reminder. After all, roadside stalls do not have much protection. Adults usually eat even if children, or try not to give them roadside stalls. The diners were listening in wonder. Boss Missouri, you're a roadside vendor yourself. Aren't you afraid that your own business will be affected if you say that? Mo Bai smiled without saying anything. The thought in his mind was that he wasn't really afraid, because after tomorrow, he'll be on the run again. But it was better not to tell them now, or he feared he wouldn't be able to run away. At noon on the second day, Mo Bai managed to run away without any diners noticing. He had just gotten home when the system's voice came out. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this week's main quest X1. Receive a luxury car worth $10 million. Will you receive the reward? Mo Bai clicked to claim it, but the luxury car didn't appear immediately. Mo Bai didn't panic. After all, he already had experience from last time, and only stared at his phone silently. Sure enough, not a moment later, an unfamiliar number called. Once connected, it was that extraordinarily respectful voice again. Hello Mr. M.O., the Bentley Mulliner Bacala you ordered from our store has arrived. May I ask if you are picking up your car in person, or do you need a personal delivery? Mo Bai had just come back from setting up a stall, and now all he wanted to do was rest, and if he could, he definitely wanted to specialize in direct delivery over. But, he looked at his not very generous bank card, and thought about the high property fee of the Royal Forest Cloud residence. It was still prudent to ask more. Is there a charge for personalized delivery? The staff member across the street, who seemed to have never heard this kind of question before, was silent for several seconds before answering. It's collected, but it's not very expensive. Just 1,000th of the full car payment. The word 1 in 1,000 doesn't sound high, but Mo Bai didn't forget that the system had already stated when it issued the reward that it was a $10 million level luxury car. 1 in 1,000. That's at least $10,000. Nima, you call that not overpriced? Mo Bai spoke out decisively. I'll go pick up the car myself. At this point, he had to be glad that he had gotten his driver's license on a whim. The Bentley Mulliner Bacala is a sports car limited to 12 units worldwide. The bright yellow body is both bright and expensive. Except for the lack of a roof, it is usually not convenient to drive in the rain. This point, Mo Bai is still quite satisfied. The system does things very comprehensively. Even the license plate has been on the good. Mo Bai do not have to do anything. Directly drive home on the good. Then, Mo Bai realized that he hadn't driven for too long. Surprisingly, he couldn't even do the simplest this well. The sports car allowed him to drive the speed of a food truck. The good thing is, because of the arrogance of the Bentley Mulliner Bacala, even if you don't know anything about cars also, you can tell at a glance that the car is not cheap. Even if he drove slowly, no one dared to get too close, let alone any tailgating. Mo Bai couldn't help but lament. It turns out that the kind of scene in the novel, where the overbearing president drives more than 10 luxury cars to clear the scene, is actually real. I have to say, it's great to be a rich man. Mo Bai slowly drove his newly released luxury car back to the Royal Forest Cloud residence. When the doorman of the Royal Forest Cloud residence saw that it was a new luxury car that he had never seen before, he thought that the owner of the 8th courtyard, who liked to buy luxury cars the most, had bought another new car. He was about to make a registration when he took a closer look, but realized that the person sitting in the car was actually Mo Bai. For a moment, both janitorial uncles were moved to tears. Mr. M.O., have you finally given up your food truck and are you ready to be a normal rich guy? Chapter 63. So you're not pretending to be a pussy after all. Being a normal rich guy? Mo Bai sweated. Was I not normal before? The janitorial uncle scratched his head. It's not abnormal. It's just that you're usually too plain for a rich man. We didn't say Park was embarrassed. Just that you were always out in your little food truck setting up stalls and being very talkative. Over time, it is inevitable that we will be under the illusion that you are one of us, or even a friend. And once the illusion of a friend is created, they may say things they shouldn't because they're too relaxed. Like right now. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, The security uncle regretted it. Geez, what is he talking about? Mr. Mo is the owner of the esteemed No. 1 courtyard. Even if he drives a small food truck out to stall every day, there's no way he would be in the same category as him. And he had the audacity to say that he had the illusion of becoming friends with Mr. Mo. When someone of Mr. Mo's dignified status heard that, he would surely be very angry and even go to complain against him, right? Although they are all doormen and security guards, the treatment of the Royal Forest Cloud residents is really quite good. He didn't want to lose such a good job. The doorman uncle was in a cold sweat and was wondering how to open his mouth to apologize when he saw Mo suddenly laugh. What do you mean by illusion? Uncle, we greet each other every day. Aren't we really friends? Mo was handsome and clean looking, and his smile was extraordinarily refreshing. The doorkeeper uncle looked at the refreshing smile on Mo's face, and the anxiety in his heart suddenly dissipated. He scratched his head again and nodded his head greatly. Hey, count on it. Of course. Seeing as you're setting up a stall every day, I'll go take care of your business when I have the chance in the future. Mo was chatting happily with the gatekeeper uncle in front, but Yen Songbai in the back was in a grumpy mood. Damn it, why is it that no matter which place you go to and what kind of chef you use, you can't make Boss Mo's flavor? Yesterday, after eating the fatty chicken with crispy sausage made by my own personal chef, although Yen Songbai was very disappointed, he still hadn't put down the fatty sausage chicken and crispy sausage. For the past 2 days, he has been going out every day to the famous private restaurant. When I got to the restaurant, I didn't do anything but name the 2 dishes I wanted to eat, wanting us to find out the amazing flavors that I once had at Boss Mo's. However, no matter which restaurant he went to and how famous the chef was, the taste of what he made was never as good as what Boss Missouri had made before. Such a result made Yen Songbai, who was an old gourmand, feel very disappointed. He couldn't even help but doubt himself. Is the large intestine made by Mr. Mo really that good? Is it possible that memory has embellished the flavor of the large intestine? Otherwise, why can't so many famous chefs reproduce the same flavor? If that's really the case, it looks like I really won't be able to eat such a delicious sausage in the future. The more Yen Songbai thought about it, the more disappointed he was, and the more annoyed he was. But at this time, there was another car that kept blocking his front to prevent him from coming back. Yen Songbai's little tantrum came up in a flash. Who the hell is that? Just blocking the doorway and not leaving. Look at this tawdry model. It couldn't be that from the 8th yard again, could it? No, I have to go over there and educate him. Yen Songbai angrily got out of the car and walked to the front. However, before the words of scolding could even be uttered, he was stunned by the person in the driver's seat. Boss Missouri. The person in the driver's seat was actually Mo Bai, who had been thinking about him day and night. In a flash, the anger in Yen Songbai's heart dissipated. In its place is an infinite number of surprises. He flew forward to block in front of Mo Bai's car, his tone so excited that he was almost shaking. Boss Missouri, why are you here? Did you switch to being a personal chauffeur for someone? Yen Songbai, the little old man, is considered a more distinctive eater. Plus there's Auntie Ma, who Mo Bai does remember. Uncle Yen, long time no see. Mo Bai snorted a greeting before he opened his mouth to explain. I'm not a private driver. This is my car. Yen Songbai's eyes widened in shock all of a sudden. After all, even if he didn't know much about cars, he could tell that the car Mo Bai was driving was worth at least over $10 million. Could Mo Bai, a young man who set up a stall, afford to drive such an expensive luxury car? However, what surprised Yen Songbai even more was yet to come, only to hear the janitorial uncle speak. Old Mr. Yen, you've misunderstood. Mr. Mo is not a driver. He's the owner of the first house who just recently moved in. Yen Songbai had just returned from the hospital as soon as he learned of the news that the owner of the first home was living in the house. The first courtyard of the Royal Forest Cloud residence is really difficult to buy even with the existing status of Yen Songbai. When he offered a high price to buy the first courtyard, did not buy it, so he was really curious as to what the owner of the No. 1 courtyard, who was living in, would be. He had planned to wait a few days to find an excuse to pay a visit. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even come up with an excuse yet, and the owner of the No. 1 courtyard just appeared in front of him in such a magnificent manner. And this owner was surprisingly still the same Boss Missouri who made him daydream and haunt him. The impact was so great that for a while, Yen Songbai man was in a bit of a trance. I told you how I offered you $100,000 a month before and you wouldn't even come work for me as a personal chef. So you're not pretending, you're telling the truth. Stalls are really just a hobby for you. Alas, it seems that I will, in the future, really not be able to eat such delicious food. Fat sausage chicken, crispy sausage, ooh, I can't let you go, my love. Speaking of emotional places, Yen Songbai red eyes, even the body has a little shaking. This scared Mo Bai and the janitorial uncle, especially Mo Bai, How could he not expect that Yen Songbai's obsession with the large intestine would be so deep? In order to prevent Yen Songbai from fainting directly due to excessive grief, he hurriedly opened his mouth to advise, "Uncle Yen, don't be in a hurry. I'm not selling large intestines anymore, but I'll still go out and set up stalls to sell other foods. If you really want it, you can come and buy it then." The doorman uncle followed along to help, though he was unsure. Yes, 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 yes. Boss Missouri goes out to set up stalls every day now, and you get to eat something else. Hearing that Mo by now even set up a stall to sell other foods, Yen Songbai sat up in shock from his dying illness. He doesn't have much interest in other foods right now, but if this was done by Mo Bai, it would be different, and he impatiently voiced his inquiry. "What do you sell at your stall now? When do you go out to the stall?" "Ma Bai, The new week's mission hadn't been refreshed yet, so Mo Bai could only say awkwardly, "Haven't decided what to sell yet, and as for the timing of the booth, it's not certain." Yen Songbai instantly shriveled up again and continued to wail, "You really did swindle me. How dare you swindle a little old man like me? I'm going to make a scene." Chapter 64 Rich People's Special Hobbies. Yen Songbai is really a difficult little old man. In the end, in order to keep him from making a scene, Mo Bai could only move the food truck out of the system and take him to the basement of the one courtyard to take a look at the food truck, as proof that he would really set up his stall again afterward. After looking at the food truck, Yen Songbai was still half convinced, but the mood stabilized and followed Mo Bai to visit the one courtyard. Looking at the one courtyard that was empty except for Mo Bai, Yen Songbai couldn't help but shake his head. "Your house is nice, but it's too cold for you to live alone, and it's such a big area that it's a lot of work for you to clean it all by yourself. Why don't you hire some maids? If you are without a trusted servant, I can ask your Auntie Ma to find someone for you." Regarding the issue of servants, Mo Bai had actually considered it. As Yen Songbai said, it was indeed laborious for him to clean such a big house by himself, especially since he usually has to set up a stall, and when he gets home from the stall he doesn't want to move at all. "Okay?" Since Yen Songbai mentioned it at this time, Mo Bai didn't treat him politely. "Sure, I happen to want to hire a couple of maids. I just don't know where to start. It would be great if Auntie Ma could help with that." As for the wages paid to the servants, Mo Bai wasn't worried. He's kind of got the system figured out now. He realized that every time the system gave a reward, it wasn't actually given randomly. Rather, he will be given what he needs most, based on his existing situation. Now that he has a house and a car, he's missing more money. Unsurprisingly, the reward for next week's mission is definitely money. The difference in age between Mo Bai and Yen Songbai is not half a star, but through conversation, the two men then realized that their personalities were unexpectedly compatible. At Yen Songbai's age, it's not easy to find a forgotten friend. After chatting to his heart's content, he immediately invited Mo Bai to go up to the fifth house for dinner tonight. Mo Bai was idle, so he agreed. After sending Yen Songbai away, Mo Bai first played the game for a while, then he drove the freshly self-baked sports car and found a shopping mall to do some shopping. Once upon a time, when Mo Bai didn't have any money, he always wondered when he would be able to live the kind of days when rich people drove luxury cars and wore designer labels. But now that he's rich and has a luxury car, he's become less materialistic. Looking at the wide range of clothing and accessories of various famous brands, Mo Bai suddenly felt tasteless. He simply bought himself a few basic outfits and turned into the large supermarket downstairs in the mall. He had only wanted to come for a stroll, but as he wandered, he somehow ended up in the fresh ingredients section. The sausage in the supermarket today looked good. Still not up to the level of the system selling it, but good enough to eat on its own. Mo Bai recalled Yen Songbai's pining look at the large intestine, and then he remembered this thing about him asking Auntie Ma to get him a maid. He then took 2 boxes of large sausages and put them in his shopping cart. Dinner time. Mo Bai carried a pot of fat sausage chicken and rang the doorbell of the fifth house. Auntie Ma, because of the former things, already like Mo Bai. Now see Mo Bai the guest also did not forget to bring their favorite fat intestine chicken. The love for Mo Bai intensified a few points. Not only did she shush Mo Bai throughout the night, but she also became more attentive to Mo Bai's request for her to help find a maid. 2 days later in the morning, Auntie Ma then brought 3 servants and entered the one courtyard. In fact, Auntie Ma wanted to find a few more maids, but Mo Bai said he didn't like too much noise. Plus Mo Bai was the only one living in one home, so Auntie Ma ended up picking only 3, all middle-aged, 2 women and 1 man. The middle-aged uncle, surnamed Wang, was the butler of the entire villa. The 2 aunts, one surnamed Zhang and the other Li, are together responsible for the villa's hygiene and chores. After a conversation, Mo Bai realized that both butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li were very peaceful and professional housekeepers. He then kept all 3 together. "I'm usually the only one who lives in yard number 1, so everyone usually just has to clean up after themselves, as well as do the landscaping in the yard. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you guys. I have a special hobby, and the usual may require you to try to cooperate with my hobby. Special hobbies of the rich. Catching the above keywords, Butler Wang, as well as Zhang and Li's two aunts' expressions became extraordinarily tense. The three of them have been in the housekeeping business for a long time. It is especially clear that some rich people, who only look glamorous on the outside, are in fact a gold and jade outside, but not in the middle. In private XD, promiscuity, adoption, domestic violence, whatever, they had just come in to know. One courtyard, and saw that Mo was born white and clean, and was good at talking. Thought this was one of the rare times they met a normal person for an employer, but I didn't expect to mention special hobbies after only a couple of normal sentences. It was unknown just how perverted this one's special hobby had become, to the point that it required their cooperation. The three were in shock, but years of professionalism allowed them to maintain a superficial calm. Butler Wang revealed a decent smile exclusive to butlers. Mr. Mo, whatever your special hobby is, you can tell us about it, but match or no match, that's not necessarily true. Whether it was Butler Wang, or the two aunts Zhang and Li, they all silently pondered in their minds that if it was an overly perverted hobby, they would immediately turn around and leave. The three of them looked at Mo fixedly, already prepared for Mo's shocking words. As a matter of fact, Mo did speak out of turn. It was only the content of the words that surprised them. I usually like to go out and sell food from a stall when I'm not doing anything, and I sell quite a lot of it. So during the weekdays, besides handling the hygiene in the villa, you guys also need to help me out in the kitchen and handle some of the ingredients. Is that okay? A stall? What a hobby! Even Butler Wang, the most knowledgeable of the three, had never heard of such an odd hobby. For a while, all three of them had a slightly dumbfounded expression. Mo looked at them like this and thought they were finding it difficult. If you guys find it difficult, then I won't force you. You can leave anytime. Those words finally woke up the three. The three shook their heads frantically. No hard feelings, no hard feelings. We're totally cool with that. Compared to the perverted demands of other rich people, just playing a hand in the kitchen is totally considered a gift, okay? As a result, in the know, one courtyard, apart from Mo, there were another three people. They just came. Mo did not want them to be too formal, instructed the voice to let them casually clean, then went up to the second floor. Almost as soon as he was on the second floor, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The break is over, and this week's quests have been refreshed. Chapter 65, Lean Meat Porridge with Eggs. The location of this week's mission is the entrance to Aoyama Park. The prescribed dish is kanji. There is no limit to the types of dishes this week, so please ask the host to sell at least 100 porridge servings within a week. 100 porridge sold in front of the park? And there's no limit to the types of dishes? Is this week's task even that easy? Mo felt strange. He always felt that according to the eccentric nature of the system, it shouldn't have arranged such a simple task for him. Sure enough, in the next second, he heard the system follow up. On the other hand, there's a limit to the time you can set up your stall this week. Hosts are requested to set up their stalls between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m., 12 a.m. m. to 5 a.m. m. Even if he had long anticipated that the task given by the system would not be so simple, when he heard such a stall time, Mo still could not help but explode in his heart. Cam, who's a good person to be strolling through a park after 12 a.m. m? No wonder he was only asked to sell 100 copies. Under those conditions, he should be thankful if he could sell 20 copies in a week. But the good thing was that, although the mission requirements were harsh, the rewards were also substantial. Complete the mission and you'll be rewarded with $20 million in cash. Do you accept the mission? $20 million. That's 10 times his reward for completing the mission for the first time. Mo suddenly felt that, well, this mission condition, it seems that it is not so unbearable. After accepting the task, Mo, according to past habits, in the system mall, purchased the recipes related to the porridge. Look at the time. It's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If he has to start his stall at 12 a.m. tomorrow, he'll have to get up at 11 p.m. In other words, he would have to prepare the porridge to be sold tomorrow within 2 hours if he wanted to get enough sleep. Time is short and the task is heavy. Mo didn't waste any more time going to the market to pick out ingredients and directly purchase the ingredients he needed today from the system mall. By the way, I dinged Butler Wang downstairs. In a moment, Butler Ning from the property side will make a trip over to deliver the ingredients I need for tomorrow's stall, so remember to receive them for me. Butler Wang nodded his head in agreement with a decent smile, but as soon as Mo left, he then couldn't help but whisper to his two aunts, Zhang and Li, I thought Mr. Mo was just kidding about the stall. After all, I've never seen any rich people with this particular hobby, but I didn't expect that Mr. Mo would have already bought even the ingredients. Could it be that what Mr. Mo said about stalls is really just stalls? Auntie Zhang shook her head. I don't see how it can be so easy to be rich. The stall in Mr. Mo's mouth might be a substitute for some perverted hobby. And as for the ingredients, it might be a substitute for some perverted prop. Auntie Lee's guts were small, and she immediately clutched herself in fear. Ah, what can I do? I'm not afraid to touch those perverted props, or we should just leave. Everything, however, was already too late. Auntie Lee's words had just fallen when the doorbell of No. 1 courtyard rang. The person who came was Ning Feng. With a grin, he used a cart and pushed in several large boxes of ingredients neatly packed in cardboard boxes. These are the ingredients that Mr. Mo purchased. Ning Feng's tone was that of excitement, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. Great! After 2 days, Mr. Mo is finally going to start his stall again. I can't wait. The speaker doesn't mean it, but the listener does. Ning Feng said this simply to lament his eagerness of not having eaten the food made by Mo for 2 days. When Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li heard this, they were screaming in their hearts that it was bad. It's true. Stalls must be a surrogate for some sick hobby. Otherwise, it was just setting up a stall. Why would Butler Ning's tone be so agitated? Still can't wait to think about it carefully, although Ning Butler is a housekeeper, but the length is still good. It won't be. FFS. It's really alarming the more I think about it. For a moment, the eyes of Butler Wang and Auntie Zhanli, as they looked at the several large boxes of ingredients, became a bit odd. I've got some other things to do, so why don't you guys take care of these boxes? I can't. We've got a toilet to clean. We'll help you sweep the toilets and you take care of this. Yeah, you take care of this easy. We'll just sweep the restrooms. Mo heard Ning Feng come over, and as soon as he came downstairs, he saw this friendly scene of Butler Wang and Auntie Zhanli humbling each other. Mo, who was unaware of the truth, immediately laughed. The toilets in the villa are clean. You don't have to be so diligent. Today, all 3 of you, just come and help me with the ingredients I need for the stall. Butler Wang, Auntie Zhang, Auntie Li, all 3 were already on the verge of crying in their hearts, but their employers had already given their word, so they could only squeeze out a smile with difficulty. Yes, Mo didn't appreciate the hardship within the smiling smiles of the 3 as he hurriedly checked the quality of the ingredients, unwrapped the foam box and take a look at it, instantly smiling with satisfaction. This rice looks like a good ingredient for porridge. Rice? Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li were all stunned. They unbelievably came closer to take a look, only to see that what was placed in the box that they thought was some kind of special prop, was actually full of ingredients. There are ingredients such as rice, skinny eggs, lean meat, ginger and pepper. The 3 looked completely dumbfounded. Mr. Mo, why did you buy these? Being rich, wouldn't the routine be to pull out a bunch of sick props? Mo didn't hear what the 3 of them were saying and thought they were asking what they were buying these ingredients for. For this week's stall, I'm going to sell congee, and these are the ingredients to make skinny pork congee with skinny eggs. It cost money anyway. After saying that, Mo was not polite and directly commanded. Butler Wang, go wash and shred the ginger. Auntie Zhang, you go peel the skinned eggs. Auntie Li, you cut these lean meats. Butler Wang, Auntie Zhang, Auntie Li, and the 3 of them were already numb and subconsciously acted according to what Mo said. Mo then began the most important part, boiling congee. The whole porridge thing seems simple, as if you just have to have your hands on it. But if you want to make a good porridge, there are a lot of doors in it. The first thing is the choice of rice. If you want the porridge to be sticky and chewy, it is best to choose the best quality of northeast rice. After that comes the boiling ratio of rice to water. Thick porridges are usually between 1:5 and 1:7, and thin porridges are between 1:8 and 1:10. Lean pork porridge with skin and eggs naturally tastes good when it is made into thick porridge, but it should not be too thick. Mo finally set the ratio of rice to water at 1:7. Chapter 66, Setting up a stall in the wee hours of the morning. Another tip for making porridge, that is, it is best to boil the water before the rice. Rice surface starch in hot water easy to paste. Cooked porridge will be more viscous in taste. The last thing is the control of the fire. First boil on high heat, and then finally turn to low heat to simmer slowly. Only in this way can the rice grain fully absorb water to expand and release the nutrients. During the process of slow simmering on a low flame, in order to prevent the bottom from getting muddy, Mo almost never left the kitchen, and from time to time, he would use a big spoon to stir. Under Mo's such attentive care, but in half an hour, inside the No. 1 courtyard, a rich rice aroma filled the air. Unlike other dishes with strong, overbearing flavors, the aroma of rice is a light sweet fragrance, without the slightest pretense, but can easily awaken people's sleeping taste buds. Obviously not hungry, Butler Wang still couldn't help but gulp. I wonder what kind of rice Mr. Mo actually used. It smells so good. Auntie Zhang and Auntie Li were also a bit craved by the flavor. It is quite fragrant. I used to make congee all the time. How come it never tasted this good? At this point, the bottom of the congee has been simmered almost. You can add eggs and lean meat to it. Mo Bai came out to get the ingredients just in time to hear Auntie Li's muttering. He returned a few words in passing. Simmering porridge is very important to the quality of the rice. The better the quality of the rice, the more fragrant the porridge will be. Also, when you wash the rice, don't scrub it. Use a rinse to retain the maximum flavor of the rice. Oh yeah, and one more tip is that it has to be boiling water in a pot and simmering on low heat. As long as you do the above, it's not difficult to make a thick and flavorful porridge base. Auntie Li didn't expect that she could get such a long list of answers from Mo Bai after she just casually muttered. And such a long list of answers, but also all the words have something to say. As if Mo Bai is really a chef with excellent cooking skills. Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang were also a bit surprised. After Mo Bai left with the food, the three of them couldn't help but mutter. By the looks of this, it seems like Mr. Mo can really cook. More than that, you guys see Mr. Mo boiling congee with much care. In order not to let the congee paste bottom, so long have not left the kitchen. This is really love cooking. Could it be that what Mr. Mo said about setting up a stall is not some kind of surrogate, but a real stall? But if that's really the case, why did Butler Ning make that look of impatience? For the last question, the trio really couldn't figure it out. Mo Bai was also unaware of the doubts in the hearts of the three, and as soon as he returned to the kitchen, he focused on continuing to make congee. By now, each round and full grain of rice has burst under the heat of boiling water. As soon as the lid is removed, the rich aroma of rice comes out, warming the nostrils. The porridge water had become thick, and the surface of the porridge glowed with a delicate luster, with crystal grains of rice wrapped in it, like a milky pearl. Mo Bai took a spoon and stirred it twice, then added shredded ginger and skinny eggs to it. Only when the bottom of the porridge and the flavors of the ginger and the skinny egg were thoroughly cooked until they blended did he add the marinated lean minced pork as a last resort, in order to make the lean minced meat more tender. As soon as the lean meat was in the pot, Mo Bai turned off the heat. Prepare to let the residual heat in the pan scald the meat foam. Finally add salt with a little sesame oil. High-end ingredients often require only the most rustic of cooking methods. Although the skinny egg porridge is not considered a high-end ingredient, the porridge has incorporated the dual fresh flavors of the skinny egg and the lean meat. There is no need to add any other seasoning. Just salt with a little sesame oil can replace the fresh flavor of this pot of skinny egg porridge to the extreme. Villa Hall. Just now it was just a simple pure rice porridge base. Wang, Butler and Zhang Li, the two aunts, could still resist the temptation of deliciousness. But now, with the addition of skinny eggs and sesame oil, the three of them can't stand it any longer and start to gulp furiously. This smells too good. I suddenly understand Butler Ning a little better now. I understand too. One whiff of this smell tells me that Mr. Mo's cuisine must be delicious. And housekeeper Ning probably can't stop thinking about it after eating it. I have to say, the truth about the three of them. But no more truth. They can't quench their hunger. After all, this was the congee that their employer had personally boiled. So how could they, as servants, have the nerve to ask for it? The three of them gritted their teeth and were about to force their cravings to continue working. Mo Bai, however, was the first to open his mouth. Butler Wang, Auntie Zhang, Auntie Li, don't work. Come over here and try to see how the skinny egg congee tastes. It's my first time making it and I don't have a clue. After such a long time of setting up stalls, how could Mo Bai not have any idea about his cooking skills? He only said that to lighten their load. As expected, hearing his previous words, the three of them were originally a bit hesitant. As soon as the latter words came out, the three immediately agreed. It's still only half-afternoon. Mo Bai guessed that they still have to eat dinner, so he didn't serve too much and only gave them a small bowl each. The skinny congee with egg just served is steaming hot. The bottom of the congee is white. Translucent eggs are cut into small pieces, scattered with stars. Tender minced meat is hidden in between. Green onion and golden shredded ginger embellishments. The colors are distinctive. Just looking at it makes people's fingers tingle. Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li were already craved by the aroma, and once they saw such appetizing images, it was even more difficult to hold back. After hastily thanking Mo Bai, he picked up a spoon and ate. Even though they were already mentally prepared, the three of them were still amazed by the flavor of the skin and egg thin porridge made by Mo Bai. When they first entered the mouth, the three of them were the first to feel the mellowness and softness of the rice porridge, and the dense bottom of the porridge gently wrapped around the taste buds. This is followed by the tender texture of the skinny egg and the tender flavor of the lean meat. After simmering, the strong alkaline flavor of the skin egg itself has been cut down by the bottom of the congee, leaving only mildness in the mouth. The lean meat froth, because it was scalded, was not at all, and it was so tender and flavorful that it was so delicious that you could hardly swallow your tongue. Even though the freshly cooked porridge was still hot, they still couldn't help but eat one bite after another. Fortunately, the weather is also cold now. Eating hot is not too hurtful. In a short while, the three people's bodies warmed up. Mobai felt warm even after a bowl of porridge went down. Look at the time. It's almost 4:30. He stopped dawdling and quickly got up and went upstairs. I'm going out to set up my stall in the wee hours of tomorrow morning, so I've got to go to bed now. So you guys don't have to cook my dinner tonight. Just clean up the kitchen. Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li, both of whom hadn't yet regained their senses from the deliciousness of the skinny egg congee, heard such an odd sentence from Mobai. The three were simply full of questions. Stalls in the wee hours of the morning? What kind of rich person not only loves to cook, but also loves to go out in the early hours of the morning to set up stalls? Is this a hobby, or is it just a way to toss yourself? Mr. Mo's real hobby couldn't be self-mutilation, could it? Chapter 67 Park Entrance Time Cemetery Entrance. The three were a bit confused as to whether Mobai was joking with them or serious. However, when it was almost midnight, they were still very dedicated and woke up an hour earlier than Mobai, and made Mobai a hearty breakfast. There were egg pancakes, steamed eggs with minced meat, buns, and soy milk. The flavor was nowhere near as good as what Mobai had made himself, but to have such a hearty breakfast without having to cook, Mobai was quite satisfied. I'm sure it's good to spend the money. Lamenting, Mobai once again drove his little food cart out the door and began to head to the entrance of Castle Peak Park to set up a stall. As soon as he received the mission yesterday, Mobai had searched the map for the location where Castle Peak Park was located. He knew that Castle Peak Park was in a remote location with few people, but even so, when he really reached the entrance of Castle Peak Park, Mobai was still startled, because Castle Hill Park turns out to be a cemetery. Exactly. It's the kind of cemetery that has rows and rows of cemeteries. Mobai wasn't afraid of ghosts, but standing in front of this empty cemetery, he still couldn't hold back a burst of vulgarity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The system, you tricked me. Who would come to the cemetery in the wee hours of the morning to buy porridge? Although it is recently approaching the Qingming festival, there are many people in a city who have already started to visit the graves and sweep the tombs. But what sane person would come to visit a grave in the wee hours of the morning? This is great. Not to mention 20 portions. He is afraid that he cannot even sell 10 portions. No, I am afraid that he cannot even sell 1 portion of kanji this week. Mobai really wanted to hit the road immediately, but it's all coming. It was hard for him to get up so early. If he didn't do something, he always felt a little bit of a loss. And there's that $20 million cash prize. Is he really going to give it up? No, Mobai felt he could salvage a little more. Since there was no traffic at the cemetery gate, he created his own traffic. People. The most important thing is to have a thick skin. Mobai took out his cell phone and cheekily sent messages to Jiang Yinwan, Yen Songbai, and Ning Feng respectively, telling them where and when he was going to set up his stall this week and expressing his hope that they could help publicize more. It's already so late. Mobai thought that it would be at least dawn before they could see the message they had sent, but it turns out that he seriously underestimated the modern man's ability to stay up all night. The oldest, Yen Songbai, was the first to see the message from Mobai. As a little old man, he didn't mean to stay up late. The reason why he's still up is because the restaurant where he socialized with his partners tonight tasted so bad that he didn't eat more than a few bites during the night. It's not a big night to wake up hungry. He wanted to quietly make a bucket of instant noodles to eat, but who would have thought that the instant noodles had just been picked up by Zhang Dafu, who had gotten up to go to the bathroom. Zhang Dafu is the Yin family's personal chef. As a private chef, he couldn't tolerate having himself around and still letting his employer eat instant noodles, and said that he would cook a bowl of noodles for Yen Song by himself no matter what. As a personal chef, Zhang Dafu cooks noodles. Of course, not just simply boil them. In the noodle soup, he added the stock that had been boiled in advance, and in order to increase the flavor of the noodles, he also put eggs, prawns, green vegetables, meat foam and other ingredients into it. With just one sniff, Yen Songbai couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. It's true that you're still a good cook, Xiao Zhang. With just this bowl of noodles, you made it smell better than the main course of that 5-star restaurant tonight. Zhang Dafu had a look of favor and displeasure on his face, but in his heart he was happy. He, Zhang Dafu, had finally regained the confidence he once had. As one of the top chefs in the country, Zhang Dafu used to be very confident. He is convinced that the dishes he cooks are the best dishes in the world, and in fact, no matter what he cooks, every one of his employers, too, raves about him. No one has ever made Zhang Dafu experience frustration in cooking, except Mobai. At first, Yen Songbai, Auntie Ma, and Yen Xiao didn't like the chicken with fat intestines and the crispy sausage he made. Although Zhang Dafu felt a little disappointed, he didn't think much of it and only thought that his employer had ordered these 2 dishes on a sudden whim. The reason why I ordered it and didn't eat much of it was probably because I didn't love the large intestine as an ingredient. However, 2 days later, Imobai's arrival ruthlessly slapped Zhang Dafu's face. When Imobai came, he served a particularly large pot of chicken with fat intestines. Zhang Dafu had thought that this pot of fatty sausage chicken would be treated as coldly by the Yin family as the one he had made 2 days ago. But who would have thought that Imobai had only just entered Yan's house with a fat sausage chicken on one end? Yan Songbai then went up to receive the fatty chicken with particular enthusiasm, and then without saying a word, opened the lid and ate. The eating was as wild as if he'd been starving for 3 days. Moreover, what shocked Zhang Dafu even more was yet to come. Only to see the light taste of Antima and Yen Xiao, saw Imobai serve the fat intestines chicken, also directly transformed into a hungry ghost, and Yen Songbai grabbed the food. In one meal, the three of them not only ate the fatty intestine chicken made by Imobai, even the soup left at the bottom of the pot was not spared, boiling the noodles and mixing the rice. Not a single bit was wasted. It directly made Zhang Dafu look dumbfounded, and at the same time, it also made him feel deeply frustrated. The Yen family could see Zhang Dafu's frustration, and they made it a point to considerately comfort him a few times after sending Imobai away. Zhang, you don't have to feel frustrated. It's not that we don't think your fat sausage chicken is good, but most fat sausage chicken is just too good. It's pressed into the flavors of 2 realms. There's no comparison, so don't take the bull by the horns. It was better if this wasn't consoling, but when it was, Zhang Dafu became even more frustrated. He had originally thought that he was just a little bit inferior to Imobai, and when they said that, it was as if he felt that his and Imobai's cooking skills, one was underground and the other was in the sky. Pressing is not comparable. As a result, Zhang Dafu's mood was very low for 2 days. It was not until now, hearing Yan Songbai's compliments to him, that Zhang Dafu regained his self-confidence. Master, my cooking skills are not as good as you say. This is just a mediocre bowl of noodles. Zhang Dafu had a favored smile on his face, but in the bottom of his heart, he was already happy. Ha ha ha, he told me how could he, Zhang Dafu, be a bad cook. Master, eat quickly. If you don't eat the noodles will pile up. Compliment me more when you've had your fill. Yan Songbai nodded and was about to start eating under Zhang Dafu's expectant gaze, but just then, Yan Songbai's cell phone rang. Yan Songbai casually picked it up and glanced at it, and when he read the contents, Yan Songbai's eyes instantly lit up. He flung his chopsticks and ran upstairs. Before Zhang Dafu could even react, he heard Yan Songbai's excited voice. Wife, son, wake up. Boss Missouri has gone out to set up his stall again. The confidence that Zhang Dafu had just regained was instantly shattered into dregs by the 3 words Boss Missouri. Chapter 68, is this the legendary Mona? Auntie Ma has severe wake-up calls. When she heard Yen Songbak yelling at home in the middle of the night, she sat up and wanted to freak out. But before she could open her mouth, she heard Yen Songbai follow up. Boss Missouri has gone out to set up his stall again. Auntie Ma's wakefulness vanished in a flash. With a carp, she rushed to Yen Songbai in the blink of an eye. Also rushing from the bedroom was Yen Xiao. The 2 men looked as eager as could be expected. Is what you're saying true? Xiao Mo really went out and set up a stall again. Dad, it's the middle of the night. Is this accurate information? Yen Songbai raised his cell phone at the 2 of them, his tone filled with smugness. This is what Mo personally sent me a message to tell me. How can it be false? Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao took the cell phone and took a closer look, and they were both a little dumbfounded. Selling skinny kanji in front of a cemetery in the middle of the night? What on earth was this kid Mo thinking that he could come up with such a netherworldly place and time to set up his stall? No wonder he asked Dad to help publicize it. It's a wonder this place gets any traffic. After learning about Imobai's stall location and time this week, both Auntie Ma and Yen Xiao's expressions became a little speechless. Still, the duo is very determined about a certain point. So are we still going tonight? Go! Why don't you go? Leave immediately now. Maybe we can even get a few more while there's no traffic. The 3 of them said they would do it, put on their coats and headed downstairs. Seeing this, Zhang Dafu hurriedly came up. Master and Madam, will you take me with you? The last time, the fat sausage chicken was eaten by the 3 members of the Yin family. Zhang Dafu didn't even have the chance to taste the flavor of the dishes Mobai made even if he had the intention to do so. But this time it was different. Mobai is out on the stalls and anyone can eat. He must take this opportunity to meet Mobai and see what kind of magic Mobai had that he could mesmerize his employer's family. Yen Songbai and Auntie Ma didn't know what was on Zhang Dafu's mind. Thinking that Mobai just happened to be asking them to help publicize and solicit customers, they directly agreed. Okay, take you along to take care of Boss Mo's business. Xiao Mo, your Auntie Ma and brother Yen Xiao and I have set out to come over now. We've brought you an extra guest. Look how much we've been enjoying the show. You'll have to serve us more kanji later on. Mobai looked at the message from Yen Songbai and silently sighed in relief. Phew, finally a guest. It probably won't sell much either, but at least it's not hanging a duck egg back. He readily agreed to Yen Songbai's request and was about to exit the WeChat interface when he saw that Zhang Hinwan had replied to his message again. Boss Missouri, you finally set up your stall again. I've been wanting to eat your food for a long time. But unfortunately, there are too many people in front of New Harvest Elementary School, and my agent won't let me go anymore. You've changed the address of your stall just in time. I'll be right there. No, wait a minute. In front of Castle Peak Park? Isn't Castle Peak Park the famous cemetery in a city? Boss Missouri, did you send me the wrong address? Mo-Bai awkwardly replied, no, this week's stall location is indeed right in front of the cemetery, and the stall time is also limited to the early morning to 5 in the morning. Jiang Nuan, I have to say, Boss Missouri, your stall location is really getting sicker and sicker, smiley face. Jiang Nuan really wanted to eat the food made by Mo-Bai, but as a girl, she was timid and really didn't dare to run to the cemetery alone so late at night. Mo-Bai also saw Jiang Nuan's fear. Thinking that he sent this message to Jiang Nuan, a girl, it was indeed a bit difficult for her. Then he thoughtfully replied back, it's okay if you don't dare to come. I'll still be setting up my stall next week as well, so I'll let you know if it's a normal location by then. Wow, Boss Missouri is so warm. But, Jiang Nuan, who was far away from the crew, couldn't help but pout. Just the thought of not being able to eat the delicacies made by Boss Missouri for another week or so makes my heart itch like a cat scratching it. No, tonight since I already know the address of Boss Mo's stall, I mustn't let go of this opportunity. Jiang Nuan thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. So he simply clicked on the takeout software and placed an order for an errand. Afraid that the errand boy would not take the order because the pickup address was in the cemetery, Jiang Nuan also added a $1,000 tip. Jiang Nan is an errand boy. I don't know if it's because people are in a bad mood with the recent approach of the Qingming festival, but there have been a lot fewer orders for errands lately. With fewer orders to run errands, his income has naturally shrunk. His wife had only recently given birth. Whether it's in terms of formula, diapers, baby care products, or baby clothes, you need to spend a lot of money, not to mention the money that will be spent on toys, early education, school fees, and a daughter-in-law when the child grows up. Although his wife was distressed and advised him not to be in a hurry, it would be good for him to rest at home for a few days without much work. But when Jiang Nan thought of so many places where he needed to spend money, he was worried about even sleeping, not to mention resting. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he simply ran out in the middle of the night to take orders. Let's see if we can take a chance on a tipped late-night rush order. Holding such an idea, Jiang Nan casually refreshed the order-taking page. This brush really let him brush out a big order. It's a $1,000 tip for a distance of just under 30 kilometers. Jiang Nan was instantly overwhelmed by money, and without even looking at the address of the recipient and the goods that required him to run errands, his hand went ahead and clicked to take the order. It wasn't until after the catch that he reacted to what he had done. Hurrying nervously, he went to glance at it, fearing that he was going to some strange place or delivering some ghastly cargo. The good thing is, upon closer inspection, the cargo that needs to be delivered is just a bowl of skinny congee with eggs, and the address to receive the shipment is normal, a village on the outskirts of a city, as well as the entrance to Castle Peak Park. Hey, it's just the park. It's such an easy list. It's a real moneymaker. Jiang Nan put on his helmet and rode his own little electric donkey down the navigation to Castle Peak Park. Then the more he walked, the more strange Jiang Nan felt. Why is this park so remote? Not only is it deserted, there aren't even many streetlights. What kind of park would be built in such a place? Jiang Nan finally noticed a few things wrong, and while getting out of the car and observing the nearby terrain, he took out his cell phone for Baidu. Castle Hill Park is not a park. It's a cemetery. How can there be a cemetery that sells skinny congee with eggs? I don't think I'm hitting a ghost. Jiang Nan was scared out of his wits and turned around to escape. However, it was already too late. As soon as he turned around, he saw a dim light illuminating the entrance to the cemetery. A not-so-clear figure was standing in the light scooping something up with a soup ladle. Could it be that I've reached the bridge of Naiha, and this is the legendary Mona? Jiang Nan could no longer hold back and let out a scream. Aha! Chapter 69. Do I look like a granny to you? Probably because it was the entrance to the cemetery and it was late at night. Mo-Bai felt extra cold today. He hadn't brought any hot water with him, so he planned to warm up with a small bowl of porridge. However, he did not expect that he had just scooped the porridge into the bowl, and before he even had time to eat it, a mournful scream came from not far away. Mo-Bai almost thought he had hit a ghost. Luckily, he glanced sideways at the sound and realized that the person screaming was a young guy in a yellow punching bag. Thinking back to what Jiang Nuan had just said on WeChat, she had called an errand boy to buy congee. This should be the errand boy Jiang Nuan called. As for why he screamed so harshly, it wasn't hard to guess that he was probably frightened by the rows of graves in front of him. Just this guts. How on earth dare to take this order? Feel all have been almost fainted by fear. In order to prevent the errand boy from really being stunned, Mobai hurriedly walked over, intending to pacify the errand boy first. Hot kanji held in the hands is very warm. Mobai tangled 2 times, did not want to put down. Just like this, directly holding the porridge, walked over. So, this image was placed in Jiang Nan's eyes. It was the Mona who discovered his trail and brought over the Mona soup to give him. Jiang Nan screamed harder all of a sudden. I don't want to drink Manhwa soup. I don't want to go to reincarnation. My wife and son are still waiting for me at home. Speaking later, Jiang Nan's voice even took on a few chokes. Sister Meng, please just let me go. Mobai. It was only then that Mobai finally reacted to the fact that what had frightened Jiang Nan, in addition to the rows and rows of graves, was actually him. Not to mention, this image of buying porridge at the entrance of the cemetery in the middle of the night is really a bit of Meng's feeling of selling porridge at the Neho Bridge. Just, dude, look closer. I'm a guy. If you want to recognize me as black and white, I will admit it. But Meng, do I look like a granny to you? Jiang Nan subconsciously took a closer look, and it really didn't look like it. This wasn't an old woman. This was clearly a handsome man younger than him. Still, Jiang Nan didn't lower his guard. But if you're not a Mona, why are you here in the middle of the night selling Mona soup? I'm telling you, you'll never trick me into drinking it. Mobai. First of all, this isn't Mangpa soup, it's just skinny egg kanji. Secondly, I'm not trying to trick you into drinking it. I'm going to sell this skinny egg porridge for money. 5 minutes later, after Mobai's painstaking explanation, Jiang Nan finally believed that Mobai was not a Mona, but a human like him. He looked at Mobai's dimly lit little food cart and couldn't help but spit. Brother, not that I'm saying, but what on earth were you thinking to come to the entrance of the cemetery to sell kanji in the wee hours of the morning? With this image of you carrying a bowl of porridge, it's hard not to be misunderstood. As he spoke, Jiang Nan glanced without thinking and saw the small menu hanging in a prominent position. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? 38 a bowl. Asterisk. Dude, did you add gold to this skinny egg kanji? Not only are the stalls in odd places and at odd times, they're also sold at such a high price. Are you sure anyone will come to buy them? Mobai, there is. Aren't you here to buy porridge? Jiang Nan then recalled that the reason he had come to Castle Peak Park was because he had taken an errand order with a tip of up to 1,000, and the errand was to buy such a bowl of skinny pork porridge back for his employer. Just now when he took the order he was hot-headed and didn't think too much about it, but now that he has calmed down he feels that something is not quite right. No way. What kind of ingrate would be willing to pay over 1,000 for a bowl of kanji? He couldn't have been subjected to some kind of spoofing, could he? The more Jiang Nan thinks about it, the more he has no idea in his heart. Don't he? Kanji has been bought, and the employer said that he doesn't want it again. 38 it's not much, but you can't get nothing for a hard night's work. With a cautious attitude, Jiang Nan took a picture of Mobai's stall and a close-up of skinny egg kanji and sent it to Jiang Hinwan for confirmation. Are you sure you want to buy this porridge? For a bowl of kanji, are you really willing to spend over 1,000? Jiang Hinwan had just gotten off the night theater not long ago. It was the time when they were cold and hungry. When I saw a close-up of such a delicious skinny egg porridge, I couldn't resist typing a reply right away. No, I don't want to. I'm backing out. Still really screwed. Ha! Jiang Nan's heart thumped. But before he could panic, Jiang Hinwan's next message was sent over. This skin egg and thin pork kanji looks too flavorful too. 1 portion is not enough. Bring me 2 portions. No, better bring 3. Even if I can't finish it tonight, I can still eat it tomorrow if I heat it up. Just 3 more. Brother, thanks for your hard work. Right, it's cold tonight. I'll treat you to a bowl of thin kanji with skinny eggs too. Little brother. After saying that, Jiang Hinwan no longer dawdled, directly and generously transferred 1038 to Jiang Nan first, so as to put Jiang Nan's mind at ease. $1,000 came so easily. Jiang Nan couldn't believe it. Mobai saw Jiang Nan staring at his cell phone without moving and asked out loud, Bro, did you ask for a couple bowls of skinny kanji with eggs? Jiang Nan was still in a trance and replied subconsciously, 4 bowls, 3 of which are packaged and 1 of which is on my employer's treat. After speaking, Jiang Nan looked back with some regret. After all, if he didn't eat this bowl of porridge, he would have made 38 more tonight. 38 it didn't seem like much, but if he saved it, it would be enough to pay for a day's worth of meals for both him and his wife. However, Jiang Nan decided to spend 38 to try it after a little hesitation, because he was really curious as to just how good skinny kanji had to be to make his employer love it like that. It's okay to go out of your way to spend over 1,000 to run an errand, but you even want to eat 3 bowls in one sitting. Is it possible that the portion size of this skinny pork porridge is particularly small? Things proved that Jiang Nan thought wrong. The portion of skin egg and thin meat kanji sold by Mobai was more than not small. It was even bigger than the portion of a normal kanji store. the delicate snow-white kanji base was served in a large bowl, with translucent skin eggs and tender meat froth hidden in it. As soon as it was served, the warm and mellow aroma of the skinny egg kanji went straight to Jiang Nan's nostrils. It smells so good. Jiang Nan couldn't help but praise it before he lowered his head and ate. Almost the instant the skinny egg kanji first entered his mouth, Jiang Nan understood why his employer was willing to spend over 1,000 for a bowl of kanji. After all, if he was rich too, he would be willing to spend so much money for this bowl of kanji. Jiang Nan had never eaten such delicious skin and egg thin meat kanji in his entire life. The kanji is dense, the skinny egg is mellow and the meat foam is tender. Mobai brought out the flavor of almost every ingredient, making them complement each other with the water, making them exceptionally tasty. This extreme warmth and enjoyment quickly dispelled the exhaustion and cold that had piled up inside Jiang Nan from his late-night work, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. It was worth the trip tonight. Chapter 70, Chef Mo. Seeking an apprentice. Soon, a large bowl of skin egg and thin meat porridge was eaten by Jiang Nan with only half of the bowl left. Just when Mobai thought that Jiang Nan would eat all of this bowl of skinny kanji with eggs like the other diners, Jiang Nan, however, stopped eating and scratched his head in some embarrassment. Bro, can I pack the rest of this half bowl of porridge? Sure. However, it was the first time Mobai had encountered a situation like this one where he was still packing halfway through the meal. He couldn't help but be a little skeptical of his own cooking skills. But why do you suddenly want to pack? Is it because this bowl of skinny kanji with eggs is not to your taste? Mobai asked more politely. But Jiang Nan still heard it. He hurriedly waved his hand in explanation. No matter. Brother, your bowl of skinny pork with egg is not too much to my taste. This is literally the best skinny kanji I've ever had in my life. And that's why it's so good. That's why I want to pack it home and give it to my daughter-in-law to try as well. I was actually going to buy another bowl for my daughter-in-law, but 38 is indeed too expensive for me. I can spare the money when my employer buys me food, but it's when I have to pay for it myself. So I'll just have to commit my daughter-in-law to eating my leftovers, ha 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 ha. Saying that, he once again scratched his head in embarrassment, his face looking a little embarrassed. Geez, man, have you never met a stingy diner like me before? Mobai was first stunned. Then he laughed. Which is true. Why are you stingy? There have been quite a few diners like that before, but it's my first time selling kanji today, and I was worried that it wouldn't taste good, so I asked. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Jiang Nan was instantly distracted and somewhat surprised. No way. Your family's kanji tastes so good, and you're even selling kanji for the first time? Mobai nodded and made small talk with Jiang Nan while taking Jiang Nan's leftover kanji for packing. Where Jiang Nan didn't notice, Mobai added another large spoonful of porridge in. On this side, Jiang Nan had just left in front of him, and on the other side, Yen Songbai killed him with his family. Mo, we're here. Quickly give us each a bowl of porridge. You remember to serve me more. I even brought my family's chef here today to take care of your business. Saying, you said it, Zhang Dafu would follow today. Besides wanting to see if Mobai was actually capable or not, at the bottom of his heart, he actually has some climbing thoughts, so when facing Mobai, he was actually a bit weak. He originally only wanted to silently follow behind, but he didn't expect Yen Songbai to lift him out as soon as he arrived. There was no way around it. Zhang Dafu could only stand out and give Mobai an awkward but not impolite smile. Ha. Yeah. Mobai didn't know Zhang Dafu well and didn't see anything unusual about Zhang Dafu for a while. There weren't many customers tonight, so naturally they sold as many bowls as they could. He smiled and gave Zhang Dafu a greeting before he started scooping up the kanji. Same with Jiang Nan. The skin egg and thin meat kanji was only just on the table when Zhang Dafu smelled a warm and mellow aroma. Insiders look out the door, outsiders look in. If it were an ordinary person, at this point, they might just think that this bowl of porridge can be really fragrant. But Zhang Dafu was no ordinary man. He's a top chef. He only just smelled this flavor. He knew that Mobai this porridge boiled absolutely not bad, at least in terms of ingredients. With the top ingredients, then take a look at the cell. The bottom of the porridge is delicate and snow white, with a layer of oil glistening on top. As a top chef, Zhang Dafu could tell that it was not the fat from the meat, but the rice oil after the rice had been boiled. Damn it, originally thought Mobai was just a florist, but I didn't expect to actually have a few skills. It is possible to simmer the porridge to such a degree that it forces out the rice oil, yet the grains are just right. But even so, Zhang Dafu was not willing to admit defeat easily. He still doesn't believe it. Mobai is so young and not a professional chef. Is it possible that his cooking skills can really surpass his? It must just look fragrant. He couldn't be so simply fooled by the appearance of this bowl of porridge. Zhang Dafu pursed his lips and with a harshly critical mindset, he scooped up a spoonful of skin egg thin meat kanji and put it into his mouth to savor it. Then, half a minute later, hot tears fell from the corners of Zhang Dafu's eyes. What on earth was he thinking before? With his cooking skills, he even wanted to compete with Mo Bai. He doesn't even deserve it. Okay. Yan Songbai's family, for Mo Bai's cooking skills, had long been in awe. They believed that no matter what Mo Bai made, the flavor would definitely not be bad. But even so, the moment they ate the skinny egg congee, all three of them were still stunned. Yen Xiao, fresh. This skinny egg congee is also too fresh. Auntie Ma, not only is it fresh, the texture is also good, dense and tender without losing the graininess. It's really rare. Yen Songbai followed behind and kept nodding. Indeed it is rare. At home I have never eaten such a delicious skin egg thin meat congee. Xiao Zhang compared to Xiao Mo's cooking, or worse. Hiss, that hurts. Without waiting for Yen Songbai to finish his sentence, Auntie Ma pinched him mercilessly. Yen Songbai had a scowl on his face. Your wife, you have nothing to pinch me for. Auntie Ma looked hateful and hurriedly gave Yen Songbai a wink to the side. Yen Songbai took a sideways glance, and that's when he reacted. Ah, crap, Soba's right next to him. Even if Xiao Zhang's cooking skills were far worse compared to Xiao Mo's, he couldn't pull a stomp on Xiao Zhang to his face like this. After all, not everyone has the same culinary talent as Mo Bai. Yen Songbai felt a little guilty. He put down his beloved skin and egg thin congee in his hand, walked to Zhang Dafu, and was about to open his mouth to apologize. Instead, he saw Zhang Dafu raise his head with a jerk. Yen Songbai was instantly startled. *******. Xiao Zhang, why are you crying? Looking at Zhang Dafu's tan national face full of tears, Yen Songbai's original guilt of only 3 points instantly turned into 10 points. He rushed to speak reassuringly. Xiao Zhang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to say that your cooking skills are inferior to Xiao Mo's. No, master, you were right just now. My cooking skills are indeed inferior to Xiao Mo's. Nah, I should call him Chef Mo. After saying that, Zhang Dafu wiped his tears, and in Yen Songbai's dumbfounded gaze, he stood up his chest and walked to Mo Bai in big, aggressive strides. Mo Bai was startled by him, and thought he was upset at being pulled and stepped on and wanted to beat himself up, and didn't move to take a step backward. Yen Songbai's family of 3 thought so too, and hurriedly rushed up to try to persuade the fight. Who knew that the next second, Zhang Dafu actually flopped and knelt down towards Mo Bai. Chef Mo, please accept me as your apprentice. Chapter 71, A Happy Little Home. In an ordinary building in a city, looking at her son, who had once again behaved himself and gone to sleep after eating and drinking, Shasha had a tired face, but she still couldn't hold back a happy and contented smile, sitting by the crib murmuring softly, what a little angel when he's asleep. It's just a shame that once you're sober, you turn into an imp, but it's going to toss your dad and me around a lot. After saying that, Shasha took her cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that it was almost 3 in the morning. She couldn't help but be a little worried. Why are you still out so late? What kind of running orders can you get at night? Shasha muttered, and was about to call Jiang Nan to urge him to come home when the sound of the door opening rang out from outside the bedroom. Shasha's eyes lit up and she left the bedroom gingerly. Jiang Nan was changing his shoes, and when he saw Shasha come out, he couldn't help but show a silly smile and lowered his voice. Hey, daughter-in-law, I'm home. Shasha also ticked the corners of her mouth, but she couldn't help but complain. How many times have I told you not to go out and run errands at night? The body is the capital of the revolution. It's not worth it to boil your body for a few dozen dollars. Besides, it's not like our family is going to get rich with a few extra dollars. It's really not necessary. Look at you. You're freezing. You're all cold. I'll go cook you some noodles to eat. Jiang Nan didn't say a word as Shasha rambled and complained. It was only now when he saw that Shasha was going into the kitchen to cook the noodles that he hastened to speak. Don't. There's no need to toss it tonight. I'm coming back from dinner. The food is still exceptionally good. Skinny congee, Jiang Nan said, pointing to the packing box placed aside as if offering a treasure. Look, I didn't forget about you when I was eating the delicious food, and I even packed half of it back for you. Try it. This skinny egg congee is really special. Shasha felt that her husband was a bit unproductive. It's just a bowl of skinny congee with eggs. Why do you make it look like you've dug up some treasure? She can make this stuff, and it's fairly easy to do. Just throw rice, skinny eggs, lean meat, and shredded ginger in the rice cooker and cook. However, seeing that Jiang Nan was so happy, she didn't disturb him, and she was really a little hungry after having just breastfed and coaxed the baby for a while. So he opened the packing box facetiously, picked up a spoon and ate. To be honest, for this half bowl of skin egg and thin pork porridge that was packed back, Shasha originally did not have much expectation. After all, skinny congee with egg is a fairly common congee that almost everyone has eaten, and porridge is still porridge no matter how good it is. She doesn't believe that it can taste like a flour. However, one bite of skinny pork porridge with eggs, Shasha then realized that the original congee can really taste like a flour. The skin egg and thin meat porridge made by Mo Bai almost changed Shasha's perception of skin egg and thin meat porridge. She couldn't help but voice an exclamation. This bowl of skinny pork porridge with eggs is too good. The bottom of the congee is delicate but not lose the texture. The lean meat does not have the slightest fishy flavor, not to mention that it is also tender. Even the skinned egg tastes like it has a different kind of freshness. What I usually do. No, not to mention the skin egg and thin pork congee I usually make myself. Even the skin egg and thin pork congee made in that kind of breakfast store that specializes in selling congee can't compare to this bowl you brought back. Jiang Nan once again hemmed and hawed. That sure doesn't compare. Those congee stores out there are selling skinny pork porridge with skinny eggs for like $8. And this bowl of skinny pork porridge is selling for. Jiang Nan didn't hold back on selling. Daughter-in-law, guess how much this bowl of porridge will cost? The ingredients used in such a delicious congee must be extraordinary. Sha Sha boldly guessed. 18 bowls? For Sha Sha, 18 bowls of porridge was already the most expensive price she could imagine. However, Jiang Nan slowly shook his head at her. Wrong guess. It's not 18, it's 38. What? 38 for a bowl of porridge? After hearing the price, Sha Sha instantly felt as if the bowl of delicious and unusual congee didn't taste so good when she ate it. She couldn't help but give Jiang Nan a punch. I think you're crazy. I can't believe I spent 38 on a bowl of skinny congee with eggs. Jiang Nan took the opportunity to hold Sha Sha's hand, mooching and laughing at the same time. Daughter-in-law, where are you thinking? How can I afford to spend 38 on a bowl of skinny pork congee with eggs? This porridge was given to me by my employer tonight. Jiang Nan told Sha Xia the whole story of how he received the 1,000 tip order tonight and how he went to the cemetery to buy congee. Sha Xia was dumbfounded by what she heard. What? Selling porridge in front of the cemetery? How can there be such a strange boss? And just what kind of person would be willing to spend thousands of dollars just for a bowl of congee? That's too much of a loser. Jiang Nan also felt that Jiang Yinwan's behavior was too defeatist, but he often ran errands and was somewhat knowledgeable. $1,000 is a lot in our eyes, but in that rich man's eyes, it might really just be a meal. Besides, the money's in my hands anyway. I don't care if she loses it. All I know is that our son's formula money will be available again next month. When Sha Sha thought about it, she also felt that it was so, and without dwelling on it, she continued to lower her head and ate the skin and egg thin meat congee. Not knowing the price of this bowl of porridge at least, Sha Sha Shan can enjoy it by himself in peace, but knowing the price, she realized that the porridge was not affordable for a family like theirs, and that the chance to eat it might only come once. So she hadn't eaten 2 bites before she began to urge Jiang Nan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get a spoon in the kitchen and eat together. I don't want to eat alone. Jiang Nan didn't reject his daughter-in-law's good intentions, and readily accepted the good advice and went to the kitchen to get a spoon out. The not-so-wealthy young couple then wiped out the skin egg and thin meat congee made by Mo by under the warm yellow light of the living room. 1 bite for each of you and 1 bite for each of me. It was cold late at night. No matter how hard Jiang Nan tried to keep the congee warm, the skinny egg congee was only slightly lukewarm by the time it arrived home. However, both Jiang Nan and Sha Xia felt their bodies warmed up because of this extraordinarily delicious bowl of skin and egg thin meat porridge. The other side, Mo Bai, who was still at the entrance of Castle Peak Park, looked at Yen Songbai's fading Rolls Royce and quietly sighed in relief. Great! Zhang Dafu was finally gone. Mo Bai never expected that Zhang Dafu, who was more than 10 years older than him, would directly cry and kneel down to beg him to take on a disciple after taking a bite of the skin egg and thin meat congee he made. And Zhang Dafu, this person, how to say it, is extraordinarily persistent, no matter how he refuses to be oil and salt. The conversation the two just had is basically as follows. Chapter 72, The Satiated Man Doesn't Know How Hungry the Hungry Man Is. Mo Bai, you're older than me and have more experience than me. There's no need to be my disciple. Zhang Dafu, yes, master, you're right. Mo Bai, I'm only good at boiling congee, and I'm a mess at cooking other dishes. Zhang Dafu, yes, master, you're right. Mo Bai, this age difference between us is not suitable to be a master and disciple, and I have no idea of taking on a disciple. Zhang Dafu, yes, master, you're right. Mo Bai. No matter what Mo Bai said, Zhang Dafu's answer would always be, yes, master, you are right about everything, but I just want to worship you. This attitude, as if he couldn't understand human language, directly silenced Mo Bai gone. He was tempted to say something about switching labor, which had to be done for him. It's really impossible to communicate. And Zhang Dafu said to worship the master. Not just words, action that is also much to show. First, he knelt down for Mo Bai. Then he helped Mo Bai with his work. And when he saw that Mo Bai was free, he tried to pinch Mo Bai's shoulders and pound his legs, getting all uncomfortable for Mo Bai. On the contrary, Mo Bai is the worst at dealing with such persistent good people. In the end, it was Yen Songbai's family who couldn't see past it and compulsorily pulled Zhang Dafu away. And only then did Mo Bai breathe a sigh of relief. Ningfeng had probably fallen asleep and hadn't replied to Mo Bai's message until now. Nor did Mo Bai receive any more diners after that. This was an expected result for Mo Bai, so he wasn't in a hurry. He sat in the dining car and played the game, and as soon as he saw that the time had reached 5 o'clock, he immediately called home to prepare for the battle tomorrow. The entrance to the Royal Forest Cloud residence neighborhood. As soon as 6 o'clock came, Uncle Wu and Uncle Su came over on time to change the guard. These two uncles were the same two janitorial uncles who had previously exclaimed that Mo Bai was finally going to be a normal rich man. Mo Bai is fresh-looking and talkative. The two were already quite fond of Mo Bai. Plus Mo Bai said he was friends with them before, so they liked Mo Bai even more as a rich man with some special hobbies. Uncle Wu, I still can't figure out why someone's hobby would be setting up a stall. Uncle Su, I can't figure it out either. As the week before, Mo Bai went out to set up a stall at 6 o'clock on the dot every day. The duo had already gotten into the habit, so even though Mo Bai hadn't gone out to set up a stall for 2 days, they still couldn't help but chatter about Mo Bai related topics every time they just changed shifts. Uncle Wu, do you think Mr. Mo will go out and set up a stall today? Uncle Su, Mr. Mo hasn't gone out to set up his stall for 2 days. I guess his interest has passed, and I'm afraid he won't set up his stall again after that. Uncle Wu, I do think Boss Missouri will still go out and set up his stall. I have a hunch that we'll see Mr. Mo on the food truck again today. Uncle Wu's intuition was spot on. 10 points later, Uncle Wu and Uncle Su, indeed, saw Mo Bai riding a food truck, but not the Ma Bai who was going out, but the Ma Bai who was going home. The two older men looked directly confused. Mr. Mo, why are you outside? When did you go out this early in the morning? Mowbray went out about 11 o'clock at night, probably this time of day all week to set up the stall. Uncle Wu, Uncle Su, the two of them were once again surprised by Mo Bai's love for stalls. What kind of spirit is it to stay up late in the morning to go out and set up a stall? It suddenly dawned on them why Mr. Mo was rich. If Mr. Mo has this kind of perseverance, what can't he do? But, the two were puzzled. Will there really be any diners out there this late at night setting up stalls? Mo Bai, no. So there's quite a bit of food left for today. It was really quite a lot. So much so that even if he and Butler Wang and the others ate skinny egg kanji for 3 meals a day today, there would still be leftovers. Not wanting to waste food, Mo Bai asked, Uncle Wu Su, mostly have you two had breakfast yet? I'm selling skinny kanji with eggs today, just right for the morning. If you two haven't eaten breakfast, I'll get you 2 servings. Uncle Wu Uncle Su scratched his head, a little embarrassed. We are serving the owners. How can we eat the owners' food? Moreover, they had also heard from Ming Feng that the things that Mr. Mo sold at his stall were quite expensive, often in the tens. They don't quite take advantage of that. Mo Bai, however, didn't care. I won't be going out to the stall again today, and if you don't eat it, it's a waste, so you might as well make the best use of it. All grains are hard work. You can't waste food, can you? After saying that, without waiting for them to push back again, Mo Bai directly got off the car and packed 2 portions of skinny kanji with eggs for 1 person and handed it to them. There was a little bit too much left over, so I made an extra serving for each of you, so if you can't finish it all in one meal, you can still eat it if you reheat it for lunch. Mo Bai was so enthusiastic, the two of them no longer had the good sense to push back and could only say in a row, since you said so, Mr. Mo, we won't be polite to you, but we're not good at eating for nothing, are we? Mr. Mo, where are you setting up your stall now? We'll go take care of your business tomorrow too. Mo Bai remembered the add-up stall location given by the system and silenced for a moment, kindly saying, that won't be necessary. After all, both of you are quite old. Uncle Wu and Uncle Su, people are ageless. Uncle Wu Uncle Su was a bit unconvinced when he heard it. How are we too old? We're only 40. Besides, we're both bold. No matter where exactly you set up your stall, Mr. Mo, we'll be there as usual. Mo Bai, but my stall is in front of the Castle Peak Cemetery. How could there be such a netherworldly place to set up a stall in front of a cemetery? Uncle Su, who was afraid of ghosts, immediately screamed in his mind and wanted to refuse. However, before he could say anything, Uncle Wu, who was not afraid of ghosts on the side, had already agreed first. Ha, I thought it was someplace. I didn't think it was the entrance to the cemetery. What's there to be afraid of? We promised to take care of your business tomorrow, Mr. Mo. After saying that, he didn't forget to turn his head to look at Uncle Su for approval. Old Su, you say so? Manly man, how can you even dare to go to the cemetery? Uncle Su's manhood was instantly roasted on the fire. As a last resort, Uncle Su could only squeeze out a stiff smile. Yeah, it's just the entrance to the cemetery. Small potatoes. How stiffly Uncle Su smiled. How much he regretted in his heart why he had asked this one more time just now. He would have preferred that he had never known the location of the stall. There's a saying that doesn't go like that. The well-fed don't know how hungry they are. Uncle Sue here regrets knowing where Mo-bai's stall is, but the people in the Slammin' Fried Chicken group are freaking out because they can't find Mo-bai's new weekly stall. Chapter 73, Boss Missouri is your husband, right? I've searched a total of 5 streets today and couldn't find Boss Missouri TVT, not to mention 5 streets. I've searched 8 streets today and I haven't seen Boss Missouri. The man who searched 10 blocks fell into tears because he didn't get to eat the food made by Mr. M.O. As the oldest diner in Mo-bai, the people in the Slammin' Fried Chicken group, after a whopping 3 grief wails, had sort of summarized a set of Boss Mo's stall rules. Rule number 1, Boss Missouri only sells each ingredient for 1 week. Rule number 2, Boss Missouri changes the location of his stall every time he changes the ingredients he sells. Law 3, there is no pattern to where Boss Mo's stalls are set up, and they will be randomly refreshed in the streets and alleys of a city. So 3 days ago, after they arrived at the entrance of New Harvest Elementary School and realized that Mo-bai had once again run away, although they were saddened, they did not wail in sorrow as they had done in the past. Instead, the group immediately worked out a plan to arrest Boss Missouri. The plan is actually very simple, which is to conduct a carpet search for Mo-bai based on the distribution of group members in a city. With the experience of Wen Yu and Chen Angren's first successful search, the second search was quite a bit larger. More than 24 group members have joined the search brigade, but even though there were already so many people, they still hadn't found any traces of Mo-bai in the various parts of a city. So, some people couldn't help but speculate. I've heard that Boss Missouri doesn't set up his stall to make money. It's just a hobby. You guys say that Boss Missouri couldn't have gotten tired of playing so he doesn't plan to set up a stall in the future? When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the group. It took a long time before the news with its anger came out like a tidal wave. Withdrawn. You, hurry up and withdraw it to me. Why did you send such a bad word in the group? Right. Retraction. I'm having a myocardial infarction just reading that. At Group Master. Kick this. The person who sent the message didn't expect that there would be such a big reaction from everyone, and was taken aback, so he could only hasten to withdraw it. However, the power of that statement was too great, and even after he withdrew it, the members of the group still chased after his ass. In the end, it was Coach Lu, who was the leader of the group, who could not see past it and came out to preside over the big group. At all success, everyone calm down. Boss Missouri can't come out no matter how much you yell at him. It's better to hurry and find Boss Missouri. When the people thought about it, they thought so, and once again they pondered the solution. That thought really did remind someone of a way to do it. At Man Yo-Yo, I remember, didn't you say before that your BFF's boyfriend knows Boss Missouri? Can you go ask your best friend's boyfriend? If I may. Of course Yo-Yo one would like to ask. Just, when you helplessly replied, in fact, my best friend's boyfriend is a butler who serves Boss Missouri. He can't expose the owner's personal information at will, so where do I have the good sense to give him a hard time? The last hope was dashed. The crowd all decamped when they saw this, and even the number of people sending messages in the group was quite a bit less. Meng Jing is one of these people. Seeing that there was no possibility of finding Boss Missouri again, she couldn't help but feel sadness, flinging away her cell phone and wiping up tears from the corners of her eyes. Boss Missouri, where the hell are you? How can I live without you? G had just entered his home with a large bag of fishing gear when he heard these words, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It's just a stall owner, not everywhere on the street. Do you have to get like this? Those who don't know have to think that Boss Missouri is your husband when they hear you say that. Meng Jing immediately slanted an eye blade. What are you barking at? What do you mean it's not just a stall owner? Do you know how good Boss Mo's cooking really is? How can an ordinary stall owner be compared to Boss Missouri? You're clearly insulting Boss Missouri. As for who's my husband dash, Meng Jing sneered. I don't know if Boss Missouri is my husband, but you are definitely not my husband, because it's not me you're married to. It's the fishing gear in your hand and the fish pond out there. If you still recognize me as your wife, don't go fishing tomorrow and come with me to find Boss Missouri. G was speechless for a moment. He's a veteran fishing guy who likes to take his tackle out on the wild side whenever he can. As a result, there was much less time to spend with Meng Jing in general. Meng Jing hadn't made a lot of trouble with him over this before, but it had never gotten as serious as it had recently. Meng Jing often said he was mesmerized by the fish, but if he had to say it, he felt that Meng Jing was the one who was mesmerized, and the person who mesmerized Meng Jing's eyes was Mo-bai. Ever since Meng Jing accidentally ate the fat intestines chicken made by the man called Boss Missouri once, in front of the anal intestinal hospital, Meng Jing couldn't stop eating it. Not only did he leave behind his still sick and pouting ass in order to stand in line for the fat chicken, even when they were discharged from the hospital later, Meng Jing had his heart set on Boss Missouri. I managed to go and add some kind of Boss Missouri arrest group, and after that, I went in order to eat the rabbit-covered noodles with ginger made by Boss Missouri. It's more like getting up at 6 a.m. every morning. Oh yeah, it's not even if Meng Jing woke up so early on his own. Every time he woke up, he still had to want to ask him to go with him, saying something like the food made by Boss Missouri is the best on earth and you will definitely regret not eating it. G didn't believe that a bowl of noodles could be that good, so he hadn't been there once. He who had not tasted the delicacies prepared by Boss Missouri could not understand Meng Jing's madness at this moment. I really can't figure out what's so great about this Boss Missouri, running around all day and selling things that are so expensive. Honey, do the math. How much have you spent lately just to eat what Boss Missouri cooks? When G said this, naturally he wasn't really heartbroken about the money. Rather, it was to use this method to persuade Meng Jing to give up the idea of going to Boss Missouri. The two have been married for 20 years. How can Meng Jing not know the small plan in the heart of Ji Jiqiang? She didn't retort, only sneered and said, "It looks to me like there's a new fishing rod in the house, so why don't you start by telling me how much you paid for this new rod?" Ji, defeated by the new fishing rod, Ji Jiqiang not only didn't stop Meng Jing from going to find Boss Missouri, but also promised to accompany Meng Jing tomorrow to find Boss Missouri. Ji Jiqiang's heart was bitter. While this was going on, he added insult to injury by swiping a photo posted by a fellow angler in his circle of friends. It was a picture with a 20 or so pound walleye. The angler's face in the photo is about to break into a smile, and they have to write, "The new fishing spot is good in every way, but it's not good that the fish grow too big. My family only likes to eat small fish." Bitter. Chapter 74 Angry Angler. G didn't catch a single fish because he didn't find a good fishing spot today, even though he brought a new fishing rod with him. At this point, I'm looking at the Versailles statement from my fishing buddy and I'm barely getting a red eye. You're bitter, my ass. You're so close to smiling your face off. I despise hypocrites like you the most. G cursed with his mouth, but his hands were honest. First a quick nod to the angler, then a rather rainbow fart comment flew back. Something along the lines of, "GXX, I always knew you were a good fisherman, and you really deserve it for catching such a big fish. Not bad for you." After sending it, he waited a little longer for a few minutes. Leave enough time for fishing to goof off, and that's when you start going to private chat. "Where's your new fishing spot, Mr. Xie? I didn't catch a single fish today, so please do me a favor. I'll buy you dinner when I have time." Ji Jiqiang attitude that is called a good fishing friends happy enough, naturally will not be difficult for him, and soon replied to the message. "The new fishing spot is in that reservoir above Castle Peak. The fish in that area are the best after midnight at night, and once hooked, they're bound to be at least 5 pounds. "What? At least 5 pounds? Ji Jiqiang, who didn't even catch a fish or two today, instantly felt the heat, and couldn't wait to take the fishing tackle and leave. Tonight he would rather not sleep. He must go to the Green Mountain Reservoir. But just as he was about to make his next move, a new message from his fishing buddy followed. "I wouldn't recommend going after midnight, though." "Gee, for what? There's an oversized cemetery above Castle Peak, so close to the reservoir that if you're not careful at night, you'll go to the wrong place, and it's weirdly scary. And hasn't your daughter-in-law forbidden you to go night fishing since you got hemorrhoids from sitting on your butt?" G thought it was something big. "Why, I thought it was just the cemetery. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've caught floating corpses on night fishing before." The latter question, though, is a bit of a pain in the ass. It was true that Meng Jing did not agree with him going night fishing now, not to mention that he had promised that he would have to get up early tomorrow to accompany Meng Jing to find Boss Missouri. Meng Jing would have to tear him apart by the hand now if he knew he had backtracked. It's not really a big deal to rip him off by hand, but the problem is that, after ripping him off by hand, Meng Jing also has to rip off his precious new fishing rod by hand. Ji Jiqiang thought about it and felt that it was better not to let Meng Jing know about it yet. He pretended to lie down and sleep as if nothing had happened. Then once 12 o'clock arrived, after making sure that Meng Jing was already asleep, he quietly and gropingly climbed up. After he left a note informing Meng Jing where he was going, he quietly went out the door again and headed for the Castle Peak Reservoir that his fishing buddy had mentioned. G was lucky that he wasn't looking in the wrong place to enter the cemetery like his fishing buddy said. He reached the reservoir with ease, flinging his rod in fishing. The anglers were really right. That's really good fishing in this area. G hadn't even waited 5 minutes when he felt a fish on the hook, and definitely a big fish over 5 pounds with that feel. "Hey, hey, hey, my precious big fish, here I come." G hadn't caught a fish this big in over 6 months. He was so excited in his heart that he was about to close the pole when a voice with a sobbing tone suddenly came from behind him. "Brothers, Ji Jiqiang's boldness is big, but it's not all lack of heart, especially since the angler had also emphasized to him that there was a large cemetery nearby." The sudden sound startled him, and he subconsciously let go of his hand. Then the next second, his precious walleye was off in a huff with his precious new fishing rod. Feeling the empty touch in his hands, G's mind went blank, and then his voice took on a sobbing tone as well. He glared angrily back at his unknown brother behind him. "Who the hell is your brother? We are now father killers. I'm going to kill you, you ungrateful bastard." With that, He angrily went up and yanked on the collar of this wicked man. Then, G was once again confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk, aren't you a ghost? How could I really tug on your collar? Uncle Sue could not cry. Brother, I'm not a ghost, I'm a human being. The story of why Uncle Sue appeared here late at night had to start yesterday. Yesterday, Emobai enthusiastically gave him 2 bowls of skin egg and thin meat porridge for him to eat for breakfast. However, he was all but on duty at the time and was not allowed to eat while on duty. So, he who didn't know how delicious the skinny egg kanji was, when Uncle Wu asked him what time he was going to the cemetery tonight to take care of Emobai's business, he made an excuse that he couldn't go tonight because he was afraid of ghosts. Uncle Wu is a big grinning character. Sniffing did not think too much, just said is to go on their own. Up until this point, Uncle Sue was glad that he didn't have to go to the cemetery tonight. However, by the time he was laid off at noon and went back to heat up a bowl of skinny kanji for dinner, he regretted it. Jesus Christ, how come no one ever told him that skinny kanji could be this good? Uncle Sue wasn't very educated and didn't know how to describe the smell. Anyway, it was the kind of deliciousness that would make him give up his guts to go to the cemetery late at night. So, as soon as it was 2 a.m., Uncle Sue got up nimbly and called Uncle Wu. Go! Uncle Wu over there was dumbfounded. Where to go? To Castle Hill Park? I thought you said you were leaving at 2 a.m. Tonight. Weren't you too busy to come? Because the skin egg and thin meat kanji made by Boss Missouri was so delicious, and I thought you had something to do and couldn't come, so I left as soon as the morning came. I have now finished eating back. Lao Su, not I say, Mr. Mo's cooking that is really powerful no matter what ingredients are. Uncle Wu wanted to say a few more words, but Uncle Sue could no longer listen. There was only one thought left in his mind. Old Wu had returned and he had to go to the cemetery by himself. What a horrible cemetery. So yummy skinny egg kanji. These two thoughts constantly alternated in Uncle Sue's mind, and in the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the skinny egg kanji and boldly went out the door. When he went out, he was mentally prepared to see a large number of graves. However, he took a very unfortunate wrong turn, and the grave was not found, only a reservoir. An angry fishing man, Ji Jiqiang, the angry fishing man, was speechless after listening to Uncle Sue's account. Why did you come over here if you were so scared? Uncle Sue took it for granted. Because Mr. Mo's skin and egg thin meat kanji is really delicious. Ji suddenly caught the key word. Mr. Mo, I'll go. This person you're talking about. It can't be the Boss Missouri that my daughter-in-law has been looking for. Chapter 75, Sub-Ballast Kanji. Boss Missouri? What Boss Missouri? Seeing Uncle Sue's puzzled look, Ji Jiqiang explained again. It's that Boss Missouri who changes his stall to a different place a week and sells his stuff extraordinarily expensive. Uncle Wu scratched his head. I don't know if Mr. Mo changes places every week, but the things Mr. Mo sells are indeed particularly expensive. After saying that, he didn't forget to emphasize one sentence for Mo by. However, please note that no matter how expensive Mr. Mo sells it, for Mr. Mo's cooking, it's still absolute value for money. You have no idea how delicious the food Mr. Mo cooks really is. If you knew, you'd think it was worth it too. This look of a die-hard fan who spoke for Mo by directly made Ji Jiqiang look around at his own wife. Case solved. The Mr. Mo you're talking about is definitely the Boss Missouri my wife is looking for. There's no way anyone else but him could brainwash others with food. Uncle Sue was tempted to retort. What do you mean by brainwashing? They all did it willingly. Okay, but, Uncle Sue looked around at the dark and ghastly surroundings, shivered, and ultimately didn't dare to offend this living person he had managed to find. He looked at Ji with a dark and rigid face full of expectations. Periodically, he opened his mouth. Brother, I really don't know the way. I wonder if you can do me the favor of taking me to Mr. Mo. He's setting up a stall at the entrance to Castle Hill Cemetery now. It's very close. If you lead me to it, I'll buy you skinny kanji with eggs. You are unaware of the skinny eggs made by Mr. Mo. Whenever he mentions skinny kanji with eggs, Uncle Sue is glowing. Seeing that he was about to start bragging again about how delicious the skin and egg thin meat kanji made by Boss Missouri really was, Ji Jiqiang couldn't bear to interrupt. Okay, you stop. It's just this little thing. I'll take you there. Uncle Sue heard. Since it is overjoyed, a person's boast Ji Jiqiang can really be a helpful living lightning rod. It was embarrassing to hear Ji. The reason why he was willing to agree to take with Uncle to the legendary Boss Missouri. For one thing, it does feel like going out and helping out in any way you can. But more importantly, it was really for his own sake. Looking at his precious new fishing rod, he had been dragged away by his precious big fish. Left behind again. He couldn't catch a fish. And since he was here now, he might as well take this opportunity to find Boss Missouri, the man his wife had been pining for. This way, his wife won't be too upset when she wakes up and realizes he snuck out in the middle of the night to go night fishing. Hey, 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 one tip a day to avoid kneeling on a durian. That's sanity from a middle-aged man. The reservoir is indeed very close to the cemetery. G took Uncle Sue for less than 20 minutes before he found Mo at the entrance of the cemetery. Looking at Mo standing under the dim streetlight, Uncle Sue almost wept with joy. Mr. Mo, I finally found you. You have no idea how hard I really tried to find you. Tonight, in addition to Uncle Wu having come, the 3 members of the Yin family had also come over, and in order to take care of Mo's business, they had also brought all the servants in the house along with them, but they're all gone now. Mo's stall was empty and cold, so it seemed like Uncle Sue's voice was extra loud. Mo raised his head from the game interface and looked at Uncle Sue, who was almost on the verge of crying, and was a bit puzzled. Uncle Sue, didn't Uncle Wu say you had something to do and couldn't come? Uncle Sue choked and hurriedly made an excuse. I did have something to do at first, but the skin egg and thin meat congee that you made, Mr. Mo, was so delicious that I'd rather put things off and make sure to rush back. Mo's expression was subtle. You came over here specifically to eat skinny egg congee. That might disappoint you. Uncle Sue suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. In the next second, he only heard Mo open his mouth and tell him a cruel news. There's no skinny pork porridge with eggs tonight, only big ballast porridge, said Mo unveiled the iron bucket of porridge, revealing that there is still a small half bucket left. Yellow ballast porridge. Sub-ballast porridge is a traditional dish from the Northeast. It is made from large kernels of corn that have been peeled and dried, and is usually simmered with a few kidney beans and small red beans used for garnish. Originally, at the beginning, Mo did not want to boil big ballast porridge. It was he who had nothing to do after he returned from his stall yesterday, went out for a stroll and stumbled upon a store selling high-quality ballast. Since this week's congee ingredients did not make provisions, Mo wanted to play some tricks, so he bought a small dozens of pounds back. Although sub-ballast porridge is coarse grain, but as long as boiled well, the taste is soft and sweet, is also very delicious. In Mo's opinion, the large ballast congee is not in any way worse than the skinny egg congee, but obviously, for Uncle Sue, who came specifically to buy skinny egg and meat porridge, there was no comparison at all between sub-ballasted congee and skinny egg and meat porridge. Uncle Sue immediately revealed an expression like a bolt from the blue. What? No more skinny pork porridge? Mr. Mo, how could you do this to me? Do you have any idea how much I've really paid for skinny congee with eggs? Uncle Sue really wanted to cry now. The eyes of a 7-foot man were red. He was so afraid of ghosts that he traveled to the entrance of the cemetery in the middle of the night for the skinny egg and pork porridge. And the result? Now tell him there is no skinny egg congee. How can he stand it? The expression on Uncle Sue's face was so sad that even Ji Jiqiang could not look away a bit and went up to comfort him. Brothers, skin egg thin meat porridge and big ballast congee are both congee, so I think they taste similar. You have come in the middle of the night. You can't return without accomplishing something. Big ballast porridge is big ballast porridge. Uncle Sue looked sad and angry. You have no idea how delicious the skinny eggs and lean pork made by Boss Missouri really is. But G was right about one thing. I've come all this way, so I can't go back without accomplishing something. This is an instinct engraved in the genes of the Chinese people. So, Uncle Sue finally compromised. Ugh, big ballast porridge is big ballast porridge. I've never eaten this before. Try to see if it's good. Boss Missouri, give us a bowl each. Uncle Sue is a man of his word. Even if there is no skinny egg and thin meat congee, he still wants to treat G to congee. G sniffed and didn't refuse. He thanked him, then sat down at the table in front of the booth and began to call Meng Jing. Meng Jing was asleep when he received a call from Ji Jiqiang and was simply confused. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? No, where are you people? Meng Jing instantly came to his senses, took the note left by Ji Jiqiang on the side, and was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse. Ji Jiqiang, you're crazy aren't you? You fished out such a big hemorrhoid. How dare you give to run out for night fishing behind your old lady's back? Chapter 76. Who says this porridge is vegetarian? This porridge is fantastic. I will never let you go this time. Just wait until you go home and kneel on a durian. If it were normal, Ji Jiqiang would have already coyly started to admit his mistakes. But today, he's off the hook. Not the wimpy fishing guy he once was. Ji's tone was darkly smug. Honey, take it easy. The point of me calling you isn't to tell you I'm out night fishing. The point is, guess what I caught while night fishing? Meng Jing's tone was cool. Why? Is it hard to believe that you caught another floater? Or some kind of silicone doll? Or some other weird? Ji Jiqiang, you can't catch anything other than fish, but other oddball stuff that's a catch. Ji is extremely hurtful and insulting. Ji covered his wounded heart. Honey, how can you say such icy words with your 37-degree mouth? I'm hurt. so hurry up and apologize to me or I won't bring you back the food Boss Missouri made. The two couples often bicker like this. Meng Jing sniffed, first subconsciously sneered. Oh, do not bring it, you think I rare. Halfway through his sentence, Meng Jing then finally reacted to what he had heard. The voice went up an octave at once. What did you say? You're going to bring me the delicacies made by Boss Missouri? It's hard to believe you found Boss Missouri. Ji Jiqiang rubbed his injured ear. Keep your voice down. Your husband's ears are almost deafened by you. Meng Jing, don't be poor. Quickly answer my question. Did you find Boss Missouri? Yeah, I found Boss Missouri. Meng Jing's eagerness made Ji Jiqiang's tone grow more and more complacent. I came to Castle Peak Reservoir to fish today, and I didn't expect to find Boss Missouri at the entrance of Castle Peak Cemetery by mistake. As long as you obediently apologize to me, when I go home in a while, I'll bring you the delicacies made by Boss Missouri. With how much Meng Jing was after Mo Bai, Ji thought that he would definitely be able to turn over the serfs and sing this time. But who knew? Meng Jing was still sneering as usual. You want me to apologize to you? Dream on. No, it's just the entrance to Castle Peak Cemetery. I'll be right there. With that, he snapped and hung up. Listening to Ji Jiqiang was dumbfounded. No way. This lazy of ours had to come to the entrance of the cemetery in the middle of the night for the sake of Boss Missouri. The reason he called Meng Jing lazy bitch was not because Meng Jing was really lazy, but because of Meng Jing's nerdy attributes. Normally, whenever you're on vacation, if you can squat at home, you definitely don't go out, especially at night. Even if he wanted to forcefully drag Meng Jing out that couldn't be dragged. He had never expected to think that Mo Bai's influence on Meng Jing had become so great. He looked at Mo Bai, who was standing aside scooping up the porridge, and for the first time, he showed an expression of 100 thoughts. Is it really as good as that? This big ballast kanji, although the yellow color is very nice, but it looks, that is the general kanji, really do not see any charm. Uncle Su, who was on the side, was also thinking without any sorrow, this large ballast kanji looks mediocre. Not a bit of meat, where compared to the skin egg kanji, today this trip, really run loss. Mo Bai didn't know what was on the minds of the two, and after scooping up the porridge, he turned his head and started loading the small pickles. It's also a high-quality ingredient he found while shopping yesterday. There are cucumbers and radishes in there, as well as green peppers. Unlike ordinary pickles that are only pickled and dehydrated, in order to pursue a more crisp texture. In addition to the green peppers, the cucumbers and radishes were pressed by Mo Bai with a heavy weight for a night after they were dehydrated. The cucumber and radish are transformed in crisp after a night of heavy pressure, and are served with simmered oil, soy sauce, sliced garlic and ginger, with soft and sweet sub-ballast porridge. The flavor couldn't be more beautiful. Just now Yan Song Bai ate more than he wanted, and even had the cheek to ask him for 2 more plates of small sauces for packing. Said he was going to live on these 2 little plates of sauce all day tomorrow. Uncle Su and Ji Jiqiang, who hadn't tasted it, didn't realize the power of the large ballast kanji and pickles. Looking at the large ballast kanji and pickles that were served up by Mo Bai, both of them couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It's not that the large ballast porridge isn't flavorful enough. On the contrary, just as soon as the table was served, they could smell the rich and mellow corn aroma emanating from the big ballast kanji. It's a pure grain aroma, not fancy, but enough to whet the appetite on this cold late night. It's just that most men still prefer meat. For Su Daoduo and Ji Jiqiang, this porridge and dish was a bit too plain, but still, if you're here, it's a loss if you don't eat, and it's a big night and you really need hot porridge to warm up your body. Both of them picked up the warm porridge and inhaled it almost simultaneously. The moment the large ballast porridge goes into your mouth, the first thing the two felt was the sticky and corn-fragrant flavor at the bottom of the porridge. This is followed by the soft, yet chewy texture of the corn kernels, soft and chewy at the same time. Every time you chew can experience the original fragrance of the grain, with the chewing, the original sweet flavor of corn, but also in the tongue bloom. The kidney beans, which were added as a garnish, had already been cooked to a soft consistency and fell apart in the mouth with a gentle sip. The unique aroma of beans intertwined with the sweetness of corn. Each bite carries the unique warmth of the grain, warming Uncle Su and Ji's stomachs as well as their bodies as it travels down their throats. It seemed to dispel the late-night chill. After only one mouthful of porridge, the eyes of the two men suddenly cooled. At this moment, both of them had only one thought in their minds. Who says the porridge is vegetarian? It's fantastic. The two could barely restrain themselves from gulping down the porridge. Seeing that the two of them barely noticed the sauces placed aside because they were busy drinking kanji, Mo Bai reminded, it would be even better with a little pickle. At this moment, both Uncle Su and Ji Jiqiang were all in awe of Mo Bai's cooking skills. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly took a chopstick of the dipping sauce into his mouth as well. The moment the pickles entered their mouths, the crunchy, down-home texture almost caused their already sparkling eyes to shoot 2 beams of light right out of them. The two were so delicious that they didn't even have time to talk. It wasn't until the bowl of kanji with a small dish of pickles had all been eaten that he began to pat his stomach and sigh. Uncle Sue, Mr. M.O., your cooking is also too good. Not only is the skin egg and thin meat porridge delicious, but this big ballast is also delicious. I can't even tell which of these two porridges is better. Ji-Ji-chan also sighed without fail. At this point I finally understand why my wife, and that whole group of several hundred people, are so obsessed with finding you. A group of several hundred people. Catching the keyword. M.O.'s originally leisurely expression instantly became stiff. You wouldn't have already taken my stall address and sent it to the group, would you? Chapter 77, Zombie Eater Attacks. Yesterday, during the day, Ningfeng was aware of M.O.'s lack of customers and wanted him to help publicize it. Similar advice was actually given. Mr. M.O., if you're really short on traffic, I can contact my girlfriend's best friend. It's that blogger who made a video of you scouting the restaurant before. She has a group of your diners. The name seems to be called Boss Missouri Arrest Group. I've heard that people inside the group are looking for you every day. So if we get her to post your new stall address, there's bound to be a lot of people looking for you. M.O. listened and first congratulated Ningfeng for finally getting what he wanted and establishing a romantic relationship with Xiao Wei. Then without hesitation, he rejected Ningfeng's suggestion. The reason is simple. M.O. doesn't want to be arrested by his own zombie eaters. It was true that he was lacking in customer traffic right now, yes, but this week's system task was easy. As long as he sold 100 portions of kanji, he would be fine. That translates to just 15 bowls sold a day. Now Jiang and Wan would have a different errand boy come by every day to buy 3 to 5 bowls. Yan Songbai's family, too, had promised to bring their household servants over every day, together with Ningfeng and Xiao Wei, as well as Wu Su's 2 uncles. Selling 15 bowls a day would be a good deal. Since it was so easy to accomplish the task, M.O. didn't want to make his task more difficult. Although after taking the strengthening pill, his body was much better than an ordinary person's, and he didn't know much about being tired. But who wouldn't want to touch the fish as long as they are human? Doesn't it feel good to sit in a little food truck and play games? M.O. had even finalized his plan for the next week of groping. However, he didn't expect that his plan to touch the fish would be shattered so quickly. He really couldn't figure out how he got so lucky. How is it that any random enthusiastic fishing guy on the side of the road is the husband of his eater? This is God's way of killing him. Ji-Ji-chang didn't have the slightest idea of M.O.'s inner breakdown and said with a smile, it should have been sent. After all, lately whenever they find the slightest hint about you, Boss Missouri, they all send it to the group to exchange. M.O. These words were heard in M.O.'s ears and were automatically converted by him into, attention attention attention. There will be a wave of zombies coming soon. Please prepare the host. M.O.'s face was wooden for an instant. Then without a word, he began to plate the small sauces that were held in the iron basin. This action looked puzzling to G. Boss Missouri, what are you doing? M.O. There should be a lot of diners coming from the group in a while, so let's portion out the small sauces first, so it won't be so busy in a while. G laughed at once. Ha 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 ha, Boss Missouri, you're exaggerating. It's the middle of the night and in front of the cemetery. Even if my wife had sent the address of the stall to the group, I'm afraid not many people would come. Don't you worry. M.O. didn't explain and only looked at Ji-Ji-chang with a you're so naive look. Former Slugger Fried Chicken Group, now in the Boss Missouri Arrest Group. As expected of G, as soon as Meng Jing received Ji-Ji-chang's information, he excitedly sent the news that M.O. was now setting up a stall in front of the Castle Peak Cemetery into the group. In fact, even Meng Jing himself thought that there shouldn't be too many people seeing it at this time of night. But apparently, there were more people still up late than she thought. Almost as soon as her message was sent in, there was a continuous stream of replies. Asterisk 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 sitting up in shock from a dying illness. Comrade, is this news fidelity? Early in the morning in front of the cemetery stalls. This stall location and stall time is also too evil. This really is not fake news? Evil? I do think that this is the way Boss Missouri should be drawn. +1. Selling fried chicken in front of the gym. Selling large intestine in front of the anal hospital. Selling rabbit meat in front of the elementary school. It's really normal that Boss Missouri will now set up a stall in front of the cemetery. With this evil stall location alone, I'm certain that it's definitely Boss Missouri. The evil location of the stall not only did not dissuade diners, but even became an important reason for diners to be sure that this message was true. The bolder diners dressed and went out at once. Ha 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 ha. Finally found Boss Missouri. Just as well I'm still awake. Must go and have a meal. So excited to see what Boss Missouri will be selling this week. Let's go. I have to eat more tonight while it's less crowded. The more timid diners, who feared the cemetery, were less afraid when they saw so many people there. Since everyone is there, I'm sure the cemetery entrance must be very popular. It's nothing to be afraid of. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to drive out. I'll give it up. I also want to go out, but still a little afraid of TVT. There is no team to go. I'm in Triple X Road. And so, half an hour later, the originally empty entrance to the cemetery instantly became crowded. Countless noisy voices resounded at the entrance to the cemetery. Boss Missouri, your current stall place is really getting more and more evil. No wonder we couldn't find it after searching for so long. Boss Missouri, what are you selling this week? Porridge? Porridge is good. It's so cold. It's soothing to drink kanji. Hey yo, big ballast porridge. This is the flavor of my hometown. Give me a bowl. I'll have a bowl too. Boss Missouri, do you sell big ballast kanji all week? Mo-bai scooped the porridge from the iron bucket while answering the questions of the two diners from time to time. The group of diners were mostly people Mo-bai recognized. Inside were two coaches, Lu Lin and Zhang Wenxuan, as well as Chen Ongran and Wen Yuyu. After so many weeks together, everyone's tone was familiar, talking to each other, and the scene was harmonious. For a moment, Mo-bai even forgot that he was still setting up a stall and thought he was attending some old friend's party. And just in the middle of such a wonderful late night, Zhang Hui was still working a miserable overtime shift. Ah, this big ballast porridge looks really good. This little pickle looks so good too. Looking at the group members' sunshine food, Zhang Hui cannot help but hang down the steering wheel began to go crazy. Why? Why is the boss making me work overtime tonight? Why is this a party? On the contrary, about to arrive in a city this evening, can't he die a day late? At this time, Zhang Hui's boss, who favored this time, also called Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui was instantly silenced for a second, dying to pick up the phone. Hey boss, what's up? Did you get anyone? The inquiring voice of the boss came from the other end of the line. Although Zhang Hui doesn't seem to be very reliable, he has always done a good job. The boss, who had asked the questions and received satisfactory answers to all of them, was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he spoke again. By the way, the person sent by Partier this time is the youngest son of Partier's boss. It is said that this young master is eccentric. As a rich second generation, he has no other hobbies, just loves to eat. Chapter 78 One-on-one personal service with a chef. If you want to please him, don't take him to any filthy places tonight, just take him to the good ones. Remember not to be stingy. I'll reimburse you for the meal afterward. Zhang Hui's originally listless eyes instantly lit up after hearing these two words. How in the world could such a good thing happen? This was like a customized work plan for him. Not only would he be able to use his work time to arrest Boss Missouri, he'd even get reimbursed for it. Zhang Hui's work ethic, which was already about to be exhausted, instantly filled up again. Okay boss, promise to finish the job. The voice sounds as uplifting as it needs to be. Within moments, the legendary's youngest son got off the plane. As boss Zhang Hui said, this young master was eccentric and had few other hobbies. Whether it was Zhang Hui mentioning his job to him or mentioning the game movies that young people love to play nowadays, he always had a wilted look, droopy eyelids and looks like he's in love with no one. Zhang Hui had originally wanted to exchange a couple of false pleasantries before revealing his true purpose. Seeing the young master wilting like this, I was afraid that the young master would have to go straight back to the hotel to sleep at the drop of a hat, and not daring to delay any longer, he simply spoke directly. Young Master Che, I don't think you've eaten much yet since you just got off the plane. I know a particularly tasty limited edition private dining room that happens to be open right now. Would you like to be taken over there to get your fill before heading back to the hotel? Zhang Hui wasn't wrong. Che-Chi did want to go straight back to the hotel to sleep. He really didn't want to bother with anyone either, because he was really too sleepy. A week ago, Che-Chi heard that a good friend in N, ready to open the yacht to go out to sea fishing for fun. In order to eat the freshest, highest quality sashimi, Che-Chi immediately rushed over and stayed on the yacht for 5 days. Now that he had just returned from N, he had not yet adjusted to either his routine or his physical state. Naturally, he wilted and was not interested in anything. If Zhang Hui were to invite him to do something else right now, he would immediately refuse without even thinking about it. But, a limited edition private dining sounds like a bit of fun. I just don't know if it's good or not, and if it's worth the trip or not. It was important to realize that although he, Che-Chi, was a foodie, he was a pushy foodie. Eat only the finest ingredients in this world, and the finest flavors. It wasn't the top of the line, it wasn't even worth his time. Zhang Hui has been working for so long and has some eyes, and at a glance, he saw what Che-Chi had in mind. Enthusiastic opening introductions. Young Master Che, I promise that this private restaurant I'm taking you to tonight is different from any of the private restaurants you've gone to in the past that are just in name only. Not only is the setting unique, can a cemetery entrance not be unique? The food is delicious. There was no food that Boss Missouri made that wasn't delicious. And with one-on-one personal service from the chef, Mo-bai was the only one in an entire stall. And he couldn't have one-on-one personal service if he didn't want it. Zhang Hui's introduction above, except for the one in the very center. All the others are the difference between the seller's show and the buyer's show. Any know the truth of the diners here. Have to say a great brother you this mouth can really blow. But nay, Che-Chi didn't know that Zhang Hui was blowing it. The main thing was and is that in the past, he didn't have someone like Zhang Hui on his side who dared to lie to him. So once Che-Chi heard that it was unique to such an extent, he agreed with considerable interest. Okay, I've never been to such a unique private dining room, so now you'll take me there. Oi, it's done. Zhang Hui quietly compared a yay and happily led young Master Che to the Castle Peak Cemetery. At first, Che-Chi didn't notice anything wrong, until the scenery outside the window became more and more deserted. Then he noticed something unusual. Out of the blue, he inquired, "This private kitchen is open in the middle of nowhere? It's too late to hide it." Zhang Hui simply nodded in agreement. "Yes, didn't I just say that the environment of this private cuisine restaurant is unique, keeping it like nothing you've seen before, young Master Che?" As soon as Che-Chi heard this, his curiosity was once again aroused, so he temporarily put the worries in his heart to the back of his mind. Half an hour later, Zhang Hui was excited. "Clang clang clang, young Master Che, look, is this the setting of a private cuisine restaurant you've never seen before?" It's true that it's a setting I've never seen before, but Che-Chi looked at Zhang Hui with a leathery smile and reached out to point toward the eerie and chilly cemetery in front of him. "Can you explain to me what the hell this is?" Zhang Hui immediately replied. "This is a cemetery." Che-Chi gritted his teeth. "Of course I know that this is a cemetery. I'm asking you why a private food restaurant would open in front of a cemetery." And Che-Chi couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the humble stall in front of the cemetery. "Is this the private dining room you were talking about? You see which private dining room is open air. Also chef one-on-one private service. Here in addition to the chef, there is not even a waiter. Not the chef's own private service. But who else?" Zhang Hui scratched his head. "I also know that I blew it a bit too much just now, but trust me, young Master Che, I promise that tonight, I will let you eat never-before-seen food." Shaki, he was on the verge of PTSD on the word never-before-seen. He didn't believe Zhang Hui's bull ***** for a dime now. But even Master Che can't resist the saying engraved in the bones of Chinese people, "Come what may." Under Zhang Hui's lobbying, Che-Chi eventually condescended to sit on the humble little seat that Zhang Hui had managed to snatch. By now, the diners around them had largely finished. "The only reason I haven't left yet is because I have nothing to do in the evening, and I've come all the way here, so I'm just going to sit and chatter." Boss Missouri is so capricious, changing the address of his stall once a week, and never repeating the same dishes every week. How can anyone do business like this? What business? Didn't you hear from others? Actually, Boss Missouri is rich. He doesn't set up his stall to make money. It's just for a hobby. No wonder. I told you that Boss Mo's cooking skills are so good. Why don't you just open a restaurant? It turns out that it's just a hobby. That makes sense. Che-Chi seemed to be sitting upright and undistracted, but in fact, he had been listening to the person next to him with his ears perked up. It's amazing to hear how amazing this stallholder is. Che-Chi's expectations, which had originally lowered to a low point, rose again. He then said, "How dare any B-party snub himself like this? So it's because this stall is not ordinary. The Boss Missouri they spoke of was truly a man of God. Food made by such a godly man must be very pushy. I also wonder if it's going to be sashimi or king crab or if it's going to be some kind of ingredient that regular people can't see." Chapter 79, You'll be held accountable for what you've done. Che-Kai's anticipation instantly rose to its highest point. Just in time, Zhang Hui also came back with a tray. Che-Chi couldn't help but look at Zhang Hui with extraordinarily expectant eyes. Zhang Hui was a bit confused as to how, with a single turn of the head, Che-Chi's face changed drastically. He did guess that Che-Chi would have a big change in his face tonight, but in his guess, that would be the change that came after eating the food that Boss Missouri had made. "We haven't even eaten anything yet, so why the change? Is it possible that young Master Cha's pursuit of food is particularly simple, and he likes such simple dishes as large ballast congee and small pickled vegetables? Happy as soon as you hear the diner next to you talk about today's dish?" Thinking so, Zhang Hui was also happy. That's a good feeling. He knew that no matter how plain the dish was, as long as it was produced by Boss Missouri, it would definitely turn into a mouth-watering delicacy. However, this dish today is indeed a bit vegetarian. Even if it is very delicious, he is worried that the young Master Che, who has always been well-dressed, will not be able to eat it. It was only now that he realized that young Master Che's hobby was so simple that he was able to completely let go of his heart. He placed the large ballast porridge and small pickles in front of Che-Chi as if offering a treasure. Clang, clang, clang. "Young Master Che, look, this is the exclusive dish Chef Mo prepared for you tonight. I'm sure you'll love it." Finally, Che-Kai couldn't wait to look down. Then his expectant eyes dimmed and the smile that had been on his face froze. What is it? Shouldn't he have heard everything? Why are you still asking? Zheng Hui was a bit confused. It's just big ballast kanji with small pickles. Che-Chi once again wore the same gritted teeth expression he had when he first got out of the car. I'm not blind. Of course I know it's big ballast porridge with small pickles. I'm you asking you. You brought me all this way and found such a setting just so I could eat big ballast porridge with small pickles. Do you think a dish like this is worthy of my pussy? Zheng Hui finally reacted. Che-Chi didn't like the plain dish of large ballast kanji with small pickles, even said to hate it. He scratched his head and quickly thought of a remedy. I remember that not far from Castle Peak, there's a 24-hour open Black Pearl restaurant. Young Master Che, why don't I take you there to eat? The Black Pearl is still not as good as where Che-Chi usually eats, but it's still better than here. And looking at Zheng Hui, he was quite young, so I guess he had just joined the workforce not long ago. There's no need to be too hard on newcomers. Alright. Che-Chi took a deep breath and pushed down the dissatisfaction in his heart, got up and just wanted to leave this shabby open-air stall that didn't even have a roof. However, watching him get up, Zheng Hui ran faster than him. Young Master Che, don't be in a hurry. A dish like this doesn't match your pussy, but it matches mine, and please wait for me a little while longer. I've come all this way and I want to finish eating before I leave. Shaki, he kind of saw it coming. Zheng Hui brought him here today not to entertain him at all, but because Zheng Hui himself wanted to eat. Damn it, Young Master Che, had never seen such an outrageous reception. But, hanging out on Zhang Hui's part for coming to receive himself so late, he will endure it again. Che-Chi bristled with dissatisfaction, but eventually resumed his seat. Zheng Hui soon returned with his own large ballast and small pickles, fearing that Che-Chi will wait for a long time. Zheng Hui did not dare to dawdle, and hurriedly picked up the bowl and started to eat. After just one bite, Zheng Hui's eyes lit up in misery. Whoa! Even though I know that Boss Mo's products are always of the highest quality, I'm still amazed every time I eat the food Boss Missouri cooks. I've just never had such great ballast porridge, sweet and soft, with the characteristic chewiness of dried corn kernels. Drinking it feels like warming up the whole body. I go, this little sauce also scents absolute, so brittle, it's trying to kill me. In the middle of the conversation, there was a click sound made by eating small pickles, thus proving that Zhang Hui's words are true. Originally not even a little bit greedy Chi froze in Zhang Hui's voice and description to listen to the greedy. He couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks and stirring the large ballast twice. It looks mediocre. Is it as good as you say it is? Zhang Hui was also considered a human savant among the newcomers, and he knew it as soon as he heard this. Che-Chi was moved to want to eat it, but was too embarrassed to take the initiative to taste it because of the harsh words he had just put out, waiting for him to strike up a conversation and pass the buck. As the humble party bee, Zhang Hui handed over the steps with good grace. There really is. Boss Mo's food is really delicious. Young Master Che, just try it. Che-Chi nodded haughtily, then also followed Zhang Hui's example and picked up the large ballast kanji, taking a small sip of that. Then, Che-Chi's eyes lit up mischievously as well. Zhang Hui knew at a glance that Boss Missouri had captured another loyal fan. He asked deliberately, Young Master Che, how is it? Does this big ballast kanji deserve your pussy? Fairly. Che-Chi made a grudging look on his face, but the speed of his kanji was getting faster and faster. In the end, he actually finished the bowl of kanji even faster than Zhang Hui, plus a small dish of pickles. Che-Kai wiped his mouth with a whole lot of intent. I'd like another bowl. Saying that, Che-Chi also no longer strained his young master's pusillanimity, wanting to get up himself to bring another bowl over, and he muttered, I'll have to chuck in more baby sauces. Zhang Hui hurriedly stopped it. Young Master Che, have you forgotten what I told you at the beginning? This is a limited edition private cuisine restaurant. The word sales is emphasized. Che-Chi had an ominous feeling in his heart. Could it be that the large ballast we ate is still limited? Right. Zhang Hui nodded sorrowfully. There are too many people tonight. Not only the large ballast kanji, but even the small sauces are limited to one per person. So if you eat it, it's gone. Shaki. Che-Chi's gaze suddenly shifted to Zhang Hui's large ballast kanji that he had yet to finish. Boo-hoo! Zhang Hui immediately blocked his rice bowl. Young Master Che, don't you do this. The plain big ballast porridge is not worthy of your compulsion at all. Che-Chi, pushy? What pushy? I have no pussy at all. Hurry up and share your big ballast porridge with me. You promised you'd make sure I eat well tonight. I'm a guest from afar. Zhang Hui, but I only have one bowl too. Che question you live in a. You can still come and buy it afterward. Whereas I can't stay more than a few days before I have to leave. Che Kai perked up. You're the one who brought me to Boss Mo's stall and got me hooked on the food Boss Missouri cooks. You have to take responsibility for what you did. Chapter 80 Without you, who can still treat me like an 8-year-old child? The young master of the car has a reasoned speech. Plus the young master of the car is still the golden party of the A side. Even though Zhang Hui was no longer willing to give up, in the end, he reluctantly shared half of the large ballast kanji and half of the small pickles to Che Chi. Che-chi held the large ballast porridge and ate it. The expression on his face, joyful as if he were a farmer just after the fall harvest, was simple and pure. The large ballast porridge sold out at 3 a.m. According to the system, if the ingredients prepared that day were not sold out, he would have to set up the stall until 5 o'clock sharp according to the system regulations before he could leave. And if it sells out early, you can leave early. So Mo-bai was tired today, but he closed early, and it was only 4 in the morning when he returned to the Royal Forest Cloud residence. When Mo-bai was shopping yesterday, he inadvertently found a vegetable farm near the Royal Forest Cloud residence. This food market is small and not very crowded, but the quality of the food is extraordinarily good. As the saying goes, a cook who doesn't like to shop at the food market is bound to be a bad cook. Well, it was actually Mo-bai who felt that cooking with the ingredients provided by the system every time was too monotonous. He now loves the process of picking out his own ingredients and finds it especially fun. Mo-bai had originally planned to go back after closing the stall and having another breakfast, then go to the vegetable market. But the onslaught of zombie eaters disrupts his plans. It's too early in the morning. I'm afraid the food market isn't open yet. Mo-bai could only go back to sleep first, preparing to sleep until 6 or 7 in the morning before going out. However, I don't know if he was too tired from going out in the early hours of the morning recently, but when he woke up from his sleep and looked at his cell phone, it was already 10 in the morning. In order to avoid this situation from occurring again afterward, Mo-bai instructed Butler Wang during breakfast, "For the next few days, if you see me sleeping back past 7, go wake me up." Butler Wang responded, but was somewhat confused. The vegetable market sells vegetables all day long. Mr. Mo, why do you insist on going so early? Without waiting for Mo-bai to reply, the two ants, Zhongli, who were cleaning on the side, laughed. Butler Wang, it looks like you're the one who doesn't cook. That's right. Anyone who cooks knows that the good food inside the food market is only available in the morning. What's left after the morning rush of grocery shopping is all the substandard stuff that's been picked over. How could someone like our Mr. Mo, who has a supreme quest for good food, be willing to cook with inferior products? After the last few days together, both Butler Wang and Auntie Zhang and Li have confirmed it. The stall that Mo-bai was talking about was really just a stall in the literal sense of the word. As odd as it sounds, their new employer, Mr. Mo, is indeed such an amazing man with great cooking skills, a love of stalls, and a supreme quest for good food. Butler Wang was reminded by Auntie Zhang and Li, and suddenly realized while standing in awe. So it is. It's really worthy of you, Mr. Mo, that you are willing to sacrifice your precious sleep time for the sake of good food. You are simply the best little chef in this world. Mo-bai. Butler Wang is good at everything, but after getting along for a long time, Mo-bai realizes that Butler Wang has a harmless little problem. Probably because of the big difference between his age and Butler Wang's, Butler Wang could not help but treat him as a child. This is evidenced by the occasional time when he is spoken to in a tone of voice that coaxes a small child. Especially when complimenting him, the tone was childish and pompous. Even though he had heard it many times, Mo-bai still wasn't very comfortable with it. He corrected, "I'm not a little chef." Butler Wang had a loving look on his face. Yes, you are the best chef in this world. Mo-bai, if you do not have you, who can still put one 8-year-old child? Mo-bai was speechless and ate in silence. Butler Wang, however, was a bit unable to keep his mouth shut and inquired with concern, "So Mr. Mo, are you still going to the food market today? If you don't want to go, I can be at the villa and set you up with play and relaxation programs." Mo-bai thought about it and decided to go to the food market first, just in case I get lucky and pick up the pieces. Mo-bai just casually said. I did not expect that when he arrived at the food market, he really picked up the leakage. As Mo-bai thought, the vegetables and meat left in the food market at this time of the day were all inferior products that had been picked over by people. But just as he was about to leave in disappointment, a large SUV drove into the middle of the food market. This was followed by a somewhat familiar yelling sound. "Fish for sale! Fish for sale! Just caught them myself last night at Castle Peak Reservoir. Fresh and clean. Sold cheap." Mo-bai walked over to take a look, and sure enough, he saw a familiar-looking person next to the SUV. And this person, too, saw Mo-bai. As soon as he saw Mo-bai, he instantly stopped selling fish and excitedly walked to Mo-bai. Boss Missouri. What a coincidence. I didn't think I'd run into you selling fish." "Hello." Mo-bai revealed a smile, wanting to greet, but not knowing how to address him. Ji Jiqiang hurriedly introduced himself. "My name is Ji Jiqiang. Boss Missouri sees that you are quite a bit younger than me. If you want, you can call me Uncle Ji. Ji is about the same age as Uncle Hui." Mo-bai obediently called Uncle Ji, and then stared curiously at the fish that had been placed in the fish box by Ji Jiqiang. There were blackfish, grass carp, and perch in there, more than a dozen in all, large and small. there's about a 20 or 30 pounds. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the system shows that these fish, all above the sellable quality, it's a great ingredient to use for stalls. Uncle G, did you catch all these fish yesterday at Castle Peak Reservoir? When it comes to fish, G has more to say. Yeah, I was just there yesterday when my new rod was dragged away by a fish, and then I went back, and the more I thought about it, the more angry I felt that I absolutely could not let the darn fish go, so it was back with another rod to kill. It's a real reservoir, and the water is clean and the quality of the fish is good. It's just that I've been fishing so much that I've gotten my family so tired of it that no one wants to eat it, so I have to put it out for sale. What the hell? Boss Missouri, you want to buy it? Mo Bai nodded. Well, how much are you selling it for, Uncle G? Ji Jiqiang quickly said. Why, what do you say about money or not? Which one do you want? I'll give it to you directly. Mo Bai, not which one. I mean all the fish I want. Mo Bai thought to himself. Such a large box of fish. Ji Jiqiang cannot give up all of it. Who knows? Ji Jiqiang heard that he wanted all of them, and was immediately stunned. Then he slammed his thigh, and his tone was one of restrained excitement. That's a good feeling. I'll give it all to you. This way you reap the fish and I reap the time, freeing up my time to go fishing again. Chapter 81 Fishing Funds. Mo Bai. He could kind of tell that G really loved fishing, and it's the kind of guy who just loves to fish, but doesn't love to eat fish. I guess I come to the food market to sell fish because I can't fit it in my refrigerator at home and give it to my relatives and friends, who are all tired of eating it. Since he could solve it all now, G was naturally happy to be at home. It's kind of a win-win giveaway, but with so many fish, Mo Bai was too embarrassed to really not give a single point, so he gave his promise. I'll still have a booth in front of Castle Hill Park tomorrow night. Uncle G, if you want to bring your family to eat, all the bills are free. Thinking about the fact that there are more guests now, with the one person, one bowl limit policy, Ji Jiqiang, even if he brings his whole family to eat, he probably won't be able to eat much. Mo Bai added another sentence. There's no limit. You can have as much as you want tomorrow night. Hear the word single free. Ji Jiqiang can still hold down the excitement of the heart, but not limited to 3 words out. Ji Jiqiang is really cannot hold back. Immediately, he laughed 3 times maniacally. Ha ha ha, I can finally turn over the surfs and sing. My fishing career is finally saved. Meng Jing sat at home and inexplicably sneezed. I don't suppose it's because you went out in the middle of the night last night and caught a cold? I blame Boss Missouri for being so capricious as to set up a stall in the middle of the night. For the sake of my body, I'd rather, tonight. Meng Jing originally wanted to say that for the sake of her body, she would not go tonight. However, before she could open her mouth, her mind flashed back to the unbeatable and delicious large ballast porridge with small pickles. Meng Jing subconsciously swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and uncontrollably changed his words. For the sake of my health, I'll be sure to take my medicine tonight before I go. Meng Jing walked to the cabinet dedicated to medicine and just took out the cold medicine and swallowed it. He saw Ji Jiqiang walk in with his head held high and a smug look on his face. Meng Jing didn't care much and asked casually, why, the fish sold quite well today? How much did you sell it for? Ji proudly said, I didn't sell a penny, I gave it all away. It's not even that you lost money fishing, but now you're giving away the fish you caught for free. Meng Jing's face darkened and he was about to curse this loser master twice when he heard Ji Jiqiang follow closely. I gave it all to Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri, on account of me sending him so many fish, not only promised to give us a free bill tomorrow night, but also promised an unlimited amount, so we can eat as much as we want. Meng Jing's face instantly changed from cloudy to sunny, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Ji Jiqiang. Okay, old Ji, you've gotten better. You're so good at this. We'll finally get to eat tonight. The two have been married for nearly 20 years. It had been a long time since Ji had seen Meng Jing look at himself with such adoring eyes. He was so pleased in his heart that he almost broke. But thinking of his future fishing endeavors, he held back. With a hard face, he said, it's not us, it's me. I'm the only one who can get free and unlimited tonight. Meng Jing probably guessed what Ji Jiqiang wanted to do and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you trying to find death? If it were in the past, Ji would have already wimped out. But nowadays, he can hold in his hands the unrestricted right of purchase at Boss Mo's place, and it has long been different from the past. Ji Jiqiang didn't bring fear. Head high, loud. I caught this fish myself and I'm going to sell it myself. If you want to go with me to enjoy the unrestricted rights, you have to promise me one thing. Promise to never stop me from going fishing again, and to allocate me $1,000 a month for fishing equipment.